Saturday Shinsher Experimental High School. In the multimedia classroom, all windows were tightly drawn, leaving no light to penetrate. In the darkness, the projector cast the words, Biology Club, on the screen glaringly bright. The blackboard was covered in clippings and black and white photos, a long-necked shadow and Loch Ness large footprints on the summit of Mount Everest, a yellowed newspaper reporting the 1970 sighting of the Bibo mountain monster. Chu Yan sat at the podium staring at the Lenovo computer on the desk, his gaze calm, cold light flickering across his face. Beside him sat a girl with a high ponytail and a bespectacled boy, both staring at their own computers, their mice clicking in a series of click sounds. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yan suddenly spoke, "Found it." The girl and the bespectacled boy paused abruptly, then quickly stood up and gathered around Chu Yan. "What's this incident?" the girl asked, staring at the screen. Chu Yan opened the post first, took a screenshot to prevent the post from being swiftly deleted as usual, then carefully read its contents. It was a screenshot of a news article from last Tuesday's South Jersey Times, entirely in English. Chu Yan translated. Recently, a white man claimed that while fishing along the Massaconnequing River in New Jersey, he sighted an unidentified upright creature suspected to be a Bigfoot. The man was extremely shocked and tried to take a photo with his phone, but the creature quickly darted into the jungle, ultimately leaving no image captured. Once this news spread, it immediately sparked heated discussion among the public. Many questioned the authenticity of the incident, while some nearby residents expressed concern and hoped the Wildlife Protection Bureau would quickly uncover the truth. The girl Lu Ying's eyes lit up. As expected, another UMA, unidentified mysterious animal sighting. "This is the third one this year, right?" The bespectacled boy Zhang Shibwa said. "I remember last Wednesday there was a post about a zebra at Changlong Zoo giving birth to a 6-legged offspring. If you count deformed animals, that's the 7th abnormal animal incident." Although both types of incidents have been frequent recently, they might not be related, right? Lu Ying looked at Chu Yan. "Chu Yan, what do you think?" Chu Yan said calmly. "Let's organize the materials first and discuss after the club president arrives." "That's right, otherwise we'll have to discuss it all over again later, which would be troublesome." Lu Ying glanced at the clock. "Speaking of which, why hasn't the president arrived yet? Normally, he's the first one here." As soon as she finished speaking, the front door of the classroom burst open. A chubby boy stood at the door wearing a t-shirt printed with Kasaga no Sora, the beautiful girl from the anime, Yasuga no Sora, known for her intense affection for her own brother. Lu Ying mumbled, "President, what were you doing? Why are you so late?" Pang Shuyuan grimaced, "So don't even mention it. I've never had such absurdly bad luck in my life." Lu Ying looked suspicious. Hiss. "Something's off. Chu Yan, can you tell what the president was up to just now?" Chu Yan glanced and said, "He probably went to Starbucks to meet an open-minded online dating partner from the anime community in person, only to discover they have an Adam's apple, right?" Pang Shuyuan looked horrified. "How the hell do you know such details?" Chu Yan said, "As soon as you entered the classroom, I smelled cologne. A guy who never wears cologne usually only tries it when meeting someone of the opposite sex. Out of embarrassment, you've never worn those anime t-shirts. Today you dared to wear one to meet someone, which shows the other person is very accepting of such clothing and is likely also an anime enthusiast. Kasaga no Sora is an adult-oriented anime character, generally inappropriate to wear when meeting the opposite sex unless the other person is interested. A girl who likes adult anime would likely be relatively open-minded in personality." Pang Shuyuan scratched his head then. "Starbucks. How did you guess Starbucks?" "That was partly luck," Chu Yan said. "There was light brown cream on your collar, very similar to caramel frappuccino. Plus, a guy with limited dating experience tends to choose a conservative meeting place, and Starbucks is both suitable and common." Lu Ying asked curiously, "Then how did you figure out the other person had an Adam's apple? Usually people are disappointed by looks or personality, right?" Chu Yan shook his head. Given the president's obsession with club activities, if he was dissatisfied with personality or appearance, he would have found an excuse to slip away here after a while and wouldn't have willingly been this late. Even if he had decided beforehand to see the date through despite dissatisfaction, he would have canceled the club meeting in advance, but he didn't. Moreover, the president always grins when talking to pretty girls. Yet this time, although he was quite satisfied with the personality and looks, he loudly complained about bad luck, indicating that some fundamental condition of his date was problematic. No matter how much he liked it, he had to give up. Considering the president said the situation was absurd, I think it's most likely that the date started pleasantly until he later discovered the other person's true gender. After all, femboys are quite common in the anime community. By the way, the president smiles the brightest when talking to Lu Ying. Pang Shuyuan's eyes wandered. Don't all the classmates in our class like hanging out with Ying? Lu Ying grinned smugly. Haha, that's the honest truth. Zhang Shibwa looked at the smiling Chu Yan, his mouth twitching. You're still such a sly devil. Pang Shuyuan shouted, this matter ends here. I've realized that online dating and the like are all unreliable. The club is more important. From today on, I will devote myself entirely to investigating UMAs. The three members applauded sparsely. Pang Shiyuan pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his fingers in front of his mouth. So while I was suffering my misfortune, have you all made any progress in your investigations? Lu Yingying smiled. Of course we have. We found another UMA sighting incident, and we're discussing the relationship between UMAs and deformed animals. Pang Shiyuan nodded. Good. So what are your thoughts? Lu Yingying said with great seriousness. I think UMAs might be resurrected artificial life forms carrying some kind of genetic virus. The deformed animals are affected by this virus, and behind it all there might be a complicated lost history. Zhang Shibo pushed up his glasses. I think UMAs are either fake or just accidentally mutated wild animals. Nothing special. It's just that recently the internet has been paying a lot of attention to both types of events, so discussions are more frequent. Pang Shiyuan nodded. Yingying's viewpoint is very interesting, worthy of praise. Zhang Shibo's speculation is too boring. One warning. Zhang Shibo, Pang Shiyuan, Chu Yan, what's your take? The three of them looked at Chu Yan in unison. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then said, I think there might be a connection between UMA incidents and deformed animals, because they both became popular around the same time about a year ago. But UMAs are definitely not just mutated wild animals. Lu Yingying asked why. Chu Yan said, because news about deformed animals can still circulate online while UMA incidents are all immediately blocked by authorities. If UMAs were just mutated wild animals, the degree of censorship wouldn't be so different. This shows that if they didn't do this, there would probably be serious consequences. Zhang Shibo mused, this is indeed strange. It feels like a cover-up. What's going on? Everyone pondered deeply, remaining silent for a long time. Suddenly half of Chu Yan's face was hidden in the darkness, and he said meaningfully, perhaps in corners we cannot see, the world is undergoing some dangerous transformation. The dim classroom fell silent, leaving only the clock ticking on the wall, tick tick tick. As if trapped in an endless cycle. Everyone's shadows were cast on the blackboard, and the photos of mysterious creatures were submerged in the shadows, silently drifting. Everyone's expressions were somewhat strange, and a chilling atmosphere spread. At that moment a severe headache struck. Chu Yan held his head, furrowing his brows, enduring the pain. Here it comes again. Seeing this, Lu Yingying asked with concern, Chu Yan, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, just an old problem. Chu Yan took a deep breath and slowly opened his right palm. On his palm a symbol resembling ancient cuneiform gradually emerged, emitting a mysterious purple glow. Chu Yan didn't understand ancient scripts, but the moment he saw the symbol he instinctively comprehended its meaning. The symbol meant 4. Similarly, a year ago, when the symbol first appeared, it was 10. Since then, every time a headache struck, the number decreased by 1. It seemed that when the countdown ended, some unknown entity would descend. A minute later the headache gradually subsided. The purple symbol slowly faded, and another symbol gradually emerged. 3. Chu Yan stared at the symbol in his palm, his mood heavy. That symbol was visible only to him, its origin unknown, and its cause unclear. The only thing he could be certain of was that it was likely connected to the UMA incidents and those deformed animals. One of the reasons he had joined the club was to find out what would happen when the countdown finally ended. Oh right, Chu Yan has Crazy Thursday sold you any new photos lately? Peng Shuiyuan suddenly asked, cutting through Chu Yan's thoughts. Chu Yan nodded, unzipped his school bag, and started searching inside. Crazy Thursday was an adventure blogger Chu Yan had met on the foreign forum Reddit. The blogger claimed to have seen many UMA, and whenever someone questioned the existence of UMA he would reply with a sarcastic meme of Mei Yang Yang. After learning that Chu Yan was interested in UMA, he offered to sell the photos he had collected at high prices. Just yesterday, Chu Yan completed their third transaction. Chu Yan took a photograph out of his school bag and laid it on the desk. The photo's background showed a midnight alley. In the pitch-black corner, there was a blurred figure nearly 2 meters tall, with wings sprouting from its back. It seemed to have no head, only a pair of blood-red enormous eyes burned atop its shoulders. Lu Yingying stared at the photo and asked curiously, what kind of UMA is this? Peng Shin narrowed his eyes. It looks like the Mothman. Lu Yingying's eyes lit up. That sounds so cool. What's its origin story? Peng Shuiyuan cleared his throat and looked toward Zhang Shibo. Zhang Shibo sighed and said, in 1966, near an abandoned munitions factory in West Virginia, USA, 2 couples driving by witnessed the Mothman for the first time. They claimed it followed them through the air while letting out shrill, squeaking cries. After that, more than 100 sightings occurred across West Virginia, but no one ever captured clear visual evidence. Then in 1967, the local Silver Bridge suffered a catastrophic collapse, sending 31 vehicles plunging into the water. Strangely, before the Silver Bridge collapsed, many people claimed to have seen the Mothman nearby, which pushed its notoriety to a fever pitch. Since then, there have been no more Mothman sightings. Peng Shuiyuan said excitedly, though it isn't as universally famous as the Loch Ness monster or the Shenangjia wildman, the Mothman is still considered a very well-known UMA. Getting a photo of it is worth any price. Chu Yan said he asked for 5,000 yuan. Please have the club president reimburse it. Peng Shuiyuan picked up his phone. No problem, I'll transfer it to you right now. Zhang Shibo frowned slightly. I know you have plenty of pocket money, but what if his photos are forged? With AI so advanced nowadays, even I could fabricate something. Peng Shuiyuan fell silent for a moment. Zhang Shibo, that's your second warning. Zhang Shibo was speechless. At that moment Lu Yingying asked, Chu Yan, what are you looking at? Chu Yan pointed at the photo. Look, there's a tree in the corner of the picture. Its species feels strangely familiar to me. Oh, that looks like a Renmianzi tree, Zhang Shibo said in surprise. If I remember correctly, this species is rarely planted in the United States. Instead, many are planted in regions like Yu Province, Min Province, and Yun Province in our country. There are even some right outside school gates. His words made everyone fall silent at once. The air seemed to freeze. After a long moment, Chu Yan said in a low voice, I'm wondering if this photo is genuine. Could it have been taken near Shunshur? A sudden bang echoed as the front classroom door swung open, cutting off their discussion. It's so late already. What are you still doing in the classroom? And why is it so dark in here? A square-faced male teacher strode into the room and switched on all the lights. The classroom blazed with brightness. Peng Shuiyuan's face changed drastically. Chin teacher. Chin teacher glanced at the photo materials on the blackboard and barked, researching these demons and monsters. I've told you so many times, you're already in your final year of high school. The club is not for you to waste time on such. Peng Shuiyuan shrank his neck and said weakly, they're not demons or monsters, they're UMA. Short for unidentified mysterious animals, creatures discovered by a few people, but not yet scientifically verified. Chin teacher's brows knitted tighter. UMA, UFO, whatever. I might as well say KFC. Chu Yan, Lu Yingying chimed in USB. Zhang Shibo muttered. Barbecue. Peng Shuiyuan clutched his chest in mock agony. I truly mourn for you three traitors of the club. The three of them simultaneously turned their heads away. Chin teacher said solemnly back, when I as a biology teacher agreed to be your advisor, it was only because you showed genuine passion for biology. If you can't produce proper results at the club carnival in 2 weeks, don't blame me for revoking your club status. Peng Shuiyuan pulled a long face and pleaded, Chin teacher, you've been our advisor for so long. You won't just abandon us, will you? Chin teacher snorted coldly. After letting Peng beg for quite a while, he finally took a Polaroid photo from his pocket and showed it to them. In the photo, a corgi puppy with 5 ears curled up on a windowsill, sleeping quietly. Chu Yan was slightly surprised. Chin teacher, where did you get this photo? Chin teacher replied, a college classmate gave it to me. A few days ago his corgi had a litter of puppies. This is one of them. You're interested in deformed animals, aren't you? I figured this at least has something to do with biology, so I talked to him and secured an opportunity for you to observe it up close. If you can write a solid observation report, I'll let all your previous antics slide. Peng Shuiyuan said excitedly, Chin teacher, I adore you. Come here, let me give you a hug. Chin teacher replied, scram. Peng Shuiyuan muttered, oh. Chu Yan quietly clenched his fist. The investigation into the symbol in his palm had finally made progress. If deformed animals truly had a connection with UMA, perhaps there were people specifically responsible for handling such cases who would contact Chin teacher's classmate. At that point he might be able to obtain some clues through that classmate. Chin teacher said, it's late. Go on home now. Meet at the school gate at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. By the time they left the clubroom it was already 6 o'clock. The setting sun had spread across the world. Chu Yan and the other three walked across the playground toward the school gate, each biting a Pocky chocolate stick. Peng Shuiyuan raised his chocolate stick high and called toward the security booth, Uncle Wong want one. Uncle Wong snorted dismissively, took a Hongtishan cigarette from behind his ear, clamped it in his mouth, and pressed the remote control. The electric gate slowly opened with a buzzing sound, startling the sparrows nearby into flight. Suddenly Peng Shuiyuan's eyes lit up. Pointing outside the gate, he shouted, look! A gorgeous girl! Across the street at the entrance of a 7-Eleven convenience store, a tall girl stood in the sunset with her hands on her hips. Her winered wavy hair spilled down, sunglasses perched atop her head. A white camisole and denim shorts hugged her long legs and slender waist, outlining a graceful figure. She chewed for a moment, then slowly blew a bubble. The bubblegum popped with a soft crack and clung in a thin layer around her lips. Peng Shuiyuan's eyes went blank with awe. Tugging at Chu Yan's sleeve, he whispered urgently, Chu Yan, help me deduce that beautiful sister's phone number. Zhang Shibo said, are you serious? Chu Yan isn't a fortune teller. Lu Yingying giggled nonstop. Chu Yan took out his phone. All right, I'll give her a call. Huh. Zhang Shibo and Lu Yingying whipped their heads toward Chu Yan, staring in astonishment. Chu Yan dialed a number and lifted the phone to his ear. What are you doing at my school gate? Across the street, the girl lowered her phone, suddenly turned toward the gate, then broke into a radiant smile and trotted lightly across the road. My dear little brother, did you miss your big sister? The girl exclaimed happily, throwing her arms around Chu Yan. I'm sure, Chu Yan replied, subtly slipping out of her embrace. Peng Shuiyuan spread his arms, laughing. My turn. Zhang Shibo, exasperated, grabbed him by the collar and yanked him back. Calm down already. Lu Ying looked at the girl, then at Chu Yan, blinking as she asked, Chu Yan, is this your sister? Chu Yan nodded. Yes, this is my sister Chu Lomian. She's a business major at a university in Huzhou. It's exam week now, so she has no classes and keeps popping up at my house. It's really annoying. Lu Ying beamed. Hello sister, you're so beautiful. Chu Lomian patted her head and said with a bright smile, thank you. You're very pretty too. Nearby Peng Shuyuan said sourly, how unfair. Why is my sister a guy? Chu Lomian blinked. That would make him your brother, wouldn't it? Zhang Shibo let out a deep sigh. Lu Ying looked at Chu Yan again. How come you never mentioned having such a beautiful sister? And you two don't look much alike. Chu Yan said, because both of us were adopted from a welfare home by our parents. We're not related by blood. As for why I never talked about her, mainly I feel that mentioning this wicked woman is bad luck. Lu Ying forced a sheepish smile. Do you treat your sister like some kind of New Year's beast? He's been Sundara since he was little. I'm used to it, Chu Lomian said, pinching Chu Yan's cheek. Deep down he really likes having me as his sister, don't you? Chu Yan let out a small dismissive laugh. All right, Mom and Dad are urging us to come home for dinner. Say goodbye to your friends, Chu Lomian said. Chu Yan waved. Goodbye, my friends. See you tomorrow. They replied in unison. After saying their farewells, Chu Yan and his sister crossed the street and walked side by side on the way home, their shadows stretching long behind them. Skipping lightly, Chu Lomian said smugly, your sister dressed up so beautifully to pick you up. Doesn't that give you extra face in front of your friends? Chu Yan replied, yes. Then could you grant your sister one small request? I don't have spare pocket money to lend you. Stingy. Zhonglai Garden. Chu Yan retrieved his key at the front door, turned it in the lock, and stepped inside. Aromatic steam from dinner enveloping him instantly. The dining table in the living room was laden with dishes: braised pork ribs with potatoes, seaweed, and egg drop soup, red-cooked ribbon fish, and scrambled eggs with Chinese chives. His father Chu Jinliang sat at the table, brow furrowed in quiet distress. His mother Li Yuling emerged from the kitchen carrying bowls and chopsticks, and took her seat beside him. Chu Lomian sat by the table and asked curiously, Dad, what's wrong? His father remained silent, sighing deeply. Chu Yan sat down and glanced toward his mother, eyes silently seeking explanation. His mother couldn't suppress a chuckle. Your father ordered a pair of slippers on TikTok, but the seller shipped 2 left-footed ones. He's been brooding ever since. Chu Lomian shrugged indifferently. Just send them back and request a replacement, right? His father muttered glumly. I did send them back. Guess what happened next? Chu Yan and his sister tilted their heads, baffled. His father slammed his fist on the table and gritted his teeth. They sent me 2 right-footed ones instead. Ha ha ha. His sister burst into peals of laughter, doubled over. The internet was right. Some people are mildly cognitively impaired, yet fully capable of self-care, so no one ever noticed. Chu Yan stifled a grin, inwardly nodding in agreement. His father had an uncanny habit of impulsive online shopping on TikTok, purchasing absurdities like the world's brightest flashlight, a Swiss Army knife boasting 28 functions, or a 10-meter ultra-long charging cable, all trophies of his digital misadventures. He knew he'd never use them, yet the moment a flashy video appeared his finger would twitch toward by now. Not only did he repeatedly fall into traps, but delivery boxes now piled up like miniature mountains. No one could fathom his motivation. Chu Yan ducked beneath the table to inspect his father's mismatched footwear, only to discover that both parents were wearing 2 right-footed slippers. Mom, did you get the eye-clowering slippers too? Chu Yan asked, bewildered. His mother shot his father a withering glance. Blame him. He insisted it wasn't fair to suffer alone, so he badgered me into wearing these 2, calling it middle-aged romance. Utterly childish. His father shoveled rice into his mouth, pointedly ignoring her. Chu Yan. His sister rubbed her arms vigorously, smoothing out goosebumps. Ugh. How disgustingly affectionate. And worse, they're my parents. This is officially mortifying. Just as Chu Yan opened his mouth to retort, a searing pain lanced through his skull. He winced, brows knotted tight. He raised his right palm. The mysterious symbol etched upon it had shifted from 3 to 2. A cold weight settled in his chest. Until now the symbol had decrement only once every 1 to 2 months, never less than 7 days apart. Yet today it had counted down twice in rapid succession. An ominous premonition coiled in his gut. His mother asked gently, Son, does your head hurt? He shook his head. No, it's just that I ate too many snacks. I'm not hungry right now. She said, then go rest in your room. I'll reheat your meal later. Back in his room, Chu Yan sat at his desk, paused for thought, and then pulled out his phone to message Crazy Thursday. Sherlock Holmes, the money's transferred to your account. Please confirm receipt. Crazy Thursday confirmed. Pleasure doing business. Sherlock Holmes, we're practically acquaintances now. I'll cut straight to it. Do you know what's been happening lately? Crazy Thursday, which part do you mean? Chu Yan typed swiftly. You know exactly what I'm asking. Tell me, is the world changing? This time Crazy Thursday remained silent for an unnerving length of time before replying. I'll be in Shenzhen for a few days tomorrow. If you have questions, meet me there. Bring 200,000 yuan in cash. The information you seek comes at a steep price. Chu Yan's gaze sharpened. He replied, I'll consider it, and contact you tomorrow night. Setting down his phone, Chu Yan mused Peng Shuyuan had mentioned he'd happily fund club activities, even though this sum was far from trivial. Still, Peng was wealthy, selling a few limited edition life-size figurines should cover it easily. They'd arranged the meeting in a public place, and stationed someone discreetly nearby for security. With that thought, he picked up his phone again and shared the plan in the club group chat. Peng Shuyuan, whoa. Chu Yan, you're incredible. Don't worry, I've got this. I'll raise the funds immediately. Lu Yingying, woohoo. I'll handle snacks and drinks. Zhang Shibo, wait. Is this technically a spring outing? Chu Yan exhaled slowly, the taut thread of anxiety in his chest finally loosening, just a little. His father sent a 500 yuan transfer. You've been spending freely with classmates these past couple of days, haven't you? Your mom must have forgotten to give you and your sister pocket money. Better rely on me, your dad. Chu Yan, guess I do need to count on dad after all. A moment later, his mother also sent 500 yuan. Son, is this enough for your expenses these days? Did your dad forget to send money to you and your sister? Have fun out there. Chu Yan, looks like mom's the real MVP. Bad woman, little brother. Tomorrow your big sister's heading to Guangzhou with friends for shopping. What do you think? Chu Yan, if it's just window shopping, why bother spending it all? Bad woman, humph. Sunday evening, 7:00 p.m. Shenzhen experiment. Chu Yan and his 3 companions arrived promptly at school and boarded teacher Chen's BYD Han. Lu Yingying sat in the front passenger seat. The 3 boys squeezed into the back. Teacher Chen said, Lu Yingying, could you help me navigate? Our destination is Lianhua Mountain Park. Lu Yingying replied, sure, but teacher, is your phone out of battery? I have a power bank. Teacher Chen sighed helplessly, my phone broke on Wednesday. The replacement parts are still being shipped. I haven't gotten it repaired yet. It's been inconvenient these past few days. Lu Yingying quickly located Lianhua Mountain Park on her map and initiated navigation. The car eased forward smoothly. Watching the city lights blur past the window, Chu Yan suddenly asked, Teacher, why are we going to Lianhua Mountain Park? Teacher Chun explained, a classmate brought that deformed puppy for a medical checkup today, and decided to walk the larger dog in the park as well. It's spacious here, ideal for your observations. Chu Yan nodded silently. 15 minutes later, the BYD halted at the park's entrance. Following Teacher Chun, the 4 students entered Lianhua Mountain Park and made their way toward its central area. The park was thick with trees, of visitors were sparse. A young couple flew a kite across the lawn, while distant square dance music drifted faintly through the air. Peng Shuyuan asked curiously, what makes this puppy so special, do you think? Zhang Shibo replied, probably not much, at least not outwardly. But I am fascinated by its balance. After all, the vestibular system in the inner ear governs equilibrium. 5 ears must disrupt that profoundly. Peng Shuyuan gave a thumbs up, no wonder you're our academic pillar. You're writing the observation report. Zhang Shibo. Lu Yingying turned to Chu Yan about to ask his opinion, only to find him lost in deep. Chu Yan, what's on your mind? He blinked back to awareness and shook his head. Nothing much. I was just thinking about meeting Crazy Thursday later tonight. He'd been preoccupied since yesterday. Who was this person? What kind of intelligence commanded such a staggering price? And this meeting? Would it be dangerous? Too many questions swirled without answers. Yet uncovering the meaning behind the symbol on his palm and understanding the world's subtle shift demanded he take this risk. As long as they met in a crowded place, surely it would be safe enough. And if the truth proved unbearable, he'd leave home. To protect his parents, and his bad woman sister, from entanglement. Don't worry, it'll go smoothly, Lu Yingying said, dimples blooming. Okay. Just then Chu Yan's phone rang. He checked the screen. It was homeroom Teacher Ma. Chu Yan answered, hello Teacher Ma. Teacher Ma said, Chu Yan, I heard from security guard Wang that you all came to. Could you please fetch my lesson plans from the office and mail them to my home? Chu Yan replied apologetically, sorry Teacher Ma. We're currently with Teacher Chun at Lianhua Mountain Park. We won't be able to return anytime soon. Teacher Ma sounded puzzled. Teacher Chun. Which Teacher Chun? The biology teacher for our class. Teacher Ma fell silent for a long moment, then said quietly, Chu Yan, our school doesn't have a biology teacher named Chun. Chu Yan suddenly stopped frozen in place. Just as he was about to ask a question, the phone emitted the sound of a disconnection. He glanced at the screen, where the once full 5G signal now displayed no service. Is there really no biology teacher with the surname Chun at school? What is Teacher Ma talking about? The biology class on Friday was clearly. Wait, which teacher taught that biology class? Chu Yan was startled. He suddenly realized he could not recall the face or name of the biology teacher. But if that's the case, who is the Teacher Chun they spent every day with? Looking at the back of Teacher Chun, cold sweat beaded on Chu Yan's forehead, his breath heavy, and his tightly clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, Teacher Chun stopped turning away from them and slowly spoke, "Students, the teacher has something to ask." "Run. It's not our teacher," Chu Yan shouted, grabbing Lu Yingying's hand and running back. Lu Yingying followed her, face full of confusion. Zhang Shibua was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, pulling the bewildered Pang Shuoyuan along as they sprinted after Chu Yan. Under the pale moonlight, Teacher Chen slowly turned around the shadows of the trees, obscuring half of its body, making its face unrecognizable. Only a pair of red eyes slowly opened. "Actually, the teacher is pregnant with 43 babies, and I would like you to help deliver them." As Chu Yan ran, he turned his head back to check the situation. However, in the next moment his pupils dilated. A fierce wind blew through the park, the surrounding trees swayed violently, and Teacher Chen stood at the end of a dark path, tilting its head and staring at them, something writhing violently beneath its skin. A palm-sized human-faced moth emerged from the corner of Teacher Chen's eye, its body covered in slime. That face looked exactly like Teacher Chen's. A second human-faced moth crawled out of its nostril, followed by a third, fourth, and fifth. Every orifice, ears, throat, nostrils, and corners of its eyes was teeming with swarming moths. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The cries of the human-faced moths echoed through the woods, unnaturally synchronized. Chu Yan dared not look any longer. He ran headlong, his right hand gripping Lu Yingying's so tightly that it turned red. The other three clearly saw the horrifying scene, their faces pale, screaming in terror as they desperately fled. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The cries of the moths grew closer, and Chu Yan fought to suppress his fear, calculating their speeds, but despair washed over him as he realized the moths were much faster than they were. At this rate, they would soon be caught. Just then a couple flying a kite approached them, holding the string and looking up at the sky with smiles. "Run! There's a monster!" Chu Yan yelled as he dashed past them. The couple paused for a moment, turning to see where Chu Yan and the others were coming from. A swarm of human-faced moths surged towards them, their red eyes fluttering and emitting chirp, chirp, chirp sounds. The boy was taken aback, grabbing the girl's hand to run, but he pulled too hard, causing her to fall to the ground. The girl seemed to have twisted her ankle, sitting on the ground and clutching her ankle with a pained and terrified expression. In a moment of desperation, the boy knelt beside her, tightly embracing her. "Oh!" Chu Yan couldn't help but glance back, only to see the two covered in human-faced moths, their bodies visibly shrinking. The kite broke free, swept into the sky by the fierce wind, drifting further away, disappearing into the night, filled with screams. The couple had become a shield against the human-faced moths, and Chu Yan and the others gritted their teeth, running as fast as they could, not caring about their direction, only wanting to distance themselves from those monsters. Until their energy was nearly depleted, and the cries of the moths were completely inaudible, the four finally stopped at a pavilion, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. What was that?" Lu Yingying asked, trembling as she deliberately lowered her voice. Zhang Shiba's face was pale. "I don't know, but it's definitely not human, and it's certainly not the teacher we remember. Could it be that Teacher Chen is heaven? Pang Shuoyuan gulped, unable to finish, seemingly afraid that uttering the complete name would bring disaster. "I don't think that thing is a Tian moth person," Chu Yan said solemnly. "Although it's terrifying, it doesn't look like the one in the photo, but that's not important. What matters is how we can survive. Let's call the police." Pang Shuoyuan said, cold sweat pouring down. Zhang Shibo looked troubled. "But how do we explain this to the police? Saying there's a monster here? Who would believe that? Even if we lie and say there's a crime happening, if the police aren't prepared, wouldn't that be a death sentence?" Pang Shuoyuan and Lu Yingying looked troubled. Chu Yan pondered for a few seconds, then firmly said, "No, we should just tell the police the truth. I don't believe the authorities are unaware of such monsters. If they do know, then they must have a response plan." Zhang Shibo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "That makes sense." All four of us took out our phones. Pang Shuoyuan, "I have no signal." Lu Yingying, "I don't either. How can this be?" Zhang Shibo said. Chu Yan furrowed his brows. He initially thought it was just poor signal, but now it seemed likely related to those monsters. Lu Yingying bit her lip and said, "Since we can't call the police, let's run quickly while we can." "No, we can't. It'll take at least 15 minutes to run out of the park. Considering our exhaustion and mental pressure, it will take even longer, and we may very well be found by those human-faced moths. Moreover, no one can guarantee we will be safe upon leaving the park, so we must find a way to contact the outside world to increase our chances of survival." Pang Shuoyuan muttered, It's over. "We can't call the police, we can't escape, we're doomed." Lu Yingying and Zhang Shiba's faces also looked. Chu Yan looked around and saw a trash can not far away and immediately rushed over, dumping all the garbage out. "I'm going to set fire to the nearby trees. The light and smoke should attract attention from the outside, and if those human-faced moths are phototropic, it might I'm going to set fire to the nearby trees. The light and smoke should attract attention from the outside, and if those human-faced moths are phototropic, it might buy us some time." Pang Shuoyuan and Zhang Shiba were taken aback, seemingly not expecting Chu Yan to be so reckless. Lu Yingying gritted her teeth, ran to the trash can, and brought back a pile of scrap paper, saying I believe in Chu Yan. Pang Shuayuan and Zhang Shibua exchanged glances, nodding firmly, their spirits lifted. Pang Shuayuan clenched his fist. Chu Yan has always been sharp, it's right to trust him. This idea is quite extravagant, at least I couldn't think of it, but I believe it has a high chance of success. I'm glad to have Chu Yan here. But after we light the fire, which direction should we run? Lu Yingying asked. Zhang Shibua said, I looked at the map at the park entrance earlier. Lianhua Mountain Park has a total of 4 entrances located in the east, west, south, and north. I basically remember the routes. Now we need to determine which exit to run to. Chu Yan pondered for a few seconds, pointed in a direction, and asked, what direction is that? West. Then we'll run to the east gate. Why? Chu Yan fell silent for a moment, then whispered, because when I entered the park, I heard music from a square dance coming from the west. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Those human-faced moths clearly had a cannibalistic nature, and a gathering crowd for square dancing could very likely attract them. For some reason, even though it wasn't their fault, they still felt a twinge of guilt. It was as if they were using others. How could this happen? Zhang Shibua slammed a pillar of the pavilion, his tone filled with deep helplessness. I won't feel guilty. Chu Yan suddenly spoke, his tone oddly calm. The three stared at him in surprise. Chu Yan said very seriously, I have a pair of parents who love to show off their affection, and a sister who constantly covets my pocket money. We may not share blood relations, but I know they are all waiting for me to come home right now. Before I left tonight, I promised my parents I would come home for dinner, so no matter the cost, I must return home. It's the human-faced moths that kill, not me. I will never allow myself to feel meaningless guilt, as that would only decrease my chances of survival. Zhang Shibua took a deep breath. Chu Yan is right, let's not overthink it, and act quickly. The 4 of them paired up, using lighters to ignite the napkins, throwing them into the pile of dry leaves under the trees, moving in perfect sync with efficient actions. Flames erupted behind them, and the 4 high school students held tightly to each other, sprinting towards the east, where there was hope for survival, and people waiting for them to return home. Chu Yan and his 3 companions sprinted through the vast woods, heading straight for the east gate. Lu Yingying and Pang Shuyuan's stamina was lacking, causing their speed to decline, but with the support of Chu Yan and Zhang Shibua, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Fortunately, the human-faced moth did not appear. After running for an unknown duration, the narrow path in the woods suddenly opened up, revealing a vast lake ahead bordered by bald cypress trees, with large lotus leaves floating on the water's surface. Zhang Shibua gasped, saying, this is Lotus Flower Lake. Once we cross it, we will have completed half of our journey. Chu Yan was drenched in sweat, his energy severely depleted, and he lacked the strength to speak, merely nodding in response. At that moment, a chilling chirp 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 sound came from the woods behind them. The expressions of everyone changed drastically. The lakeshore was open with nowhere to hide. Once discovered by the human-faced moth, death was certain. Chu Yan scanned the surroundings, gritting his teeth, and saying, hide underwater. The water of Lotus Flower Lake was not clear, and with the poor lighting at night, it would be difficult to spot them underwater. However, the premise was that the human-faced moth's eyesight was not superior to that of ordinary people, and like normal flying insects, it was not good at swimming. With so little information available, they had no choice but to take a gamble. The other 3 understood and followed Chu Yan to the water's edge, diving into the icy lake, hiding beneath the lotus leaves, holding their breath and remaining completely still. Chirp chirp chirp, chirp chirp chirp. The terrifying calls grew louder, circling above the cluster of lotus leaves, as if the human-faced moth had heard their earlier movements and was searching for prey nearby. Chu Yan opened his eyes with discomfort, looking at the other 3. In the murky lake water, Lu Yingying, Zhang Shibua, and Pang Shuyan all had their eyes wide open, showing fear, but still managed to remain relatively calm. Chu Yan felt slightly reassured that the human-faced moth had not entered the water. His gamble had paid off. Suddenly, a stem of lotus leaf just 10 centimeters in front of him sank suddenly. Chu Yan's heart tightened. A human-faced moth had landed on the lotus leaf above. Had it discovered something? Or was it simply resting? With their lung capacity, they could hold their breath for a maximum of 1.5 minutes. If the human-faced moth did not leave, soon the risk of exposure would rise sharply. Chu Yan's face turned grim as he desperately thought of ways to distract the human-faced moth, but found no clues. At that moment, a sudden intense headache struck. The symbol in his palm changed again from 2 to 1. Amid the searing pain, Chu Yan's blood oxygen levels rapidly depleted, and the sensation of suffocation surged, causing his complexion to turn red. As his brain began to suffer from oxygen deprivation, he was on the verge of fainting, his vision blurring and his body growing limp. Lu Yingying noticed the abnormality and immediately cupped Chu Yan's face, gently kissing him, transferring half of her air into his mouth. With his consciousness slightly restored, Chu Yan felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, kissing Lu Yingying and remaining motionless, desperately suppressing the urge to inhale all the air. Meanwhile, Pang Shuyuan covered his mouth, his expression grotesque, clearly also at his limit. Zhang Shi's expression changed rapidly, then seemingly made a decision, lifting Pang Shuyuan's face and kissing him to share some breath. Pang Shuyuan's complexion eased a bit, but he still felt quite uncomfortable both physically and mentally. After another 10 seconds, the stem of the lotus leaf before them finally rose. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Sounds quickly faded away, and after 10 seconds they could no longer be heard. The four of them surfaced, greedily inhaling air, feeling a sense of relief, as if they had survived a calamity. They swam to the opposite shore of the lake, helping each other onto dry land, leaning against the bald cypress trees to catch their breath. Lu Ying trembled with her arms wrapped around herself, her lips pale, a few strands of hair sticking to her cheek, her wet t-shirt clinging to her fair skin, with the straps of her pink bra peeking through. Seeing this, Chu Yan quickly took off his jacket, wrung out the water, and draped it over Lu Ying. Lu Ying smiled, saying, "Wow, so Chu Yan is quite capable. It seems once we get to university, you'll be single no more soon enough. Well, we have to survive first, and also." Chu Yan glanced at her trembling hands. "If you're scared, don't force yourself to lighten the mood. Don't worry, I will ensure your survival." Lu Ying was taken aback, biting her lip, and softly responding with an Chu Yan turned back. "Are you two alright?" Cough. Cough. "I almost got burned by the hot water," Pang Shuyuan wheezed. Zhang Shibo replied. Pang Shuyuan looked at Zhang Shibo with a touched expression, saying, "Zhang Shibo, it's thanks to you that I was able to survive. I won't bother you again in the future. Once we leave here, I'll repay you however you want. Even wearing women's clothes to go on a date with you is fine." Zhang Shibo's face darkened. "Is that a case of biting the hand that feeds you?" Seeing that everyone was fine, Chu Yan felt a bit more at ease and shifted his gaze toward the east. Not far away stood a public restroom, beside which was a red cabinet with the words "Mini Fire Station" written on it. Chu Yan's heart stirred, and he ran to the restroom, opening the red cabinet. Moments later, he took out a fire axe, just over a meter long and quite heavy. "You mustn't think about confronting it, Heaton," Zhang Shibo approached, and said with Pang Shuyuan and Lu Ying. Chu Yan replied, "Don't worry, I haven't panicked to that extent. Having a weapon just helps me keep my mind calm." "That's good to hear," Zhang Shibo said. "We're almost recovered, let's set off," Zhang Shibo suggested. Chu Yan shook his head, saying, "Continuing to flee is not a solution. Have you noticed that the sounds of those human-faced moths have diminished? It indicates they are scattering to hunt for people, which means the probability of encountering them again is high. Next time we might not be so fortunate." Zhang Shibo frowned. "Indeed, what should we do?" Chu Yan took out his phone and said, "I have a plan." In a certain part of Lotus Flower Mountain Park, a group of human-faced moths flitted through the trees, their mouths stained with blood. The chirp, chirp, chirp sounds continuous. Suddenly a voice came from afar. "I have a plan." The human-faced moths abruptly turned, their movements unerringly synchronized, with their red eyes locking onto the source of the sound as they flapped their wings and lunged. "What plan? If we can actively attract the human-faced moths together, we can buy ourselves enough time to create a diversion. How exactly do we do that?" The human-faced moths flew at high speed, darting through the dense woods, and soon arrived at the source of the sound. A phone was placed at the entrance of the restroom, its screen glowing brightly as it loudly played a recording. "I've recorded our conversation. By using the iPhone's shortcut command, we can set it to play the recording on a timer. We can leave the phone here, set it to loop in 5 minutes, thus attracting all the nearby human-faced moths here while we make our escape." "Good idea. Send us the recording. Using AirDrop doesn't require a signal, so we can set up 4 phones." The recording ended and the phone was silent for a second before replaying. "I have a plan." More and more human-faced moths gathered around, flying around the phone, seemingly observing something, but after a long time, they found nothing. Half a minute later, a human-faced moth landed on the ground and bit down. With a crack, the phone shattered in two, and the recording abruptly stopped. All the human-faced moths simultaneously flapped their wings, turned, and scattered into the woods, continuing their pursuit of fleeing humans. At Lianhua Mountain Park, near the Rongchao Pavilion, Zhang Shibo was running, panting as he said, "There's still 1/5 of the distance to the east gate. We're almost there." Pang Shuyuan secretly rejoiced. It seems Chu Yan's method worked. By scattering 4 mobile phones at different locations and having them play recordings a minute apart, it must be making Teacher Chun and the others go in circles. Chu Yan glanced at the pale-faced Lu Ying and whispered, "Don't talk, conserve your energy." The 3 nodded and quickened their pace. However, not long after, they found themselves at a dead-end, a row of grass-green construction barriers blocking the road approximately 2.5 meters high. Pang Shuyuan exclaimed in panic, "What? Why is there construction here?" Zhang Shibo was stunned, showing a reluctant expression. "In front is Yangri Lake. They must be doing regular maintenance. I shouldn't have led you down this path." Chu Yan stared at the construction barriers with a serious expression. "Let's see if we can climb over. First get Pang Shuyuan and Lu Ying over, and then he'll follow with Zhang Shibo." Chu Yan and Zhang Shibo crouched in front of the barriers, allowing Pang Shuyuan to step onto their shoulders, then they helped him up in one strong push. Pang Shuayuan pushed against the top of the barrier with all his might, his cheeks trembling, but he ultimately failed to climb over. Reluctantly, Chu Yan and Zhang Shibua let him down. I'm sorry. I actually try to lose weight every Monday, but I just can't manage to shed any pounds. Pang Shuayuan lowered his head. Lu Yinging comforted him. It's okay, we're all tired. I probably wouldn't be able to get over it either. Chu Yan nodded. Exactly, and the construction area is difficult to navigate with the barriers in the way. If we encounter a human-faced moth, we won't be able to escape if this isn't the best choice. Zhang Shibua said. Then we can only take a detour to the north. Although it adds 1/5 to our journey, it's safer. The group nodded and turned north, setting off again. Looking at the winding path ahead in the forest, Chu Yan's expression grew more serious. He had been calculating the time. By now all 4 phones should have gone off, and their distraction effect was minimal. Would this extra stretch become the spark that ignites trouble? Chu Yan glanced at the symbol in his palm, an ominous premonition arising. We have 2 minutes to go, let's push on, Zhang Shibua whispered. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly a screech emanated from the depths of the forest behind them, growing closer. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, a chill running up their spines. The human-faced moth had found them. Chu Yan's face looked grim. 2 minutes was enough for them to die 10 times. Even if they escaped the park, it didn't mean they would survive. What to do? What to do? What to do? Chu Yan unconsciously tightened his grip on the fire axe. At this point, he was already physically exhausted, his mind blank. At that moment, Pang Shuayuan stopped in his tracks. Why are you stopping? Run! Chu Yan hissed in a low voice. Pang Shuayuan turned back, his voice trembling. At this rate, we won't escape. You all go on ahead, I'll stay back. To hold them off, Chu Yan, Zhang Shibua, and Lu Yinging were stunned. Pang Shuayuan trembled, tears streaming down his face as he choked out. Since kindergarten, I've never made a friend. Everyone has always found me annoying and bothersome. Even if someone approached me, it was only for money. They thought I didn't know, but I understood everything. Yet I'd rather play dumb and spend money just to have them accompany me. Even when I heard them laugh at me behind my back, I pretended not to hear. I originally thought that I'd never make a true friend in this life, but unexpectedly after entering high school, I met all of you. For 17 years, only you all were willing to mess around with me in the club, willing to tolerate my silliness. You are the only luck I've had in my youth, and this time. I want to be your good fortune. Lu Yinging murmured, but you will die. I know, but... Pang Shuayuan took a deep breath and shouted hoarsely. If it were Naruto, Luffy, Iron Man, or Spider-Man, they would all do the same. With that, Pang Shuayuan let out a roar and charged forward. However, in the next moment, Chu Yan grabbed him by the collar, pulling him back, causing him to fall onto the ground. Pang Shuayuan stared blankly at Chu Yan. You fool, Luffy and Spider-Man dare to risk their lives because they are special. But you are just a dumb president who has failed at online dating. Why rush to give your life? Chu Yan held the fire axe, standing in front of the others, murmuring to himself. Only special people have the right to fight for their lives. Chu Yan glanced at the symbol in his palm, clenching his fist. From the beginning, he regarded this symbol as an ominous sign, always wanting to rid himself of it. But now he and his friends were out of options. They could only place all their hopes on this one variable. When would the countdown of the symbol begin? What would happen after the countdown? Chu Yan knew nothing. He was utterly exhausted and didn't want to think anymore. If it's ominous, let it be ominous. After all, you aren't a good omen either. Worst case scenario, we curse each other and perish together. Chu Yan gripped the fire axe tightly, roaring fiercely as he dashed forward like a lamb charging at a vicious dragon. In the depths of the forest ahead, 8 human-faced moths charged out, their wings buzzing, sharp teeth dripping with blood, grinding ominously. Chu Yan, Zhang Shibua, Pang Shuayuan, and Lu Yinging watched from behind, tears streaming down their faces, their eyes filled with sorrow. Chu Yan glared at the 8 human-faced moths, raising the fire axe high above his head, but he didn't notice. The symbol in his palm had changed from 1 to 0. A current surged through him and fragmented images flooded his mind. Praises for the hero king, the holy fire on top of the altar, the towering mud columns, inscribed with wedge-shaped inscriptions, the blood and tears of children in battle. Suddenly Chu Yan opened his eyes wide, finding himself standing in an endless desert, crimson filling the sky, a black sun overhead, and flocks of crows sweeping across the horizon, cawing incessantly. In the center of the desert stood a stepped pyramid towering into the clouds, casting a massive shadow. On different levels of the pyramid, 7 pitch-black figures looked down at Chu Yan, varying in height, and billed their gazes either indifferent, mocking, or arrogant. The last one has arrived. It seems he's in trouble. Should we help him? Since when did you start doing charity? All right. A hoarse voice followed, and the world fell silent. Once he adapts to this power, he will naturally return. Suddenly Chu Yan jolted awake as if everything had happened in the blink of an eye. The terrifying human-faced moths were still before him, but something had changed. The world was so quiet. Chu Yan scanned the area, noticing waves rising as thin wings fluttered, and a fruit slowly fell from the treetop. As his foot landed, the soil splashed up. Everything felt like a slow-motion movie. He could see clearly. In an instant, Chu Yan accelerated, creating an afterimage as he swept past the human-faced moths. The fire axe swung out in a second, cutting through 8 arcs of light, ultimately coming to a sudden stop behind the moths. The 8 human-faced moths froze in the air. Half a second later, with a thud, blood erupted from their necks. Fragments of wings fluttered down, and severed heads fell to the ground. Everything happened too quickly, even Chu Yan didn't realize it, feeling dazed. After a moment, he took a deep breath and turned around to see his friends staring at him with wide eyes, their mouths agape, their faces streaked with tears. Chu Yan stared blankly at his palm. He had a strange intuition that he could perfectly control every muscle fiber and every bone in his body. How could I possess such power? What I saw and heard just now, what were those things? Chu Yan, how did you do that? You took down that moth in an instant. Amazing. Lu Yingying ran over, her big eyes blinking rapidly. Did you turn into a superhero? Yes. You should have told us earlier that you mutated. It made me stir up so many feelings for nothing. You owe me a lesson. Zhang Shibo remained silent, merely gazing at Chu Yan with astonishment, as if he were examining some rare creature. Don't ask, I'm just as confused myself. Please keep this a secret for now, until I figure it out, then I'll tell you. Lu Yingying, Zhang Shibo, and Pang Shuyan nodded repeatedly. Alright, we haven't escaped the crisis, yet let's hurry and leave. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he took a step forward, but suddenly convulsed violently, and collapsed heavily to the ground. What's happening? Residual effects. Pang Shuyan exclaimed in shock. Oh no, are you about to enter the second stage of mutation? Zhang Shibo hesitated. It seems like cramps. Lu Yingying quickly knelt down, trying to help Chu Yan, but as soon as she touched him, he let out a low growl from the pain. At that moment, a cacophony of chirping sounds came from deep within the forest ahead. Everyone's heart. Chu Yan, filled with anxiety, struggled to get up and prepare for battle, but the pain only intensified. His body felt as heavy as lead, and he could barely move. Get up. Get up. Chu Yan repeatedly urged himself, pushing against the ground, trembling as he tried to stand, but halfway up he collapsed again, his hands and feet shaking uncontrollably. Why? It was so close. Chu Yan clenched his teeth, filled with unwillingness. That's enough, you've already tried very hard. Lu Yingying hugged Chu Yan, her voice trembling with tears. If this is how it ends, then well, face it together. Pang Shuyan and Zhang Shibo exchanged glances, their expressions somber, slowly kneeling beside Chu Yan to embrace him. Feeling the warmth of his friends, Chu Yan suddenly became motionless, tightly pursing his lips resignedly, closing his eyes, waiting for fate to descend. Oh, surprisingly, someone could hold out until I arrived. Not bad, worthy of a box of egg tarts for a celebration. A languid male voice echoed from nowhere. Chu Yan and the others opened their eyes wide, witnessing a surprising scene. Not far ahead on the grass, a round lake appeared out of thin air, rapidly expanding until it reached a radius of 10 meters before stopping. The torrent crashed against the shore, creating waves of white foam, exuding a wild aura. In the center of the lake, a middle-aged man slowly surfaced, clad in a black trench coat, with a white shirt and formal pants underneath, a scar running from the right corner of his mouth to behind his ear. He stood on the water, not a drop of water touching him. Chu Yan was stunned. At that moment, dozens of moths with human faces burst from the forest, rushing towards the man, a wave of blood and screams overwhelming them. The middle-aged man seemed oblivious, leisurely pulling out a pack of soft Yushi cigarettes, shaking one out to place in his mouth, and lighting it with a lighter. Zhang Shibo shouted anxiously, "Be careful." As the human-faced moths closed in, the middle-aged man's cigarette in hand clapped, and casually said, "Dinner." In an instant, 15 bloated corpses leaped out of the water, their bodies slick and white, entangled in water plants, emitting a foul odor. All the floating corpses opened their massive mouths, revealing rows of yellow-brown sharp teeth, instantly devouring all the human-faced moths before diving back into the water, the surface turning crimson. The round lake vanished into thin air, and the world returned to tranquility. The middle-aged man took a drag from his cigarette and tilted his head to look at Zhang Shibo, saying, "Who were you warning just now, eh?" Zhang Shibo replied, "My bad." The middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke, leisurely asking, "Was that fire in the park set by you all to contact the outside world? Whose idea was it?" Lu Yingying pointed at Chu Yan. "It was Chu Yan's." "Chu Yan, huh? Quite clever," the middle-aged man said, grinning at Chu Yan. "You all should be high school students, right? You managed to keep your friends alive until now. You've got some skill, but mostly it's just luck. Normally, if you encountered that kind of thing, you'd be dead 10 times over." Lu Yingying protested, grumbling. "Who said we relied on luck? After we set the fire, we first guessed that those moths couldn't enter the water, hiding in the Lotus Lake for a long time, almost drowning. Then we used our phones to play recordings to distract the human-faced moths for a while, and when we tried to escape, we ran into construction. Clearly, we had bad luck. And also, all 4 of us lost our first kisses." Zhang Shibua and Pang Shuyan covered their faces, unwilling to face reality. The middle-aged man looked at Chu Yan, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. I won't ask how you lost your first kisses, but were those survival methods all your idea? Chu Yan nodded with difficulty. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment. Is your main subject military training in high school? Chu Yan. Lu Yingying. Zhang Shibua. Pang Shuyuan. No, our main subjects are Chinese, math, and English. The middle-aged man coldly replied, Who asked you? Pang Shuyuan. The middle-aged man pulled out a cell phone, saying, I remember during the rescue, just now I found 4 cell phones, 3 of which were damaged, and only one was barely usable. It should be yours, right? Chu Yan said, Yes, that's mine, thank you. The middle-aged man tossed the cell phone. Chu Yan struggled to catch it weakly, saying, You've asked so many questions, could we also ask a few? May I ask who you are? What was that like just now? The middle-aged man lazily replied, I cannot disclose my identity casually, but you can call me instructor. As for that trick just now, it wasn't a lake, but the Amazon River. Chu Yan and the others were taken aback. The Amazon River. The instructor nodded. My ability is to summon any natural water body in the world and control the floating corpses. Of course, I can only summon a part of it. Chu Yan felt shocked and couldn't help but ponder what on earth is happening in this world. Pang Shuyuan excitedly asked, Which mysterious organization do you belong to? What are your recruitment standards? How did you awaken your superpowers? You. Stop, I'm not obligated to answer your questions, the instructor said coldly. I only answered you because you saw it, other matters are confidential, and you shouldn't ask. Pang Shuyan murmured, Confidential. So handsome. The instructor said, There will be specialists explaining the basic situation to you later, and you will sign a confidentiality agreement. I have personal matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. After the instructor finished speaking, he pulled out his phone and quickly tapped the screen. The next moment, Chu Yan's phone rang. I have personal matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. After the instructor finished speaking, he pulled out his phone and quickly tapped the screen. The next moment, Chu Yan's phone rang. Are you still buying the information? Detective Sherlock. Yes, where are you? The moment the message was sent, the instructor's phone began to vibrate. Chu Yan looked up at the instructor, his expression one of surprise. The instructor was momentarily taken aback, his expression also turning peculiar. After a long pause, both spoke simultaneously. You are Detective Sherlock. You are crazy Thursday? Chu Yan was too shocked to speak, stammering. Wait, you just said not to ask what shouldn't be asked. How could you be an information broker? The instructor unfazed replied, If I were saving the CEO of a listed company, I would have used a different line. Chu Yan. Zhang Shibua hesitated, but you just said those messages were confidential. Isn't there a punishment for selling confidential information without permission? The instructor smiled broadly, saying, In this society, being law-abiding won't earn you any money. Oh wait, you're still high school students, forget I said that. Study hard, work diligently, and you will surely get rich in the future. Go for it. Chu Yan. Lu Yingying. Pang Shuyuan. Yes. Instructor. The instructor crossed his arms and said, I haven't even asked you yet. You high school students, how do you have so much money to buy photos and information? Chu Yan pointed at Pang Shuyuan and said, This guy has a lot of pocket money and is super into mysterious. The instructor looked at Pang Shuyuan, his expression suddenly serious. I can't believe I misjudged you. You are actually the most talented among the 4, the one most likely to awaken money-making abilities. Pang Shuyuan shouted excitedly, Yes. Instructor. Chu Yan and Zhang Shibua exchanged glances, both seeing the exhaustion in each other's eyes. The instructor said, But let me be clear, once the deal is done, it's done. I don't offer refunds for minors here. Chu Yan replied, We weren't planning to default on the payment. Rather, after this incident, we are even more eager to buy information. The 3 companions nodded in agreement. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the park with fire trucks blaring, radios crackling, and hurried footsteps, while red and blue police lights swept through the gaps in the trees. The instructor said, This place isn't suitable for business. Let's move to another location, to the hotel where I'm staying. By the way, where's your money? Pang Shuyuan said, I left it in the storage locker at the Deep Industry Mall, planning to retrieve it after the club meeting. The instructor's pupils widened. No wonder you're a genius in money-making abilities, leaving such a large sum in a storage locker. Your talent is clearly overflowing. Pang Shuyuan showed a delighted expression. Yes. Instructor. After the 4 of them retrieved their money, they waited for a minute at the entrance of the Deep Industry Mall, then got into the instructor's Mercedes-Benz G500. The instructor drove aggressively, completely ignoring traffic lights, repeatedly brushing past other vehicles, while curses and honks filled the air. Chu Yan and the others fastened their seat belts, gripping the handles tightly, feeling small and helpless, as obedient as college students. 15 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz G500 pulled into the Conrad Hotel in Shenzhen, a 5-star establishment. After getting out of the car, the instructor tossed the keys to the hotel staff and took the 4 somewhat dazed high school students to the top floor via the elevator, swiping his card to enter a luxury suite. The room was 100 square meters with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a dazzling view of the harbor at night. On the marble dining table were bottles of Perrier fruits and small greeting cards. Zhang Shibua couldn't help but exclaim, "This room is nice." The instructor grinned. "Of course it was booked with your money." Zhang Shibua. Chu Yan looked around and saw 4 bags of KFC takeout on the coffee table. Surprised, he asked, "Did you order takeout for us?" The instructor replied casually, "No, that's takeout you ordered for me. Remember to transfer the money to me later." Chu Yan. The instructor said calmly, "I am your savior. Isn't it reasonable to treat me to a meal? You really are a stickler for rules." Chu Yan shook his head, stepping forward to open a bag of takeout. The instructor frowned. "Hey, who told you to touch my midnight snack?" Chu Yan didn't turn back. "Didn't we buy this? If that's the case, why can't we eat it?" The instructor was momentarily speechless, unable to retort. Chu Yan opened a bag of takeout, peered inside, and exclaimed, "Wait, why is there only egg tarts?" He couldn't comprehend, and opened the other 3 bags, only to find they were all filled with egg tarts. The instructor sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. "Isn't this normal? KFC has little value beyond." Chu Yan sat down on the sofa, and divided the 6 egg tarts among himself, Lu Ying, Zhang Shibua, and Peng Shuyuan. Lu Ying quickly finished her egg tart, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and clapped her hands cheerfully. "I'm full, let's start the club activities." The instructor took the travel bag, opened it, and counted the money, then tossed the bag aside, saying, "Ask whatever you want, but I must clarify that I can't disclose everything." Chu Yan asked seriously, "What organization do you belong to?" The instructor replied, "Our full name is the Supernatural Events Response Office, abbreviated as Supernatural Office, and the English abbreviation is SGRA, which is part of the government. The Supernatural Office has 7 branches and 1 headquarters. I was just transferred to the South China branch, so I came to Shenzhen." Chu Yan asked, "What about the photos you sold us? What are those creatures?" The instructor said, "I believe you all know well that there are some strange creatures in the world that have been witnessed by a few, but have not been scientifically recognized. People refer to them as UMA." The instructor continued, "Most people think UMA is just an urban legend, but we have been secretly searching for and containing them, because they are extremely dangerous. Originally UMAs were not very active, but for unknown reasons they have become increasingly active since a year ago, even beginning to invade human society, just like what you encountered." Zhang Shibua frowned and asked, "Is there a connection between UMAs and the recent occurrences of deformed animals? Are they mutated wildlife?" The instructor replied, "Indeed there is some relationship, but I cannot go into specifics. However, UMAs are definitely not mutated wildlife." Zhang Shibua, "Why not?" The instructor explained, "Because UMAs possess strange abilities that are far from those of mutated animals. Moreover, each UMA is marked with cuneiform text which cannot be explained by mutation. In fact, humanity's understanding of UMAs is less than 1/10. So many questions cannot be answered, not because I don't want to, but because I can't." Chu Yan appeared calm on the outside, but internally, he was tumultuous. "Don't I have cuneiform text on me as well? This sounds oddly like. Am I also a UMA?" Lu Ying hesitated. "Was what we encountered today the legendary Mothman? In my memory, Teacher Chun was always our club advisor, but now I can't recall anything about him. What's happening?" The instructor replied casually, "If that was the Mothman, I guarantee I could run faster than you. That guy is not a UMA. Oh, he is merely a victim who encountered a UMA. According to existing intelligence, the Mothman can erase a person's existence from the world and turn them into a moth pupa. You'd best pray you don't run into one. Everyone's pupils constricted." After a moment, Peng Shuyuan cautiously asked, "Respectful instructor, how did you awaken your superpower?" The instructor crossed his arms. "I can't tell you the method, but my superpower was not awakened naturally." Chu Yan's heart stirred. "I clearly awakened naturally, but he did not. Could it be that our superpowers are not of the same kind? Or is it that there are multiple ways to obtain superpowers?" The instructor casually remarked, "Here's a piece of advice, it's best not to covet superpowers. For an ordinary person that thing brings nothing but harm." Peng Shuyuan was taken aback. "Why? Aren't superpowers strong and useful?" Zhang Shibua adjusted his glasses. "Regardless of their usefulness, if you encounter a UMA having superpowers, clearly increases your chances of survival. That can't be entirely harmful, can it?" Lu Ying tilted her head, clearly not understanding. The instructor glanced at them and said meaningfully, "If faced with a tiger, who do you think has a higher chance of survival, a sheep or an ant?" Chu Yan pondered for a moment. "The sheep is stronger than the ant, but most likely it will be the ant that survived." The instructor yawned. "I've said all I can say. If there are no other questions, you may go back now." Chu Yan still had many questions, such as the stepped pyramid he had seen and the 7 mysterious figures. But his intuition told him that the world he had just begun to uncover was fraught with danger, and he needed to be extremely cautious. After returning, it would be best to investigate by himself first. Zhong AI Garden. Chu Yan turned the key and pushed the door, stepping into his home. His mom and dad were lying on the sofa eating oranges one bite at a time, each scrolling through Douyin. Chu Yan took a deep breath, adjusting his state. Dad, Mom, I'm back. His mom turned her head and smiled. Welcome back, son. The food is heated up for you in your room, go eat. Chu Yan looked around. Where's my sister? His dad grinned proudly. Your sister is still out shopping with friends in Gang City. She hasn't returned yet. I bet with your mom on who would come home first. Thankfully you didn't let your old dad down. His mom chuckled. What's the big deal? Why are you showing off like this? Chu Yan returned to his room, opened his laptop, and saw messages from his friends checking in. He replied in the group chat, just got home along with a meme featuring Tom and Jerry, then switched to his browser to search for cuneiform and pyramid. Cuneiform is the writing system of the Sumerian civilization which existed in southern Mesopotamia and is believed to have perished around 2004 BC. Its origins are difficult to trace, as if it appeared out of nowhere. According to the Sumerian king list, before the Great Flood, 8 kings ruled for a total of 24100 years, which is astonishing and seems mythical. After the Great Flood, Sumer experienced the early dynastic period, the second dynasty of Lagash, and the third dynasty of Uar, with various kings ruling, including the famous Gilgamesh. Speaking of Sumer, the most remarkable aspect is its knowledge and legal system. While other regions were still in barbarism, the Sumerians had already invented a base 60 counting system, complete legal codes, and identified and named most constellations. Strangely, this knowledge lacks an evolutionary process, as if it was acquired overnight. Chu Yan continued scrolling down, finding information about the stepped pyramid. The stepped pyramid, known as ziggurat in English, differs from the pyramids of ancient Egypt and Maya, and is usually translated as Babylonian step pyramid or temple tower. He had learned a lot, but made no progress in his investigation. Chu Yan sighed, closed the laptop, and polished off the meal his mom had left. Knock knock. A knock echoed at the door. Chu Yan stood up to open it, and saw his parents at the door beaming with joy. Chu Yan was puzzled. Why are you both so happy today? Did my sister run away from home? Go away, what's there to be happy about? His dad raised his eyebrows. Your mom and I have good news. We originally planned to wait until you both got home to announce it together, but your sister just messaged saying she would stay in Gang City for 2 nights, so I have to tell you first. What good news? His dad grinned. Your mom and I are pregnant, and we have 89 babies combined. Chu Yan felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly. What did you say? You're going to be a big brother now. You need to take good care of your younger siblings and set an example. Since your sister is studying far away, this important task will be entrusted to you first. Your dad and I are getting older. After your younger siblings are born, you will teach them how to fly, just like I taught you. Your mom pondered. While the babies are still unborn, we must prepare food first. Honey, do you think 5 people is enough? Your dad shook his head. 5 people are not enough. At least 10. Chu Yan, work hard with your sister in the next couple of days, and bring back 10 people. Chu Yan swallowed hard, his mind blank. His parents continued to chatter, but he couldn't hear a word, only feeling dizzy, as if everything was unreal. Chu Yan, what's wrong? His mom touched his cheek. With a slap, Chu Yan swatted away his mom's hand, his expression alarmed, trembling all over. His dad was momentarily taken aback, and softly said, Son, I know this news is a bit sudden. Don't worry, your mom and I will always love you and your sister. We won't be like some irresponsible parents who favor the younger ones after having them. Chu Yan pushed past his parents and rushed out the door, running all the way to the garden's gazebo, sitting on a stone bench, holding his head and gasping for breath. Calm down, calm down, calm down. My memories of my parents haven't faded yet. Things should not have reached an irreversible point. I need to find someone to help. Yes, the instructor. He will definitely be able to save my parents. Chu Yan took out his phone and dialed the instructor for a voice call. After 3 beeps, the call connected. The instructor said, Did you leave something at the hotel? Chu Yan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Instructor, my parents are suspected to have encountered a Mothman. They are now confused about their self-identity and might be turning into moth pupae. The instructor's tone suddenly turned serious. Immediately distance yourself from your parents. Where do you live? I will bring people over right away. Zhong AI Garden. Got it. Chu Yan asked instructor, what will happen to my parents? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Let's talk when I get there. After hanging up, Chu Yan sat on the stone bench feeling weak all over. He recalled memories with his parents over and over, thinking about how the family went to the Xianhu Botanical Garden for spring outings, played in the water at Happy Valley Water World in summer, how his dad loved to collect leaves for specimens in autumn, and how his mom would prepare hot water bags in the bed in winter. From spring to winter, then from winter back to spring, he repeated his parents' names incessantly, fearing that those 11 springs and autumns, 3,926 days and nights, would vanish in the blink of an eye. Which building and floor is your home on? The instructor's voice startled Chu Yan awake. He looked up and saw the instructor in a trench coat standing outside the gazebo, accompanied by a man and a woman, both wearing black and white uniforms. The instructor said, You still? I'm fine, come with me. They'll take you upstairs. Chu Yan suddenly stood up, his gaze resolute again. He stepped out of the gazebo, moving towards the path they had come from, which was now in disarray. There was no time for fear and anxiety. He needed to save his loving parents and the home that carried countless. Chu Yan boarded the elevator with 3 members of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau heading directly to his apartment. The instructor said those transformed into moth cocoons suffer severe cognitive dissonance. Hearing statements that contradict their worldview may trigger violent emotional outbursts. So during interaction, you must carefully align with their logic. Chu Yan nodded. The elevator arrived at the floor. He led the 3 agents out in haste and unlocked the apartment door with his key. His parents sat on the sofa, faces clouded with worry, evidently fretting over his prolonged absence. Chu Yan took a deep breath and softly said, "Dad, Mom, I'm home." His father glanced behind him, momentarily stunned, then smiled. "So you went off to arrest someone. You nearly gave us heart attacks. We thought you'd been shattered by the news." His mother exhaled in relief. "I told you. He's sensible enough to accept younger siblings. Still, son, next time please kill them before bringing them home. Otherwise they'll urinate all over the place." The instructor produced his identification badge and spoke gravely. "Mr. Chu Jinliang, Mrs. Li Yuling. My name is Zhan Wufeng, an officer of the Moth Police Division. I am investigating a criminal case. You are required to cooperate." "A criminal case?" Chu Jinliang blinked in disbelief. "You've mistaken us." Li Yuling quickly nodded. "Exactly. We're law-abiding moths. We love killing, but only within legal bounds." Zhan Wufeng's voice turned icy. "Last week the Moth government enacted new regulations to ensure sustainable human reproduction. Every citizen must obtain a certified kill license. Weekly quotas apply, and unlicensed homicide is strictly prohibited. Have you 2 yet taken the examination?" Chu Jinliang broke into a cold sweat. We had no idea, sir. We didn't mean to break the law." Li Yuling stammered desperately. "Sir, we'll take the test tomorrow. Please give us another chance." Zhan Wufeng commanded coldly. "Take them away." Instantly 2 agents stepped forward, seized the couple's arms, and hauled them upright. Chu Jinliang winced in pain. Gently. I'm pregnant." Li Yuling cried out frantically. "You may lay hands on me, but not on my son. You cannot violate the Minor Moth Protection Act." Chu Yan murmured quietly, "Dad, Mom, I'll obey the prison warden's orders while you're detained. Once I earn my kill license, I'll visit you." Amid wrenching sobs of farewell, his parents were led away. The apartment door slammed shut, leaving only Chu Yan and Instructor Zhan in chilling, unfamiliar silence. "Zhan Wufeng, is that your real name?" "Yes. Won't it be risky for you to stay behind?" "What if my parents—" "Don't worry. Intelligence confirms moth cocoons require 4 to 6 days to hatch. Until then they behave indistinguishably from ordinary humans." "They only manifested abnormalities today, didn't they?" Chu Yan nodded, then asked softly, "Can you save them?" Zhan Wufeng lit a cigarette and replied, "You're intelligent. I'll speak plainly. There is no known recovery for those transformed into moth cocoons. Out of humanitarian concern we detain them until just before hatching, then administer euthanasia. I'm sorry, but prepare yourself emotionally." Chu Yan locked eyes with Zhan Wufeng and declared firmly, "You're lying." Zhan Wufeng raised an eyebrow. "What makes you so certain?" "You yourself stated humanity understands less than 1/10 of UMA phenomena, yet now you speak with absolute certainty. That contradicts both scientific rigor and your own profound reverence for UMA." Zhan Wufeng fell silent for a long moment. "You're irritatingly perceptive." Then Chu Yan pressed earnestly, "Instructor Zhan, tell me how to save my parents. Name your price. I'll find a way to raise it." Zhan Wufeng shook his head. "This isn't about money. I'm not entirely deceiving you. The method does exist, but it's virtually unattainable and its cost is staggering." Chu Yan frowned. "What is it?" Zhan Wufeng inhaled deeply on his cigarette. "Ordinarily, only by slaying a UMA can its influence be erased, but UMAs cannot be truly killed. Upon death, the UMA resurrects within 1 to 3 months as an entirely new entity, stronger than before, and seeks vengeance upon its slayer. Thus, if you kill the celestial Mothman to save your parents, you will face unspeakable retribution. To date, no one has survived UMA vengeance." Chu Yan remained silent for a long while, then whispered, "That doesn't matter." Zhan Wufeng's gaze sharpened. "Don't assume fearlessness guarantees safety. Supernaturals and UMAs alike are classified by power tier: restricted class, tactical class, and strict. At equal tiers, enhanced humans are vastly inferior to UMAs, like rabbits confronting tyrannosaurs. Our abilities share origin with theirs. A frog granted wings can never rival an eagle in flight. Moreover, when threatened, a UMA undergoes stress-induced mutation every 28 minutes and 32 seconds, ascending through 5 transformations before achieving direct ascension. The celestial Mothman remains the most lethal restricted class UMA. Slaying it within 4 days is near impossible." Chu Yan tightened his brow. "If it's restricted class, why not deploy tactical class operatives? Is manpower short?" "Not quite. When confronted by higher-tier humans, UMA stress intensifies, triggering mutation every 10 seconds. Even tactical class agents lack guaranteed success, capturing a restricted class UMA within 50 seconds. Such intervention introduces far greater unpredictability and urban devastation than standard operations. Strategic class operatives are exceedingly rare across the entire Bureau, overwhelmed with priority missions. We deploy tactical class agents only after 4 consecutive containment failures. Chu Yan froze, mouth opening and closing soundlessly, his knuckles whitening with tension. Zhan Wufeng sighed, it's regrettable. Abandon. I will kill the celestial Mothman. Zhan Wufeng stared startled, about to question his sanity, when he met Chu Yan's unwavering lucid gaze. Chu Yan's eyes darkened, each word deliberate. If this is the sole path, then I will walk it. Zhan Wufeng's expression hardened. I understand your devotion to your parents, but you needn't gamble your entire future on such a slender hope. Chu Yan slowly shook his head. Instructor, they aren't my biological parents. Zhan Wufeng paused, surprised. Chu Yan continued softly, until age 6 I lived in an orphanage. I was difficult to love. Zhan Wufeng muttered, you still are. Never mind, go on. Chu Yan spoke slowly. After adoption, I remained distant from them. No matter their kindness, I refused to respond. When I transferred to elementary school, I made no friends, and endured relentless ostracism. I feigned indifference, but inside I was desolate and helpless. When Mother learned of it, she erupted in fury and rushed to confront the homeroom teacher, until Father stopped her, saying he had a plan. 3 days later, they gifted me a Sailor Moon-style digital pet account, filled with rare creatures, the legendary Nano, and the supreme spirit class entity Puni. Back then, many classmates played this spirit-raising game. The ultimate prize was Puni, the strongest spirit class entity. But defeating him demanded at least 4 hours of flawless execution. One misstep meant total failure. Before that, my parents had only ever played Minesweeper. To conquer Puni, they compiled an entire notebook of meticulously crafted strategies. When classmates saw my Puni envy flared, they begged to borrow my account. Suddenly, I became the center of attention, made countless friends, and even rose to class president. It was my first taste of true belonging, unforgettable. That evening, returning home, I called them Mom and Dad for the very first time. Chu Yan looked at Zhan Wufeng, tears tracing silent paths down his cheeks, as he smiled gently. Though I am not their blood son, they are my parents. How could I abandon them? If they could slay Puni for me, I can slay the celestial Mothman for them. Zhan Wufeng stood motionless, gazing at Chu Yan's tear-streaked smile. Words urging surrender died, unspoken on his lips. Chu Yan wiped away his tears, and said sincerely, Instructor Zhan, I know you came to Deep City to contain the Mothman, and your position in the Supernatural Bureau must be quite high, or you wouldn't have been specially transferred here. Could you please help me by recommending me to join the Supernatural Bureau to fight against the Mothman alongside you? Zhan Wufeng sat on the sofa, smoking silently, without saying a word. Chu Yan stood in place, staring at him, intently waiting for his response. After a long silence, Zhan Wufeng hoarsely said, You're just an ordinary person without any superpowers. How can I recommend you to join the Supernatural Bureau? Chu Yan replied, He was about to say that he also had superpowers, but the words caught in his throat. That kind of superpower was evidently related to the pyramid and the 7 mysterious figures, and it was not wise to reveal it lightly until the truth was clarified. However, if he didn't reveal it, he couldn't join the Supernatural Bureau. It was a dilemma. Zhan Wufeng said, Don't think about trying to fool me. After so many years in the Supernatural Bureau, I can tell at a glance whether you have superpowers or not. Chu Yan's heart stirred. If that were true, his superpowers might be quite different from those of Zhan Wufeng and the others. In other words, he might possess 2 types of superpowers. Instructor Zhan, how did you acquire your superpowers? Chu Yan asked sincerely. Zhan Wufeng sighed. Well, I've already revealed almost everything that should and shouldn't be said, so this little bit doesn't matter. Thank you, Instructor. Zhan Wufeng said, There are 2 ways to obtain superpowers. The first is to be influenced by the biological magnetic field of UMA, resulting in genetic mutations. The influence of UMA's biological magnetic field now spans nearly the entire world. Theoretically, everyone has a chance, but whether one can awaken depends purely on luck. Those deformed animals are indeed affected by UMA, but most deformed animals aside from humans do not possess superpowers. Only a small number of deformed animals have unique powers, but those animals are very rare, and discussing them now is pointless. The second method is to consume UMA's flesh, which is the most stable and reliable method. Chu Yan was taken aback. Eat meat. Raw. Zhan Wufeng nodded. UMA's flesh has many After successful containment, we will transport them to special slaughterhouses, ensuring that they do not die while harvesting their flesh. Chu Yan asked seriously. Instructor Zhan, could you help me get a piece of UMA's flesh? I can pay for it. Zhan Wufeng looked helpless. It's not just about the money. The control over UMA-related items is stricter than that of firearms. Asking me to steal it from the Supernatural Bureau is like asking for my life. Aside from official channels, the most reliable source is the Tom's Membership Supermarket. It's currently the largest transnational black market, specializing in buying and selling UMA-related goods, but they implement a membership system and prohibit proxy purchasing. You don't even qualify to enter. Chu Yan frowned. Was he going to have to reveal his secret? Zhan Wufeng stroked his chin and pondered, however, if the official channels don't work, there are still unofficial ones. Chu Yan's face lit up. As expected of instructor Zhan, what channels? Zhan Wufeng glanced at him. Don't rush. If you want to join the Supernatural Bureau, you must undergo training and pass assessments. I still know nothing about your talents. Chu Yan remained silent for a moment. My financial ability is not great, but perhaps I can leverage Pang Shua's financial ability. May I ask what the passing mark for the assessment is? Zhan Wufeng said. It's not just about the money. Chu Yan felt a headache. Why couldn't even money convince the old ghost Zhan? Zhan Wufeng crossed his legs and said, Do you know why everyone calls me instructor? Because even though I am only of restricted rank, I have a keen eye for talent. The newcomers I select and train basically become the elites of various divisions, and some have even reached mid to high levels. In the entire Supernatural Bureau, only I have the authority to directly recommend newcomers below the deputy director level, but I have my own set of selection criteria. Those who meet the standards are truly rare. Chu Yan sat across from him and said seriously, That's fine, I believe I can do it. Zhan Wufeng said, Next I will ask you 3 questions. You must answer me within 1 second without thinking, relying solely on instinct. If you cannot answer, it will also count as a failure. Chu Yan took a deep breath and said seriously, I am ready. If your opponent is the 100-meter sprint champion, how would you defeat him? By competing against him in mathematics. If you only have $1 and an old beggar approaches you with a bowl, take the money from his bowl. If 1 minute later is the end of the world, what would you do? Donate to Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam, and cling to their legs after death. Zhan Wufeng's eyes widened. You son of a... Chu Yan's expression darkened. You are truly a unseen-a-lifetime genius. Chu Yan responded. Zhan Wufeng explained, For the first question you showed a bizarre thought process. For the second question, it is clear that your moral baseline is extremely low and your compassion is pitifully scarce. For the third question, in the face of pressure you exhibit an almost brainless optimism. With these 3 top-notch qualities combined, you are truly a genius among geniuses. Chu Yan was shocked. I feel like you're insulting me, but I have no evidence. Zhan Wufeng shook his head. I am not joking. In our line of work, more than half of the people do not end well, and normal people cannot withstand that kind of pressure. From now on, you will continually witness and experience the most brutal and painful things. Normal people who undergo such torment will eventually suffer from PTSD due to guilt and sorrow, leading to madness. And your indifferent and thick-skinned mindset is the best protection. Chu Yan was stunned. Zhan Wufeng lit another cigarette and said softly, The first lesson I teach every student is that it is better to live poorly than to die well. As long as you can survive, the means, no matter how despicable, do not matter. I have seen too many normal people who are very brave, willing to sacrifice themselves to protect ordinary people. But after they die, more ordinary people are killed by UMA without exception. And I have not once used ordinary people as a human shield. Many in the Bureau scold me for being shameless, but the amount of UMA I have contained exceeds the number of those who sacrifice themselves, and the ordinary people I have indirectly saved are countless. Chu Yan, who do you think resembles a hero more, me or those dead guys? Chu Yan remained silent for a long time and said softly, What hero is there? Everyone is just a sheep. Zhan Wufeng grinned, his scarred face looking sinister. As expected of the good seed, I have my eye on. Your comprehension is very high. Let's talk about the future later. Right now I want to know, what are the unofficial channels? Zhan Wufeng took a deep breath of smoke. The frequent appearances of UMA not only bring disaster, but also present an opportunity. Many criminals are seizing this opportunity to form UMA-related crime syndicates, frantically extracting profit. The unofficial channels I mentioned are precisely through the largest UMA crime syndicate in the world, purchasing UMA's flesh. This syndicate's influence spans the globe, and every member is extremely dangerous. All are madmen, and even governments across the world are wary of them. They call themselves Sweet Home. Chu Yan furrowed his brow. Sweet Home. What a strange name. Zhan Wufeng replied, There is a reason behind it. Every member of Sweet Home refers to each other as family, with the organizational structure existing in the form of generational hierarchy. The higher one's combat power and contributions, the higher their generation. Members of Sweet Home are divided into 4 levels: grandchildren, parents, grandparents, and the unique and highest level, great-grandfather. Among peers, they refer to each other as siblings according to combat power and contributions. To join this organization, one must personally kill their blood relatives and close friends as a token of loyalty. Only members of the organization are considered true family, caring for each other. The most crucial aspect is that they place extreme importance on filial piety and compassion. If anyone harms a family member, their immediate relatives will retaliate without hesitation. I must admit, although this system is pathological, it possesses a strong sense of cohesion. Chu Yan was puzzled. What kind of person would join such a strange organization? Some people come from unsatisfactory backgrounds and crave love, while others are simply after power and wealth. Our superpowers possess a special nature that not only grants us strength, but also cruelly alters the relationships between people. You can hardly imagine what kind of transformation superpowers can inflict on a person. Zhang Wufeng took out his phone. I have sent you some information. It contains a basic introduction to superpowers. Take a look. Chu Yan pulled out his phone and saw a PDF file sent by Zhang Wufeng. He opened it to read. Initially his expression was calm, but the more he read on the more bewildered he became until his face turned ashen. I now understand why you said superpowers are of no benefit to ordinary people. Chu Yan put down his phone feeling deeply moved. Anyone who acquires such a thing will be embroiled in conflict for a lifetime. Zhang Wufeng said, my informant has learned that at 9 o'clock tomorrow night in Huiqiangbai a member from the grandchild level will sell UMA flesh. You can bring 1 million cash and find that person to make a purchase. Remember, you must be extremely careful when interacting with members of Sweet Home. During the transaction, you cannot disclose our relationship as it concerns the safety of the informant. If you do not proactively contact me by 10 o'clock tonight, I will assume you are in trouble and no one will avenge you. You have 1 day to raise the money, so hurry up. Chu Yan nodded and immediately took out his phone to call Pang Shuayuan. 15 seconds later Pang Shuayuan answered the call sounding exhausted. Chu Yan. It's so late, is there something wrong? Chu Yan sincerely said, Pang Shuayuan, you are one of my best friends. I have something I need your help with, and only you can do it. Pang Shuayuan was startled. Chu Yan, don't say that I'm scared. Just tell me what it is, I can give you anything except... Chu Yan took a deep breath and said, I've run into some trouble and need 1 million cash. I need to have it by 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Can you lend it to me? I will definitely pay you back. Pang Shuayuan hesitated this. You know, I already asked my dad for 200 yesterday. If I ask for 1 million today, I'm not sure he will agree, as this is quite a lot for a high school student. What exactly happened? Chu Yan whispered, I can't tell you the specifics, but this matter is really important to me. Can you please think of a way? Pang Shuayuan said, I understand. I will ask my dad. Wait for my news. After hanging up the computer call, Pang Shuayuan got up, took the elevator to the 4th floor of the villa, took a deep breath, and lightly knocked on his parents' bedroom door. Half a minute later a voice came from inside the bedroom, come in. Pang Shuayuan pushed the door open, finding his parents sitting on the bed in their pajamas. The air was filled with fragrance, and the bedside lamp emitted a warm yellow light. His father calmly said, Why are you still awake so late? What's the matter? Pang Shuayuan's palms were sweaty and he lowered his head saying, Dad, Chu Yan has run into some trouble and wants to borrow 1 million. Can you help? His father and mother exchanged glances, frowning. You just asked for 200 yesterday, and now you want 1 million again. What kind of trouble does your friend need that much money for? Pang Shuayuan lowered his head. I don't know, he didn't tell me, but he assured me he would pay it back. His father's frown deepened. Shuayuan, when you were in middle school you were scammed out of quite a bit of money by people posing as friends. We didn't intervene because we wanted you to learn a lesson, but now you are repeating the same mistake, without any growth. Your father and I are very disappointed. His mother said softly. Yes, son, although our family is in decent financial condition, money doesn't come easily, so we can't be wasteful. Pang Shuayuan quickly shook his head. Chu Yan isn't friends with me for money. His father crossed his arms. How do you know? Pang Shuayuan said sincerely. Dad, those who scam me for money always praised me, calling me Mr. Pang when we met, but behind my back, they cursed me as a fatso. Yet Chu Yan always calls me an idiot and enjoys bantering with me about being each other's dad. Today, however, he acted out of character and said I am one of his best friends. Such a person wouldn't borrow money from me unless he was in trouble, right? His father remained impassive. How do I know if this is just an excuse for you to buy anime toys? Pang Shuayuan was left speechless, and the room fell silent with only the ticking of the second hand audible. After considering for a while, his father said, Hey, race the deal, I can give you the money, but the condition is that from now on you are not allowed to watch comics and anime, buy any related items, or attend any comic conventions until your friend pays you back. Can your trust in your friend reach this level? Pang Shuayuan was taken aback, clenched his fists in silence for a long time, then resolutely said, It's a deal. His father nodded slightly. Tomorrow morning, I will have old Lu go to the bank to withdraw 2 million. The extra 200 will be for your friend's emergency. Now go back and sleep. Pang Shuayuan was overjoyed, really. His father smiled gently. Friendship during student years is invaluable. Since you trust Chu Yan so much as parents, we will certainly support your friendship. Chu Yan tightly clutched his phone, anxiously waiting for Pang Shuayuan's call, remaining silent. The phone suddenly rang, and Chu Yan immediately answered, asking, How did it go? Pang Shuayuan, feeling hopeless, said, It's done. I can get the money to you by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Damn it, Chu Yan, from now on you aren't allowed to call me son anymore, and you need to find a way to teach me superpowers. Chu Yan's face lit up with joy. No problem, from now on we are peers. As for superpowers, that thing is not so great, you have more cash power than I do. Pang Shuai Yuan replied, I can't understand what you're saying. I'm going to hug my wife and sleep now. See you tomorrow, sob sob sob. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yan let out a long sigh of relief, but when he turned around he saw Zhang Wufeng looking at him with a strange expression. Zhang Wufeng said, after hearing your conversation, I suddenly feel like you two are very much like members of Sweet Home. Chu Yan responded, let's not talk about it. The next evening in Huiqiang, by the lights of Maya department store shone brightly, with the displays of Burberry Channel and Tom Ford glowing with allure. People were controlling drones by the roadside, while the mobile phone service hall and electronic stores bustled with customers, often with flatbed carts transporting goods, and electric bikes were everywhere. Chu Yan, wearing a mask and a baseball cap, carried a black travel bag and navigated through the surging crowd, heading straight for Huaqiang Electronic World. Suddenly, a middle-aged man blocked his way. He was just over 50, dressed in a pink shirt, holding a card that listed various counterfeit watches and bags. Boss, we have Rolex, Chanel, LV, everything you want. Would you like to take a look? Chu Yan leaned closer to the middle-aged man's ear and whispered, I'm looking for sashimi. Do you have any recommended places? The middle-aged man retracted his smile, squinted at Chu Yan, and replied with a smile, of course boss, please follow me. Chu Yan followed the middle-aged man, taking the escalator into Huaqiang Electronic World, moving deeper inside. At first there were several newly opened digital product stores, but soon only empty shops remained vacated due to the economic downturn. Chu Yan and the middle-aged man stopped at the deepest point in front of a warehouse. The blue roller shutter door was tightly closed, and the old incandescent light flickered ominously, adding to the eerie silence. The middle-aged man lightly knocked on the roller shutter and said softly, Second brother, we have another sashimi customer. A hoarse voice came from behind the shutter, come in. The middle-aged man bent down to open the roller shutter, and with a loud clatter the warehouse came into view. Under the incandescent chandelier, a young man sat on a worn-out sofa. A large blue birthmark marred the right side of his face as he continuously picked at his toes, appearing to be just over 20. In front of the young man stood a tall, thin man wearing a dirty shirt with dark skin and a shifty gaze, sizing up Chu Yan. The young man smiled, his birthmark distorting. You've worked hard, fifth brother, continue to bring in customers. The middle-aged man exclaimed, and as Chu Yan entered the warehouse, he closed the roller shutter with a clatter. The young man clapped his hands, picked up a bottle of homemade lemon tea, took a sip, and said, Welcome to Sweet Canteen No. 8. My name is Wang Erlong, and I am the owner of this canteen. I presume you both have heard some rumors and know the world is undergoing dramatic changes, which is why you found your way here through different channels, seeking power for self-preservation, right? Chu Yan and the tall, thin man nodded. Wang Erlong asked, Did you bring enough money? Chu Yan tossed out the travel bag. The tall, thin man presented a money bag to Wang Erlong with both hands, his face full of flattery. Wang Erlong counted the money, confirming the amount was sufficient, and slowly said, Let me introduce you first. After listening, you can decide which kind of power you wish to purchase. To gain the power of UMA, you need to consume the flesh of UMA. According to the authoritative classification by the mysterious biologist Yang Qiuji, UMA is divided into 8 categories. The categories are barbaric toe category, water monster category, abnormal hoof category, membrane, wing category, worm category, shinzu category, aberrant, wood category, and secret swamp category. Some UMAs possess physiological traits from multiple categories. Eating the flesh from specific parts will grant you that kind of power. I have meat from the abnormal hoof category and shinzu category. Which do you desire? The tall, thin man rubbed his palms together ingratiatingly, saying, Boss, you are the expert. Can you recommend which? Which category has the strongest abilities? Wang Erlong glanced at him, but didn't reply. The tall, thin man chuckled and produced a stack of cash, presenting it to Wang Erlong with both hands. Boss, is this enough? If not, I can go steal some. I'm quite good at killing and robbing. After saying that, the tall, thin man turned to Chu Yan with a cold expression and said, Brother, freeloading is not a good habit. If you don't have money, why don't you just leave? Don't be shameless. Chu Yan smiled and said, It's fine, we're all buddies. You can choose first, or I won't compete with you. The tall, thin man nodded and turned back to Wang Erlong with a flattering expression. Wang Erlong licked his finger, counted the money, and casually tossed it into the travel bag, saying, Among the 8 categories, the abnormal hoof category and barbaric toe category are the strongest and the most sought after. I am personally a barbaric toe category user. The tall, thin man's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, Then I want the abnormal hoof category. Chu Yan replied, No problem, I'll take the shinzu category. Wang Erlong nodded, pulled out 2 oil paper bags from under the sofa, and tossed them to the two of them. Chu Yan opened the oil paper bag to find a piece of flesh the size of 2 fists, covered in scales resembling a python or crocodile, yet distinctly different. Is this the flesh of UMA? It looks quite unappetizing. I hope it's better than the devil fruit. Wang Erlong lazily said, hurry up and eat. You don't have to finish it or just eat until your body starts to change. Hearing this, Chu Yan and the tall thin man picked up their respective pieces of meat and began to devour them. The meat was tough and hard to chew. Chu Yan struggled, his jaw sore, and it took him a long time to finish 2/3. In a moment, Chu Yan's heart suddenly constricted, his pupils transforming into slits, the whites of his eyes tinged with a molten red, embodying both wildness and authority. He suddenly gained insight, raising his right arm, and with a thought, dark scales surfaced on his skin, exuding a flowing metallic sheen, slowly opening and closing at will. In the next moment, his right arm became transparent, seemingly vanishing into thin air, then returning to its original state. Chu Yan fully comprehended his ability, as if it were instinct, far superior physical qualities than an ordinary person adept at climbing. The scales provided formidable defensive strength comparable to steel, and could also become transparent, altering appearance at will to achieve invisibility and disguise. Chu Yan retracted the scales, and turned to look at the tall thin man, only to see his knees bending backward, reaching a height of 1.8 meters. His leg muscles were robust, and his feet transformed into massive hooves towering to the ceiling, his expression filled with ecstasy. The tall thin man exerted force, and his bent legs quickly shortened, returning to his original height. Thank you, old. Before the tall thin man could finish, he looked down in shock at his chest, where a hand had pierced through, spurting out a mouth. Wang Erlong's expression remained indifferent as he wiped the blood from his face with his left hand and held his heart in his right hand, slowly pulling it out, his entire hand soaked in blood. The tall thin man collapsed to the ground, his gaze incredulous, hoarsely asking, why? Why? Wang Erlong crouched beside him, tossing the heart up and down, smiling, and said, among the 8 categories a food chain is formed where each category can hunt another and be hunted in return. To absorb the hearts of 3 extraordinary humans is equivalent to consuming a piece of UMA's flesh. Only by consuming enough can one become stronger. Once you have eaten enough of the flesh from the same UMA, any additional consumption becomes useless, and you can only enhance your power through this method. Your abnormal hoof category is precisely the prey of my barbaric toe category. Not knowing this and rashly stepping into the dark forest, it's only right you lost your life. The tall, thin man's pupils gradually blurred, and just before he breathed his last, he looked at Chu Yan, only to find him calm, seemingly having anticipated everything. No wonder, he said, not to compete with me. How infuriating is this? The new world I've been. The tall, thin man's head tilted to the side, his eyes devoid of life. Wang Erlong stood up, raised the heart to his mouth, and inhaled. A surge of crimson energy flowed from the heart into his mouth, visibly draining the heart, while Wang Erlong's complexion grew increasingly rosy. Chu Yan remarked, it seems the true patrons of the sweet canteen are you guys. Wang Erlong kicked the tall, thin man's face, smiling as he looked at Chu Yan, and said, this guy kept calling me boss. I never agreed to that. You can only blame him for being foolish, right? Chu Yan asked, I'm curious if you all are just here to hunt, why not sell 2 pieces of abnormal hoof category? Wang Erlong chuckled, his birthmark shrinking. We don't want to attract trouble, so we use this method to test. If we encounter knowledgeable customers with backing, just pay an additional 1 million, and we will let them go. But today is an exception. I don't intend to let you leave. Chu Yan spread his hands. May I ask why? Wang Erlong replied, because you're too handsome. Chu Yan responded. May I inquire what principle this is based on? Wang Erlong slowly said, in high school, I was a very reclusive and eccentric person, not as cheerful as I am now. Chu Yan remarked, you still are. Forget it, you continue. Wang Erlong touched his birthmark and said, back then everyone looked at my birthmark as if I were a monster and gave me a nickname, calling me World Map. Chu Yan chuckled. Sorry, please go on. Wang Erlong's gaze grew distant. Only Lu Yuexin was willing to talk to me. She was the class flower, kind-hearted, and everyone in the class liked her. Every day after lunch, she would specifically bring me an apple, smiling as she said she couldn't finish it and didn't want to waste food, so she had to pass this heavy burden on to me while pulling a funny face. I knew she was just looking for a chance to talk to me, wanting me to integrate into the class, but she never succeeded. Despite that, I still fell for her, using her as my fantasy object every night. Chu Yan replied. I understand. Wang Erlong's smile suddenly faded, but one day Lu Yuexin got together with Su Haojing. Su Haojing was the handsome guy of the class and ranked among the top 10 in the grade. Everyone said they were a perfect match, even the teachers turned a blind eye. From that day on, Lu Yuexin stopped bringing me apples because Su Haojing liked apples, and all my apples were Suddenly I understood that Lu Yuexin looked down on me just like everyone else. If not, she would have brought me apples too. Why did she sleep with Su Haojing, but not with me? So on Lu Yuexin's birthday, while they were on a date, I knocked them out and took them to a remote area, broke their limbs, and buried them alive. Before they died, they begged me for mercy, and I found it unusually delightful. It was an unparalleled sense of control, like being reborn. Wang Erlong looked intoxicated, seemingly lost in memories, then opened his eyes to look at Chu Yan. You like Su Haojing have a delicate face. Ever since you walked in I've been restraining the urge to vomit. Chu Yan touched his cheek and sighed. Are you saying that my face makes you want to vomit? That hurts my self-esteem. Usually everyone praises me for being pleasant to the eyes. Wang Erlong smiled and said, thanks to my parents' teachings, I am now more mature than before, knowing how to hurt the deepest rather than just mindlessly kill. You know, I really like cleaning fish. They live in hot springs and help remove dead skin. I feel very comfortable after soaking every time. If you help me clean the dead skin off my feet like those fish, I will only kill you, otherwise I will kill your entire... Do not doubt my capability. The intelligence network of Sweet Home is beyond your imagination. Chu Yan's smile faded, and his gaze gradually turned cold. Did you just say you want to kill my whole family? Wang Erlong coldly said, I'll give you 3 seconds to think. If you come to a conclusion, kneel before me. Chu Yan replied, I won't. Before he could finish, Wang Erlong suddenly closed in on him, his fist stopping half a centimeter from Chu Yan's nose, the wind lifting Chu Yan's bangs. In that moment, Chu Yan's gaze became serene, as if the world had been pressed to slow motion, everything clear and audible. Wang Erlong's lips curled upward with droplets of saliva, slowly morphing in the air, the hair on the back of his hand swaying slowly like a 1,000-year-old tree growing. Chu Yan turned his head narrowly, avoiding the punch, while his right arm became covered in scales, and he punched Wang Erlong in the chest. Bang! Wang Erlong's smile froze, his gaze stiff as he looked at his chest, and then at the hand that had pierced through it, a cold sensation spreading throughout his body. Chu Yan tilted his head, looking puzzled. Aren't you going to kill my whole family? Why are you silent? Are you troubled? Wang Erlong's mouth bled, and suddenly his face twisted in rage, squeezing out his last bit of strength, his left palm striking violently towards Chu Yan's head. Chu Yan frowned, immediately pulling out his heart and kicking him away. Wang Erlong crashed heavily into the wall, cracking it with a loud bang, then collapsed on the ground, twitching. Chu Yan looked at him with disgust. Hands that have picked at feet, don't come near me. A minute later, Wang Erlong lay still, sprawled in a pool of blood, which slowly spread out. Chu Yan approached the tattered sofa, opened 2 money bags, and counted carefully, pleasantly surprised to find. In total there was 2 million, including the extra filial piety from the tall, skinny man. Adding the additional 2,000 from Pang Shuyuan's father, the total came to 2 million. After repaying Pang Shuyuan, there would still be quite a bit left. Chu Yan looked at Wang Erlong, smilingly said, I've accepted your life, the flesh of the spirit scale gang, and the money. I'll consider it your payment for hiring me to kill you. If you disagree, please reply with TD. Wang Erlong did not reply TD. Chu Yan was very pleased, humming a tune as he wrapped the heart in oil paper, tossing it into the money bag, and lifted the 2 bags to stand up. Then with a thought, his entire body was covered in dark scales, transforming into Wang Erlong's appearance. With everything ready, Chu Yan pulled open the roll-up door, passing through many shops, and took the escalator out of Huaqiang Electronic World. At this moment, that middle-aged man, Wang Erlong's 5th brother, was still selling fake watches and bags on the street. Chu Yan walked up to him, imitating Wang Erlong's voice, and said hoarsely, You've worked hard, 5th brother. The middle-aged man turned around in surprise, and said, 2nd brother, why are you wearing that guy's clothes? Chu Yan smiled, and said, While killing, my clothes got accidentally stained. I saw that this guy was wearing brand-name clothes, so I took them off to wear for a bit. Otherwise it would be too conspicuous if the passers-by saw me. The middle-aged man nodded. Oh, 2nd brother, is your throat not feeling well? Chu Yan smiled, and said, It's a bit inflamed. I just wanted to buy a bottle of lemon tea to cool it down. Let's not talk about that. You've worked hard today, 5th brother. I've left a surprise for you in the warehouse. Go clean up the scene, and after you get the surprise, go home and rest. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Thank you, 2nd brother. You're always so kind to me. Hurry up and go. The middle-aged man turned around, happily entering Huaqiang Electronic World, making his way to the deepest part in front of the warehouse, pulling up the roll-up door. Inside the warehouse lay 2 corpses. One was the tall, skinny man, and the other was wearing the clothes of the 2nd brother. Whoa, 2nd brother is quite particular. He stripped off the guy's clothes, and even helped put on his own. By the way, where's the surprise? Is it next to the corpse? The middle-aged man stepped into the warehouse, walked to the more well-dressed corpse, and opened it curiously. 2nd brother. The middle-aged man was horrified, sitting down heavily on the ground, his mind buzzing, unable to utter a word for a long time. It took a full minute for him to react, and he suddenly stood up, rushing outside Huaqiang Electronic World, looking around in fury. Huaqiangbai was crowded with people. The guy who killed his 2nd brother, stole the money, and tricked him into going upstairs had long disappeared. The middle-aged man trembled with rage, took out his phone, dialed a number, and gritted his teeth, saying, Dad, Mom, 2nd brother has been killed. Fuxing Road, one open-air parking lot. Zhan Wufeng sat in the driver's seat of his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a Yushi cigarette between his lips, glancing at his phone. 1003 a.m. The appointed time with Chu Yan had passed by 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Zhan Wufeng exhaled a slow pale plume of smoke and murmured to himself. Has something truly befallen him then? Selling UMA flesh through the Sweet Home venture was never merely about profit. For a high school student to recklessly engage with them, even wielding UMA abilities, was perilously ill-advised. What a pity. Such rare talent snuffed out so swiftly. This world remains as cruel as ever, revolting even. Zhan Wufeng shook his head, pinched out the cigarette, and flicked it out the window. As the ember plummeted toward the asphalt, a small puddle materialized from thin air, swallowing the ember whole before vanishing without a trace. Hand resting on the steering wheel, Zhan Wufeng was just about to pull away when his phone rang. He paused, then answered. Chu Yan said, apologies for being late, but I'm now a Shin-scale class ability user. I brought you a pack of cigarettes. Could you pick me up? You're still alive? Did Sweet Home make a move against you? They did, but I turned the tables. Took their money, and their hearts. Technically speaking, this violates protocol, doesn't it? If so, let's split it 3-7. Zhan Wufeng frowned, deeply, utterly baffled. You've only just awakened your ability, haven't even mastered it yet. How could you possibly turn the tables? Did they send an ordinary human to negotiate? That's impossible. And yes, this is a serious breach. It's 7-3. I take 7, you take 3. No, they sent a Mantis Claw class ability user. He even absorbed a heart right before my eyes. But he grew careless, and paid for it with his life. Also, you wouldn't participate in serious violations, so you're bluffing. Still, I'll bring you a box of egg tarts. Zhan Wufeng fell silent for a long moment. Then their carelessness was truly extraordinary. Could you pick me up? I'm outside Boji Longjiang Pig Trotter Rice. Understood. I'll be there in 1 minute and 23 seconds. Zhan Wufeng lit another cigarette, stomped on the accelerator, and the G-Class surged onto the road, the twin red taillights carving sharp blazing arcs. That boy's talent is downright monstrous. Nighttime sidewalk. Chu Yan stood before the Pig Trotter Rice restaurant, 2 money bags in hand, silently counting down. 61 seconds, 62, 63. A G-Class abruptly swerved into the street, screeching to a halt directly before the restaurant, startling several passers-by into startled cries. Chu Yan yanked open the passenger door and slid into the seat, smiling, truly worthy of Instructor Zhan, down to the very second. Zhan Wufeng remained impassive. Within 3 seconds. Manifest your scale armor, then retract it fully before my eyes. Chu Yan blinked, immediately grasping the unspoken suspicion, and complied without hesitation. Then he added, had Sweet Home possessed even half your vigilance, I doubt I'd have made it back. When dealing with Shin-scale class individuals, the slightest lapse in caution spells disaster. Zhan Wufeng remarked coolly. Where are the cigarettes and egg tarts? Chu Yan handed over a soft pack Yushi and the egg tarts, then asked, where do we go next? To the Shenzhen branch of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau, for your onboarding training. I'll also brief you en route on essential knowledge regarding abilities. Chu Yan fastened his seatbelt and gripped the overhead handle tightly, expression grave. I'm ready. Zhan Wufeng stared, momentarily speechless. You weren't nearly this tense facing Sweet Home. I'm curious. Everyone else freezes at the mere mention of Sweet Home. Not a shred of nervousness from you. Oh, absolutely. I find them terrifying. They scratch their feet, and then slap palms straight onto people's faces. Zero sense of boundaries. Suddenly, I suspect your talent surpasses even my expectations. That's good. Zhan Wufeng offered a faint wry smile, and slammed the accelerator. The car lunged forward, pressing them deep into their seats. There's something I must warn you about, Zhan Wufeng said. Crossing Sweet Home guarantees relentless retaliation, but that at least can be managed. Yet should you ever encounter another organization, do not entertain resistance for even a heartbeat. Flee immediately. If escape fails, beg for mercy. Even lick their boots, if necessary. Which organization? Zhan Wufeng's gaze sharpened, his voice dropped low and resonant. Cicada 3301. Is that also a criminal syndicate? Zhan Wufeng furrowed his brow, an uncommon flicker of genuine bewilderment crossing his face. What renders Cicada 3301 truly enigmatic is that no one knows their ultimate purpose. Unlike national authorities, driven by justice, or Sweet Home, motivated solely by profit, Cicada 3301 operates in moral ambiguity, sometimes upholding righteousness, sometimes inciting chaos. Wherever they appear, turmoil follows. Yet one truth remains undeniable: every Cicada 3301 operative possesses terrifying power, far exceeding peers of equal rank. Some even refer to them as human-shaped UMAs. Chu Yan raised an eyebrow. That dramatic? Zhan Wufeng replied, reality is far more surreal than you imagine. National authorities share a unified stance upon encountering Cicada 3301 field agents, except for elite operatives, must prioritize peaceful resolution above all, minimizing casualties. Why would governments concede so readily, unless forced? Precisely because Cicada 3301's strength is absolute, and because they occasionally aid official operations their moral alignment remains ambiguous. Thus this reluctant compromise. Chu Yan nodded. Understood. I'll remember. Good. Instructor Jean, could we deter? I'd like to return the money to Pang Shuyan as soon as possible. Agreed. Chu Yan pulled out his phone and texted Pang Shuyan, I've wrapped things up. I'm en route to your place now. Arriving at your building entrance in 5 minutes. Returning the full sum. Thank you. Huh. You borrowed it this morning, and you're repaying it already. Indeed, efficiency at its finest. Pang Shuyan paused a long while. Did you sleep on the cash? Pang Shuyan, having received the money, returned home, rode the elevator to the 4th floor of his villa, and knocked softly on his father's study door. Enter. Pang Shuyan pushed the door open, money bag in hand. His father sat behind his desk signing documents. His mother sat beside him quietly reading, shouting in the drizzle. Pang Shuyan placed the money bag beside the desk. Dad. Chu Yan returned the money. Total 1.4 million yuan. His father paused mid-signature, exchanging a startled glance with his wife. His matter was resolved so quickly. And why is there an extra 200,000? Pang Shuyan scratched his head. He says it's gratitude for your help. I told him it wasn't necessary, but he insisted. Plus he asked me to deliver a message. What message? Pang Shuyan took a breath, then mimicked Chu Yan's tone and expression, smiling gently. Thank you, uncle, for stepping in. I'll remember this kindness. Also, please don't worry. Pang Shuyan hasn't chosen the wrong friends. His father remained still for half a breath, then broke into a warm, genuine smile. Son, this time you've finally found a true friend. In the passenger seat of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Chu Yan gazed at his right hand, clenching his fist. Last time I entered slow motion, I quickly became immobile, but this time, after such a long duration, there are no signs of side effects, just a bit of fatigue. It seems that the skill must be paired with the physical fitness of the ability user to unleash its true efficacy. However, the consumption is still considerable. With my current physical strength, I should be able to use it for about a minute, after which I would need a long rest. In the driver's seat, John Woofing said, we still have a way to go to the branch. In the meantime, let me explain some knowledge about abilities. Each major stage of an ability user is divided into the primitive period, the transformation period, and the maturity period. For instance, you are currently at the restricted level primitive period. With each small stage you cross, you will gain a new skill. You can only advance by consuming UMA meat at the same major stage that is lower in the food chain, or by extracting the heart of a lower-level ability user. To reach the transformation period, you need to consume 2 pieces of meat, for the maturity period 3 pieces, and to cross major stages 4 pieces. 1 piece of UMA meat is equivalent to 3 hearts. You belong to the Shenchuan lineage, while your prey is the water monster lineage, and you will be hunted by the membrane lineage. By the way, I am from the water monster lineage. If you extract my heart, you can become stronger. Chu Yan smiled sincerely. Rest assured, I am absolutely loyal, and would never turn against you. Zhan Woofing nodded. I believe that because I am at the restricted level maturity period, you cannot defeat me. Chu Yan replied. Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous truth. He thought to himself that if he activated the slow motion mode, he should be able to crush the primitive period and fight to a standstill with the transformation period, while the maturity period might be able to escape if luck is on his side. Zhan Woofing continued. Moreover, UMAs are different from us. They only differ in major stages. Even the weakest UMA is more than 10 times stronger than a maturity period ability user, so do not even think about a heated confrontation. Chu Yan asked curiously. You have emphasized the gap between ability users and UMAs multiple times. I'm curious, how do you usually contain UMAs? Zhan Woofing asked. If you were a 10-year-old child wishing to capture an adult bear, what would you do? After thinking for a moment, Chu Yan replied, dig a trap, and place a jar of honey on top. Zhan Woofing nodded. Capturing UMAs is similar. Observe their biological habits, analyze the principles of their abilities, and utilize them to contain them. Chu Yan said, I understand. But I have another question. Since we cannot kill UMAs, what method can we use to contain them? Zhan Woofing fell silent for a few seconds, and said meaningfully, you will find out. Chu Yan raised his eyebrows, but did not pursue the matter further. Zhan Woofing said, the last point of knowledge, human genes are not compatible with UMA abilities, so excessive use will lead to various side effects, and one must rest adequately to recover. For our water monster lineage, the side effect is difficulty breathing in a waterless environment. As for your Shenchuan lineage, it is not being able to distinguish between reality and dreams. Chu Yan frowned. That sounds troublesome. What specific manifestations does it have? Zhan Woofing said, indeed, it is quite troublesome. After excessive use of abilities, you will fall asleep without warning. To outsiders, you appear awake, and can even move freely, chatting and laughing, but that is actually your subconscious, or one might say sleepwalking. Meanwhile, the real you is already asleep, experiencing a dream that is similar to reality, but with some differences. Thus, upon waking, your memory will become muddled, and in severe cases it can lead to fatal mistakes. Chu Yan asked, is there a way to avoid or distinguish dreams? Zhan Wufeng shook his head. Avoiding it is impossible. In a hospital one could determine if someone is asleep through brain waves, but that is clearly impractical. However, the renowned mysterious biologist Yang Qiuji, after extensive research, has drawn 3 conclusions. First, the sense of time in dreams and reality is consistent. Second, the side effects do not cause dreams within dreams. Third, within an hour of awakening Xinchuan ability, users will not fall asleep again. Chu Yan nodded. I will remember that. Zhan Wufeng slowed the vehicle and said, there is still half an hour left. You can take this time to rest a bit, as there will be a lot to do later. Hearing this, Chu Yan reclined his seat, closed his eyes, and gradually steadied his breathing. Chu Yan suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself standing again in that desolate wasteland, the sky and earth both vast and distant. The deep space was blood-red with a black sun hanging high, crows obscuring the sky, their mournful cries echoing through the heavens, as if narrating an ancient legend filled with blood and tears. On the gigantic stepped pyramid, 7 pitch-black figures cast their gazes, their postures lofty, mocking, indifferent, and playful. And Chu Yan himself had transformed into a shadowy figure, his physique, appearance, and attire blurred seemingly, even his voice had changed. A man spoke in a strange language. Oh, you came back after just 1 day. You adapted quite quickly. Chu Yan remained expressionless, but his heart was extremely surprised. He had never heard that language before, yet there was no barrier to understanding, as if he could comprehend the meaning upon first seeing mysterious symbols. Why did they choose to speak in this language? Could it be their mother tongue from their homeland? Or perhaps a means of concealing their identities? A woman besides spoke in the same strange language. When you first arrived, you were even more flustered than the others. It took you a whole week to learn to speak, and now you're acting like a senior. The man laughed. If I couldn't pretend, what would be the point of being a senior? Watching newcomers who have a lot to ask, but dare not speak, is precisely the fun of it, right? The other figures remained silent, watching coldly. Chu Yan's gaze sharpened, slightly pondering for 10 seconds before hesitantly stating, can someone explain the situation to me? It was indeed that strange language. In an instant, the eyes of the 7 figures changed. Some were surprised, some curious, and some seemed to find it intriguing. The senior man exclaimed, wait, you can speak ancient Sumerian already? What does that make my week of trembling? Chu Yan pondered for a moment. Should I consider you timid? The senior man replied. Another man spoke up. Your ability to switch languages so significantly indicates that your anterior cingulate cortex, basal ganglia, and other language control areas are well developed. It is highly probable that you have learned a second language and have a high level of education, likely at least a high school diploma. Chu Yan's gaze flickered, falling silent. At the same time, he was quite interested in what the senior man said, that this language was ancient Sumerian. Since it was an ancient language, why did it contain modern terms like high school and basal ganglia? The earlier woman, hands on her hips, said, hey, probing into others' identities violates the contract. The clever man nodded, falling silent. After some consideration, Chu Yan asked, who are you? Where's this place? The good woman glanced at the senior man. The senior man smiled and said, my name is Zhichan. The woman who has been looking after you is called Shuechan. The clever man is called Muchan, and the others are Ichan, Zhaochan, Guchan, and Tikhan. If all goes well, you should be called Linchan. Chu Yan was taken aback. Wait, you just said Chan? That's right. Zhichan lowered his head and chuckled, suddenly spreading his arms wide. A fierce wind swept across the wasteland. The crows danced wildly in the blood-red sky, and the cawing of the crows suddenly surged 100-fold. The 7 figures stood atop the stepped pyramid, their smiles either exuberant or restrained, as if celebrating a grand ceremony. The sand and wind stung his face. Chu Yan raised his arms, squinting as he looked up to see Zhichan with arms wide open, lips moving, as he proclaimed loudly, welcome to Chan 3301. Chu Yan murmured softly, cicada. 3301 is hard, unable to settle for a long while. A full minute passed before the sandstorm subsided, the cawing of ravens faded into silence, and the desert finally fell still. Zhichan pointed at Chu Yan and burst into laughter. Yes, yes. Exactly that stunned, wide-eyed expression. It's just like mine was back then. Chu Yan took a deep breath, gazed upward at the 7 silhouettes hovering in the air, and asked firmly, did you bring me here? What is your purpose? And Linchan, is that the codename you've assigned me? Zhichan grinned, about to speak when Shuechan, the composed, graceful woman, raised her hand to interrupt. He talks too much. Let me guide you as a newcomer. Firstly, it wasn't us who brought you here. It was this space itself. Each of us arrived under identical circumstances. A wedge-shaped numeral sequence inexplicably appeared on our palms, counting down to 0. Upon its completion, we awakened the bullet time ability and found ourselves here. Bullet time? Chu Yan echoed. You mean that state where dynamic vision and bodily control are exponentially heightened? Shuechan nodded. Yes. Bullet time is a cinematic term borrowed from the Matrix. It closely mirrors our unique ability, so we adopted the name. With every minor advancement you achieve, you'll awaken a new exclusive ability. I won't ask how many you've unlocked yet, that might inadvertently reveal your identity. Chu Yan glanced briefly at Mu Chan, the sharp-minded man, then nodded respectfully toward Shui Chan. Thank you. Shui Chan continued, we aren't bound by some grand conspiracy, as outsiders speculate. Ours is simply a pragmatic alliance. In truth, none of us knows the other's true identities, and we've sworn not to probe lest opposing allegiances create awkwardness or conflict. Chu Yan frowned. You form alliances without knowing one another. What motivates such cooperation, and how do you establish trust? Shui Chan gestured downward with a faint smile. This pyramid is extraordinary. Through it we may post requests for aid, or accept others' tasks. Upon task completion, both the poster and the executor receive a reward, be it a rule technique, a lost relic, or classified intelligence, chosen freely by the recipient. The greater the benefit your posted task brings you, or the more arduous the task you complete, the more valuable the reward. Yet tasks exceeding one's capacity, such as destroying the solar system, cannot be successfully posted. After posting a task, one must complete a task before posting another. You surely understand how rare and precious rule techniques and lost relics truly are. Treasures others covet endlessly. We acquire them simply by posting and fulfilling tasks. That is the source of our strength. So that's how it works. A pyramid of such miraculous design exists in this world. A flash of astonishment lit Chu Yan's eyes, even as inwardly he scoffed. I don't know anything at all. Rule techniques. Lost relics. What in the world are those? For now Chu Yan asked, then why call me Lin Chan? And what does Cicada 3301 signify? Shui Chan replied, the organization's name wasn't chosen by us. Once you ascend to the temple atop the pyramid, its origin will become clear. As for naming you Lin Chan, it's because each of us embodies a distinct phylum-based ability. Only the Shunlin phylum remains unclaimed, so we deduced yours must belong to it. We're not mistaken, are we? Chu Yan remained silent, but his confusion deepened. Had the pyramid foreknown even before I consumed that meat that I would awaken as a Shunlin phylum adept? Or would such awakening have occurred inevitably, even without it? A man stepped forward, Zhao Chan, broad-shouldered, and weathered, his voice thick with quiet gravitas. Now it's time to lay down the rules. Shui Chan nodded. We abide by 3 core tenets. Observe them as strictly as you would the conditions binding a rule technique. First, never deliberately investigate another member's true identity. Second, never obstruct another's mission. Resolve disputes peacefully whenever possible. Third, under no circumstances may you harm any fellow member. Violation, especially grave, will trigger collective pursuit. All members will jointly post and accept a termination contract against the offender. Chu Yan nodded. Fair and reasonable. Shui Chan added, time here flows identically to the outside world. If you have no further questions, you may return. Your physical body rests in the real world. Don't delay your duties. Simply close your eyes and meditate upon this pyramid, and you'll return instantly. Should someone post a task, you'll sense it intuitively. Though countless questions lingered, Chu Yan chose silence, believing fewer words meant fewer missteps. At least he resolved he'd first clarify what rule techniques and lost relics truly were. Thank you. I'll take my leave now. Wait. Gu Chan spoke, tall, broad-shouldered, his tone calm and affable. A new friend arrives, yet no one invites him to stand upon the pyramid beside us. That seems rather cold. Though strangers, though wary, we still rejoice at this meeting. I trust you feel the same. Then why not welcome our new companion together wholeheartedly? Ji Chan laughed boisterously. Gu Chan's right. If we let you leave like this, we betray our very ethos. Come up, Lin Chan. I've long awaited your arrival. Chu Yan paused. Then, seeing everyone smiling, he couldn't help but smile faintly himself. Cicada 3301, mysterious as rumored, yet somehow different. It was like standing before the Mona Lisa, awestruck by Da Vinci's unfathomable mastery, only to turn the page and discover tucked in the corner his casual note, met an old friend at the tavern today. He bought me a glass of white wine. Excellent. Chu Yan approached the pyramid steps and ascended each step, bridging fate and karmic entanglement, until he stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Chan, Gu Chan, Yi Chan, Shui Chan, Ji Chan, Mu Chan, and Ti Chan. Together they stood atop the pyramid, the endless desert stretching behind them, ravens crying high above. Ji Chan drew a deep breath and shouted, Cicada 3301, full assembly confirmed. Chu Yan stirred awake hazily, opening his eyes, then turned to see Zhang Wufeng's profile, as if emerging from another lifetime. Slept soundly, didn't you? Talked in your sleep the whole way. Zhang Wufeng spoke coolly. Chu Yan remained impassive. Not bad, I suppose. What did I say? Hard to make out. Just muttered Cicada twice. Maybe you dreamed of being hunted by Cicada 3301. Still, it means you listened. Good sign. Chu Yan nodded. That nightmare was genuinely terrifying. Zhang Wufeng's lips curled into a wry grin, the scar stretching taut across his cheek. Don't fret too much. If you ever meet them, just humble yourself. Lick their shoe soles clean. That'll likely save your life. It's my secret art, honed over years. Should Cicada 3301 ever appear, I'll demonstrate it for you. Chu Yan replied fine. Relief washed over Chu Yan at the thought of his new identity, Lin Chan. Once he grasped the fundamentals, he could post a task, enlisting Cicada 3301's allies to confront the Mothman. Given their legendary reputation, they must be formidable indeed. Just then Zhang Wufeng turned the steering wheel, guiding the G-Class SUV into a secured compound, barbed wire fencing the perimeter, uniformed personnel, and camouflaged vehicles moving briskly, several gray high-rises looming in the distance. Chu Yan checked his phone, signal blocked. Zhang Wufeng executed a sharp U-turn, halting the SUV squarely in the open lot. Gears shifted to park, engine silenced, in one fluid motion. We've arrived. Chu Yan got out of the car and followed Zhang Wufeng towards the gray building in the center of the camp, which appeared to be the main building. Hello, instructor. Thank you for your guidance last time. Along the way, many uniformed personnel greeted Zhang Wufeng while secretly sizing up Chu Yan. Zhang Wufeng, with a cigarette in his mouth and an indifferent expression, did not respond even once. Chu Yan said, you seem quite esteemed. Zhang Wufeng scoffed, what did you think I was bragging before? Let me put it this way, every newcomer in the Supernatural Bureau is assigned a mentor, and 90% of the newcomers want to be my apprentice. Even if they have to lick my shoes, they feel honored. Chu Yan said, what does licking shoes have to do with it? Zhang Wufeng replied nonchalantly, just enjoy it quietly. You are now the envy of everyone. Chu Yan shrugged, noncommittal. Passing through the open area, Chu Yan and Zhang Wufeng entered the gray building. The lobby of the branch was bustling with people, each with a gun at their waist, looking stern. Occasionally someone would speak coldly into a walkie-talkie, while others with bandaged legs did not slow their pace. A chilling atmosphere permeated the entire area, like a graveyard filled with blood-stained blades. As Chu Yan looked around, he suddenly understood why Zhang Wufeng said he could tell at a glance whether someone had supernatural abilities. People in a dark forest would instinctively tense their muscles, fearing that a predator's knife might pierce their heart from behind at any moment. Zhang Wufeng headed straight for the front desk, tapping on the surface, and said to a beautiful female receptionist, this guy is Chu Yan, help him with the onboarding process. The female receptionist was taken aback for a moment, but quickly nodded, okay, instructor. She rapidly typed on the keyboard, suddenly stealing a glance at Chu Yan, her eyes filled with curiosity. Chu Yan looked at the female receptionist. She immediately focused intently on the screen. Chu Yan averted his gaze. The female receptionist secretly glanced at Chu Yan. After 3 repetitions, Chu Yan helplessly said, why don't you just look openly? After all, you're quite pretty, so I won't lose out. The receptionist's cheeks flushed slightly, and she cleared her throat, burying her head in typing. Chu Yan glanced at Zhang Wufeng, only to see him raise an eyebrow, as if to say, see, I told you so. Chu Yan clasped his hands together, indicating impressive. 2 minutes later, the female receptionist handed over a name tag, saying the instructor will provide you with pre-job training shortly. If you complete it smoothly, you will be a junior specialist at the Shenzhen branch. Chu Yan took the name tag and asked, thank you, may I ask what the pre-job training entails? The female receptionist continued typing, seemingly unaware. Chu Yan was taken aback. What did that mean? Was it because he teased her earlier? No, the receptionist of the Supernatural Bureau couldn't possibly be so unprofessional. Chu Yan asked again, hello, may I ask what the pre-job training includes? The female receptionist still did not respond. Chu Yan furrowed his brows in confusion, looking at Zhang Wufeng, who was leaning against the front desk, smoking, oblivious. Could this be some sort of test? Chu Yan temporarily suppressed his confusion and said, let's go and do the pre-job training. Zhang Wufeng remained silent, turning away and heading for the elevator. Seeing this, Chu Yan hurriedly followed. The elevator ascended directly to the 18th floor, the doors opening to reveal a narrow corridor with white walls and green plastic flooring. There were 3 rooms in total, all with closed doors. Zhang Wufeng walked to a window, lit a cigarette, and leisurely exhaled smoke outside. Chu Yan raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the old fox John wasn't planning to explain anything. If this is a test, the question couldn't possibly be to pry open someone else's mouth. Forget it, let's explore the 3 rooms first. Chu Yan walked to the first door, turned the handle, and pushed the door open. It was a warehouse filled with cardboard boxes, a white-gray haze lingering in the air with a faint scent of tape. Chu Yan looked around. The boxes all seemed similar, nothing particularly special. After thinking for a moment, he moved a box down, tore open the tape, and opened it to take a closer look. The box was filled with Morning Light brand ballpoint pens, showing no signs of being special. Chu Yan put a pen in his pocket, stood up, and walked out of the warehouse, arriving at the second door, pushing it open. This was an office about 100 square meters with 4 clerical workers, 2 men and 2 women, each focused on typing at their computers with remarkable concentration. Chu Yan walked up to a man and asked, hello, is the pre-job training done here? The man ignored him. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yan pinched the man's nose. A flicker of discomfort crossed the man's eyes, but he still didn't speak. Chu Yan felt there was hope and took out the ballpoint pen, drawing a turtle on the man's face. A laugh erupted from the back of the office. Chu Yan immediately turned to look, and a woman quickly lowered her head, as if afraid of being noticed. Off work, going to eat. The man abruptly stood up, sporting a face adorned with a turtle drawing, and hurriedly left the office. Watching the man leave, Chu Yan pondered. These people seemed to be wary of something. Did they receive orders not to disclose training content to newcomers? But even if it's an exam, it's a bit strange not to provide a question. Moreover, didn't the old fox Jean say that I've already passed the assessment? Could it be that revealing the training content is a risky business? Chu Yan collected his thoughts and decided not to make it difficult for these people turning to leave the office. The moment he stepped out of the office, he vaguely heard 3 sighs of relief from within. Chu Yan glanced at John Woofing, suppressing the impulse to draw a turtle on his face, and turned to the last room. He twisted the doorknob only to find the door locked. He thought, looks like I found the right one. Oh, only this door is locked. It seems like they are not letting anyone in, but in reality it should hint that behind this door is the true training. Chu Yan looked around and saw a fire extinguisher cabinet in the corner, bright red. He walked over, opened the cabinet, took out the fire extinguisher, and found a key at the very bottom. Found it. Chu Yan took out the key, stood up, inserted it into the doorknob, unlocked it smoothly, and pushed the door open to enter the room. The room was about 50 square meters, displaying 3 tempered glass display cabinets. Inside the cabinets were different items: a HP laptop, a notepad, and a Xiaomi phone. On the wall directly facing the entrance, 4 large lines of text were painted in bright red, nearly covering the entire wall. 1. Do not disseminate rule techniques. 2. Do not record rule techniques. 3. Do not violate rules. 4. Do not inquire about the origin of rule techniques. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this the rule technique mentioned by Shui Chan? Many doubts became clear, only to be replaced by new questions. Chu Yan closed the door and walked to the first display cabinet, examining it closely. The HP laptop was connected to a charging cable, and an open Word document was on the screen containing 2 segments of text in neat script, the cursor blinking continuously. Shenzhen McDonald's Mail-in Road Branch. After tossing in 1 yuan, 5 yen 10 cents, and 20 pence coins into the garbage bin labeled water and ice recyclables, kitchen waste, and other waste, the first original flavored soft serve cone purchased can withstand the cold for 3 days after eating. In a moment, Chu Yan felt a surge of confusion. I have been to this McDonald's. How can eating an ice cream cone keep one from feeling cold for 3 days? What is the principle behind this? If this is indeed a rule technique, then the sign on the wall clearly states that rule techniques cannot be recorded. Why is there a record here then? Could it be that this rule technique is merely a sample and not real? No, if it were fake, there would be no need for Jean Laogue and the others to be so secretive. Who recorded this rule technique? What has happened to that person now? Chu Yan furrowed his brows and walked to the second display cabinet, gazing at the note. Shinshur Pinjayashan Park, fitness equipment area, 3rd dynamic bicycle, from the left, cycle forward 1 lap, backward 3 laps, forward 5 laps, backward 7 laps, then rest for 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Within 3 meters of the bicycle, recite Ode to the Goose 3 times backward to triple running speed for 1 hour. Note: do not breathe through your mouth while cycling. It was still nonsensical. Chu Yan silently memorized the content and walked to the 3rd display cabinet, looking at the Xiaomi phone. On the phone was a note that also recorded a rule technique. By holding an Alps lollipop, touching your thumbs and ring fingers together, standing within 3 meters of the target, and staring at the name tag on the target, silently reciting Imagine the fragrance of the boxed land, will allow you to hypnotize the target. For 48 hours, the target will absolutely not awaken. Note: after the hypnosis is completed, the lollipop must be consumed within 24 hours, given a name, and finally buried in the ground. Chu Yan reviewed the 3 rule techniques several times, confirming that he had memorized them before leaving the room with confusion. He locked the door and returned the key, glancing around. Strange, where did Jean Laogue go? At that moment, a man with a turtle face hurried over, wearing an annoyed expression. I just saw you went into, the man said angrily. Chu Yan nodded. Yes, is there something wrong? The man pointed at the turtle on his face, fuming. Since you have completed your pre-job training, we need to settle accounts. When you talk to others and they ignore you, can't you just walk away? What kind of logic is it to draw a turtle on someone else's face? Are you crazy? You made me the laughingstock of my colleagues. It infuriates me. Who is your master? I want to file a complaint against you. Chu Yan scratched his cheek. I'm sorry, big brother. I thought getting you to speak was part of the assessment. Stop rambling. Who is your master? Jean Woofing. Instructor Jean. The man crossed his arms and laughed. You little brat, afraid ill complain, so you're making up nonsense, right? You probably don't know Instructor Jean is a star instructor with high standards. He has only taken in prodigies and hasn't accepted a new student in the past 2 years. He just transferred to the Shinshur branch 2 days ago and went on a mission the day before yesterday. Tell me, where would he have gone to take you as a disciple? Just then Jean Woofing walked out of the restroom, drying his hands as he said, I just heard that you want to complain about my disciple. The man turned around and was taken aback upon seeing Zhan Wufeng, instructor Zhan. I've already reviewed the rule techniques, so I should have completed the training right. Zhan Wufeng nodded lightly. Efficiency is acceptable. Recite the rule technique on your phone for me. Chu Yan rule techniques cannot be disseminated. Zhan Wufeng grinned. Not bad, quite perceptive. Otherwise I would have slapped you to make you remember it. But don't worry, revealing rule techniques to those who know them does not count as a violation. Those 3 rule techniques are known throughout the Shenshu branch. At that moment the turtle-faced man looked at Chu Yan in disbelief. Wait, you really are instructor Zhan's disciple? Chu Yan innocently raised his hands. Yes, I've always been very honest. The man was silent for a few seconds, suddenly took out his phone, held it up for a selfie, then quickly typed. Chu Yan curiously asked, what are you doing? The man didn't look up, posting on moments. Chu Yan, Zhan Wufeng said to the man, aren't you going to file a complaint? Hurry up. Don't worry, I am impartial, and will definitely handle it fairly. After saying that, Zhan Wufeng looked at Chu Yan. I have a rule here. Every time a complaint is lodged, the disciple must pay me a hassle fee of 1 yuan, or else be expelled from the sect. Chu Yan, this rule must have been made up on the spot, right? That's not the case. I guarantee it with my intent. If you don't make things up, I can also help you bring egg tarts and cigarettes. Then fine. After the man left on his own, Chu Yan sighed. Can you explain to me what rule techniques really are? Zhan Wufeng said, ever since UMA appeared, the world has had many rules. We do not understand the principles or causes, only that they are indeed effective. And these rule techniques have become our reliance against UMAs. Chu Yan began to ask about the rules, remembering the prohibition against probing their origins, and fell silent. Zhan Wufeng said, you want to know how these rule techniques were discovered, right? Don't worry, this is not considered a violation. After obtaining the ability of UMA, every time you eat a piece of UMA meat, you will automatically acquire a rule. The medium could be a note that suddenly appears in your pocket, an unsent email without an address, or a package without a sender, all kinds of strange occurrences. Remember, never probe the source of the medium. Not only will you be unsuccessful, but you may also encounter misfortune. Chu Yan asked what happened to those who violated the rules. Zhan Wufeng, they went missing. Some have yet to be found, while others have been confirmed dead. The consequences are, one example that stands out in my memory is a man's upper half corpse inexplicably appearing in a space station, blood oozing from 7 orifices, an expression of terror with hands raised in a flower gesture. The manner of death was bizarre beyond belief. We didn't speak to you earlier because we were afraid of violating the non-dissemination rule. That entire process is the most extreme edge method, and many have died before figuring it out. Chu Yan asked in confusion, if that's the case, who recorded those 3 rule techniques? Weren't they afraid of danger? 3 supernatural agency members, 2 were fatally injured, and 1 committed suicide. Chu Yan's gaze shifted slightly. Suicide. Zhan Wufeng lit a cigarette, and said, I mentioned that in our line of work we are bound to witness countless tragedies. The horror movies that ordinary people watch are something we experience daily, and it's like an rated 5D, uncut, ultra-clear version. Mental breakdown is normal, otherwise why would they call you a genius? Yet some agents can't handle it, and decide to seek self-liberation, leaving behind rule techniques as their last contribution. Chu Yan understood, so that's how it is. Chu Yan said, since you specifically listed these 3 rule techniques, they must be important. Are they related to containing UMAs? Zhan Wufeng nodded. The first 2 are just incidental. The third, the lollipop hypnosis technique, is crucial. Typically we use the 3rd rule technique to hypnotize UMAs and transport them to special slaughterhouses, continuously applying the rule technique so they cannot awaken. Chu Yan was taken aback. Wait, doesn't that rule technique say you have to visually inspect the name tag on the target for it to work? Zhan Wufeng said, do you remember what I told you? Every UMA bears cuneiform inscriptions. We believe those cuneiform inscriptions are likely the names of the UMAs, because that lollipop hypnosis technique can be effective on them. Chu Yan's gaze sharpened slightly as he discreetly glanced at his palm. After the countdown reached 0, the mysterious symbol vanished, replaced by a line of cuneiform script reading, Eridu, Great Ziggurat. Meditating upon the pyramid caused the cuneiform to reappear, visible only to him. Hearing Zhan Wufeng's explanation, Chu Yan pondered what connection, if any, existed between UMA and Sumerian civilization. And what, if anything, did he share with UMA? Zhan Wufeng said offhandedly, there's no need to be so tense. You're perfectly safe as long as you abide by the rule arts. In fact, wield them wisely, and you may amass staggering wealth. Take China's 3 great clans, for instance. Over generations they've painstakingly gathered and inherited numerous potent rule arts. Merely performing these arts for others has earned them hundreds of billions. So when you meet people surnamed Wan Fan or Shun at the bureau, remember to latch onto them tightly. Even licking their boots might fill your pockets to bursting. Chu Yan, how many pairs of boots have you actually licked? Zhan Wufeng, do I look like that kind of person? Chu Yan, you don't look like it. You are it. Zhan Wufeng sneered coldly. The young never grasp how precious money truly is. Our profession devours funds voraciously. Did you think I'd scramble for wealth without reason? Chu Yan spread his hands. Fine, go on. Zhan Wufeng continued, beyond performing rule arts for clients, many profit by trading them in the Tom membership supermarket. But that black market admits only the renowned as members. You haven't earned entry yet. Chu Yan paused. Wait. If rule arts cannot be disseminated, how do they trade them? There exists but one method in this world to transmit a rule art risk-free, entrusting the holder's brain to a member of the vermicultus order. Upon reaching the restricted evolution stage, vermicultus practitioners master cerebrophagy, a technique wherein humanoid worms split from their bodies, devour living brains, and absorb their memories. To possess a formidable rule art without sufficient strength invites calamity. Such power must remain utterly concealed from outsiders. Chu Yan nodded. Understood. Zhan Wufeng said. With the primer concluded, let us now discuss. The Bureau mandates that all specialists report the effects of any acquired rule art to the organization, enabling strategic deployment. Failure to disclose carries penalties proportionate to the severity of the offense. Chu Yan asked, and did you report yours? Zhan Wufeng replied, do you take me for a fool? Chu Yan understood. The master and disciple exchanged knowing smiles. Zhan Wufeng said, the operation against the Mothman is scheduled for tomorrow night at 8. Now I'll take you to the briefing and introduce you to your 3 teammates. These 3 are your senior brothers and sisters, graduated from our sect and reassigned to different regional branches, each now among the elite of their respective jurisdictions. For this mission alone, I've recalled them specifically, under my direct command. Should this lineup fail to subdue the Mothman, only tactical-level specialists would dare attempt it. Chu Yan nodded, curiosity stirring toward his seniors. Zhan Wufeng pulled out his phone and dialed, Du Jiaoyang. Bring the mission dossier from my desk to floor 18. A minute later, the elevator door slid open. A young man stepped out, clutching a file in his mouth, while flapping his arms like wings and chirping Jiji. Du Jiaoyang strode up to Zhan Wufeng and handed over the dossier, saluting solemnly. Hail, General Moth. Chu Yan's pupils contracted. He was a Moth pupa? Zhan Wufeng accepted the dossier coolly. Well done, Moth spy. Serving His Majesty the Mothman is no burden. Du Jiaoyang turned to Chu Yan, eyes narrowing. General, this man is... Zhan Wufeng said, this is Moth spy no. 2, just like you. From now on, contact him for operational... Du Jiaoyang's eyes lit up. He extended his hand gravely. Comrade, greetings. Henceforth we shall serve His Majesty the Mothman together, and build the Moth Kingdom. Agreed. Chu Yan shook his hand, expression vividly conflicted. Du Jiaoyang turned to Zhan Wufeng, voice stern. General, if there's nothing further, I'll take my leave. Chu Yan looked at Zhan Wufeng, face twisted in disbelief. You just let him wander freely. What if he hatches? Zhan Wufeng replied flatly. You're mistaken. He isn't a Moth pupa. He's merely... Chu Yan looked at Zhan Wufeng, face twisted in disbelief. You just let him wander freely. What if he hatches? Zhan Wufeng replied flatly. You're mistaken. He isn't a Moth pupa. He's merely mentally ill. Chu Yan. Zhan Wufeng said calmly. He once served under me. Later transferred to Shenzhen, he participated in the last Mothman operation. A catastrophic failure. He alone survived. That squad comprised 8 members, including Lin Man, the girl had secretly adored for 3 years, a vain, vivacious young woman. Once hearing Du Jiaoyang struggled with self-image, she mimicked a TikTok tutorial and spent 3 full hours transforming his appearance with makeup. It said everyone who saw Du Jiaoyang that day involuntarily swore in awe. From then on, he fell irrevocably in love with Lin Man. When Du Jiaoyang staggered back to base, he cradled Lin Man's severed head, dazed and mute. No one knew what had transpired. Soon after, he lost his mind, insisting he was a spy planted by the Mothman among humanity, proclaiming the Mothman's imminent dominion and vowing to serve him first. He ignores all conversation, I'll provoke him, and he shrieks Jijiji, a vulgar, venomous curse. Only when I impersonated General Moth did he lower his guard. Now under my orders he handles logistical tasks. Chu Yan blinked. In that state, why isn't he in a psychiatric hospital? Why does he still work at the Bureau? Zhan Wufeng replied evenly. The Bureau can't recruit openly. We're critically understaffed. He's merely unbalanced, not disabled or cognitively impaired. Why shouldn't he work? Chu Yan murmured. What a terrifyingly ruthless institution. Zhan Wufeng shrugged. Such things are commonplace to me. Compared to those who died horribly, Du Jiaoyang at least survived and lives without sorrow. His fortune borders on enviable. Chu Yan bowed deeply. Truly, General Moth, you surpass all in inhumanity. Zhan Wufeng fixed Chu Yan with a penetrating stare. After hearing Du Jiaoyang's story, what do you feel? Chu Yan reflected, then said, that fellow suffered greatly. Are you consumed by righteous fury, desiring vengeance on his behalf? Not quite. We've never met. Excellent. Zhan Wufeng grinned. Maintain that detachment. It's the very key to longevity within the Bureau. Chu Yan sighed. I feel myself growing less human by the day, but either way he'll kill the Mothman. That at least will serve as his vengeance. Enough idle talk. Time to meet your senior brothers and sisters. Jean Woofing strode toward the elevator without glancing back. They are like you and I, reviled as scoundrels in the eyes of the world, spat upon wherever they tread. Yet against UMA, they are geniuses chosen from 10,000. Chu Yan followed Jean Woofing, took the elevator to the 8th floor, and entered an operations briefing room. A long conference table filled the space. 2 men and a woman sat about it, each absorbed in their own tasks. A striking young man lounged in his chair, feet crossed, and propped on the table, arms clasped behind his head, as if feigning sleep, his countenance as cold and indifferent as ice. Opposite him sat a blonde beauty, bent over a drawing tablet, brow slightly furrowed as she erased and redrew in endless tweaks, clearly stalled by a creative bottleneck. Beside the pretty artist, a gaunt youth crouched on a chair, barefoot and sniffing the air. The tabletop before him was cluttered with apples, drumsticks, and loaves, a messy spread he was ravenously tearing into. The moment the two of them stepped into the room, the 3 in the meeting stopped what they were doing and turned to look in unison. So lively and vigorous. Excellent, came the dry remark. Jean Woofing pointed at Chu Yan and said lightly, let me introduce you, this is your junior. He will be joining you tomorrow. A voice interrupted with an exclamation, what a handsome man. The blonde's eyes lit up. She bounded over to Chu Yan with a bright smile and asked, my name is Ruan Yonan. What is yours? Chu Yan replied, Chu Yan. Ruan Chime, junior brother, senior sister needs a small favor. He answered bluntly, I refuse. She declared with a grin, refusal is invalid. In an astonishingly swift motion, Ruan Yonan whipped up Chu Yan's shirt, revealing his abdominal muscles. Chu's pupils constricted. He had not entered any slowed moment of reflex, yet he had failed to react. Click click. Ruan produced her phone and began taking photos of his abs, humming a cheerful tune as she worked. Chu Yan asked, excuse me, what are you doing? Ruan smiled and said, collecting reference. He pressed for erotic illustrations. She answered, then showed him her tablet. Displayed there was a pink-haired beauty in a bunny outfit and fishnet stockings, ample in the chest and slim at the waist, her pretty face full of disdain. Ruan explained, my day job is drawing sensual art. My dream is to top the Bika rankings, but I have never learned to draw men. I only know how to draw girls. When I draw girls, I can reference my own figure, and readers love that. Drawing men requires imagination, and the results are seldom satisfactory. But now it is different. Junior, your lean, lithe physique is perfect. Senior sister adores it. Chu Yan, he protested, but I do not wish to be rendered as erotic art. Oh. Ruan suddenly lifted her head, leaned in to sniff at his collarbone, then narrowed her eyes, and said intriguingly, Junior, you are of the Shunlin class, right? She added, senior sister is of the Yimo class, which happens to be a natural predator of yours. Chu Yan replied, what a coincidence. Ruan smiled broadly. Generally speaking, I either devour my subject or extort a few 100,000, but rest assured, senior sister will not lay hands on you. It is rarer to have such a handsome junior brother. Keeping you as a model is more profitable. Chu Yan muttered, I feel like I've already been extorted. At that moment, the gaunt youth hopped off his chair, padded over barefoot, and produced a handful of spirit banknotes from his pocket, which he handed to Chu Yan. Hello, I'm Song Silong. This is a meeting gift. Do not be shy. Chu Yan stared for a long moment and asked, do you perhaps think I am courting death? Song Silong said earnestly, I heard this mission has a high mortality rate, so I thought I should burn some spirit money in advance. If I end up below with no money to buy food, I'd be finished. Chu Yan, astonished, said, senior brother, such foresight. May I ask where you formerly worked? Jean Woofing interjected, this fellow is a Manji class ability user raised by wolves until the age of 6, a so-called feral child. After 10 years of socialization training, he assimilated into normal society, though he still struggles with social interaction. Moreover, his amygdala is congenitally defective, his sense of fear is only 1/5 that of a normal person, so he can be rather reckless. Chu Yan replied, understood. His family background was difficult. The handsome young man snorted coldly. Half a year gone, and you remain 2 fools. Jean Woofing said, this insolent-looking one is Shun Zhongxue, a Jimu class ability user. He became my disciple 2 years ago, but was expelled after 3 months for being too arrogant and bothersome. Shun Zhongxue replied coolly, first, you did not expel me. I chose to leave. Second, this recruit you brought along, is he the child of one of your enemies? Shun continued, you just joined Kairanchu and are already assigning him to a mission of this caliber, quite ruthless. But sorry, if he participates I will withdraw. I will not be dragged down by a rookie, Shun said. Chu Yan smiled at him and said, don't be so harsh, senior brother. Everyone has a first time. You were once chief surgeon at a top-tier hospital. You have become successful in your own right. Shun froze for a moment and looked at Jean Woofing. Did you tell him about my past? Jean shrugged no. Shun narrowed his eyes at Chu Yan. Then how do you know I am a surgeon? Chu Yan explained, your nails are trimmed short and neat. The thenar muscle of your right hand is well developed and your fingertips are slightly flattened. Typical signs of someone who frequently performs surgery. The material and cut of your shoes are excellent, but there is no logo. They are likely a niche bespoke brand which indicates a certain degree of wealth. Usually only chief surgeons who constantly wield a scalpel can muster such means. Shin arched an eyebrow and said, mixing in the supernatural circles can be quite lucrative. How do you know I bought these shoes with money I earned as a doctor? Chu Yan shook his head. Taste cannot be bought, it is accrued through time. Those who suddenly acquire wealth within 2 years tend to favor well-known labels like Chanel or Hermes, and pride often stems from strength. Senior brother, you must have had many past successes, and if Instructor Jean took notice of you, you must possess some remarkable quality. Shin paused, a trace of a smile lifting his mouth. Interesting. Wan Yonan's eyes gleamed as she appraised Chu Yan. Junior, you are clever and handsome. Have you seduced many beautiful girls? She warned playfully, do not seduce senior sister. Song Tsilong tensed muscles taut. TSK. So sly. I've been swindled out of money by people like that before. Chu Yan replied quietly. I have never deceived women nor stolen money. Zhan Wufeng said calmly, rest assured. Chu Yan only became an ability user today, yet he turned the tables and killed a senior member of Tiemi homeland. His potential and strength far exceed that of an ordinary newcomer. Zhan added, you should be well aware of the reliability of my judgment. Wan's eyes shone with excitement. Really? Junior is that formidable? Then senior sister has much to look forward to. Song Tsilong inhaled sharply. No wonder I felt a prickling unease the moment you walked in. Rank seldom tells the whole story of strength. Shen Zhongque smiled with a hint of amusement. Chu Yan, yes. You are indeed unusual. I admit I misjudged you in some respects, but your reasoning has 2 oversights. Chu Yan asked, which 2? Shen said, first, I am still a practicing surgeon and my role as a Keiranshi commissioner is merely part-time. Second, as a descendant of the Shen family, even if I were not a doctor, I could still afford any luxury goods. Chu Yan nodded and said, fine. Zhan Wufeng said evenly, is there anything else you wish to know? Ask now. Once we finish acquainting ourselves, we will commence the operation briefing. Chu Yan looked at Wan Yonan and Shen Zhongque and asked with curiosity, you two are from the Shen and Wan families, right? Tell me, has Instructor Jean ever groveled at your feet in the past? Zhan Wufeng said, I believe you are sufficiently acquainted now. Let us begin the operations meeting. Wan Yonan returned to her seat, patted the chair beside her, and smiled, saying, come sit next to senior sister. Chu Yan pulled out the chair and sat down, noticing Wan Yonan grinning at his lower abdomen, licking her lips, which made him shift his seat slightly. Zhan Wufeng opened the task dossier and began pinning documents and photos onto the whiteboard. There were images of mutilated corpses, dead moth-like figures, blurry humanoid winged creatures, and an abandoned hospital. Zhan Wufeng said, according to the latest intel, since yesterday the victims who became moth pupae have developed an obsession to go to an abandoned hospital in Guangming district of Xinshi to give birth to offspring. We suspect that the moth pupae have been summoned by the Tiamarin, and that abandoned hospital is very likely their hideout. Although the Tiamarin sustained significant injuries in previous missions, this hospital, or rather the incubation nest, has gathered over 50 moth pupae, posing a high level of danger. Our mission is to disguise ourselves as moth pupae and infiltrate the hospital by 8 p.m. tomorrow night to locate it before the Tiamarin discover us and hypnotically contain it. Chu Yan raised his hand and asked, can't we use a drone with thermal imaging to find the Tiamarin first and then infiltrate? Shen Zhongque raised an eyebrow and said, you really are a complete novice. Chu Yan shrugged, I just took the job, it's quite urgent. Wan Yonan smiled and said, junior brother, unless the UMA is hypnotized or killed, their biological magnetic field severely interferes with electronic devices, and the closer you get the worse it becomes. That's why witnesses find it difficult to take clear photos of them. Due to this characteristic, when dealing with UMAs, we can at most use conventional weapons. High-tech weapons like tanks, drones, or mechanical dogs are nearly useless, and communication with the outside world is also very difficult. Chu Yan nodded. No wonder the signal was poor at Lotus Mountain. If the interference from moth pupae was like this, the Tiamarin would only be stronger. Zhan Wufeng continued, in previous missions there were very few survivors, so the intel is quite limited. Currently, we only know that the Tiamarin can transform people into moth pupae and erase any traces of their existence during the hatching process. However, we are completely unaware of the triggering conditions, biological habits, and other relevant information. The core of this mission is to gain insight into the Tiamarin's information and utilize it properly for containment. Shen Zhongque calmly asked, I remember that the Tiamarin are UMAs from the U.S., right? And we've successfully contained one before. In that case, can't we contact the BPRD Bureau for Paranormal Research and Defense in America for intel on the Tiamarin? Zhan Wufeng shook his head and said the Shunshur branch has already contacted the Defense Bureau, but the conditions they offered were too harsh, and we haven't been able to reach an agreement. Currently, the ability to handle UMAs has become one of the most valued capabilities by various countries. If we cannot resolve the Tiamaran independently, other nations will look down upon Huaxia. Japan's APMT Anti-Paranormal Phenomena Mobile Task Force, the EU's SBDU Supernatural Phenomena Defense Union, and various national factions. Many people and factions around the world are watching our actions. A strict order has been issued from above. This mission must not fail. Shen Zhongxue scoffed, so, if we don't become famous, we'll become dead. Song Zilong howled with excitement. Fame. Money. Buy food. Mate. Awoof. Zhan Wufeng said, that's about the situation. Any questions? Chu Yan replied, I still don't know everyone's abilities. Can you introduce them to me? Zhan Wufeng said, except for you, the others are all mature class A, each with 3 abilities. You have already seen my water domain summoning and floating corpse manipulation. The remaining ability is Devour Freshness. As long as I swallow aquatic creatures, I can temporarily gain corresponding abilities such as octopus tentacles, electric eel discharges, pufferfish toxins, and so on. Chu Yan slapped his palm, so you're both Patrick and Squidward, and also Mr. Krabs. Wan Yonan chuckled, haha, junior brother, you're quite humorous. Zhan Wufeng said, if you keep talking nonsense, they'll beat you in a SpongeBob. Song Zilong patted his chest, and said our Malacostraca's abilities are living creation, killing fury, and throwing talent. We can craft living beings into tools and weapons. The more they suffer, the stronger the weapon becomes. Killing fury is about igniting potential through the will to kill. Throwing talent is easy to understand, but if a living creation is hit, the affected area will engage in involuntary movements, making coordination difficult. Chu Yan curiously asked, can you demonstrate the living creation? Song Zilong pulled out a giant chainsaw from under the table and placed it on the surface. The chainsaw was wrapped in bandages and measured 1.5 meters long. As he unwrapped it, the true form of the chainsaw was revealed. The chainsaw's chain was sharp and menacing, made entirely of flesh and bone, and the end of the handle had a mouth with a long drooping tongue. Song Zilong pulled the tongue hard, and the bloody chainsaw roared to life, spraying blood everywhere. I'm sorry. He'll never be a human trafficker again. The bloody chainsaw wailed, shrouded in black mist, exuding a brutal aura. Song Zilong lightly waved towards the wall. Boom! The black mist solidified into a blade, shooting out and leaving a deep dent in the wall. What do you think? Impressive, right? Song Zilong asked Chu Yan with a grin. Zhan Wufeng remarked, deliberately damaging public property will result in a deduction from your salary. Song Zilong's smile stiffened, and he sat back down, looking as pale as death. Chu Yan mumbled, the power of an unhappy upbringing is indeed terrifying. After a moment, Chu Yan curiously asked, what were the identities of the living creations before? Song Zilong replied listlessly, people from the Supernatural Bureau generally use death row inmates, and some severe criminals, and some are vegetative people from human cultivation bases. Zhan Wufeng explained, aberrant what abilities can use their own flesh to cultivate clones. These clones have regressed nerve systems and lack consciousness, making them useful and ethical materials for living creations. As for those illegal organizations, they don't care much. They just grab someone off the street to make weapons. Wan Yonan smiled, my abilities are Membrane Wings Sacrifice and Cursed Claws, allowing me to grow Membrane Wings Sacrifice living people for strength and cursed targets that are scratched to encounter misfortune. Chu Yan said, let me guess, the sacrificial targets are also criminals and vegetative people. Wan Yonan winked mischievously, and also scumbags. Chu Yan replied, I really haven't deceived any beautiful girls, please don't scare me, senior sister. Wan Yonan giggled, covering her mouth and pinching Chu Yan's cheek. Being toyed with by senior sister is every junior brother's responsibility. It's not easy to have such a cute one. Of course I have to make senior sister happy. Shun Zhongxue said indifferently, my abilities are human prosperity, flesh extraction, and flesh seed, which can let organs grow freely, extract nutrients from living flesh, and cultivate vegetative people from flesh, but these vegetative people lack intelligence and combat ability, only suitable for assistance and organ donation. The organs grown can only be pruned physically, which is quite painful, so I want demonstrate. Chu Yan. Zhan Wufeng said, if there's nothing else, we'll conclude the meeting here. Tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. gather at the Supernatural Bureau. Under Wan Yonan's warm invitation, Chu Yan got into her Porsche 911 Targa, speeding back. Chu Yan declined Wan Yonan's invitation to go upstairs and returned to his room, lying on the bed, closing his eyes to meditate on the pyramid. When he opened them again, he found himself back in the desert, the sky still blood-red, crows cawing, echoing across the horizon, desolate as a solitary flute. Atop the pyramid, Ji-chan sat alone beside the temple at the peak with his back to Chu Yan, gazing blankly at the black sun, his legs swaying lightly, as if sitting alone at the world's end, until the earth aged, and the sky crumbled, and the seas dried up. Chu Yan arched a brow, mildly curious about what Ji-chan was brooding over. He ascended the steps one by one, quietly approaching Ji-chan from behind, then stilled himself to listen intently. Ji-chan gazed at the black sun and murmured sorrowfully, "How on earth did a cockroach end up in my Coca-Cola?" Chu Yan. Ji-chan suddenly turned around and leapt up, delighted. "Lin-chan, you're here?" Chu Yan asked. "Why did you come here alone, without posting a task? What are you doing?" Ji-chan smiled faintly. "Nothing much. I just like coming here when I'm bored." Chu Yan countered. "Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to hang out with friends, window shopping, or gaming? Or is it that you're unable to move freely in the real world?" Ji-chan scratched his head. "Not exactly. It's just, I don't have any friends. Even if I wanted to go out with someone, I wouldn't know who to ask, and seeing couples everywhere only makes me feel lonelier." "Chu Yan, that's rough." Ji-chan grinned. "You know, though everyone in Chan 3301 remains strangers to one another, I truly love this place, and I'm deeply grateful to have met all of you. Before arriving here, I was utterly adrift, my life stagnant like still water. At times, I even imagined dying suddenly at home, my body left undiscovered until it began to rot. But after joining Chan 3301, I experienced friendship for the first time. The playful bickering with Shui-chan, my awe at Mu-chan's erudition, Gu-chan's gentle elder brotherly presence, and Yi-chan's delightfully arrogant charm as a little girl. It's lively, warm, bustling, more like home than my actual home ever was. Though we've sworn never to probe each other's identities, my deepest wish is that someday we'll all gather without reservation at my birthday party." Chu Yan nodded. "All right, I'll grant that wish for you this year." "You're oddly kind," Ji-chan grinned, then added, "By the way, did you come here to post a task?" "Don't worry, if no one else takes it, I will." "Then thank you." With that, Chu Yan turned and strode into the temple, Ji-chan following close behind. The temple's main hall sprawled vast as an arena lined with terracotta vessels and golden artifacts. Its ceiling bore intricate reliefs, celestial constellations, cuneiform prayers, and depictions of gods alongside ancient Sumerian kings. At the hall's center stood 8 colossal clay tablets, 7 inscribed with cuneiform script, the 8th blank and bare, each resting upon a cylindrical seal. Across the top of every tablet was engraved the same cuneiform phrase, Chan 3301. So the name wasn't chosen by members. It emerged from the pyramid itself, its meaning unknown to anyone. Ji-chan explained, "The empty tablet belongs to you. Simply carve your task onto it, and the posting is complete. To accept the task, roll your personal seal across the inscription." Chu Yan nodded, approached his tablet, picked up a nearby shard of pottery, and carefully inscribed cuneiform 1. At 8 p.m. on the 29th, at the abandoned Imu Maternity Hospital in Guangming District, Shenzhen, assist the Supernatural Affairs Bureau's field team in containing the Mothman entity, ensure the physical safety of team members if necessary. Ji-chan read the task aloud and remarked, "Ah, the Shenzhen Mothman. This UMA has gained considerable notoriety lately. Online forums like the Dark Lamp Network buzz with speculation, and it's reportedly placed immense pressure on mid to senior leadership within CIRA's South China branch. Lin-chan, you're affiliated with China's Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Wait, isn't this team also composed of members from the Shun and Ruan clans? Are you perhaps an elder protecting your juniors? Or did you deliberately post an unrelated task?" Chu Yan glanced sidelong at him. "Stop speculating." Ji-chan chuckled. "Got it. We never pry into identities. Since everyone else is absent, I'll take this task myself." Just then footsteps echoed at the temple entrance. Chu Yan and Ji-chan turned, and there stood Shui-chan, the ever-composed woman. Shui-chan approached them and said, "I sensed a new task had been posted, so I came to see." She scanned the inscription, then declared firmly, "I'll accept this one." Ji-chan protested, "Hey, priority goes to whoever arrives first. I'd already decided to take it." Shui-chan replied coolly, "No need to squabble. You owe me a favor, and since I may post a task soon, I need to fulfill one now to retain posting eligibility." Ji-chan pouted, "Fine, this time I'll let you have it. But next time, hands off." Shui-chan picked up her cylindrical seal and rolled it across Chu Yan's inscription, imprinting a watermark of a serpentine aquatic beast. Chu Yan asked, "How confident are you?" Shui-chan replied with UMA's "No one dares guarantee absolute success." She paused, then smiled with quiet assurance, "Chan 3301 is omnipotent." Chu Yan applauded. "Shui-chan, yeah, you're absolutely legendary." Shui-chan added, "By the way, last time things were rushed, so I didn't mention something important. Before you arrived, we'd already anticipated a final member. So long ago, someone assumed the identity of Lin-chan and operated externally. This was done to prevent outsiders from deducing members' true identities through timing patterns. So when you act as Lin-chan, maintain consistency with that persona." Chu Yan raised an eyebrow, "A brilliant precaution. Who conceived it?" Shui-chan, Mu-chan, the one whose intellect never fails. Chu Yan nodded. "Next time I meet him, I'll express my gratitude. May I ask, who impersonated me before, and what persona did they establish?" Ji-chan grinned mischievously. "Me. I crafted your persona as a brooding, laughably over-the-top antihero, prone to sinister laughter and sudden declarations of world annihilation." Chu Yan. Shui-chan rubbed her temples. Mu-chan overlooked one flaw in his flawless plan. Ji-chan's sheer incurable foolishness. The moment he volunteered the role was handed to him. Chu Yan fell silent for several seconds, then said, "May I post a Ji-chan extermination order on my next task?" Shui-chan replied earnestly, "Please, assign it to me," without hesitation. Ji-chan cried out, "Hey." Shui-chan pointed at him and warned Chu Yan, "Lin-chan, keep your distance. He's ill. A terminal case. Highly contagious." Chu Yan asked, "What illness?" "Rabies." Ji-chan gritted his teeth. "Damn you, Shui-chan. I challenge you." Ji-chan roared and lunged, swinging a punch straight at Shui-chan's face, only for his fist to pass harmlessly through her shadowy form. She flashed a mocking grin and vanished on the spot. Fuming, Ji-chan stomped his foot and whirled toward Chu Yan. "Lin-chan, don't believe that crazy woman. She—" But before he could finish, he froze in disbelief. Chu Yan had already retreated 20 meters away, watching him warily. Ji-chan's face crumpled into a pitiful grimace. "Don't forget to wish me a happy birthday this year." Chu Yan mimicked her earlier gesture, a playful grimace, then exited the pyramid. Moments later, Chu Yan opened his eyes and the bedroom ceiling coming into focus. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Chu Lumyan, "Don't go home tomorrow. Stay an extra day in Hong Kong. Chu Lumyan, my friends and I are nearly broke. Where would we stay if we don't go home? You're clearly avoiding your sister. My heart is shattering, and you'll find mending it terribly inconvenient. Chu Yan transfer initiated 3000. Chu Lumyan, whoa. Did you win the lottery? Suddenly so generous." Chu Yan, "Nothing special. I just need some peace. And you'll repay this later." This time Chu Lumyan waited a long while before replying, "You haven't run into trouble, have you? Is everything alright at home?" Chu Yan, "What could possibly happen at home? Refuse the transfer if you'd rather not accept it." Chu Lumyan, transfer received. Chu Yan, once accepted, no backing out. Tomorrow you're staying away. He set the phone aside and exhaled deeply, gaze shifting to his desk. There rested a family portrait. Taken at Xianhu Botanical Garden, 9-year-old sister stood behind 7-year-old Chu Yan, laughing as she wrapped her arms around his neck, eliciting an expression of pure childish exasperation. Their parents knelt beside them, smiling warmly at the camera, fingers poised in cheerful V signs. Chu Yan lifted the frame, thumb tracing gently along its edge, then set it back down slowly and deliberately. The photograph stood in the corner of his desk, as it had for 11 years past, unaltered, immutable, and destined to remain so. On Tuesday at 4:30 in the evening, Chu Yan got into Zhang Wufeng's Mercedes-Benz G-Class, heading towards the Supernatural Bureau's Shenzhen branch. Zhang Wufeng grasped the steering wheel and said, "This time your mission is to kill the Mothman, while our goal is to contain the Mothman. The two are fundamentally different. Killing the Mothman means that in 1 or 2 months a being stronger than the Mothman will be born, and this is something that the Supernatural Bureau absolutely cannot allow to happen. If you want to kill the Mothman, I won't stop you, but I won't help you either. I will only fulfill my obligations for the mission. Once the containment of the Mothman is complete, you will have no opportunity to kill it. You're a smart person, you won't sabotage the mission just to kill the Mothman, but I still want to remind you that if it becomes impossible, don't force it. Additionally, if you really do kill the Mothman, depending on the situation, you may face severe accountability, so it's best to mentally prepare yourself." Chu Yan nodded. "I understand, thank you." At 5:30 in the evening, Chu Yan and Zhang Wufeng arrived at the branch square and met up with Ruan Yonan, Song Zilong, and Shinzhongchua. The square was crowded with people, all the agents of the branch gathered here, solemnly watching the 5 of them. Song Zilong laughed heartily. Great. This setup is quite impressive." From the crowd, a middle-aged man stepped forward and approached the 5 of them directly. The middle-aged man said, "Good evening, 5 agents. I am Hui Yuangong, the director of the Shenzhen branch." Song Zilong saluted. "Hello, Director Hua." Chu Yan put his hands in his pockets. "Hello, Director." The others were indifferent and did not respond. Hui Yuangong said seriously, "As the director of the Shenzhen branch, I personally planned the first 3 containment operations for the Mothman, but they all ended in tragic failure, and I feel deeply ashamed about this. This operation has too many domestic and foreign forces watching. They are like hungry wolves lurking, waiting for the South China branch to fail, using the pretext of helping get rid of the Mothman to blackmail the Supernatural Bureau into paying a huge price." Hui Yuangong bowed deeply and said, "Here, I represent the Shenzhen branch to entrust this heavy burden to you all. I hope everyone will do their utmost for Huaxiao. Thank you." Behind Hui Yuangong, over 100 agents bowed together, shouting in unison, "Thank you." Song Zilong grinned. Zhang Wufeng opened the door of the G-Class, sat in the driver's seat, and said to the other 4, "Get in time." Once Chu Yan and the other 3 got in the car, Zhang Wufeng rolled down the window and said expressionlessly, "Director Hua, I think you've misunderstood. Our dealings with UMAs are never for others, but solely for ourselves. I hope you understand that those burdened by responsibility cannot spare any effort to deal with UMAs." After finishing, Zhang Wufeng slammed the accelerator, and the G-Class roared out of the camp, its bright headlights piercing through the darkness. Hui Yuangang stood in place maintaining a 90-degree bow without saying a word. In the back seat of the G-class, Chu Yan turned his head to see Song Silong, taking out his phone and starting a borderline live stream. Welcome Wolf King brother, I'm about to start a PK, can you help me? Song Silong chuckled twice, wildly showering the screen with gifts. Wow. Thank you Wolf King brother. You're the best. Chu Yan said. Senior brother Song, don't you think you should tone it down a bit? What's the point of showering that many gifts? Song Silong stuck out his tongue panting as he crazily tapped the screen. You don't understand. Ningen said she would meet me offline next week. Are you sure she isn't just stringing you along? This kind of setup is quite common. I have a wealthy friend who often gets played by streamers like this. Song Silong's eyelid twitched after hesitating for a moment. He said seriously, don't worry, I'm just pretending to be infatuated with her, it's part of the plan. I have my own rhythm. After saying that he resumed showering gifts, his smile growing even wider. Chu Yan said. On the other side Wan Yonan chuckled, junior brother, you don't need to worry about this silly dog. Half of his earnings go to food and the other half to the female streamer, it's useless to advise him. By the way, after this mission, do you want to come to my senior sister's house to play? My family's pool is quite large. Chu Yan replied, no thanks, it would be rude to disturb your family. Wan Yonan wrapped her arm around Chu Yan's and said with a smile, you won't disturb us as long as you abide by my family's rules. What rules does your family have? Anyone who enters my house is not allowed to wear clothes. Chu Yan replied. With divine beings on both sides, Chu Yan felt a bit of a headache and had no choice but to shift his gaze to the passenger seat, just in time to see Shen Zhongqua chuckling at his phone. Senior brother Shen, what are you doing? Shen Zhongqua replied with interest in browsing the dark lamp network. Right now many people are disparaging us, and I plan to mark them all so I can mock them one by one later. Chu Yan recalled that Ji Chan had mentioned this website, so he curiously asked, what is the dark lamp network? Shen Zhongqua replied, it's the largest transnational UMA dark web forum. Many people around the world post and accept bounties, trade information, and discuss UMA-related events. Almost everyone in the circle has registered an account. Can I take a look? Shen Zhongqua shrugged and passed his phone back. Chu Yan took the phone and focused his gaze. Shen Zong's account name was the Terminator of Doctor-Patient Relationships, and he was reading a post titled Latest News on the Huaxia Mothman Incident. Can Crazy Thursday lead the team to resolve the crisis? Jack the Ripper, it seems Sierra really has no solutions. Crazy Thursday has been in the background for 2 years, and now they've called him back to the front lines. He'll probably lose his reputation. Dark Waltz, who knows Crazy Thursday has been famous for a long time, and this time he brought 4 disciples. It's not impossible to take down the Mothman. Han Han is NPC. I heard from my dad that one of the 4 disciples has only been a capable person for less than 3 days. If it weren't for the lack of personnel, I can't imagine why Sierra would let such a rookie participate in a mission. Deadshot Yo, even the daughter of the Xian Wang Ma Association is saying this. It seems Sierra is indeed. Windmill Tulip, am dying of laughter. Where did Crazy Thursday find a fool? This is just sending someone to become cannon fodder. Fat Dragon, is there any suspense left in this matter? I'll say it here, Sierra won't be able to solve the Mothman without a hefty payment to the US BPRD. Chu Yan handed the phone back and said, I finished reading, thank you. Shen Zhongqua said, after the mission, I recommend you register an account too. You can learn a lot of cutting-edge news. If you gain enough attention, you might even receive an invitation to the Tom's Members supermarket. Remember to use a pseudonym unless you want to be assassinated every day. Okay. At that moment, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class made a sudden stop in an urban village. Chu Yan looked through the window and saw that the surrounding 2-story houses were tightly packed with mottled white walls and streets filled with electric bikes, deserted and uninhabited. Zhan Wufeng opened the car door and jumped out saying, we are 500 meters away from our destination. Let's get ready here and then walk over. Zhan Wufeng opened the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz, taking out 5 Swiss Army knives and a bag of Alpine lollipops, tearing open the packaging and distributing them to others, giving each person 5 lollipops and 1 knife. Zhan Wufeng said this mission is primarily about infiltration. To avoid exposure, we can't carry firearms. We just bring 5 lollipops and 1 Swiss Army knife for emergencies. Song Silang's living creation should be shrunk and hidden well. After locating the Mothman, try to find the cuneiform on it before it notices and reacts, holding the lollipop and silently reciting the X spell. Zhan Wufeng glanced at Chu Yan and added, the X spell is called Imagining Fragrance Echo Box Village. To avoid revealing its true name, we usually refer to it this way. Chu Yan nodded, saying understood. Zhan Wufeng continued, for this operation, I've prepared lollipops for you. From now on you must carry at least 5 with you for emergencies. Remember to stick with the Alpine brand, don't buy counterfeit ones. In the past, an agent ended up with Alpine bitch lollipops, which caused a critical failure at a key moment, resulting in a tragic yet comical outcome. Chu Yan said, alright. By the way, do we have a plan for disguising ourselves as Moth Puppy? Are we just relying on acting? Song Silong patted his shoulder, laughing, don't worry, I'm the best at deception. If you slip up, I'll help you cover it up. Chu Yan replied, pfft. Cough cough, okay, senior brother. Zhan Wufeng said calmly, I've already considered this. Bringing the descendants of the Yuan and Shen families is precisely to resolve such technical issues. Shun Zhongxue stepped forward casually and said, among the level techniques I mastered, one can enhance affinity, making strangers subconsciously accept the caster as one of their own. As long as we don't deliberately reveal ourselves, it won't be a problem to deceive those muddled moth pupae. Turn around and cover your ears, it'll help you cast the technique. Chu Yan and the others turned their backs to Shun Zhongxue, tightly covering their ears. After a moment, Chu Yan felt Shun Zhongxue writing and drawing on his back with his fingers, and after a while he couldn't guess what the preceding technique was. Alright, meow. Shun Zhongxue moved to stand in front of everyone. Chu Yan heard a cat's meow and looked puzzled. Is this the post-condition of the technique? Shun Zhongxue looked a bit unnatural and said, Quack. Chu Yan replied. Ruan Yonan laughed until she cried, you're not even in yet, and you're already acting like a non-human. Huh? Song Tsilong exclaimed Ao Wu. Shun Zhongxue frowned. What are you laughing at, Wolf? Haven't you ever cast a technique before? Giggling. Song Tsilong said Ao Wu. Ruan Yonan supported Chu Yan's shoulder, laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Zhan Wufeng's expression was emotionless. Let's set off. We'll remember to cover for Shun Zhongxue later. Don't blow our cover. After saying that, the five of them set off together, walking into an alley in Lu village heading towards the mission location. 5 minutes later they came upon a desolate clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an abandoned hospital with a bumpy lawn and patchy blackened walls. A sign reading Emu Maternity Hospital was missing the character for hospital. Looking towards the entrance, the hospital lobby was surprisingly bright, as if someone had lit a bonfire with dozens of shadows swaying. An old man approached the five of them with a smile, asking, good evening everyone. My surname is Lu and I am a volunteer. You can call me Old Lu. May I ask if you are here to give birth? Zhan Wufeng nodded yes. Old Lu nodded. Alright, please let me know how many of you are expecting and your marital status so that family members can sign later during childbirth. Ruan Yonan quickly linked arms with Chu Yan and said with a smile, this is my husband, and we are expecting 53 babies. Old Lu nodded and turned to see the other three were all male moths. Momentarily stunned, he asked, what about these moths? Chu Yan pointed at Zhan Wufeng and Song Tsilong, saying these two are male tongue moths currently in a passionate relationship. One is expecting 35 babies and the other 43. Upon hearing this, Song Tsilong leaned her head on Zhan Wufeng's shoulder, gazing at him with affection. Zhan Wufeng twitched his lips, wrapping his arm around Song Tsilong and giving her a peck on the forehead. Old Liu's eyes widened, and he was speechless for a long time, as if his worldview had been shaken. After a while he finally reacted, and awkwardly said to him, today's young moths are quite open-minded, which is normal. Don't worry, once you are here you're all family, we don't mind these things. After saying that, Old Lu looked at Shun Zhongxue and asked, is this moth's family not here? Ruan Yonan quickly said his husband left him. It's a tragic moth story. Shen Zong's face darkened immediately, but he couldn't refute it, and could only nod. That's indeed the case. Old Lu was momentarily stunned again. This child's accent is quite unique. Ruan Yonan sighed after his husband left. His mental state deteriorated. He often thinks he's a sheep, pig, or dog, and sometimes even claims to be a human. It's quite tragic. Old Lu looked at Shun Zhongxue with pity. Poor child, do you really not know that you're not human? Shen Zong's face turned pale. I know I'm not human. Wait, I don't know if I'm human. Also not right. Damn it. Moo. Old Lu patted Shen Zong's shoulder sincerely, saying, it's alright child, you've already done your best. We have a matchmaking corner set up in the hospital. You can meet some new moths, and you will definitely find your way out. After saying that, Old Lu turned and walked into the hospital. Shun Zhongxue glared at Ruan Yonan, gritting his teeth. You wait for me, I'll settle the score with you after this is over, haha. After saying that, Shun Zhongxue was the first to enter the hospital lobby. Zhan Wufeng wrapped his arm around Song Tsilong, sweetly following behind. Ruan Yonan tightly held Chu Yan's arm and smiled. Darling, let's go in too. Chu Yan, who found it inconvenient to walk helplessly, said, senior sister, is it necessary to hold on so tightly? Ruan Yonan smiled. No complaints allowed. Though it's acting you are senior sister's first love, you need to show some boyfriend power. Chu Yan eyed her well-endowed figure suspiciously. First love. Senior sister, don't joke around. I'm not blind. Ruan Yonan pretended to be melancholic, sighing. Do you think Ruan family girls have the freedom to date? Besides, with senior sister's looks and figure being so alluring, my parents guard me against any suitors like they're guarding against wolves. How could I date? Chu Yan said. Then with you holding me like this, isn't that quite dangerous? Ruan Yonan blinked. Under the peony flower dying is still a romantic affair. Chu Yan shook his head, allowing Ruan Yonan to link her arm with his as they stepped into the hospital. In the lobby, 44 moth pupae were gathered around a bonfire, their eyes filled with joy, their shadows swaying against the wall. By the bonfire, a dozen corpses lay sprawled on the ground, broken and disgusting with a strong stench. Dried blood stained the ground, and flies buzzed around. Chu Yan witnessed this scene for the first time, Although he had seen blood before, his complexion still changed slightly. Old Lu looked at Chu Yan with concern, asking what's wrong. Chu Yan took a deep breath. It's nothing, I just felt a bit nauseous earlier, but I'm better now. Old Lu nodded and moved to a corner to help the young moths with matchmaking. At that moment, a woman walked down the hallway dressed in a nurse's uniform, her clothes soaked in blood. The nurse smiled and said, "Moth number 7, please proceed to the delivery room." A young man stood up suddenly and followed the nurse up the hallway. Zhan Wufeng called everyone to sit on the ground and whispered, "That delivery room seems suspicious. Let's think of a way to attract the attention of the moth pupae while the others sneak upstairs to search for the delivery room." Song Xilong scratched his head, saying, "Attracting attention. How do we do that?" Zhan Wufeng quietly asked, "Ruan Yonan Shinzhongqua, do either of you have any suitable rule techniques?" Ruan Yonan shrugged, saying no. Shinzhongqua added, No way." Zhan Wufeng furrowed his brows, seemingly feeling that it was a bit tricky. Chu Yan thought for a moment, leaned over to Zhan Wufeng's ear, and whispered an idea. Zhan Wufeng raised his eyebrows and grinned. Not bad, you always have good ideas. Let's do it this way. It'll attract attention, and you all find an opportunity to go upstairs. Remember, no matter what happens, you must return within 5 minutes. If you find the Taiyan people, do not act rashly. I'll prioritize reporting back." Chu Yan's four companions nodded in agreement. Zhan Wufeng stood up, walked to the campfire, and called out loudly, "Dear moth brethren, please look this way." All the moth pupae turned their gazes. Zhan Wufeng smiled and said, "There's still quite a bit of time until delivery. How about I lead everyone in some birthing exercises? This way the delivery will be smoother." A male moth hesitated and said, "Birthing exercises? Is that reliable? I heard that pregnant moths shouldn't engage in intense activities." Lao Lu expressed his concern, saying, Yes, what if the children get hurt? Let's ask the doctor's opinion." Zhan Wufeng confidently smiled. "Don't worry, I've given birth 8 times, and even the moth doctors say I'm an expert in pregnancy. It will be fine. If I'm not mistaken, you all should be first-time parents, right?" The moth pupae exchanged glances and silently agreed. Zhan Wufeng continued, "Since that's the case, you should listen to the experiences of those who have given birth before, shouldn't you? The birthing exercises are quite gentle and very effective. I always do them before giving birth. If you just sit there without warming up, it might lead to complications, making it painfully difficult, or even worse, resulting in stillbirth. You wouldn't want your children to die prematurely, would you?" Lao Liu's expression changed slightly, and after careful consideration he said, "Since you have rich experience, well, go with your advice. Thank you." After saying that, Lao Lu signaled the moth pupae to gather around and line up in 5 rows. Zhan Wufeng stretched out his arms and began the exercises, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The other male and female moths followed suit, taking it quite seriously. It turned out to be a broadcast gymnast. Chu Yan, Shinzhongqua, Ruan Yonan, and Song Xilong stood at the back of the line doing the exercises while observing. Once they confirmed that everyone was fully engaged, they quietly made their way upstairs. The main hospital building has a total of 5 floors, with Ruan Yonan, Song Xilong, and Shinzhongqua entering the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors respectively. Chu Yan went up to the 5th floor, hiding at the stairwell, feeling a stir in his heart. Covered in black scales, he entered stealth mode. Once ready, Chu Yan quietly stepped into the dark corridor with a faint scent of blood permeating the air. Both sides were patient rooms with VIP room numbers embedded in the doors. There was also a card slot where there should have been the identity card of the mother and nursing needs, now empty. Chu Yan gazed ahead, the corridor extending into the darkness, seemingly endless. Looks like it will take a long time to check. I need to hurry. Those moth pupae could hatch at any moment, and I don't know how long Zhan Laogui can keep lying. With that thought, Chu Yan composed himself, approached the first patient room, listened for a while to confirm there was no sound, and pushed the door open a crack. As expected of a private hospital's patient room, it was spacious to the point of being extravagant, but now it was empty, with unfinished notes on the walls and the curtains gently fluttering. Chu Yan closed the door and proceeded to check the next room, still yielding nothing. Just then he heard 2 sets of footsteps in the corridor. Chu Yan's gaze flickered as he quickly hid in the patient room, maintaining his stealth mode, and observed through a small window. A female nurse walked out from the corridor, followed closely by a young man, both of them with red eyes. The two walked past the patient room where Chu Yan was hiding, heading straight towards the depths of the corridor. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. These 2 moth pupae must be heading to the delivery room. Following them will surely lead to the Taiyan people. With that in mind, Chu Yan stepped out of the patient room, silently closed the door, and quietly followed behind. He kept a distance of 3 rooms from the 2 moth pupae, gradually delving deeper into the corridor, each step landing on his heels to completely eliminate any sound. In the corridor, the footsteps of the 2 moth pupae echoed softly like a countdown of life and death. After an unknown period, Chu Yan and the moth pupae reached the end. The female nurse pushed open the left patient room, stepped aside to let the young man enter, then closed the door, standing guard not far from the stairwell. Chu Yan thought expressionlessly, is this the delivery room? The Taiyan people should be inside. Do I need to report back to Jean Lao Gui? No, I must confirm with my own eyes that the Taiyan people are indeed inside, ensuring nothing goes wrong. With his thoughts collected, Chu Yan glanced at the female nurse, held his breath, and quietly maneuvered around her step by step to the delivery room door, peeking through the small window. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Inside the delivery room, a mass of white silken threads covered the whole room, and a giant moth pupae hung in the center, with a massive head protruding from the top, looking half insect and half human, with almost no neck and piercing red eyes. The Taiyan person. The young man stood in front of the moth pupae, slowly opening his mouth. Dozens of human-faced moths poured out from the corners of the eye's mouth, and ear holes swirling in the room before rushing toward the pupae. The human-faced moths collided with the pupae and seamlessly merged into it, as if diving into water, creating ripples. Immediately after, the Taiyan person trembled continuously, their red eyes brightening several times, visibly becoming more spirited. Chu Yan instantly understood. The human-faced moths hatched from the moth pupae could merge with the Taiyan person, providing nourishment and physical form, healing their wounds. The situation was quite tricky. The Taiyan person was curled up inside the pupae, completely obscured from view. How could one deploy rule techniques? Should I abandon hypnosis and attempt to strangle it directly while it has not yet recovered? In any case, I should return to the first floor, inform the others of the situation, and discuss further. Chu Yan retracted his gaze, turned in the direction he came from, and gently lifted his foot, preparing to leave. At that moment, the female nurse exclaimed, turning her head to look in the direction of Chu Yan. He froze in place, his foot suspended in midair, not daring to move. The female nurse approached step by step, her red eyes scanning around, as if she had noticed something. Chu Yan held his breath, staring intensely at the nurse, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Have I been discovered? That shouldn't be the case. The female nurse approached Chu Yan only half an arm's length away, silently pondering for a few seconds before slowly reaching out her hand. Chu Yan instinctively clenched his fist, ready to push the female nurse away and dash down to the first floor. In the end, her hand stopped in midair, just half a centimeter from his nose, almost making contact. The female nurse retracted her arm and turned to head towards the stairwell, presumably to bring the next moth pupae over. Chu Yan let out a sigh of relief and was about to lower his right foot. Suddenly, his eyes reflected a fist covered in black scales, rapidly enlarging. The female nurse, halfway out, unexpectedly lunged back, her red eyes fierce, throwing a punch straight at Chu Yan's face. She is also a Shumlin class ability user. As she swung her fist, the female nurse sneered, her eyes brimming with mockery, seemingly confident of her victory. As a Shunlin Gong abilities user, she was well acquainted with the effects of invisibility. Her senses far exceeded those of ordinary people, and with careful observation, it was not difficult to see through the concealment. During the earlier act, the female nurse had stifled her laughter simply to launch a sudden attack and relish the look of shock on her prey's face. How will you evade this punch? Die. The female nurse roared, her fist closing in on Chu Yan's face, stirring up a ferocious gale akin to a meteor crashing down. In that instant, Chu Yan's gaze grew tranquil. Bullet time. The surrounding world fell silent. The speed of the female nurse's punch drastically slowed the wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, deepening bit by bit, and the strands of hair on her forehead froze in midair, as if suspended in time. Chu Yan's eye sharpened as he rapidly leaned to the left, delivering a swift uppercut with a whoosh of air. Boom. The female nurse's abdomen caved in severely, and she was sent flying 5 meters, rolling several times before coming to a stop. She lay on the ground, coughing up blood, incessantly straining to lift her head to look at Chu Yan, her eyes filled with disbelief. Why? How could you dodge? You're clearly just a human. Just a human. The female nurse's expression suddenly turned dazed. A human? Am I? A moth? A human? But before she could finish her confusion, she collapsed on the ground unconscious. Chu Yan was taken aback. This moth pupa surprisingly showed signs of regaining its intelligence. No, now is not the time to dwell on that. The battle just now had already exposed their location. He needed to return to the first floor quickly before the Taiyan people reacted. Chu Yan was about to sprint away, but just as he took a step, the delivery room door suddenly swung open, slamming against the wall with a bang. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Taiyan people screeched sharply, their red eyes suddenly glowing. In an instant, Chu Yan froze in place, unable to move, his thoughts gradually slowing down. What's happening? Why can't I move? No, I must. Get back to the first floor. Chirp, 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 chirp. Chu Yan's eyes became vacant, emitting a red glow, and he unconsciously began to chirp, a pair of large insect wings bursting through his back, unfurling. His body swelled further, gray hairs sprouting all over his face, contorting into an insect-like form, and a pair of antennae sprouting from his forehead. In the end, he transformed into a Taiyan person. Meanwhile, inside the delivery room, the tie-in person rapidly shrank, their insect wings retracting into their back, their features shifting quickly until they settled into the likeness of Chu Yan. The tie-in person had actually exchanged places with Chu Yan. Inside the pupa, Chu Yan stared blankly at the delivery room outside, unable to believe his eyes. In the pitch-black corridor, the massive form of the tie-in person cast a shadow, their pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opening wide, locking eyes with Chu Yan. A shiver ran down Chu Yan's spine as he struggled to twist his body, trying to escape from the pupa. But this pupa was extraordinarily sturdy. No matter how hard he tried, it remained completely immovable. Thud, thud, thud. The tie-in person took heavy steps, bending down to enter the delivery room, moving step by step toward the pupa, looking down at Chu Yan from above. Chirp, 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 chirp. The tie-in person laughed, their laughter dripping with mockery. Just then, out of the corner of Chu Yan's eye, he noticed a figure appearing at the entrance of the delivery room. Shen Zhongxue stood outside, glaring at the tie-in person, gritting his teeth as he extended his hands. Hundreds of fingers rapidly split and grew, twisting together like branches, shooting toward the tie-in person, clearly intending to bind it. Swish! A gust of wind swept past him, and Shen Zhongxue froze his fingers, stopping their growth. The tie-in person stood behind him, back turned, their right claw coming together, hanging at their side, the sharp tips slowly dripping blood. Uffed! With a sound, Shinzong's neck burst open, his head falling to the ground, rolling to the feet of the tie-in person, shock written all over his face. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, falling at the doorway, blood spreading. Chu Yan stared blankly at everything happening, yet was powerless to stop it. Suddenly, beneath the pupa, a circular lake appeared out of thin air, surging with turbulent waters. Wan Yonan and Song Xilong leapt out of the water, one wielding a bloody chainsaw, the other with blood-red demonic energy entwined around their claws, swiftly severing the threads that suspended the pupa. The pupa fell into the water. Meanwhile, Zhan Wufeng lurked beneath the surface, swallowing a small octopus, his arms transforming into 8 tentacles wrapping around Shinzong's corpse, and with a splash dragged it into the water. The tie-in person shrieked wildly, one claw stabbing toward the water's surface, attempting to pull these people out. However, the circular lake rapidly disappeared, and the insect claw pierced through the concrete floor, failing to catch its target. Inside the abandoned hospital, the sound of insects was deafening, echoing like a demonic melody. Underwater, Zhan Wufeng wrapped his tentacles around Wan Yonan, Song Xilong, Shinzong's corpse, and Chu Yan's pupa, quickly swimming toward the bottom. A hole appeared at the bottom. Everyone surged out of the hole, following the water of the Amazon River, landing in a patient room on the 4th floor. Song Xilong yanked at the bloody chainsaw, rumbling as he cut open the shell of the pupa, pulling Chu Yan out with one hand. Chu Yan knelt on the ground, coughing violently, gasping for breath. At that moment, Wan Yonan's right claw plunged into Shenzong's left chest, extracting his heart. Chu Yan was taken aback, saying, "So your relationship is that poor?" Wan Yonan stuffed the heart into her coat pocket, speaking rapidly. "You still have the mood to joke. Junior brother is quite bold, but sister is saving him. Enough of this. We need to keep running." After saying this, Zhan Wufeng's hand touched the ground, once again summoning the Amazon River. Everyone jumped into the water, repeating the process, descending 3 floors in succession, and after landing in another patient room, they finally sensed something was off. Clearly, it should have been the 1st floor lobby. Why were they still in a patient room? Song Xilong grinned. "No way are we lost." Chu Yan frowned. "No, something's suspicious." He quickly walked to the door of the patient room, opened it to check the room number, and said solemnly, "This is still the 4th floor. What's going on? Is the tie-in person playing tricks?" Wan Yonan frowned. Chu Yan shook his head, saying, "No tricks would mean going in circles. If that were the case, we'd have been killed by the tie-in person on the 5th floor long ago. The fact that we are still alive proves we have indeed distanced ourselves from the tie-in person. The only explanation is that this hospital's space is continuously replicating and expanding. At this very moment, there are likely countless 4th, 3rd, and 2nd floors beneath our feet." Wan Yonan stared blankly at Chu Yan, saying, "Your thoughts are so clear. Did you really just witness Shinzong's death and narrowly escape?" Song Xilong looked surprised, approaching Chu Yan and sniffing around. "Isn't this your first time seeing a UMA? Why do you show no signs of being a newcomer? You're even as calm as I was during my first encounter, and I'm someone who naturally lacks fear. If he were a useless person, would I let him participate in missions right after joining the Supernatural Bureau?" Zhan Wufeng shot a glance at the two of them. Chu Yan replied, "Actually, I'm terrified to death right now, but I have to make the right decisions. The urgent task is to uncover the reason for the infinite expansion of space and find a way to break it." At this moment, Chu Yan's heart was extremely heavy. If the hospital becomes infinitely large, the water cicada may not be able to enter, and thus would not be able to help them deal with the tie-in people. Zhan Wufeng squinted, saying solemnly, "Although the tie-in person is a top-tier UMA, the abilities displayed so far have far exceeded the limits of its classification. I believe the spatial expansion is not the power of the Tian person, but rather a lost relic. Chu Yan furrowed his brow slightly. I really want to ask what a lost relic is, but time is tight, and I suppose we don't have time for a chat, do we? Zhan Wufeng sat on the ground. Don't worry, while the infinite space has trapped us, it has also increased the difficulty for the Mothman to find us. Instead of being like a headless fly, it's better to make a plan first. Chu Yan took a deep breath and sat beside him. You're right, I was too anxious. Once Ruan Yonan and Song Tsilong also sat down, Zhan Wufeng said, the so-called lost relics are the remnants left by the Sumerian civilization. These relics possess magical powers, and are divided into 8 categories just like the UMA that have been transformed into tools. Each one is extraordinarily precious. Every time a lost relic is used, one must sacrifice the flesh of a UMA or the heart of a power user. Depending on which category the lost relic belongs to, one must sacrifice the corresponding downstream category. In rare cases when a UMA appears, it may carry a lost relic, significantly increasing its threat. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan furrowed his brows, tightly pondering what is the relationship between the Sumerian civilization and the UMA. Zhan Wufeng glanced at the International Mechanical Watch and said, just now, when there was a commotion upstairs, I started timing. In 23 minutes and 13 seconds, the Mothman will mutate. Once the UMA mutates, the level of threat will only increase, and all existing intelligence will become obsolete. We cannot afford to wait until then. Originally, I planned to give up the mission and lead the team to retreat, but encountering the lost relic left me with no way out. Chu Yan asked, if we don't complete the containment, is there no way to lift the UMA's stress? Zhan Wufeng shook his head. Unless we die or the Mothman confirm that we have moved far away, the stress will not be lifted. If it mutates 5 times in a row without any relief, it will ascend to the tactical level. Chu Yan was taken aback. The situation was so dire, and the team had lost one member, adding insult to injury. Wait, lost a member? Chu Yan looked at Ruan Yonan and asked, Senior Sister, what did you mean when you said you were saving Senior Brother Shun just now? Could it be that he can come back to life? Ruan Yonan said, the meat slice seed of the deformity category can actually do more than just grow clones. If they fall, just bury a piece of heart flesh in the ground within 24 hours, and the original body can be grown back, but its power will be significantly reduced, requiring the consumption of an additional piece of UMA flesh to make up for it. Strictly speaking, the person named Shun is indeed not dead yet, but he is not far from it, so don't expect much from him. Zhan Wufeng said solemnly. The Mothman must have weaknesses, we must understand their biological habits. This is the only way. With a loud bang, the door of the ward was smashed open. A humanoid moth flew in, rapidly opening its mouth to reveal sharp teeth lunging at Chu Yan. In an instant, Ruan Yonan unfurled a pair of membranous wings behind her, shielding Chu Yan. The humanoid moth collided with the wings, biting, but causing no harm to them. Song Siling's gaze was sharp as he swung the flesh electric saw, carving a blood-red arc. The humanoid moth's head fell to the ground. Chu Yan focused and saw that the face of this humanoid moth was that of volunteer old Lu. Zhan Wufeng's expression changed drastically. Not good, those moth larvae have hatched. There must be hundreds of humanoid moths in the hospital looking for us right now. The organisms of the parasitic category have a group consciousness. Once one humanoid moth finds us, it will instantly share the information. Chu Yan's expression grew serious. Then we should quickly change our position. Zhan Wufeng's face darkened. There are too many humanoid moths now. Once our approximate location is exposed, we definitely won't escape as quickly as they surround us. Once my stamina runs out, we will be finished. Ruan Yonan frowned and said, the one named Shun has a rule technique that could help us escape, but he can't be of any help right now. I have a suitable rule technique as well, but it requires 3 minutes of preparation time. I'm afraid it won't be enough. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, racking his brain, but could not think of any other solution. A dead end. A deep sense of helplessness. At that moment, Song Tsilong slowly stood up, shouldering the flesh electric saw, and walked step by step towards the ward, his expression calm as water. Chu Yan was taken aback. Senior brother, where are you going? Without looking back, Song Tsilong replied as he walked, since we can't break through the encirclement, then we won't escape. Let's wipe out that group of moths, and won't the encirclement cease to exist? Chu Yan was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? How could you possibly defeat the Mothman? Has your sense of fear really disappeared completely? Song Tsilong stood in the corridor holding the flesh electric saw, looking at the corridor entrance, and calmly said, I indeed can't defeat them, but if I put in some effort, I should be able to severely injure it, right? In any case, it's worth a try. Chu Yan thought this was too reckless and wanted the other two to dissuade him, but when he looked around, he found that Ruan Yonan and Zhan Wufeng's expressions were normal, as if they had just heard something completely ordinary. Junior brother, I may not be as smart as you, nor do I have as many rule techniques inherited from Shun Zhongxue and Ruan Yonan, but there is one thing you must not forget. Outside the ward, Song Tsilong turned his head to look at Chu Yan, giving him a thumbs up with a smile, as bright as the sun. I'm also a genius. Chu Yan was dumbfounded looking at the confident Song Tsilong, and he inexplicably felt relieved. At this moment the corridor was filled with the sound of hundreds of chirping and heavy footsteps. Song Tsilong suddenly pulled the flesh electric saw, which roared to life, spraying blood everywhere, with thick black gas wrapping around the saw chain. I'm sorry. Please let me go. I really won't traffic women anymore. The electric saw wailed pitifully, but Song Tsilong ignored it, pulling the saw time, and again staring intently at the corridor entrance. The massive body of the Mothman appeared at the entrance of the corridor, followed by countless humanoid moths surging like a black tide. The oppressive feeling was almost tangible. Upon seeing Song Tsilong, the Mothman's eyes turned red, and it suddenly flapped its wings, roaring as it lunged at him. I promised Ningen that I would meet her offline next week. How can I die here? This is my first date with a girl. Ooh, I can't let her down. Song Tsilong's gaze turned fierce as he took a deep breath, raising the flesh electric saw and shouting as he slashed down. I want to mate with Ningen. Thick black gas condensed into a blade, bursting forth and demolishing walls and doors along its path, striking the Mothman directly. The Mothman's chest was slashed open, creating a deep and long wound from which blood gushed uncontrollably, causing it to stagger backward. The 723 humanoid moths that encountered the black blade instantly exploded, their insect wings fragmenting like snow. The entire corridor was swept clean, stained blood red. Chu Yan was stunned, speechless for a long time. Zhan Wufeng said beside him, "The killing brutality of the barbaric category can temporarily increase one's strength greatly. The stronger the will to kill, the greater the increase." Song Tsilong was born with a weak sense of fear and has a strong obsession with eating and reproduction. His will to kill far surpasses that of ordinary people, making him a true genius. After the strike ended, Song Tsilong collapsed to the ground, looking drained, his stomach growling. Zhan Wufeng said solemnly, "He has overused his abilities and fallen into extreme hunger. We must carry him back. While the Mothman hasn't recovered, we need to escape quickly." Upon hearing this, Chu Yan hurriedly ran over, carrying Song Tsilong on his back and grabbing his electric saw, running back to the ward. The Amazon River descended once more as the group jumped into the water, diving down 10 floors in one breath, then sprinting down the stairs. Song Tsilong lay on Chu Yan's back, weakly saying, "Junior brother. Did senior brother just now have any manly charm?" Chu Yan softly replied, "You're the Wolf King. How could you lack manly charm? When you see Ningen next week, she will definitely like you." Song Tsilong grinned and added, "Junior brother, Chu Yan was taken aback. Song Tsilong softly said, "My mom is the true Wolf King. Ooh, she's the smartest wolf. Whenever we couldn't find food, she could lead us to wild rabbits and sheep. It was amazing. Later when I got hungry, I would think of my mom, but she died 8 years ago, and I can never see her again." Song Tsilong pursed his lips and softly said, "Junior brother, you are as smart as my mom. If anyone can defeat the Mothman, I believe it must be you. This is the intuition of the current Wolf King. It cannot be wrong. Senior brother's abilities are limited and cannot hold on much longer. From now on, it's up to you. You must do your best." Chu Yan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. "Rest assured, senior brother, I will defeat the Mothman. Ooh, I promise." Song Tsilong smiled weakly, closed his eyes, and fell asleep on Chu Yan's back. Chu Yan and his 3 companions rushed up to the 3rd floor and hid in an examination room. The room was empty except for a desk with a missing corner and an emergency evacuation map hung on the wall detailing the layout of the floors. Chu Yan placed the dazed Song Tsilong against the wall and asked, "How much time is left before the Mothman mutates?" Zhan Wufeng glanced at his watch and replied solemnly, 15 minutes and 29 seconds. Chu Yan's gaze sharpened slightly. "If I were the Mothman and had suffered heavy losses, I would definitely be more. It might be hiding in some room right now waiting for us to starve, and we can neither contain it nor escape the hospital. We must find a way to negate the effect of the lost relic, otherwise we are bound to lose." Zhan Wufeng frowned and said, "Negating the effect isn't difficult, but the key is to locate the relic. The hospital is larger than the hard drive Song Tsilong uses to film. How are we supposed to find it?" Wan Yonan said, "Moreover, if I were the Mothman, I would definitely be guarding the relic. Even if we find it, it would be a trap for us." Chu Yan pondered for a few seconds and said, "I believe the Mothman might not be guarding the lost relic. When it revealed itself earlier, it wasn't carrying the relic, and such an important object shouldn't be left unattended. I suspect that when the relic activates, it needs to be secured in a small area, and after the Mothman activates the lost relic, it left it to find us." Now new floors constantly emerge between the levels of the hospital, making the terrain extremely complex. It was able to find us before because its movements were quick and the surrounding terrain had not yet changed significantly. However, a long time has passed since the lost relic was activated, and the terrain around the relic must have changed greatly. Even if the Mothman has a face of a human moth guarding the relic, it is very likely to have lost its position. Of course, if the Mothman can control the lost relic solely with its consciousness, that would be another matter. Zhan Wufeng shook his head and said, spatial relics are rarely controlled directly by consciousness except for a very few advanced ones, but right now we can only gamble that it doesn't work. Wan Yonan said, but even if the Mothman can't find the relic, aren't we in the same predicament? Chu Yan furrowed his brow tightly, desperately thinking of a solution, but to no avail. The examination room fell into silence. At that moment, Wan Yonan glanced at the emergency evacuation map on the wall, her eyes brightening. I have a way. Chu Yan and Zhan Wufeng immediately looked at her. Wan Yonan spoke rapidly. Among the agreed rule techniques I mastered, there is one that allows me to draw 2 times in a row with guaranteed success. If we treat guessing the room where the relic is located as opening a blind box for a lottery, wouldn't we be able to find the relic? Chu Yan expressed his respect. The rule technique of the 3 families truly lives up to its reputation. Zhan Wufeng grinned. Not bad, bringing you along was worth it. Let's get started quickly. Chu Yan and Zhan Wufeng closed their eyes and covered their ears. After a while they felt Wan Yonan pat their shoulders. Wan Yonan said, ready? I guess the room below us in the same position is where the relic is located. Zhan Wufeng nodded. Good, let's head out immediately. If they find a human-faced moth nearby, they would eliminate it on the spot, then break the relic's effect before the Mothman finds them and escape the hospital. After the Mothman's stress response is lifted, we will return to contain it. Chu Yan carried Song Tsilong on his back and followed the 2 out of the examination room, heading down the stairs. They hit at the corridor entrance, peeking into the hallway, and indeed spotted a human-faced moth circling in front of a room's door. Wan Yonan's eyes glinted with a cold, bloodthirsty light as she unfolded her membranous wings and charged into the corridor with a powerful thrust. The human-faced moth heard the noise and suddenly turned around, its expression freezing in the next moment. With a puff, the moth split into 4 pieces, scattering on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Wan Yonan retracted her claws and turned to whisper, hurry up. Chu Yan and the others quickly walked to the door, exchanged glances, and pushed the door open. It was an empty examination room with only a small community mailbox standing in the middle, containing a total of 50 mailboxes with the door plate erased, presumably placed here by the Mothman for the lost relic. Wan Yonan pointed to one of the mailboxes and said, I guess the relic is inside this one. Zhan Wufeng immediately stepped forward, wanting to open the mailbox. Just then the mailbox suddenly shook violently. Each mailbox began to duplicate and shift positions at an incredibly fast speed, resembling a mesmerizing magic trick. Chu Yan reacted swiftly, activating bullet time, and closely watching the mailbox Wan Yonan selected. In his eyes, the speed of the mailbox's movement drastically slowed, and no matter how it duplicated and shifted, he could easily lock onto its true form. 10 seconds later the mailbox came to a stop, its size doubling. This mailbox had actually expanded its space along with the hospital. Wan Yonan stared at the mailbox in a daze and asked, did you all see which mailbox I picked? Zhan Wufeng shook his head. How could we see that clearly? But it doesn't matter, we can just open them all and check. Wan Yonan's expression grew complicated. No. It must be selected in one go. Zhan Wufeng was taken aback, immediately realizing that this might relate to the rules, and thus he dared not act recklessly. Instead he asked, can we not activate the rule technique once more? Wan Yonan shook her head, furrowing her brows, her face filled with seriousness. At this moment Chu Yan confirmed that the mailbox would no longer change, released bullet time, and pointed to a mailbox saying, it's this one. Wan Yonan was taken aback, turning to ask, are you sure? Chu Yan nodded and said, don't worry, it's almost certain. It all depends on whether sister will believe me. Wan Yonan paused for a moment, then smiled. It's rare for junior brother to want to help sister so much. Of course sister believes you. After saying that, she stepped forward and pulled open the mailbox that Chu Yan had chosen. A slab of clay was stuck inside the mailbox, engraved with city gates, city walls, and canals, resembling a fragment of a map. Wan Yonan's eyes lit up, and she excitedly embraced Chu Yan, kissing him on the cheek and leaving a faint red lip mark. Junior brother is amazing. Zhan Wufeng stared in disbelief. How did you see so clearly? That's a bit monstrous, isn't it? Chu Yan casually lied. When I was young I got tricked by the old men in the park too many times. Whenever I see this kind of trick I can't help but observe carefully, and that's how I honed it. Zhan Wufeng nodded. Alright, let's consider this our lucky break. Let's quickly take the relic. Wan Yonan said with a smile. Junior brother, this relic is a gift for you. No refusing unless you want to harm sister. Chu Yan said, thank you very much. Wan Yonan replied. Repeat after me. Thank you for the gift from your majesty. I vow to obey your majesty without question. Chu Yan's expression was strange. Thank you for the gift from your majesty. I vow to obey your majesty without question. Speaking of which, if I say this, won't there be any consequences? Wan Yonan winked mischievously. Don't worry, this part isn't a post-rule, it's just sister teasing you. Jean Woofing glanced at the two of them. The Mothman won't come for a while, but you two are still in the mood to joke. You really are gifted. Quickly negate the effect. Once the relic loses its power, we will immediately escape. Chu Yan reached into the mailbox and forcefully removed the slab of clay. Immediately the hospital shook violently, and it took 3 seconds to stop. Jean Woofing shouted, the effect of the relic has been negated. Jump out of the window now. Chu Yan, carrying Song Tsilong, turned to rush towards the window, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. Outside the window, the Mothman hovered in the air, its insect-like head occupying half the window, its red eyes staring intently at them. The Mothman has arrived. Chu Yan, Ruan Yonan, and Jean Woofing paled instantly, icy dread surging up their spines. Chirp, chirp, chirp. With a thunderous punch, the Mothman shattered the wall, carving a gaping hole large enough for him to force his way inside. Chu Yan's body hardened beneath overlapping scales. Ruan Yonan sprouted membranous wings and razor-sharp claws as Jean Woofing pressed his palms to the floor, preparing to summon aqueous terrain. Within a heartbeat, all three stood battle-ready. Yet at that very instant, the Mothman plummeted downward with blinding speed, vanishing before the window as if yanked by invisible hands. Jean Woofing and Ruan Yonan froze in bewilderment. Chu Yan hesitated for only a breath, then comprehension flashed across his face. It was Shui Chan who had intervened. Jean Woofing barked low, no time to question, run. Chu Yan hoisted Song Tsilong onto his back and sprinted downstairs with the others, bursting into the hospital's ground floor lobby. There the campfire had long died out. Pale moonlight flooded half the chamber, illuminating sprawled corpses and dried bloodstains. The air hung thick with the acrid scent of charcoal and decay. 10 human-faced moths circled the hall. Spotting the trio erupting from the stairwell, they shrieked, chirp, 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 and dove headlong. Ruan Yonan unfurled her membranous wings, crimson malevolent aura coiled around her twin claws. She slammed her feet into the floor, boom, a shockwave rippling outward. 10 claw trails slashed through the air, every moth tore apart mid-flight, collapsing in shredded fragments. Ruan Yonan stood firm at the front, shaking blood from her hands. Go, she commanded. At that moment, a colossal silhouette materialized at the hospital's main entrance. The Mothman loomed in the doorway, hunched, gasping. A deep, ragged gash split his chest, his right forearm ended abruptly at the elbow, spurting arterial blood, his left wing hung in tattered ruin, ghastly and grotesque beneath the cold moonlight. Jean Woofing and Ruan Yonan exchanged stunned, uncertain glances. Chu Yan felt a quiet tremor of awe. In so short a span, he had been reduced to this. Was this Cicada 3301? But why had Shui Chan released the Mothman back? Had she encountered? Jean Woofing snapped back to focus, glanced at his wristwatch, and spoke grimly. 2 minutes and 28 seconds remain until mutation. We won't outrun it. Ruan Yonan, stand with me and hold the Mothman off. By Chu Yan, time to think. Chu Yan blinked, turning toward Jean Woofing's profile. Jean Woofing's expression remained impassive. Your combat prowess is negligible. You'd only hinder us. Stay behind. We'll buy you 1 minute. In that time, deduce the Mothman's biological nature. Ruan Yonan tossed Shin Zhongchue's heart to Chu Yan and smiled faintly. If you succeed, senior sister will reward you. Then without another word, she and Jean Woofing stepped forward, shielding Chu Yan and Song Tsilong. Ruan Yonan drew a slow, deliberate breath. Her gaze sharpened to lethal intensity. Sacrifice 3. Simultaneously, in a distant prison cell, 3 condemned prisoners collapsed, eyes rolling white, foaming at the mouth, shriveling rapidly into desiccated husks. Ruan Yonan's eyes blazed with savage fury. Crimson malevolence surged from her claws, swelling manifold, radiating raw predatory cruelty. Jean Woofing dropped to one knee, both palms pressed flat against the floor. 15 pools of water erupted across the lobby floor. Bloated, pallid faces breached the surface, lifeless, hollow-eyed, fixing their stare upon the Mothman. In the next instant, the Mothman charged into the hall, his massive frame dissolving into a blur, like a cannonball launched at terminal velocity. 7 floating corpses lunged upward, jaws snapping open to reveal yellowed needle-like fangs, clamping down on the Mothman. He roared, and with a brutal swing of his left arm obliterated 2 skulls in explosive bursts. The remaining corpses clung fast, biting deep, anchoring him in place. Ruan Yonan flapped her membranous wings once, blurring forward in an instant, and struck with both cursed claws before retreating sharply. The cursed claws pierced his abdomen, breaking skin, injecting virulent malevolence deep into his flesh. The Mothman bellowed, ripping the corpses from his body, crushing their skulls in his fists, then hurling them aside, as he took one heavy step toward Ruan Yonan. Crack! Tiles splintered beneath his foot. Misfortune manifested. His right leg sank into the floor, he staggered, crashing to one knee, roaring in furious disbelief. The remaining corpses swarmed him, locking jaws, refusing release. At the rear of the battlefield, Chu Yan observed intently, cold sweat tracing a path down his temple. Only 60 seconds remained. What precisely was the Mothman's biological nature? Chu Yan strained his mind, eyes darting wildly, desperate for any spark of insight. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something in the lobby's far corner, a dead moth. Its shape stirred vague recognition. That was... Chu Yan's eyes flew wide. He remembered. It was the girl from Lotus Mountain Park, the one flying a kite with her boyfriend. She hadn't perished in the maws of human-faced moths. She'd transformed into a chrysalis. In that instant, every fragment fell into place. His parents' purchase of ike-dampening slippers, a teacher Chin's shattered phone, the park girl's twisted ankle, the Silver Bridge collapse of 1967. Chu Yan's shouted voice trembling with revelation. I know. Anyone near the Mothman who suffers an unforeseen loss transforms into a chrysalis. The Mothman never harms chrysalises. They are its progeny. Zhan Wufeng's pupils contracted, realization dawning. Yet he countered instantly. Becoming a chrysalis is suicide, isn't it? No, Chu Yan declared, voice taut with conviction. A capable individual may retain fragmented consciousness, even reverse the transformation. On the 5th floor I saw a chrysalis of the Shin-scale order. She nearly recalled her humanity. Brilliant. Zhan Wufeng roared. Ruan Yonan, fall back. Let's sabotage each other, but don't reveal your method. Ruan Yonan withdrew, immediately rejoining them. Zhan Wufeng kicked Chu Yan. Chu Yan pinched Ruan Yonan's arm. Ruan Yonan slapped Zhan Wufeng. All three stomped on Song Tsilong's foot, simultaneously. Song Tsilong jolted awake, eyes snapping open, wailing. Ugh! Who stepped on me? At that exact moment the Mothman broke free of the corpses, and lunged colossal fist, descending like a meteor. At the precipice of annihilation, Chu Yan, Ruan Yonan, Zhan Wufeng, and Song Tsilong turned as one. 4 pairs of eyes locking onto the Mothman. 4 sets of irises blazed crimson. The fist halted midair, suspended just a palm's breadth above their heads. The Mothman slowly withdrew, his arm, red eyes scanning the 4. Then after several silent seconds retreated 5 meters away, staring fixedly, unblinking. Zhan Wufeng fought to anchor his thoughts. The Mothman's reflexive vigilance remains active. It still perceives us as threats. We must locate the cuneiform inscription upon its body, and activate our rule technique. Tread carefully, do not provoke it. Song Tsilong scratched his head. Why's Dad so wary of us? Zhan Wufeng smacked his skull hard. Idiot, do you truly believe you're a moth now? Ow, okay, I remember. I'm the Wolf King. Song Tsilong cradled his head, grimacing. Chu Yan and the others rose slowly, feigning nonchalance as they wandered the lobby, all the while covertly studying the Mothman. Moments later they regrouped. Zhan Wufeng murmured, I saw no cuneiform on its body. Did you? No. Chu Yan, Ruan Yonan, and Song Tsilong replied in unison. Song Tsilong recoiled. Impossible. UMAs always bear cuneiform inscriptions. 1 minute 10 seconds until mutation, Zhan Wufeng said, voice darkening as he checked his watch. Once it mutates, even if we're chrysalises, it will attack us without hesitation. Chu Yan clenched his jaw, heart hammering, mind racing. Why? Why no cuneiform? UMAs always bear cuneiform. Why not this one? Unless. Chu Yan's eyes widened in epiphany. I know, it's not him. I'm the Mothman. Zhan Wufeng, Ruan Yonan, and Song Tsilong whirled toward him, faces slack with shock. Chu Yan stripped off his shirt, turning his back to them. There, etched across his spine, glowed a line of violet cuneiform script. Ruan Yonan whispered, voice hushed. What is this? On the 5th floor, Chu Yan explained swiftly. We exchanged consciousness form attire abilities, but not our true bodies. Only the shell swapped. Zhan Wufeng, Ruan Yonan, and Song Tsilong stood frozen. In that silence, Chu Yan finally understood why the Mothman had laughed at him. It hadn't mocked his weakness, no, it had laughed at his delusion, at believing himself human. Chu Yan plunged his hand into Song Tsilong's pocket, drew out a Swiss Army knife, and pressed its blade to his own throat. Only self-annihilation could kill the Mothman. Ruan Yonan cried out, wait, if we're wrong. Everyone, look at me, Chu Yan said, facing them with a smile both harrowing and resolute. See you soon. Shink. The blade pierced his throat, erupting from the nape. Chu Yan collapsed, limp, lifeless, blood jetting from his carotid artery. Deceased. Zhan Wufeng, Song Tsilong, and Ruan Yonan stared speechlessly at Chu Yan, stunned into silence. Before the crowd's very eyes, Chu Yan's body began to swell, coarse gray fur sprouted across his skin, antennae emerged from his forehead, and chitinous wings pierced through his back. In merely 3 seconds he transformed into a Mothman. His right arm severed a long, jagged gash, splitting his chest, his wings torn and tattered. Utterly lifeless, the three turned in unison toward where the Mothman had stood moments before, only to find no Mothman at all. There lay Chu Yan on the ground, clutching his throat and gasping raggedly. Song Tsilong murmured, dazed, it's true. We guessed correctly. Zhang Wufeng strode forward, seized Chu Yan's arm, and hauled him upright. Do you remember what just happened? Chu Yan nodded. Don't worry, I haven't lost my memory. Ruan Yonan frowned as she approached, and sharply slapped his shoulder. You're far too reckless. What kind of person commits suicide on a whim like that? Didn't Zhang Wufeng ever teach you that even a wretched life is better than a noble death? Chu Yan raised a thumb. No problem. I've already got paper money from Senior Brother Song. Even if I die, I won't starve. Ruan Yonan paused, then burst into exasperated laughter as she pinched his cheek hard, still grinning like an idiot. Chu Yan winced, grimacing. Wait, didn't you promise me a reward? Why pinch my face? Ruan Yonan released him and snapped, patience. It'll be delivered soon enough. Chu Yan blinked. Delivered? What reward exactly? Ruan Yonan leaned close, whispering with playful mischief, of course. The sensual sketches I drew myself. Wearing a triangle bikini, modeling for them personally. The craftsmanship is peerless. A tender high schooler like you must adore such things. Feel free to indulge, no need for restraint. Could we perhaps choose something else? Chu Yan began, but faltered under Ruan Yonan's warning glare. Thank you. I'll cherish and use it well. Song Tsilong stepped forward hesitantly. Well, though that earlier Chu Yan wasn't real, his consciousness was indeed controlling it. So technically, he did slay the Mothman. Ruan Yonan froze, her expression darkening instantly. We've truly blundered this time. Chu Yan replied calmly, it's all part of my plan. Song Tsilong and Ruan Yonan exchanged startled glances. Chu Yan spoke softly. My parents have been cocooned into moths. I joined this mission solely to kill the Mothman and rescue them. This outcome suits me perfectly. Ruan Yonan turned to Zhang Wufeng. Did you know about this? Zhang Wufeng remained impassive. Don't blame me, I warned him. But he's stubborn and undeniably gifted. I judged his inclusion would significantly raise our mission success rate, so I brought him aboard. Ruan Yonan sighed deeply, then met Chu Yan's gaze. Don't lose heart. Even entanglement with a UMA is perilous, yet heaven never seals every path. Since you call me senior sister, I will stand by you. Song Tsilong draped an arm around Chu Yan's shoulders, grinning broadly. You're my first junior brother. Anything you need, just say the word. I'll back you. Chu Yan nodded. Understood, thank you. Zhang Wufeng cut, and let's set this aside for now. Do you recall, when the Mothman appeared at the window, he was abruptly yanked downward. When he reappeared, he was already grievously wounded. That's highly irregular. Ruan Yonan frowned. Indeed strange. Yet we owe our survival to whoever intervened. Their timely aid allowed us to hold the Mothman at bay. My abilities are nearing critical overuse. The backlash has begun. My mood grows increasingly volatile. Had the Mothman been in better condition, we'd almost certainly have fallen. Zhang Wufeng nodded grimly. I'm nearly spent as well. My breaths are labored, and I've been forcing myself to endure. That was sheer sweat-drenched tension. At that moment, a man's voice rang out from the hospital entrance. Well, you're all running on fumes. Then we can relax. Chu Yan and the others stiffened, whirling around instantly. 3 unfamiliar men stood at the threshold, one bearing severe burn scars across half his face, another covered head toto in vitiligo, and the third a dwarf no taller than 1.20 meters, each wearing a sinister, knowing smile. Zhang Wufeng tensed instantly, voice low and sharp. Who are you? The scarred man bowed elegantly. The 3 filial grandsons of Sweet Home, delighted to meet Syrah agents. The dwarf chuckled hoarsely. We got wind of a secret tip. The Mothman's lair was here, so we laid low nearby, waiting for our chance to play the sly sparrow. Never imagined we'd actually snare the praying mantis. The vitiligo-stricken man sneered. We were ready to abandon the hunt, until suddenly cell signals returned. That's how we knew the Mothman had been eliminated. Truly worthy of the title Mad Thursday, both master and disciple shined brilliantly. Pity though, the Mothman's flesh belongs to us, and your heart shall join it. Zhang Wufeng's voice hardened. Reinforcements from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau arrive imminently. Do you truly wish to engage here? The scarred man scoffed. So, you're the legendary Mad Thursday. No need to frighten us. Sweet Home has tangled with your bureau for years. We know full well reinforcements are stationed 1 kilometer away, deliberately held back to avoid compromising operational integrity. Once they confirm the Mothman's demise, they'll reassess, redeploy, and rush in. Minimum 5 minutes. We 3 are restriction class mature stage entities. You're all drained. Killing you within 5 minutes is effortless. Song Tsilong's eyes flared with fury. He snatched up the blood-slicked chainsaw beside him and yanked its blade outward, only to collapse to his knees, veins bulging, saliva dripping, vision blurring. Starvation overwhelmed him. The vitiligo man doubled over in roaring laughter. Aha! This fool still thought to resist, yet can't even lift his weapon. Huh! The dwarf squinted at Ruan Yonan, licking his lips. Heard there's a woman from the Ruan clan on this mission. Must be you. Such a delicate frame. Makes my pulse race. Marry me, bear my children, wield your rule technique for me, and I'll escort you safely from this place. How does that sound? Ruan Yonan's expression remained icy and unreadable. Though my ties to my family are strained, you lack the standing to wetter one. The vitiligo man jeered forth, brother, why waste breath on this wretch? The scarred man smiled faintly. Fifth brother, she may yet become your sister-in-law. Mind your tone. Zhan Wufeng, Wan Yonan, and Song Silong's faces tightened, clearly burdened by mounting pressure. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, scales still veiling his features, thinking the bodyguards should arrive any moment. I step away for a single negotiation, and suddenly the hospital's ablaze with commotion. A cool, clear female voice echoed from the entrance. The scarred man, the vitiligo figure, and the dwarf recoiled, pupils contracting as they whirled around. A tall woman leaned against the doorway, helmeted, clad in sleek black motorcycle leathers that traced her lithe, elegant silhouette radiant and commanding beneath the moonlight. The scarred man's gaze turned venomous. Who are you? The motorcyclist spoke calmly, Cicada 3301. Shuei-chan. When Shuei-chan spoke, everyone in the hospital wore expressions of shock. Chu Yan was equally astonished, delivering a perfect performance. The burned-faced man was stunned for a long time, then suddenly burst into laughter, growing louder until he was laughing heartily. After a while, the burned-faced man suppressed his laughter and coldly said to Shuei-chan, according to intelligence, there are 5 agents in this Sierra operation. You must be the last one, right? Do you really think that just by bringing up the name of Chan 3301 you can scare us off? That's quite presumptuous, isn't it? There have only been 8 members of Chan 3301 who have appeared so far, all of whom are elusive. How could they possibly show up here? Do you really think our sweet home is easy to deal with? Bai Jianfeng and the dwarf also reacted, their tense expressions vanishing as they began to laugh easily. Shuei-chan placed one hand on her hip and said, from your tone it seems you understand us quite well. Have you heard of this? With that she lightly raised her right hand, grasping the air and pulling it downward, as if she were unzipping a non-existent zipper. A narrow crack opened in the space before them, dark and unfathomable within. Chu Yan was taken aback. Was this also a rule technique? Shuei-chan reached into the crack, and after a moment withdrew her right hand, now holding a sickle-shaped bronze sword, its body modeled and engraved with ancient patterns. Seeing this, the burned-faced man's expression changed, drastically trembling all over as he exclaimed, This is Shuei-chan's most frequently used lost relic. The dwarf was taken aback and sat down on the ground in shock. Bai Jianfeng stared blankly, swallowing hard. Shuei-chan put the sickle-shaped bronze sword away and casually closed the crack, saying, Don't worry, I won't need a lost relic to deal with you. Chu Yan thought to himself, this person's show-off skills are likely beyond my level. The burned-faced man took a deep breath and said solemnly, May I ask, what is Miss Shuei-chan's purpose for coming here? Are you planning to deal with Sierra? Or are you after the corpse of the Tian people? Whatever your intention, we are willing to cooperate. Shuei-chan tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, Then you all should commit suicide to save me the trouble of doing it myself. The burned-faced man was startled, his eyes flashing with malice. You can't seriously think that Chan 3301 and the authorities have such a good relationship, can you? Our sweet home isn't easy pickings either. Are you really willing to go against us just to save Sierra's people? Shuei-chan said indifferently. Who said I wanted to kill you for Sierra's sake? The burned-faced man, Bai Jianfeng, and the dwarf were stunned. Shuei-chan said, I have 2 principles. First, beauty is justice. Second, justice will prevail. I want you dead purely because you're too ugly and have harassed the beautiful girls of the Yuan family, which disgusts me. The burned-faced man's expression twisted with rage. Shuei-chan, don't go too far. You must be at the restricted stage as well, right? If the 3 of us attack together, even if we can't win, we can still peel off your skin. When Sierra's reinforcements arrive, you won't have a good time. Shuei-chan, annoyed, retorted, You're ugly enough and your expressions are so rich, it's making me sick. Lower your head when you speak to me. The dwarf shouted angrily. Bang! A round lake suddenly appeared on the ceiling. A pale giant dragon instantly stretched out its head, its entire body formed from floating corpses, smooth and slimy on the surface, emitting a strong stench. The dwarf's words were cut short as his head was bitten off by the corpse, dragon blood gushing from his severed neck as he fell to the ground, swaying unsteadily. The burned-faced man and Bai Jianfeng lowered their heads, their expressions filled with terror, trembling uncontrollably. Zhan Wufeng's pupils constricted as he muttered, This is at the restricted level. Shuei-chan lazily replied, Your sweet home's intelligence network isn't all that impressive. I'm indeed at the restricted stage, but the difference between levels is greater than that between a tiger and a mouse. With that, Shuei-chan waved her hand. The corpse dragon opened its massive mouth, enveloping the heads of the burned-faced man and Bai Jianfeng, its sharp teeth pressing against their throats. Shuei-chan said, The little beauty of the Yuan family, and that little friend from the Shunlin family, you 2 ugly men, can leave it to you to kill them. Chu Yan and Wan Yonan were taken aback. Shuei-chan shrugged and said, One of you is a beauty and the other has a good figure, even if you can't see her face. If you personally take care of the ugly men, it'll feel much better. Chu Yan and Ruan Yonan exchanged glances, each pulling out a Swiss Army knife and approaching the two members of the sweet home from behind. Damn it! Why is this happening? Mom, help me! Bai Jianfeng cried out loudly, yet he didn't dare to move at all. The burned-faced man clenched his fists and said tremulously, We can give you money, we can also get lost relics and rule techniques, just spare us, and we'll give you anything. With a puff, both Chu Yan and Ruan Yonan struck with precision, plunging into the hearts of the two men at once. The corpse dragon released its grip and the burned-faced man, and Bai Jianfeng collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with unwillingness and regret gradually fading away. Very well, justice has prevailed once again. Shuai-chan clapped her hands 3 times, looking at Zhang Wufeng and Song Tsilong. Now how should I deal with you two? Chu Yan felt strange as Shuai-chan was quite playful. Zhang Wufeng raised his hands and surrendered, his face sincere. Dear Miss Shuai-chan, as long as you spare me, I am willing to lick the soles of your shoes clean. If needed, I can even get plastic surgery before licking them. Song Tsilong wailed, Master, what about me? I don't want to die either. Zhang Wufeng glared at him. Miss Shuai-chan has 2 shoes, right? If you want to live, lick them yourself. Song Tsilong whimpered, silently crawling on the ground like a drenched teddy dog. Shuai-chan crossed her arms and said lightly, You want to live and lick my shoes, trying to take all the good things for yourselves. You really think too well of yourselves. Zhang Wufeng's expression was awkward. I didn't expect you to be such a beauty. How about you give us a beating? I have disinfectant wipes in my car, you don't need to worry about getting your hands dirty. Shuai-chan was speechless. I've heard you're shameless, I didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. You two aren't exactly ugly, so I can't be bothered to kill you. However, I did help deal with the Taiyan people just now, I deserve my share of the meat, okay? So it turns out it was Miss Shuai-chan who helped just now, that makes sense. Zhang Wufeng said with solemn respect. You can take as much meat as you want to, please take it. Shuai-chan waved her hand. I just want an arm, and that little dwarf's heart, since I helped I deserve those. The rest you can divide among yourselves. Zhang Wufeng nodded earnestly, completely okay. Shuai-chan walked over to the dwarf, pulled out his heart, and casually tossed it into the spatial crack. Then she spread her arms and fell back, her movements relaxed and graceful. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a pool of water appeared beneath her, swallowing Shuai-chan and splashing water as she vanished. The hospital returned to silence. Zhang Wufeng, Ruan Yonan, and Song Tsilong sighed in relief, sitting down on the ground, their expressions showing great fatigue. Chu Yan also sighed deeply, though it was just an act. After resting for a while, Zhang Wufeng said, It's getting late, the branch is still anxiously waiting for our news. If we delay any longer, Ho Yuan gang might agree to the unequal terms with the Americans. Let's head back to the car, find a piece of land nearby, and plant Shinzhongchua, while also writing a report to send back. I'm sure those at the branch will be astonished when they receive the news. 5 minutes later, Chu Yan and the other 3 arrived at the urban village and located the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Song Tsilong dumped the corpse of the Mothman beside the vehicle, then hastily opened the trunk and rummaged through a pile of Maishengxiang brand pork jerky, devouring it ravenously. Chu Yan placed the lost relic on the rear seat, then pulled out Shun Zhongchua's heart and asked, How do we grow senior brother Shin back? Plant a fingernail-sized fragment of the heart in soil and water it lightly. This will germinate a member of the aberrant botanical order. The larger the fragment, the faster the growth. Shin Zhongchua's heart remained intact, it should fully regenerate within an hour. Ruan Yonan took the heart with a smile and said, Leave it to senior sister, I'll handle it. Just watch closely from the side. Chu Yan nodded and followed his senior sister to a patch of shrubbery, observing intently, without blinking. He'd seen trees planted before, but never a human. It was bizarre yet undeniably fascinating. Ruan Yonan uprooted the shrubs, cleared a plot roughly 1 square meter in size, dug a shallow pit, and carefully buried the heart. Then she unscrewed a bottle of Nongfu spring and poured the water over the soil with a steady cascade. Soon a fleshy bud pierced through the earth, veined with delicate capillaries swaying gently in the breeze. Chu Yan poked it lightly and mused, Senior brother Shun has sprouted. Should we fertilize him? Ruan Yonan burst into laughter. If you wish, I won't object. But once he regenerates, he'll likely beat you half to death. Chu Yan withdrew his hand. Better let him take root and thrive on his own. An hour passed in the blink. Chu Yan watched spellbound as the bud swelled. First into a miniature figure, then steadily thickened in torso, its features sharpening until it bore the unmistakable likeness of Shin Zhongchua. Were this filmed as an episode of Animal Planet, its ratings would surely shatter records. Shin Zhongchua opened his eyes, recognized the 2 figures before him, and instantly grew solemn. How did the mission go? Ruan Yonan pointed toward the Mercedes-Benz G-Class nearby, and replied coolly, Mission accomplished. By the way, could you please cover yourself before speaking? Not even a shred of modesty. My side effects are kicking in. I'm in a foul mood right now. Chu Yan handed over a jacket and a pair of sweatpants. Shun Zhongxue dressed swiftly, then glanced toward the Mothman's corpse beside the SUV, and his pupils contracted sharply. The Mothman is dead. Did the branch dispatch a tactical-level operative? Wan Yonan shook her head. Shun Zhongxue turned to her, his gaze oddly searching. Then did you kill it? Or was it Zhan Wufeng, or Song Silong? When did you all become so valiant? Did you truly sacrifice yourselves for the mission? Wan Yonan gestured toward Chu Yan. It was junior brother who killed it. Shun Zhongxue froze, glancing briefly at Chu Yan, then after several seconds fixed him with a stony expression. Do you take me for a fool? When I died, he was still trapped inside a chrysalis, barely able to break free. With only primal stage strength, he wouldn't last 10 seconds against the Mothman. How exactly did he slay it? Wan Yonan rolled her eyes and recounted Chu Yan's contributions in detail, discerning the lost relic's effect, aiding its recovery, deducing the Mothman's biological traits, and realizing his own identity as the Mothman, leading to his self-sacrifice. As Shun Zhongxue listened, his expression shifted, from casual indifference to genuine surprise, then to stunned disbelief. He finally turned to Chu Yan and asked, voice hushed, you truly killed the Mothman? Chu Yan nodded. Shun Zhongxue remained silent for a long moment, his gaze unreadable. Most novices barely survive their first assignment. Yet you've slain a UMA outright. Now I understand precisely why Zhan Wufeng took such interest in you. Chu Yan replied. Instructor Zhan and senior brothers and sisters contributed greatly, and you senior brother Shin even died once. At that moment, I nearly lost all hope. Shun Zhongxue shook his head. No matter how much effort is invested, failure to eliminate the Mothman renders it meaningless. But you must know full well the cost of killing a UMA. Aren't you afraid? Chu Yan smiled faintly. Of course I'm afraid. But my parents were transformed into mothpupae by the Mothman. I have no choice. Still time remains. If I grow stronger, perhaps I'll survive. Shun Zhongxue paused, then shook his head. You're remarkably optimistic. Yet when a man commits himself to a path, no one, not even fate, has the right to judge him. Fine. Come find me if you ever need assistance. Though I'm no miracle worker, don't blame me if I can't help. Chu Yan blinked, mildly surprised. Senior brother, you're actually kind-hearted. Shun Zhongxue, you really know how to provoke a beating. Just then Song Silong strode over, holding out a phone. Shun Woodenhead, your phone's ringing. Shun Zhongxue took it and frowned the moment he saw the caller ID. He answered, this is Shun. On the other end, Dr. Shun, Ms. Lu's family is demanding your presence again. They're weeping and pleading for you to save their mother, refusing to leave until they see you. Shun Zhongxue's face tightened with irritation. These relatives do nothing but cry all day. Birth, aging, sickness, death. These are immutable laws. Don't they grasp such basic truths? On the line, Sai, Ms. Lu is terminally ill with cancer. Her family finds it unbearable. Shun Zhongxue rubbed his temples. Have security escort those fools away. I'm returning immediately. After hanging up, Shun Zhongxue turned and met Chu Yan's curious gaze. Chu Yan asked, Senior brother Shin, aren't you worried about complaints from patients' families? Shun Zhongxue scoffed coldly. Do you imagine I care? Chu Yan persisted. If you loathe dealing with patient relations so much, why become a doctor at all? Shun Zhongxue replied flatly. I became a physician not out of compassion, but sheer contempt for folly. Contempt for folly. Shun Zhongxue said, illness, aging, death. These are natural, inevitable truths. Yet some people refuse to comprehend them, wailing endlessly like children. Their ignorance infuriates me. Even as a child, I found it unbearable. That's precisely why I chose medicine. Chu Yan looked puzzled. Is there even a logical connection there? Shun Zhongxue said coolly, once I heal their loved ones, won't they stop crying? With that, Shun Zhongxue turned and walked toward the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, leaving Chu Yan utterly bewildered. Song Silong clapped Chu Yan on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Shin Woodenhead isn't nearly as approachable as your senior brother Song. He's eccentric and arrogant. Most people lose their temper within 3 sentences, but the fact that he's willing to help you means he's already accepted you. Wan Yonan added, that's fortunate. You're now entangled with a UMA. You must rapidly strengthen both your power and your network. Assuming the branch doesn't hold you accountable for killing the UMA, this mission should earn you substantial rewards, accelerating your cultivation significantly. Chu Yan nodded and asked, what kinds of rewards? Wan Yonan replied, first, each of you receives a portion of the Mothman's flesh. If it doesn't belong to your own aberrant order, the Bureau will exchange it for you. Consuming flesh from the same UMA yields diminishing returns, so any surplus will be converted into merit points by the Bureau. To prevent monopolization of UMA flesh and lost relics by capital interests, all purchases through the Supernatural Bureau require merit point expenditure. Black market transactions bypass this restriction, but prices soar far beyond Bureau rates. Oh, and your lost relic can be submitted to the appraisal division. They'll analyze its properties, usage methods, and aberrant order classification. Turnaround is typically 1 to 3 days, but fees apply. Chu Yan winced inwardly, feeling the acute sting of financial inadequacy. A moment later he asked, "By the way, what happens to the hearts of those 2 sweet home members?" Wan Yonan said, "The Bureau permits agents to eliminate criminal elements, but forbids private trade in cultivator hearts. However, I can leverage the Wan family's connections to procure 2 hearts from the aquatic aberrant order for you. Oh, and didn't you also slay another sweet home member earlier? Hand his heart to me. I'll convert that one too." Chu Yan blinked both hearts. "For me." Wan Yonan pinched his cheek with a grin. "Senior sister promised to help you. Do you think I'd compete with you at a moment like this? Others certainly won't object. Focus on strengthening yourself." Song Tsilong nodded vigorously. "No objections here. Had you 2 not been so strikingly handsome, I'd probably be licking Shueichan's boots right now. These hearts rightly belong to you too." Chu Yan straightened, earnest. To be protected by such a radiant senior sister and Wolf King senior brother, what an honor across 3 lifetimes. Song Tsilong threw back his head and roared with laughter, not a word of exaggeration. Wan Yonan smiled softly. "Such honeyed words, though serving as my modeling subject would suit you even better." Chu Yan, ha ha ha. "Let me schedule some cosmetic procedures first." At that moment John Woofing approached, grinning mischievously. "I've just finalized and dispatched the report. I suspect old Hui Yuangang is already being bullied into tears by BPRD's American colleagues, and the moment he reads our report he'll be so ecstatic he'll beg to lick our boots. Hurry, get in the car. I can't wait to witness their pitiful expressions." 5 minutes ago at the Sira Deep City branch, Director Hui Yuangang and 2 officials sat in a war conference room intently staring at the large display screen on the wall, the atmosphere heavy. On the display screen, a video conference system was open with Sira having logged in early to wait, but 5 minutes and 12 seconds had passed since the agreed time, and the other side still had not logged in. The female official reminded Director Hui, "The other side is already 5 minutes late. Should we send a reminder?" The male official's expression was grim. "The BPRD is trying to intimidate us, aiming to psychologically put us at a disadvantage before the negotiations even begin." The female official said angrily, "SJRA, BPRD, APMT, and SBDU have clearly signed a cooperation agreement. How can they take advantage of us in this way?" The male official scoffed. "Those BPRD guys have always been like this, seizing any opportunity to demand exorbitant prices. I remember Suzuki Kiichiro from APMT to resolve a local UMA issue. He had to take out 3 restricted grade relics from his own branch plus 5 grade rule techniques just to get the BPRD to act, and afterward, he directly resigned in shame." Hui Yuangang said solemnly, "All right, let's cut back on the chatter. You all know that those cooperation agreements are worthless. Only interests are eternal. They have the ability to solve problems while you don't. What can you do?" The male official looked dejected. The female official sighed. At this moment, the BPRD side logged in. A Caucasian man appeared on the video, his blonde hair styled in a 3/7 blue eyes, holding a cigar with a gentle smile. "Good evening, Hua." Hui Yuangang remained expressionless. Oliver said softly, "Your expression looks terrible. It seems the Mothman is putting quite the pressure on you." Hui Yuangang frowned and said, "I don't have time for small talk with you. Just tell me, how much compensation do you want for the information on the Mothman?" Oliver shook his head. "You're still so impatient, but never mind. 3 restricted grade lost relics plus 2 A-grade rule techniques and 4 grade rule techniques, and we will give you the information on the Mothman." Hui Yuangang widened his eyes. "What did you say?" Putting aside how precious the 3 lost relics are, isn't asking for 6 rule techniques a bit excessive? Every rule technique shared costs a life. Oliver said lightly, "Then how many lives is the threat of the Mothman?" Hui Yuangang was taken aback, fell silent for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said, 1 A-grade rule technique and 3 grade rule techniques." Oliver shook his head. 1 A-grade rule technique and 4 grade rule techniques. Oliver still shook his head. Hui Yuangang took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation, and calmly said, "Oliver, we've known each other for nearly 10 years. Can I sincerely ask you to make a concession for our friendship?" Oliver replied calmly, "Hua, when I was dispatched to China 10 years ago, you were the official I admired the most. Back then you were brave and powerful, a great hand at dealing with UMAs. It's no surprise that you've reached a tactical level and become the director of the Deep City branch now. To this day, I still consider you one of the few friends I have. But your greatest weakness is your humble origins and lack of vision." Hui Yuangang clenched his fists tightly, frowning in silence. Oliver slowly said, "Our Morgan family has a family motto: never go against the trend. When the trend is in your favor, you must strengthen yourself as much as possible, or you will be bullied in the future. When the trend is against you, you must remain hidden and endure, or you'll be foolishly fighting against the tide. Or I know these conditions are harsh. After agreeing, you will definitely feel ashamed, even considering leaving Sira voluntarily. But don't forget your original intention for joining Sira was to protect China. Now the way is right in front of you. are you really going to let this opportunity slip by? Think carefully if you don't agree how many more will die because of the Mothman. Compared to those lies, are the rule techniques and lost relics really that important? Wake up to reality, Hui, you have no choice left. Hui Yuangang's fist slowly loosened, his spirit dwindling like a wave crashing against the rocks. The pride of the past shattered into foam and vanished without a trace. Oliver looked down at Hui Yuangang through the video, his gaze distant as countless past images flashed through his mind. Hui Yuangang severing his right arm, but grinning in an ambulance, having successfully captured a UMA, but Yuangang boasting, while drinking with him, claiming he would contain all UMAs to ensure peace for the country. Hui Yuangang shouting at the airport that he would achieve more merit than him in 10 years, foolishly attracting everyone's attention. Oliver came back to his senses, the fiery Hui Yuangang from his memories overlapping with the desolate Hui Yuangang before him. He softly said, Hui, you are being crushed by responsibility, aren't you? Hui Yuangang took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and hoarsely said, I agree. At that moment, the male official stared at his laptop, exclaiming, Director, the instructors have successfully completed their mission. Oliver was taken aback. Hui Yuangang suddenly opened his eyes wide, jumped to his feet, and stared blankly at the male official. Are you sure? The male official nodded repeatedly. Absolutely. This perfunctory report style is definitely from the Hui Yuangang laughed 3 times toward the sky, looking at Oliver excitedly, saying, Oliver, it seems this time the trend hasn't favored you at all. Oliver looked astonished, stunned for a moment, and then broke into laughter. Hui Yuangang sat back down, crossing his legs. What's so funny? Your business is going down the drain. Oliver shook his head with a smile. It's nothing, I just feel like you've suddenly become yourself again. Hui Yuangang looked puzzled. My Chinese isn't good, and I have a ton of grammatical errors. Oliver smiled indifferently. Hui Yuangang took a cigar out of his pocket and tried to light it several times, without success. Finally, just holding it in his mouth, then said, Xiao Su promptly informed the logistics and transportation departments to transport the Mothman to the slaughterhouse, and remember to take a photo and send it to me. The male official awkwardly said, it's already been dispatched, but Director, the report says the Mothman is dead, and it is recommended to transport it directly back to the branch. Hui Yuangang's eyes widened. What did you say? Dead. That pastry madman killed the Mothman. Oliver was taken aback again. The male official had a strange expression. It wasn't the instructors, but it was his new apprentice, that restricted grade primitive Shenlin gang. Hui Yuangang looked incredulous and immediately snatched the laptop to read the report at a glance. For a long time, Hui Yuangang moved the laptop aside, stunnedly murmuring, a primitive rookie on their first mission made the greatest contribution and even personally killed the Mothman. Is this really a human? Oliver smiled. Hor, it seems your branch has gained a genius, but this genius seems a bit reckless. Killing a UMA will surely give rise to an even stronger UMA. The only way to prevent its resurrection is to kill its target of vengeance before it revives. So will you strangle a UMA stronger than the Mothman in the cradle, or gamble on whether that genius can survive? Hui Yuangang took several puffs from the unlit cigar coldly, saying, how could the Supernatural Bureau let a contributor die in vain? Oliver shook his head. Is this something a city director like you can decide? The video conference ended. Hui Yuangang took a deep breath, seriously stating, when Zhang Wufeng returns, have them all come to my office. Early morning, at 4 a.m. A Mercedes G-Class drove into the branch square, stopping recklessly. Chu Yan got out of the car with the lost relic, just about to ask Zhang Wufeng if he could catch a ride home, when he saw a male official rushing over. Everyone, Director Hua asks you to go to his office. Chu Yan and 4 others followed the male specialist into the branch headquarters building, rode the elevator to the 10th floor, and knocked on the door of the municipal supervisory office. Come in. Zhang Wufeng pushed the door open, and the group entered the office one by one. Hui Yuangang sat behind his desk, his expression layered with complexity. Zhang Wufeng sprawled casually onto the sofa, legs crossed. We just resolved a massive crisis for you. Why the long face? At the very least, you could hand each of us $1 million or so. Not to mention shedding tears of gratitude. I was elated, until I read the report. Then the pressure intensified. Hui Yuangang shook his head, and turned to Chu Yan. You're Chu Yan, correct? Chu Yan nodded. Good morning, Director Hua. Hui Yuangang straightened his posture. Comrade Chu Yan, your performance on this mission was exceptional. You not only resolved a critical threat to the branch, but also rendered me an immense personal service. On behalf of both the organization and myself, I extend my profound gratitude. Chu Yan replied. Oh, it's nothing. I've only just joined the organization, so honestly, I haven't yet developed much sense of belonging. But Yuangang spoke earnestly. According to the report, you acquired a lost relic. It will likely require appraisal by the Identification Division to determine its function. The Identification Division charges between 500,000 and 2 million per appraisal. As a token of appreciation, I will personally cover the cost for you. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. Ah, Director Hui, you truly are a paragon of virtue. Rest assured, The organization is now my home. Oh, just call on me whenever anything arises. Hui Yuan Gong. Zhan Wufeng nodded approvingly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Yes, pragmatic and grounded. Exactly the kind of disciple I'd train. Hui Yuangang sighed and said, Comrade Chu Yan, don't rejoice too soon. I have some troubling news to deliver. Please brace yourself and remain calm upon hearing it. Chu Yan said, go ahead. Hui Yuangang adopted a solemn tone. You're surely aware that after slaying a UMA it resurrects within 1 to 3 months, returning to exact vengeance stronger than before. The sole means of preventing its resurrection is to ensure the object of its hatred perishes first. No other method exists. The Mothman's terror is no secret. You understand its devastating impact on society and Sira alike. Even headquarters has taken notice. Personally, I deeply wish for your continued survival and future contributions to the organization. Given your extraordinary talent, I am willing to wager you'll endure this retribution. But this matter exceeds my authority. I cannot predict how higher echelons will respond. Chu Yan nodded calmly, understood. Hui Yuangang blinked in surprise. You aren't even anxious. Chu Yan spread his hands. The moment I decided to kill the Mothman, I steeled myself for whatever followed. Merely succeeding was already cause for joy, so this complication. Frankly, I'd rather not die, but neither am I trembling. After all, this is still far less harrowing than confronting a UMA. Well, Yuangang paused, then gazed at Chu Yan with newfound reverence. Now I see precisely why Zhan Wufeng chose you. This composure in the face of peril is exceedingly rare. In my youth, I lacked such fortitude. Chu Yan grinned. If the organization offered better benefits, I'd gladly serve as the psychological counselor too. Hui Yuan Gong. Ruan Yonan chuckled. If Brother Chu truly became psychological counselor, I'd visit you daily for chats. Hui Yuangang shook his head. Let's table that for now. We must return to the matter at hand. When I submit the report later, I'll advocate strongly on your behalf, but frankly I doubt it will sway much. To be candid, if you were an ordinary specialist, I'd urge you to prepare for the worst. Fortunately, you are Zhan Wufeng's disciple, so perhaps there remains a sliver of hope. Chu Yan turned to Zhan Wufeng, his expression sincere. Master, you know how towering you stand in my heart, like a father incarnate. Even your transgressions are eclipsed by your radiant integrity. You won't abandon your disciple, will you? Zhan Wufeng grimaced. Damn it. Resorting to such nauseating emotional leverage just to force me to save you. You've surpassed me entirely, boy. Chu Yan beamed. Zhan Wufeng sighed. I do know many people within the Bureau, but whether any can intervene remains uncertain. I'll begin contacting them one by one. Chu Yan nodded. That's more than enough. Hui Yuangang added. This matter carries top priority. Tomorrow, 3 regional directors and deputy directors from the South China branch will arrive in Shenzhen. If you intend to act, time is critically short. Chu Yan asked curiously, what rank does a regional director hold? Hui Yuangang explained. New recruits enter as junior specialists supervised by squad leaders. Above them are municipal directors, each overseeing a city. Next come regional directors responsible for 7 branches. At the apex stand 3 deputy directors and the director general at headquarters. Chu Yan whistled softly. That's quite the assembly. Hui Yuangang concluded. That covers everything. You may now submit your lost relic to the identification division. They'll contact you once analysis concludes. Should tomorrow's outcome prove unfavorable, the organization will acquire your relic and transfer the funds directly to your parents' accounts. Chu Yan nodded. Understood. Zhan Wufeng stretched languidly. Official business is done. Come, let's celebrate in the adjacent conference room. I ordered KFC, which should have arrived by now. Chu Yan stared astonished. You're treating us? Seriously? Ruan Yonan and Song Tsilong exchanged stunned glances. Even Shen Zhongqua paused momentarily, speechless. Zhan Wufeng glanced at them coolly. This is wealth dispersion to dispel misfortune. After prolonged exposure to the Mothman, I'm saturated with ill omen. How else could I cleanse it? He rose and led Chu Yan and the others into the neighboring conference room. A banquet of KFC takeout covered the table. Original recipe chicken, spicy chicken burgers, and oriental roasted wings. Their aroma rich and inviting. Chu Yan stood dumbfounded. The proverbial miser had finally shed a feather. Zhan Wufeng tossed a burger toward him, speaking indifferently. You're probably starving. Eat up. Even if tomorrow heralds the end of the world, one must feast before the final journey. With that, he tossed burgers to the others as well. Chu Yan unwrapped his, took a bite, and struck something unearthly. He peeled back the bun to reveal a 1 yuan coin nestled atop the chicken patty. What is this? So hard. Shen Zhongqua frowned, spitting out a coin. Me too. Ruan Yonan flipped hers idly. Same here. Song Tsilong mumbled around a coin in his mouth. Chu Yan shot Zhan Wufeng a bewildered look. Zhan Wufeng drawled lazily. It's almost Lunar New Year. Consider it your Yisui Qian, your lucky money. Keep it safe, and cease exploiting the disciple title to beg for cash. Song Tsilong cried out, just 1 yuan. How stingy. Chu Yan gazed at the coin resting in his palm, and burst into helpless laughter, which dissolved into waking consciousness. Chu Yan lay on a folding bed blinking awake beneath an unfamiliar ceiling. His gaze flickered, then froze. He bolted upright. Was slaying the Mothman merely a dream? Then his eyes fell upon the clay tablet map beside him. Relief washed over him, followed swiftly by deepening curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a hospital room, complete with an en-suite bathroom and 2 beds. His parents lay motionless on the second bed secured by restraint straps, breathing peacefully in sleep. A profound disorientation settled over Chu Yan. How did I get here? Wasn't I just celebrating moments ago? Just then Zhang Wufeng emerged from the restroom, drying his hands. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Chu Yan frowned. Weren't we just holding a victory banquet? You treated us to KFC, and gave us 1 yuan lucky coins. So why are we suddenly here? Zhang Wufeng arched a brow. I treated you to KFC. You're delusional. I'd be grateful you bought me dinner. Still, I suspect I know why your mind's tangled. Chu Yan pondered silently for several seconds. Then comprehension dawned. Could it be? Zhang Wufeng nodded. Precisely. The side effect of Shunlin class exposure. You've conflated reality with dream. Chu Yan felt surprised. The side effect of the dream was astonishingly vivid. Wait a minute. Chu Yan suddenly said. Where does the dream begin? What exactly happened after we returned to the branch? Zhang Wufeng sat down and said, we first went to Hui Yuangang's office. He praised you extensively and promised to help you appraise the lost relic, but warned you that several regional supervisors will come to Shenzhen tomorrow to discuss your situation. You shamelessly coerced me into helping you. After I agreed, you said you wanted to see your parents, so I brought you to the hospital ward. Just as I went to the restroom, you woke up. Chu Yan pondered and said, my memories started to differ completely from when I left the office. What about the things that happened before? Zhang Wufeng and Chu Yan carefully verified every detail from last night to now and finally discovered that only the hospital visit and celebration banquet were different. Zhang Wufeng said, this time it's somewhat lucky it only happened after you returned. If you had fallen asleep during the mission, it could have led to a disaster. Chu Yan's gaze flickered, feeling a slight sense of relief. Zhang Wufeng said calmly, but rest assured within an hour of waking up you won't fall asleep again, and there's no such thing as a dream within a dream. Moreover, as long as you don't continue to excessively use your abilities, the side effects won't recur. Remember, if you wake up like today again, you must remain skeptical about all memories between the 2 awakenings. The logistics department has pinhole cameras. You can pick one up or it can be hidden in a button and records 24 hours for emergencies. Chu Yan said, alright, but it has to be useful only if I'm still alive tomorrow. Zhang Wufeng shrugged noncommittal. Chu Yan looked at his parents and asked, by the way, when will my mom and dad wake up? What do you plan to explain when they wake up? Zhang Wufeng said, the doctor just said that the sedative has worn off, and they could wake up at any time. As for how to explain it, since your parents are family members of a commissioner, the supernatural department will generally inform them of the truth. If they agree, arrangements will be made for them to stay in the family quarters near the branch to ensure their safety. Chu Yan smiled. That's quite a good benefit. Just then his dad and mom opened their eyes one after another. Dad twisted his body and seeing the restraints exclaimed, where is this? Why are we tied up? Mom shouted anxiously, is anyone there? Where's this? Chu Yan quickly stood up and walked to the bedside saying, Dad, Mom, don't be nervous, this is a hospital. Upon seeing Chu Yan, Dad and Mom gradually calmed down, but still had puzzled expressions. At that moment a doctor and a female commissioner entered the ward. The female commissioner with her hair in a bun was one of those who brought Dad and Mom to the branch. The female commissioner nodded to Chu Yan and softly said, Commissioner Chu, let me explain the situation to your parents. Chu Yan nodded, thank you. The female commissioner sat by the bedside and explained everything in detail, patiently answering all questions, but concealed the consequences of killing Uma. After listening, Dad and Mom were instantly stunned. Dad swallowed hard. Why do I feel like this is the script of a new Marvel movie? I was turned into a moth pupa by the Mothman, and my son became a superpower user to save me. Is there really such a thing in this world? Mom held Chu Yan's hand and whispered, Son, have you joined a pyramid scheme? Don't believe those people's nonsense. They say you can control steel and have telepathy. It's all just a trick. You're smart enough to figure that out. Chu Yan scratched his cheek, feeling a stir within, and his whole being became transparent. Dad's eyes widened in shock. What the hell, son, where are you? Chu Yan quickly revealed his true form and said, I'm right here. I just went invisible. Mom covered her mouth with both hands, staring at Chu Yan in a daze. Dad asked in a daze, do you really have superpowers? What else can you do besides invisibility? Chu Yan replied, I can also take on the appearance of others, and my physical abilities are stronger than an average person. Then showed Dad what Stallone looks like. Mom shot Dad a glare. Dad looked embarrassed, cleared his throat, and said, My son has made it. I'm proud of him. Zhang Wufeng stood up and said, It seems your parents are doing well, so let's not let them suffer in this miserable hospital. After the checkup, let Xiao Miao take you to the family quarters for a look. The doctor approached, shone a flashlight into Dad and Mom's pupils, and checked their heart rate, blood pressure, and blood oxygen levels, declaring they could leave. Commissioner Xiao Miao smiled and said, "Uncle and Auntie, please get ready. I'll take you to the family quarters. We've already contacted your daughter, and she is waiting for you there." Mom said, "Okay, thank you, Commissioner Xiao Miao." Dad and Mom got out of bed, changed their clothes, and followed Commissioner Xiao Miao out of the ward. At this moment, a rare hesitation appeared in Chu Yan's eyes as he softly spoke. "Dad, Mom, I have a question to ask you." Dad and Mom turned around looking at Chu Yan with curiosity. Chu Yan scratched his cheek and asked, "Have you ever thought about having another child? The biological kind?" Dad and Mom exchanged glances and both laughed. Chu Yan was confused. Dad patted Chu Yan on the shoulder and smiled. "Son, your mom and I already have two of the best kids in the world. We've never thought about having another one." Mom nodded with a smile beside him. Chu Yan was momentarily taken aback, but then broke into a smile. What a coincidence, the world's best kids happen to be in the same family as the world's best parents. Dad and Mom laughed, holding Chu Yan's hand as they left the ward. The ward returned to tranquility. Zhan Wufeng sat by the bedside, pulled out his phone, and made a call. "Du Jiayong, come to ward 302. 5 minutes later, Du Jiayong came sneaking into the ward, his arms flailing and a wary expression on his face. "General, what do you need me for?" Zhan Wufeng pulled out a photo and showed it to Du Jiayong. The photo prominently displayed the corpse of the Mothman. Du Jiayong squinted his eyes and upon close inspection was startled. "The Mothman is dead. Who did this?" "General, we must avenge him." Slap. Zhan Wufeng raised his right hand and slapped him hard across the face. Du Jiayong fell to the ground, covering his right cheek, staring at Zhan Wufeng in shock. Zhan Wufeng threw the photo in front of him and coldly said, "Is the moth not done yet? You've at least spent some time under my command. Don't be so pathetic. The one who killed Lin Man is already dead and the apocalypse hasn't arrived yet. Get your act together. I didn't send you to a mental hospital for 2 reasons. 1, the department is short-staffed, and 2, I don't want you to ruin my reputation. If you keep acting this way, be careful, I'll lock you up in a hospital for life." Du Jiayong stared blankly at the photo, his expression gradually regaining clarity, mixed with terror and sadness. Suddenly he collapsed to the ground, sobbing loudly with snot and tears flowing together onto the floor. Zhan Wufeng pulled out a note and said, "Someone found this note on your desk. The handwriting seems to be from Lin Man." Du Jiayong stopped crying, slowly raised his head, and looked at Zhan Wufeng with red eyes, confusion written all over his face. Zhan Wufeng said, "That girl probably guessed she wouldn't return, so she wrote this note for you. I don't know why she was so sure you could survive. In any case, take a look at it." Du Jiayong took the note and carefully unfolded it. A line of elegant characters was written on the note. "Every day you must dress well, both on the outside and inside. This way luck will come to you." Du Jiayong was overwhelmed with tears, holding the note close to his chest, as if embracing Lin Man, the girl who shone like light. After a long time, Du Jiayong hoarsely spoke. "Instructor, who killed the Mothman?" Zhan Wufeng replied, "Chu Yan, my new disciple. He's different from you, he's a true genius. However, he's in some trouble and may die tomorrow. If you want to thank him, it's best to do it quickly." With that, Zhan Wufeng left the ward without looking back, leaving Du Jiayong kneeling in the ward silently weeping. Chu Yan and his parents rode in a Neo car driven by Officer Xiao Miao, arriving at the family compound. Chu Yan gazed out the window, seeing Shili Lake in the distance, its banks lined with peach blossom trees and dawn redwoods, lush and vibrant. Officer Xiao Miao said, "This area was originally a golf course built by the lake, but it has now been transformed into a mid to high-end residential community. There are guards patrolling both at the entrance and within the community, and if you need to travel far, you can apply for an escort." Mom sighed. "This community looks even nicer than our home, truly remarkable." Dad chuckled. "I never expected that in this lifetime I could have an escort when going out. We are indeed benefiting from our son's success." Under the watchful eyes of the guards, the Neo entered the community, circling a few times before stopping in front of a building. Chu Yan got out of the car and saw Chu Lumian rushing over, tears glistening in her eyes. "Dad? Mom?" Chu Lumian cried, rushing to embrace her parents like a cat anxious about separation. Mom and Dad patted her back and comforted her for a while before she calmed down. Chu Lumian looked at Chu Yan, her voice filled with anger. "The officer told me everything. It was such a big matter, and you didn't tell me anything. Have you grown wings now?" Chu Yan replied nonchalantly. "You seem to have accepted it pretty quickly." Chu Lumian wrinkled her delicate nose. "If it were any other time, I wouldn't have dared to believe it. But thinking back to that day when you didn't let me go home, I felt something was off. Besides, the person who contacted me was from the Public Security Bureau. How could I not believe it? You hiding so many things from your sister. Don't you have anything to say to me now?" Chu Yan extended his hand. Chu Lumian exclaimed, "Not a chance. At that moment Wan Yonan walked out from the adjacent building. Upon seeing Chu Yan her eyes lit up, and she quickly approached. So you're here too, what a coincidence. Chu Yan was slightly taken aback. Oh, you a young lady from the Wan family, actually came to live in the family compound. Isn't a 5-star hotel more appealing? Wan Yonan sighed. I don't have the luxury. You think my relationship with my family is quite poor, and they stopped giving me pocket money long ago. My expenses are all covered by my drawing earnings, otherwise do you think I would work so hard at it? Nearby Dad and Mom looked at the beautiful Wan Yonan, with astonished expressions whispering to each other. Chu Yan scrutinized Wan Yonan from head to toe. Her fair curvy legs, a waist that could be grasped with a single hand, a soft chest, like flowing spring water, a mature and charming face, and her tone that made it seem as if she didn't regard her brother as an outsider. Oh no, the servant I grew up with is about to be taken away. Chu Yan suddenly linked her arm with Chu Yan's and smiled. Hello miss, may I ask what your relationship with my brother is? Wan Yonan pondered for a moment and smiled, just a casual relationship of borrowing his body from time to time. Chu Yan. Dad was left dumbfounded. Mom's eyes brightened as she continuously assessed Wan Yonan, her gaze filled with approval. Chu Yan suddenly bared his teeth in a grin, glaring at Chu Yan. Hiss. Why are you pinching my arm? Chu Yan laughed. I'm not pinching you, I just wanted to see if your muscles are a bit more solid now that you've developed superpowers. By the way, do you want to explain what this young lady just said? Chu Yan replied speechlessly. This is my senior sister. She always wants me to be her drawing model. She was just joking earlier. Where did your mind wander off to? Wan Yonan pinched Chu Yan's cheek, smiling. In a way, I wasn't wrong at all. Chu Yan gasped and quickly pinched Chu Yan's other cheek. Chu Yan exclaimed. What are you two trying to do? Officer Xiao Miao cleared his throat and said, What? Chu Yan, should I take your uncle and aunt and your sister to see the house first? Chu Yan pushed away the hands of the two women and nodded. Please hurry and take them away, thank you. Chu Yan shot Chu Yan a fierce glare and followed Officer Xiao Miao and their parents into the building. Shortly after, Chu Yan received a message on his phone. Chu Yan texted, You better be clever and don't end up like Tomcat, toyed with by beautiful women. I must tell you, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she can deceive you. Be careful you won't even get to hold her hand before losing all your money. Chu Yan replied, How do you know beautiful women can deceive? Chu Yan replied, Because I often do. Chu Yan said, Oh, while I may play those bad men like a fiddle, how could I harm you? Just listen. Chu Yan retorted, You're a bad woman yourself. How can you talk about others? Leaving the protection of my sister, I finally realized it wasn't raining outside at all. Chu Yan exclaimed, I wasted my care for you. Let me ask you, if I and your senior sister fell into the water, who would you save first? I'd save you, I'd save you. Is that enough? No more talking, I have things to do. Remember to pay me back later. Chu Yan put down his phone and turned to see Wan Yonan shaking her head at him, feigning disappointment. Wan Yonan sighed. Your relationship with your sister is so good, yet you always refuse to let your senior sister use you as a model. You don't care about your senior sister's financial situation at all. Your senior sister envies your sister so much. Don't worry, if both my senior sister and my sister fell into the water, I'd definitely save my senior sister first. Wan Yonan's eyes lit up with joy as she reached out to pinch Chu Yan's cheek. Chu Yan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately covered his face with both hands. Wan Yonan twitched her lips, having to withdraw her hand. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I came to take you for a walk by Shili Lake, and to remind you not to forget to register for Dark Lamp Network. Although you have a major tribulation tomorrow, your senior sister is quite optimistic. Registering early will be beneficial for you. After saying that, Wan Yonan sent Chu Yan a PDF document. Chu Yan nodded. Okay, thank you. Chu Yan and Wan Yonan left the community, heading towards Shili Lake, while opening the document, which contained a tutorial for logging into Dark Lamp Network and a link for installing an IP hiding software. By the time they reached their destination, he had already followed the tutorial, downloaded the software, logged onto Dark Lamp Network, and entered the account registration page. Chu Yan leaned against a peach blossom tree, contemplating, and decided on an ID for himself, Moth Slayer, with verifiable achievements. He first followed Wan Yonan's account, Positive Energy Artist, then browsed the trending topics, and entered a headline post. Latest news on the Huaxia Mothman incident. Crazy Thursday personally leads the team. Can Sierra resolve the crisis? Dark Waltz, it's been so long, why hasn't there been any news from Sierra? Jack the Ripper, is there even a need to ask? With so many eyes watching, if it were successful, Sierra would definitely announce it at the first opportunity. Iris Violet sigh. I actually admire Crazy Thursday quite a bit, but I didn't get to meet him before he was gone. Han Han is NPC. There's nothing that can be done as Sierra has sent out rookies who just joined, which shows that the Shenzhen branch is really in a bind. They can only rely on tactical level officers now. Fat Dragon, this incident shows that Sierra's new generation is getting worse with each passing year. If those famous veterans are gone, the whole Sierra would probably need to be rebuilt, even becoming half a vassal of BPRD. Deadshot Sierra must have already sought help from BPRD, who knows how many benefits they had to give up. AG&C those people from BPRD are the most hypocritical. How could they possibly tell you about any benefits they've gained? But I estimate it's definitely more than last time with APMT. Chu Yan looked at Ruan Yonan and asked, has the branch not announced any news yet? Ruan Yonan shook her head saying, under normal circumstances they would have announced it long ago. But since you killed the Mothman, the higher-ups decided after comprehensive consideration to hold off on the announcement until they discussed the results tomorrow. Chu Yan nodded and looked back at the post. At that moment, a familiar ID replied below the post accompanied by a photo of the Mothman's corpse. End of doctor-patient relationship. Sorry, the Mothman has already been taken down by us. You useless people don't need to worry anymore. The comment section fell silent for 3 seconds, then the replies surged dramatically. Dark Waltz Fei Long, didn't you say this matter had no suspense? Come out and speak. Has Crazy Thursday gone mad? They actually killed the Mothman directly. Aren't they afraid of revenge? I was originally going to take a nap, but suddenly I'm not sleepy anymore. Han Han, his NPC dad did say that. Could it be a false rumor released by Crazy Thursday? But there's no need for that. Why would he do that? Could it be he perished alongside the Mothman? Doctor-patient relationship. Terminator, stop guessing. The one who killed the Mothman is that newcomer you all talk about. He even thought of the biological habits of the Mothman contributing a lot of other things. I was surprised too, but am too lazy to list them. Jack the Ripper, damn. This newcomer is terrifyingly outrageous. A fresh calf is not afraid of a tiger. Where did Crazy Thursday find such fierce disciples? Each one is more formidable than the last. Isn't it scary how a monstrous newcomer just popped up out of nowhere? And it's a level 1 new account. Positive Energy Artist Moth Killer Achievement. Check. Let me introduce you to our new junior brother currently serving as my personal model. Welcome to purchase positive energy images based on him. Dragon Soul Chessboard. Wow. The real person has appeared. Emerald Tang Dao, dude, can I interview you? Aren't you afraid of UMA's revenge? Chu Yan looked up speechlessly and saw Ruan Yonan making a face at him. He shook his head, and upon looking down he found that his account's follower count was skyrocketing. In just a few seconds, 300 people had followed him. Ruan Yonan smiled. Looks like you've become famous with one battle. At this rate, it won't be long before you receive a membership invitation from Tom's Supermarket. Chu Yan asked, didn't they decide to suppress the news first? Isn't senior brother Shun afraid of being criticized for sending this out? Ruan Yonan shrugged. Shun's character is like this, he fears neither heaven nor earth. However, this time, he should not be acting purely on impulse, but to help you. Chu Yan was taken aback, thought carefully, and understood, senior brother Shun is creating public opinion to pressure the supernatural department. Ruan Yonan nodded. Now you are a hero known by all. Even if the higher-ups think the potential risks you left behind are too great, they have to consider the consequences of radical actions and public opinion. Of course, the higher-ups might not necessarily want to eliminate you either. Chu Yan felt a sense of respect. I finally understand the meaning of that line. Ruan Yonan, what line? I have a brother and you don't. That's the reason for being willful. Makes sense. At this moment, Ruan Yonan glanced at the post and paused for a moment. Oh, someone is offering a reward for your personal information. Chu Yan looked towards the post. Han Han is NPC. I'm offering 2 million Hong Kong dollars for a clear front-facing photo of Moth Killer achievement. Check. It needs to be HD, not like the blurry UMA photos. Such a fierce newcomer, I wonder if he is handsome or not. He. Jack the Ripper, no wonder she's the daughter of the new Wangma Association. Oh, she really is generous. Moth Killer achievement. Check. Him 150 years old, bald with buck teeth, and a sharp chin. Those who are not tough enough to look at me will perish at a glance. Moreover, I suffer from extreme social anxiety. Moth Killer achievement. Check. Him 150 years old, bald with buck teeth, and a sharp chin. Those who are not tough enough to look at me will perish at a glance. Moreover, I suffer from extreme social anxiety and dislike being photographed. Please be respectful. If anyone harasses me, I will bring the reincarnation of the Mothman to your house to pay New Year's greetings. The enthusiasm of the two of us is something an ordinary family cannot handle. The comment section realized that silence is golden. Ruan Yonan looked at Chu Yan, his expression a mix of wanting to laugh and helplessness. You are quite ruthless when it comes to self-deprecation. Chu Yan shrugged. If I don't go hard, I can't control these people. But even if someone really comes knocking, I'm not afraid. After a long while, finally a reply came. Han Han is NPC. Alright, I'll withdraw the reward. Really? But for such a big thing as killing the Mothman, who knows if Sierra will let this newcomer live? Even getting the photo would be useless. Jack the Ripper indeed, after all, UMA, who is even stronger than the Mothman, is terrifying to think about. Moth Killer achievement. Check. You're in trouble now. Windmill Tulip, if I were the leader of SIRA, I would be furious. After finally getting a genius, I have to kill him with my own hands. Jack the Ripper. TSK Tisk, everyone has their own fate. Ruan Yonan looked at Chu Yan, smiling lightly. Now everyone looks down on you. You must live to show them tomorrow. Let's go call that silly dog, and Shun, we're going to Xi and Rongji. Just consider it a boost for you. Let your senior brother Shin treat us. He has connections, and doesn't need to make a reservation. Chu Yan sighed. Going all out for a Michelin 3-star meal, how extravagant. But is it really necessary to treat a possibly dying person so well? Ruan Yunnan paused, then burst out laughing. It seems that Zhan Wufeng only taught you better to live poorly than to die well, but didn't have time to teach you another profound truth from the sect. Chu Yan curiously asked, what profound truth? Ruan Yunnan, with a mysterious expression, huffed softly, skipped a couple of steps, and suddenly turned back at Shili Lake. As the sun rose, the surface of Shili Lake sparkled, and the fiery peach blossom forest flowed layer upon layer with the morning breeze like a burning prelude to rebirth. Ruan Yunnan blossomed with a smile, her long hair dancing in the wind, each strand shining brightly. She lightly uttered that profound truth from the sect, just as naturally as the rising sun and the morning breeze. Even if the next second is the end of the world, one must love life at this moment. Chu Yan slowly widened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the rising sun, the morning breeze, Shili Lake, the peach blossom forest, the desire to survive, and the girl who cared for him. The next day at 7 in the morning, Chu Yan sat at the entrance of the family compound, getting into Zhan Wufeng's Mercedes-Benz G-Class, with Ruan Yunnan and Song Xiai Lang on either side, and Shun Zhongke in the passenger seat. Zhan Wufeng said expressionlessly, "Now we are going to the branch. The 3 supervisors of the South China region have arrived. I received news that their attitude towards this matter is not very positive." Chu Yan and his 4 companions got off the vehicle, crossing the plaza towards the main building of the branch. Along the way, many agents cast their gazes upon Chu Yan, filled with respect, concern, and regret. Yet there was no encouragement. Upon entering the main hall of the branch building, Agent Xiao Miao approached them. Agent Xiao Miao saluted and said, "Chu Agent, I will take you to the auditorium of the branch. The instructor and others will arrive later and sit in the audience to observe the discussion." Chu Yan nodded and followed Agent Xiao Miao into the elevator. The elevator ascended to the 12th floor, where Chu Yan and Agent Xiao Miao walked through a long corridor to a set of double doors and pushed them open. The noise overwhelmed them as the audience seats were filled with agents and hundreds of fiery gazes were directed at them, making the air feel a tad warmer. A large portion of the branch was gathered here, celebrating the birth of a hero or witnessing the fall of a martyr. In the front of the audience, 3 stern-looking middle-aged men sat side by side. One had a thick beard, another bore a vicious scar on his neck, and the third was a bald man with a face full of muscle. Agent Xiao Miao said, "The one with the thick beard and sparse hair is Deputy Director Dai, the one with the scar on his neck is Director Jiang, and the bald man is Deputy Director Chao. Next, please take a seat in front of the 3 directors." Chu Yan took out his phone, activated the front camera, and with his back to the auditorium, took a selfie. Captured a live photo. This trip was worth it. Chu Yan looked at the photo, his expression quite satisfied. Agent Xiao Miao stared at Chu Yan in shock, murmuring, "Is this really the instructor's disciple? His psychological quality is so strong, truly different from ordinary people." Putting away his phone, Chu Yan stepped into the auditorium, navigating through countless gazes and a surging crowd, moving step by step toward the 3 directors, as if approaching a predetermined fate. Deputy Director Dai and Deputy Director Chao sat on either side, their expressions stern. Director Jiang sat in the middle, eyes closed, meditating. 5 meters in front of the 3 officials was a green folding chair. Chu Yan sat on the chair, calmly scanning the audience, and spotting Zhan Wufeng, Shinzhongqua, Song Tilong, and Ruan Yunnan in the front row smiling at them. At that moment, Deputy Director Dai leaned over to Director Jiang's ear and whispered, "The person has arrived, let's begin." Director Jiang slowly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Chu Yan. In that instant, Chu Yan's pupils constricted fiercely, his hair standing on end, and he instinctively clenched his fists, as if a pair of enormous murderous eyes were fixed on him from behind. A profound sense of crisis surged from the depths of his genes, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. This Director Jiang was very likely a member of the Winged Membrane clan. Chu Yan struggled to calm his breathing, but the effect was minimal. Facing a tactical-level adversary at maturity, his body instinctively tensed. At this rate, even speaking fluently would be a luxury. The discussion had yet to begin, but the situation had already turned unfavorable. What to do? At that moment, Zhan Wufeng stood up, moved a chair from the corner, and sat down beside Chu Yan, crossing his legs. Chu Yan looked at him in surprise. Zhan Wufeng glanced at him without speaking. Director Jiang frowned slightly, saying, "Zhan Wufeng, don't be so undisciplined, go sit back in the audience." Zhan Wufeng leisurely lit a cigarette, sneering, "You 3 old men are over 150 years old combined, yet you shamelessly bully a 17-year-old child in public." After saying that, Zhan Wufeng tilted his chin at Chu Yan and said, "You don't need to be nervous. This Jiang guy just loves to show off in front of young people, thinking he's so impressive, but even his granddaughter finds him greasy and ignores him no matter how he tries to please her." Chu Yan replied, "PFF. Cough cough, don't say that about the director, it's not good for the image. Director Jiang twitched a corner of his mouth. Deputy Director Dai coldly said, alright, let's begin. Director Jiang took a long breath and looked at Chu Yan earnestly, saying, Comrade Chu Yan, hello. The day before yesterday, you and other agents completed the capture mission of the Mothman, relieving the organization of a major concern for which the organization is very grateful. However, according to the report, you killed the Mothman during the mission, which could potentially lead to the emergence of an extremely terrifying UMA. After analyzing the process, we believe the possibility of accidental killing is very low. May I ask why you did this? Chu Yan remained unfazed, replying to protect the people. Director Jiang raised an eyebrow and said, but I've heard that you did this to save your parents who had turned into moth larvae, but it seems that there is a larger element of selfishness involved, isn't it? I still maintain my composure, Chu Yan replied. My parents are also part of the people. Deputy Directors Dai and Chow were momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting this answer. The audience began to murmur. Shen Zhongque's lips curled into a smile, saying this kid knows how to talk. Song Xilong had a complex expression, saying the person who deceived me out of money spoke just as well. Wan Yonan chuckled softly and muttered to himself, compared to appearance, what matters most for a model is indeed the core. Director Jiang nodded slightly, saying what you said is true regardless of whether there is selfishness. You protected many people, and for that I thank you on behalf of the people. Thank you, Chu Yan said. Director Jiang then shifted the topic, saying, however, the crisis of the Mothman's resurrection will not be eliminated by your merits. Comrade Chu Yan, we will forever remember your heroic deeds. All rewards will be passed on to your family, and additional compensation will be provided. I know that saying this is quite disheartening, but the hidden dangers of this matter are too significant, and the South China branch has no choice but to make this painful decision. The organization hopes that you can nip the disaster in the bud before it escalates into a catastrophe. In other words, self-termination. The audience was in an uproar. Chu Yan lowered his eyelids and said, Director Jiang, are you so afraid of UMAs? Or is it that my performance isn't impressive enough for you to believe I can survive? Director Jiang remained silent for a long time, exhaling deeply, and slowly stood up. He began to unbutton his coat, taking off his outerwear and shirt, revealing his upper body. A scar stretched from his chin to his lower abdomen, occupying half of his torso, grotesque and prominent. Chu Yan's gaze shifted slightly. Director Jiang spoke slowly. This scar was left during my tactical level metamorphosis phase. At the time, there was a troublesome restricted-level UMA that many capable restricted-level agents could not capture, so I was ordered to go and contain it. However, I never expected that even though this UMA was not at my level, its abilities were quite bizarre, and it managed to hide within a spatial rift, leaving me with no way to act. I could only watch helplessly as it mutated 5 times in a row, advancing to the tactical level, and then proceeded to beat me to the brink of death. Afterward, 236 people perished within 10 seconds. In the end, it was Deputy Director Fan who personally intervened, resolving that crisis, while I lay in the ICU barely clinging to life. Hearing this, many in the audience were stunned. Director Jiang hoarsely said, I disclose this embarrassing past to tell you all that levels cannot measure the dangers of a UMA. If handled improperly, even a restricted-level UMA could bring about catastrophic consequences. That UMA back then was less dangerous than the Mothman, yet it left me with a lifetime of psychological trauma. Now, shortly after, an even stronger restricted-level UMA than the Mothman is about to be born, potentially carrying lost artifacts, and no one can predict what will happen. Ladies and gentlemen, as the director of the South China region, I cannot afford to gamble, truly cannot. Chu Yan stared blankly at that scar, opening his mouth several times, yet found himself speechless. At this moment, Deputy Director Dai and Deputy Director Chow stood up simultaneously, earnestly gazing. Director Jiang took a deep breath and said, Comrade Chu Yan, your talent amazes me. I was certainly not your match back in the day. If it weren't for this matter, I would wish more than anyone for you to live and to see your outstanding performance in the Supernatural Bureau. But now that things have developed to this point, I have no choice. You are a hero, yet so young. I feel deeply ashamed for asking you such a shameless request. However, for the greater good, even if it means sacrificing my dignity today, I must speak to you. Director Jiang, Deputy Director Dai, and Deputy Director Chow bowed deeply in unison, pleading loudly, Comrade Chu Yan, please die for Huaxia. The entire venue fell silent. Chu Yan pressed his lips together, lowering his head in silence. After a long time, he spoke softly to himself. The atmosphere has built up to this point. It seems that not dying is not an option. In fact, I had long been prepared to die, but just yesterday, I suddenly began to love life. I want to eat so many delicious foods I've never tried, want to see Mount Everest, want to ride a hot air balloon in Turkey, and want to watch movies with my friends and family. My favorite show, Sherlock, hasn't even released its sequel yet. What a mess this is. Such a heavy responsibility on my shoulders makes it hard to breathe. Many in the audience looked despondent with faint sounds of weeping. Shen Zhongque shook his head. Song Tsilong curled up in his seat, unable to bear to look further. Ruan Yonan stared at Chu Yan expressionless, but his eyes were wet. Director Jiang, Deputy Director Dai, and Deputy Director Chow remained bowing silent. Chu Yan took a deep breath, exhaling very slowly, trying to lighten the mood. After a long time, Chu Yan looked at the three officials and smiled. Just then the auditorium doors swung open and bright light flooded in. A silver-haired young man stood at the door dressed in black and white uniform, wearing a pendant around his neck, his expression as calm as water, his aura as distant and cold as a snow-capped mountain. Zhang Wufeng's gaze flickered slightly as he whispered, "Reinforcements have arrived." The silver-haired youth stepped into the hall, descending step by step under the watchful gaze of the crowd, heading towards Chu Yan and Zhang Wufeng. In an instant the hall erupted with murmurs. Many male officials widened their eyes, while several female officials gasped in excitement, some even furiously typing to inform acquaintances about the appearance of a heavyweight figure. Shun Zhongxue, Song Tsilong, and Ruan Yonan stared intently at the silver-haired youth, their expressions solemn, yet tinged with a sense of awkwardness. Chu Yan felt a stir in his heart, and leaned close to Zhang Wufeng's ear, whispering, "Is this my other senior brother? What is his background making such a grand entrance?" Zhang Wufeng replied with a neutral expression. "His name is Pei Feibai, the youngest regional supervisor in the history of the Supernatural Bureau. He was just transferred to headquarters last year, and is likely to become the youngest deputy director." Since joining the Supernatural Bureau, Pei Feibai has broken numerous records within the Bureau, including the highest number of restricted-level UMA captures, the most tactical-level captures, the fastest promotion to tactical level, the highest task completion rate, and the top bounty on the Dark Lantern Network, even the highest discussion rate among female officials. However, the most remarkable record is undoubtedly that he captured a restricted-level UMA within a minute while he was still at the restricted level. Although the creation of this record involved various factors, it undoubtedly proves he is a genius among geniuses. Chu Yan was shocked. Zhang Wufeng continued, "Before meeting you, Pei Feibai was the most talented person I had ever seen. To be honest, even now, I am not sure who has greater talent between you and him." "Then why does it seem like none of you want to mention him?" Chu Yan asked. Zhang Wufeng shot him a glance and replied, "Do you think I enjoy bringing up someone like you who stirs up trouble? It's a bit distant, huh?" At that moment, Pei Feibai approached Chu Yan, gazing at him for a few seconds before softly speaking. "Did you kill the Mothman?" "Yes." "Are you Chu Yan?" "Yes." Pei Feibai smiled slightly. "Thank you." Chu Yan was somewhat surprised and nodded. Pei Feibai turned to the three bowing officials and softly said, "Director Jiang, Deputy Director Chow, Deputy Director Dai, please stand and speak." The three officials straightened up, staring at Pei Feibai with complex expressions. Pei Feibai said softly, "Director Jiang, you traveled a great distance to Shenzhen just to persuade a hero who has just made significant achievements after joining Sierra to die. Aren't you afraid of disappointing your colleagues at the Shenzhen branch?" Director Jiang frowned and said, "Comrade Pei Feibai, I understand everything you say, but the dangers of this matter are too great. I must make this heavy decision. You should understand better than anyone how terrifying a UMA of the Mothman level can be." As he spoke, Director Jiang glanced at Pei Feibai's silver hair, his words carrying an implication. Pei Feibai grasped Chu Yan's arm, pulling him up, and calmly said, "While UMAs are indeed terrifying, Chu Yan's achievements are equally remarkable. Anyway, the UMA won't revive for at least a month. Why not give him a chance to prove he can survive?" Director Jiang shook his head. "Is it meaningful?" "Not meaningful." Director Jiang was silent for a moment, and said, "All right, living for another month may indeed have significance. But if we resolve this now, the outside world will think Chu Yan died heroically. Struggling for more than a month only to die will lead the outside world to believe that the hero wanted to survive, but Sierra forced him to his death. Perhaps the truth is indeed so, but the outside world cannot think that way. Moreover, hoping for a month and then discovering it is futile. Wouldn't that be another kind of cruelty?" Chu Yan's gaze slightly shifted. He could sense Director Jiang's determination and awareness. Pei Feibai shook his head and said, "Director Jiang, you are too pessimistic. I actually believe that Chu Yan might just survive. If he succeeds, the significance would be quite profound." Director Jiang furrowed his brows. "Are you favoring your junior disciple? The Bureau has conducted experiments before, and the result was that no one survived, leaving behind a heap of trouble. You must know that. However, you overlook one point: those experimental subjects were all hypnotized UMAs, while Chu Yan killed a conscious Mothman." Director Jiang said in a deep voice, "Chu Yan does indeed possess outstanding abilities, but I do not believe this can change the outcome. It's not a matter of ability, but rather the difference in experimental procedures." Pei Feibai paused for a moment and continued, "Last month, when I visited the Mayo Yang Research Institute, I met the authoritative scholar Yang Qiuji. One thing he said has stuck with me ever since. Yang Qiuji said that in scientific research, any inconspicuous variable can lead to vastly different experimental results. This is the first time anyone in Sierra has killed a conscious UMA. What you see is a crisis I see as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that can help us further understand UMAs. Director Jiang frowned. This is just your conjecture. Pei Feibai replied. Any scientific conclusion begins with a conjecture. You, Director Jiang, are being overly conservative. Enough. Director Jiang shouted angrily, pointing at his abdominal scar. Listen, Pei Feibai, I Jiang Yuanjuan am not a coward. If the Mothman revives, I am willing to be the first to face it, but I know I have less than a 30% chance. Your conjecture is baseless. I cannot. Director Jiang, I only ask you one question. Pei Feibai interrupted sharply, waving his hand fiercely, as if questioning everyone present. As humans, are we really going to be completely intimidated by UMAs? Director Jiang was momentarily speechless, and everyone in the room fell silent. A long silence ensued. Pei Feibai glanced at Chu Yan and said, Chu Yan has accomplished what I could not. Even for that I am willing to place my bet on him. Director Jiang slowly shook his head. No matter how eloquently you speak, the South China branch is still under my jurisdiction, and I must be responsible for the millions of people in South China. You need not worry about that. If Chu Yan fails, I will take responsibility for containing that UMA. Director Jiang frowned. Although you have created many miracles, you are still just a tactical level human. Do you really think you can contain a restricted level UMA stronger than the Mothman within 50 seconds? 50 seconds. Director Jiang, you must be joking. Such a length of time is enough for a UMA to kill hundreds of people. If it takes that long, I wouldn't dare to make a promise. Pei Feibai remained unfazed, enunciating each word carefully. 10 seconds is enough. The audience erupted into chaos. Chu Yan looked at Pei Feibai in astonishment, seeing him unafraid, as if he were fully prepared. Director Jiang stared blankly at Pei Feibai, speechless for a long time, as if gazing at a monster. Pei Feibai locked eyes with Director Jiang, his gaze seemingly ablaze, capable of melting away fears and regrets from the past. After a long while, Director Jiang let out a deep breath and shook his head, saying, Fine, fine. Since you, Pei Feibai, are so confident, I will accompany you on this venture. Chu Yan was taken aback. Was Director Jiang really persuaded? Director Jiang stared directly at Chu Yan and said, I Jiang Yuanjuan have been intimidated by UMAs my whole life, and I am truly tired of it. You are so young with an unlimited future ahead. I am willing to take this bet. Even if I fail, it will only mean that I Jiang Yuanjuan will give an account to the people with my life. Deputy Director Chao and Deputy Director Dai exchanged glances and nodded towards Chu Yan, saying, We are with you too. Chu Yan's expression grew serious as he said, Thank you, I will survive. The audience fell silent. Oh, everyone was stunned. Pei Feibai surveyed the crowd and calmly inquired, Why are you all still silent? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Pei Feibai seized Chu Yan's right wrist, raised it above his head, and declared loudly, A hero is born at this moment, oh let all rejoice. The entire venue erupted with deafening cheers and applause. All the officials stood up, shouting, waving, and whistling as if a tidal wave was about to tear off the roof. Shen Zhongxue applauded with his legs crossed, a smile on his face. Song Xilong cried out loudly, clapping continuously, Junior brother. Senior brother no longer needs to burn paper money for you, woohoo. Ruan Yonan slumped in her seat, feeling exhausted, as she had been too nervous moments ago. The scene was too magnificent. Chu Yan was momentarily stunned, taking a long time to react before smiling and waving at the audience. After a moment, Chu Yan took out his phone, looked at Pei Feibai, and seriously asked, Senior brother, can we take a picture together? I want to post it on the Dark Lantern Network, it'll blur it out. Pei Feibai was taken aback and smiled, saying no. As the discussion meeting came to a close, people celebrated briefly before gradually dispersing, leaving the hall in tranquility. Chu Yan exchanged pleasantries with the three officials for a while, successfully moralizing them into taking a group photo, and was the last to leave the hall. Just as he stepped out of the hall, Chu Yan saw Ruan Yonan, Shen Zhongxue, and Song Xilong waiting for him in the corridor. Song Xilong gathered his strength and sprinted, leaping into the air with open arms to embrace Chu Yan. Junior brother, happy to see you survive. Chu Yan sidestepped, allowing Song Xilong to fly into the hall before waving at the other two. Sorry, the three officials held me up for a photo, which wasted some time. Song Xilong squatted down in disbelief, looking back at Chu Yan. Shen Zhongxue said nonchalantly, a trivial matter delayed us for so long. You'll treat us to lunch later. If it's less than 500 per person, you're done for. Ruan Yonan glanced scornfully at Shen Zhongxue and said, a grown man always wanting to eat fancy meals, and once the dishes arrive, he takes forever to take pictures. What a bore. Then Ruan Yonan linked her arm with Chu Yan, smiling joyfully. Let's go to Cocoa Park for some roasted pigeon. That place's milk pigeons are so delicious. There's usually a line of over 100 people, but senior sister has connections, so we won't have to wait. Chu Yan expressed his admiration. May I ask what level of skill allows one to skip the line? I want to awaken quickly too. Song Xilong jumped over and cheerfully asked, Can we just order milk pigeons and skip the vegetables? Sorry, there's no obligation to avoid constipation. Chu Yan looked around and said, by the way, where did old Ghost John go? Shun Zhongxue replied casually. Chances are he went back to the office to eat egg tarts. That guy always eats a lot of egg tarts after finishing something exhausting. Chu Yan nodded. Let's not worry about him, let's go eat. The four of them arrived at the parking lot of the branch, got into Shun Zong's Audi RSQ8A, and headed to Coco Park. Wan Yonan sat in the back seat, pulled out her phone, scrolled through it, and turned to say, Junior brother, there are still many people on the Ningen network concerned about whether you survived. Chu Yan asked in surprise, with so many spectators, just now the news hasn't spread yet. Wan Yonan said, with such a hot topic it's essential to wait for the higher-ups to think through their wording before releasing it publicly. Fair enough. Chu Yan took out his phone and opened the Ningen network. A new trending post had surged into the top 10. Crazy Thursday, the new disciple kills the Mothman. How achievements and disasters coexist. How will Syrah decide? Iris Violet, it's been so long. Has Syrah reached a conclusion? Jack the Ripper, tisk tisk, they're still discussing. I bet they've already completed the euthanasia and are figuring out how to control the narrative. Dark Waltz, not necessarily. Syrah has always been good to its agents. That guy's performance is so explosive, maybe Syrah plans to take a gamble. Fat Dragon, Dark Waltz, your statement lacks depth. That's a UMA scarier than the Mothman. Would you dare to gamble? If you ask me, that kid is probably already in line for reincarnation. AG&C sigh, it feels like there's a 90% chance it's hopeless. If there's no result in half an hour, I'll take a nap. Han, is NPC boring? Just when something interesting happens, it immediately has no follow-up. But in this circle, people die every day, so it's not surprising. Emerald Tang Dao sigh, the heavens truly envy the talented, it's an eternal truth. At this moment, the Audi RSQ8 stopped at a red light. Shen Zhongxue picked up his phone and casually posted a reply. Ender of doctor-patient relations, everyone disperse, he survived. This stirred up a huge wave. Iris Violet, my goodness. Is this real? Moth Killer, your achievements can be verified, come out, and say something. Jack the Ripper, fake news. It's definitely fake news. AG&C, big brother, why don't you post some pictures? If this goes on, I'll really lose sleep over it. Han is NPC. Moth Killer, your achievements can be verified, did you really survive? Chu Yan leaned closer to Wan Yonan and quietly asked, is senior brother helping me too? Wan Yonan shook her head and whispered, this time it's probably just the higher-ups. Shun Zhongxue gripped the steering wheel and said coldly, if you two keep arguing, you can take a cab on your own. Chu Yan and Wan Yonan stopped their bickering. Chu Yan picked up his phone, located the group photo with the three officials, covered their faces and half of their bodies with stickers, and sent a reply. Moth Killer, your achievements can be verified image. JPG, thank you to the officials of the Southern Division for your support. I will not disappoint the organization's trust, and will live vigorously. AG&C, wow. You really survived. Amazing. Dark Waltz, Fat Dragon, who were you saying lacked depth? Come out and speak. Fat Dragon, Moth Killer, no way bro, did you really survive? On what basis? Jack the Ripper, WTF. Emerald Tang, Dao, good. Syrah is such a talent-loving organization, it's rare these days. Windmill Tulip, is there anyone on site? Please tell us what happened at that time. Positive Energy Painter, our master brought senior brother to save the day, that's Pei Fei Bai. Wan Yonan's reply caused the number of replies to spike again. Dark Waltz, damn. Pei Fei Bai personally showed up. Is this newcomer so important to Syrah? Deadshot. This indicates that in Syrah's eyes, Moth Killer's potential is likely on par with Pei Fei Bai. Emerald Tang Dao, I suddenly feel that Moth Killer's performance might be even more impressive than expected. AG&C, the second Pei Fei Bai. I can't sleep at all now. Han is NPC that. Is there anyone taking orders? I'm offering 5 million Hong Kong dollars for a clear frontal photo of Moth Killer, a slightly distant one will do. White Sand Beihai, Miss Han, even Pei Fei Bai is protecting him. Who dares to take this job other than the 3 major mercenary groups? Besides such a trivial task, they probably wouldn't look at it unless the pay increases. Han is NPC, but he just bought a Lumbo, and his pocket money isn't quite enough. Iris Violet, now we just have to wait and see if Moth Killer can survive in a few months. If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't believe it, but if it's the second Pei Fei Bai, things could get interesting. Wan Yonan looked at Chu Yan and said, Junior brother, now those people are starting to care about what happens in a few months. You need to quickly enhance your strength during this time. I don't want to help you send a coffin home. Chu Yan nodded, thinking that Lost Relic has already been handed over to the appraisal department, and the results should come soon. It must be very powerful. Coupled with the 3 hearts from the sweet home and a piece of UMA meat, I'll soon reach the metamorphosis stage. Oh, and there's also the pyramid reward. I can consider whether to choose a skill, a Lost Relic, or information later. Chu Yan looked at Wan Yonan and said, by the way, senior sister, I always feel like you're reluctant to mention Pei Fei Bai. Is it my misconception, or is there some past I don't know about? For a moment the car fell silent again. Wan Yonan thought for a moment, shook her head, and sighed. Forget it, you'll find out sooner or later. I'm too lazy to hide it. It doesn't concern me anyway. Chu Yan immediately straightened up ready for the gossip. Ruan Yonan said, this has to start from a mission. Back then Pei Fei Bai was still a restricted level agent. In the branch hall, Zhan Wufeng entered the empty elevator with a bag of KFC takeout and pressed the button for the 5th floor. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a slender hand reached in through the gap, forcibly preventing the doors from shutting. Pei Fei Bai stepped into the elevator and silently stood beside Zhan Wufeng. Zhan Wufeng casually asked, aren't you going to press the button for the elevator? Pei Fei Bai smiled and replied, I'm going to the 5th floor. Zhan Wufeng raised an eyebrow and pressed for the 4th floor. Pei Fei Bai remained silent for a few seconds before reaching out and pressing the button for the 4th floor off. Zhan Wufeng asked. Pei Fei Bai looked at Zhan Wufeng and said earnestly, you should also go to the 5th floor. Zhan Wufeng shot him a strange glance and said, you're crazy. The elevator dinged, and they arrived at the 5th floor. Zhan Wufeng stepped out and walked briskly toward his office. Pei Fei Bai followed closely behind, keeping a distance of 2 meters. Halfway through, Zhan Wufeng suddenly stopped, turned to face Pei Fei Bai, and said irritably, why are you always following me? After years apart, have you started liking men? Want to become a rebellious disciple? No wonder so many young girls in the office are sending you flirtatious glances, and you don't even look at them. Turns out you're gay. Pei Fei Bai said seriously, I have something to tell you. Zhan Wufeng replied, but I have nothing to say to you. Pei Fei Bai remained silent for a few seconds, and said earnestly, you do. Zhan Wufeng was silent, looking at Pei Fei Bai. Seeing that Zhan Wufeng wasn't speaking, Pei Fei Bai simply walked around him and entered his office. After taking a few steps, Pei Fei Bai turned back and saw Zhan Wufeng still standing outside the door unmoving. Pei Fei Bai remained silent for a few seconds and said earnestly, come in, don't be polite. Zhan Wufeng twitched his mouth, his forehead veins bulging, feeling a surge of impulse to hit someone. Damn it, really a master of annoying people. Zhan Wufeng muttered a curse under his breath, walked into the office, casually dropped the KFC takeout, and sat down behind his desk. Pei Fei Bai sat opposite him, his eyes clear, silver hair drifting, exuding a clean aura like snow on a pine tree. Zhan Wufeng crossed his arms and said, if you have something to say, say it quickly. I want to eat once you're done. Pei Fei Bai said earnestly, as the guest you should first ask me if I want tea, cola, or coffee. Zhan Wufeng replied, I don't have any drinks here. Pei Fei Bai said, I want cola. Zhan Wufeng put his hands together, pleading, can you let me go, chief? Wasn't I just asking you to help out temporarily? Is it necessary to torture just me? Do you want money or my life? Just say it directly, okay? If it really doesn't work, I can give you Chu Yan's WeChat. You can bother him. His condition is on par with yours, and you both will surely hit it off. Pei Fei Bai lowered his eyelids and said, you really are blaming me? Zhan Wufeng replied, I started blaming you the moment you entered the elevator. You just realized now. Your lack of awareness is impressive. No wonder you have such talent. Pei Fei Bai gently shook his head and said, I'm not talking about today's matters. Zhan Wufeng retorted, then what day are you talking about? How long has it been since we last met? Even for a criminal case, the statute of limitations has passed. August 5th, 2020, 114313 p.m. Zhan Wufeng suddenly fell silent. Pei Fei Bai spoke softly. That night, I went on a mission with your fiancé, who is also my mentor, to contain a Tazwa worm. However, the target was too powerful and possessed a tactical grade lost relic, forcing the entire team into a desperate situation. At that time, I was only a heartbeat away from achieving tactical grade, so I killed your fiancé, using her heart to break through at the last moment, and then seized her rule technique with Brain Devour to eventually contain that Tazwa worm. Before she died, my mentor looked at me in shock, as she had always treated me well, and you two were supposed to hold your wedding in 2 months and 3 days. After that night, my hair turned completely white. Zhan Wufeng nodded slightly and said, you performed excellently on that mission. I remember my evaluation at that time was that your on-the-spot judgment was quick and correct, and your action was vigorous, preventing a major incident at the smallest cost, suggesting the organization reward you and promote you. Pei Fei Bai said softly, many people say I don't understand human emotions and easily provoke anger, so I often doubt my judgment, but I feel like you have always blamed me. Zhan Wufeng replied indifferently, if you think that way, it proves those people were right. Pei Fei Bai was left speechless. Zhan Wufeng lit a cigarette and slowly said, Pei Fei Bai, do you know why I dislike you? Because you completely failed to grasp what I taught, yet became my most outstanding disciple, as if negating everything I am. I've said it before, better to live poorly than die well, as long as one can live, the means don't matter, no matter how despicable. But what are you doing now? Feeling guilty? Regretful? Stop joking around. This world isn't so beautiful that you can keep dwelling on the past. Pei Fei Bai stood up, took out a gun from his waist, chambered a round, and pressed it against Zhan Wufeng's chest. Zhan Wufeng raised an eyebrow and asked, what are you doing? Pei Fei Bai said, I owe you a heart. If you want, you can take it anytime. Zhan Wufeng chuckled, throwing the gun onto the table, and said, Chief, don't joke around. You're about to become the deputy director. If I kill you, how will I eat? Pei Fei Bai stared at the gun and said softly, there's only one bullet in this gun, oh as long as you want you can shoot it into my heart anytime. I will write a suicide note to make it clear that this is a suicide. After saying that, Pei Fei Bai turned and left the office, gently closing the door behind him. The office fell silent with even breathing sounds clearly audible, as if only one person remained on Earth tasting all the sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy in the world. Zhan Wufeng sat in a daze with a Yushi cigarette in his mouth, not taking a single puff, letting the cigarette burn down slowly to the end, leaving a long trail of ash. The ash fell on his arm, waking Zhan Wufeng from his stupor. He shifted his gaze to the gun, staring at it for a few seconds before reaching out to pick it up. With the gun aimed at his temple and his index finger on the trigger, he applied pressure exactly like the previous 103 times. Just before firing, Zhan Wufeng released his finger. For the 104th time, he put down the gun and sighed deeply. After a long while, he opened the takeout bag and pulled out some egg tarts, stuffing them one by one into his mouth. Once full, Zhan Wufeng chewed the egg tart filling and flaky crust, slowly savoring the overwhelming sweetness mixed with stale bitterness that he swallowed down, trying to digest. Indigestion. In the Audi car, Chu Yan finished the story and sighed, saying, Zhan the old ghost is truly a legend of endurance, otherwise an ordinary person would have committed suicide long ago. Ruan Yonan shrugged and said, yeah, that's why he can be our teacher, he's quite capable. In the passenger seat, Song Tsilong rubbed his belly and muttered, can we not mention this before a meal? I've already lost a good part of my appetite. Shen Zhongxue held the steering wheel and said lightly, is that so? I find it quite appetizing. Chu Yan stretched lazily and said, considering how pitiful Zhan the old ghost is, let's pack a few squabs for him later. I hope he doesn't eat too many egg tarts and fill his stomach completely. Song Tsilong was taken aback and turned back to ask, how many should we pack? Can't I finish them all? Chu Yan said. Didn't you say you had no appetite? Laughter echoed in the Audi RSQ8, driving toward Coco Park under the brilliant sunlight with a delicious celebratory feast awaiting. After a hearty meal, Chu Yan and the three others boarded their vehicle carrying takeaway roast pigeons back to the Shenshur branch. Chu Yan, I've packed roast pigeon for you. Reply one if you'd like some. Zhan Wufeng one. And while you're at it, bring me 100,000 yuan. I believe your tuition is overdue. Also, the Identification Division has finalized its report. They've instructed me to hand over the lost relic to you. Please collect it from my office later. Chu Yan, no tuition, but I can bring you a pack of cigarettes. Zhan Wufeng one. Half an hour later, the Audi RSQ8 pulled into the branch's parking lot and came to a halt. Chu Yan bid farewell to his senior brother and sisters, then strode into the branch lobby with the takeout bag, standing alone before the elevator. Just then a young man approached hesitantly and murmured, Senior Special Agent Chu, may I trouble you for— Chu Yan turned, and though the man looked vaguely familiar, his name eluded memory. What is it? Chu Yan asked. Du Jiayong took a deep breath and bowed deeply. Chu Yan paused in quiet contemplation for several seconds, then reached out and plucked a single white hair from Du Jiayong's head. Du Jiayong. Chu Yan asked, anything else? If not, I'll head upstairs now. Du Jiayong straightened up and spoke earnestly. Actually, I came here specifically to thank you for slaying the Mothman and avenging Lin Man. Chu Yan furrowed his brow, searching his memory, then suddenly recalled, you're that fellow, the one whose mental state was unusually vivid. Du Jiayong scratched his head, embarrassed. At the time, the trauma overwhelmed me. I lost clarity of mind, and I truly apologize for how I appeared. But thanks to you, my inner knots have unraveled. I'm fully recovered now. In fact, I meant to thank you yesterday, but searched the entire branch without finding you. When I observed the discussion forum in the auditorium, I held my breath the whole time. I'm relieved you survived. Chu Yan smiled easily. We're comrades. No need for such formality. Besides, I slew the Mothman only to save my parents. Don't carry it as a debt. Ding! The elevator door slid open. Just as Chu Yan stepped forward, Du Jiayong gently grasped his arm. Puzzled, Chu Yan turned back and asked, is there something else? Du Jiayong pressed his lips together and said, Senior Special Agent Chu, our instructor told me yesterday that you're unlike ordinary people. You're a true prodigy. Meeting you today, I see it instantly. Your aura is extraordinary. I'd like to ask, how might I become as exceptional as you? Chu Yan rubbed his cheek, chuckling, you're flattering me so thoroughly. I'm actually flustered. Truth be told, I've never really reflected on it deeply. Du Jiayong's eyes gleamed with intensity. Just a few words of guidance would suffice. Please, I beg you. Chu Yan considered for a moment, then spoke thoughtfully. First, never attend school on an empty stomach. Second, hang your quilt out to dry on sunny days. Third, always watch both ways when crossing the street. Fourth, never rely upon another's strength. Fifth, never play barefoot on the floor. Du Jiayong grew increasingly bewildered, then abruptly recoiled in shock. Wait. These are rule techniques. Chu Yan, these are Ultraman's 5 vows. Du Jiayang. Chu Yan asked, did you memorize them? If not, I'll repeat. Du Jiayang hesitated, may I ask? Are you joking with me? Chu Yan shook his head, not at all. I'm entirely. Du Jiayang stood frozen. Granted, these lines originate from a tokusatsu series, but I find them remarkably resonant with our sect's highest principles. If I possess any secret, this is it. Put more plainly, Chu Yan clapped Du Jiayang's shoulder and smiled, love life. And above all, care for your. Du Jiayang gazed at Chu Yan, recalling Lin Man's parting words, and murmured softly, every day dress well. Not just outwardly, but inwardly too. Only then does fortune descend. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. Exactly. Exactly that. You're clearly perceptive. Du Jiayang's nose stung. With a wistful smile he whispered, thank you. But those words weren't mine. Then whoever spoke them must be a genius. Introduce us next time. With that, Chu Yan smiled again and stepped into the elevator, vanishing behind its closing doors. The elevator halted on the 5th floor and opened. Chu Yan stepped out and walked to Zhang Wufeng's office, pushing the door open. Zhang Wufeng sat behind his desk and glanced up. Remember to knock. Chu Yan entered, closed the door, gave it a casual tap, and placed the roast pigeon takeout on the desk. Zhang Wufeng rolled his eyes. Your conditions are evidently no less severe than his. Chu Yan sat opposite him, curious. Who's him? Zhang Wufeng sighed, opened a drawer, and laid out a claim map tablet and the identification report. Chu Yan picked up the report and read carefully. RLR 0298, Infinite Map Tablet Identification Report. He mused aloud. Both the designation and serial number are already assigned. Quite stylish. Restricted Lost Relic, denoting a class restricted lost relic. Above it lie tactical and strategic class relics, more potent, rarer, and requiring higher tier sacrifices, such as hearts or flesh from elite UMA. During RLR 0298's identification, the Identification Division sacrificed a piece of UMA flesh, granting 3 total uses. Yet because we supplied extensive contextual data, they completed the analysis in a single activation. 2 uses remain, effectively a gain for you. Chu Yan continued reading the report. Taxonomic Affiliation Heteropody. Sacrificial Taxon Dendroclasty 1 Restricted Class, UMA Flesh grants 3 activations, 1 Restricted Class, Heart grants 1. Natural Antagonist Taxon Brickclawy. Function when affixed to an enclosed space. RLR 0298 causes that space to replicate, expand, and reconfigure continuously for 15 minutes. If placed inside a container, both container and ambient space transform in unison. Remaining activations 2. Chu Yan asked, I understand the Dendroclasty sacrifice, but what precisely defines the natural antagonist? Zhang Wufeng replied, once activated, a Heteropode class relic may be nullified instantly. If someone within its effect radius carries a Brute Claw class relic, expending 1 activation. However, it cannot override relics of higher classification. Conversely, RLR 0298 can directly dispel restriction class relics of the Dendroclasty taxon. Chu Yan pondered, so they mutually negate each other. That means combat unpredictability increases dramatically. I'll need to memorize the full 8 taxon food chain. Zhang Wufeng added, oh, and there are 2 other matters I must raise. First, last month national authorities reached consensus to publicly disclose the existence of UMA and ability users this weekend. This will inevitably trigger widespread upheaval. You should prepare yourself mentally. Chu Yan reflected, that makes sense. Secrecy once preserved social stability, but UMA influence now spreads rapidly and illicit organizations grow bolder. Public disclosure may better equip citizens for self-protection. Zhang Wufeng said yes, and next week when you return to school many classmates will discuss this. Be careful not to inadvertently reveal your identity. Chu Yan asked curiously, school. But I'm a Cirrus special agent. Don't I need to remain on standby? Zhang Wufeng replied coolly, ordinary agents do, but my master and I hold special privileges negotiated directly with headquarters. I've stated it plainly, we confront UMA for ourselves, not for others. Shun Zhongqua seeks self-validation. Ruan Yonan strives to earn freedom from familial constraints through merit, so she may draw her beloved Dojin unhindered. Song Xilong fights solely to earn money, for food and romance, and I protect KFC's egg tarts. You're still a high school student. Even after joining SIRA, your education remains paramount. Unless you intend otherwise, attending classes is expected. Should missions arise, I'll contact you immediately. Chu Yan nodded, fair enough. What's the second matter? Zhang Wufeng said you eliminated members of Sweet Home. They won't let this pass. They likely don't yet know your identity, but as a precaution remain vigilant at all times. Chu Yan scratched his head. All right, that incident. Who knows what twisted schemes those aberrants are hatching. Annoying. Zhang Wufeng shrugged. Inside a spacious penthouse apartment in Shunwan No. 1 residential complex, Wang Erlong's corpse lies motionless on the floor, draped entirely in a white shroud. 5 members of the Sweet Home clan stand nearby, 3 men and 2 women, all direct relatives of Wang Erlong. Among them stands a middle-aged man known for purchasing counterfeit handbags and watches, and all defer to a young man at their center. The middle-aged man sobs uncontrollably as he addresses the youth. Father, it's all my fault. If only I'd been more cautious, Brother Erlong would never have died. Gao Sisong gazes upon him with sorrowful tenderness, gently strokes his head, and murmurs softly, Ah Huang, this is not your fault. Your elder brother was always dependable. No ordinary person could ever bring him down. It was the enemy who proved treacherous and relentless. Ah Huang's eyes blaze with fury. If I ever lay eyes on that bastard again, I'll tear his entire family limb from limb, to bury them alongside Brother Erlong. The other 3 family members nod grimly in unison. Then Ah Huang's shoulders slump, his voice hollow, but that wretch wore a hat and mask. The scene was wiped clean. We have no idea who he is, only that he belongs to the Shenlin Order. The 3 family members exhale in unison, a shared sigh heavy with despair. Gao Sisong stares silently at Wang Erlong's shrouded body for a full minute before speaking. Yesterday, when I contacted your aunt, she told me that 3 of your cousins perished during the raid on the Mothman shipment. That news reminded me. An intelligence report on the Dark Lamp Network claimed the team that killed that Mothman included a newly initiated member of the Shenlin Order, reportedly having joined Sira just 3 or 4 days ago, precisely around the time Erlong died. 2 such distinctive Shenlin individuals emerging within a single day. Either their ancestral graves are emitting auspicious green smoke, or Ah Huang's gaze turns razor-sharp. He grits his teeth, or they're one and the same. Gao Sisong closes his eyes and replies, though evidence remains absent, my intuition whispers it is almost certainly true. In any case, first eliminate that Shenlin operative from Sira and bring him back. Then let the Rugu Order's kin perform brain-devouring memory extraction. The truth will surface. Ah Huang nods firmly. Yes, father. I'll begin preparations tomorrow. Gao Sisong shakes his head. Erlong has barely passed. You're still drowning in grief. Acting now would invite reckless haste. I cannot bear to see another of you fall. Ah Huang's eyes glistened with tears. Father, I know you cherish us, but what of Brother Erlong's vengeance? The other 3 nod solemnly in agreement. Gao Sisong pauses thoughtfully, then says, contact the Gray Passport Mercenary Corps on the Dark Lamp Network to handle this. 2 million US dollars should suffice to secure their services. Ah Huang blinks in surprise, then bows his head earnestly. Hiring one of the 3 great mercenary corps is costly indeed, but for Brother Erlong no price is too high. Father, let us jointly shoulder this expense. The other 3 immediately affirm in unison. Gao Sisong smiles warmly. You are all fine children. I am deeply gratified. Remember, so long as we uphold our ancestral precepts, no trial, however grave, can break the bond between kin. Ah Huang and his 3 siblings stand rigid with reverence, roaring in unison, those who harm our blood shall die without mercy. Those who betray the clan shall die without mercy. Those who desecrate our home shall die without mercy. Those who steal my blue buff shall die without mercy. On Friday in the office, Song Silong rages into his phone while playing a game. Chu Yan and Zhan Wufeng watch him in silent, bemused calm. Chu Yan remarks, Senior brother, I knew you loved food, but never imagined you'd guard your in-game resources with such ferocity. Song Silong's eyes bulge with fury. Union finally agreed to duo with me, and yet the enemy jungler kept stealing my blue buff. Worse, his girlfriend sent me a message. Yao Yao wants it. Yao Yao gets it. Who could possibly tolerate that? Chu Yan. Zhan Wufeng scowls impatiently. Will you 2 please leave? Stop cluttering my office. I'm not idle, you know. Chu Yan asks curiously, do you actually have real work to do? Zhan Wufeng retorts, of course I do. A troll on the Dark Lamp Network is spreading rumors I'm 1.6 meters tall and weigh 300 gene. Right now I'm arranging a cyber funeral for his entire family, and your presence is seriously disrupting my focus. Chu Yan. Just then a knock sounds at the door. Zhan Wufeng bellows, if it's Wan Yunan or Shun Zhongqua, get lost. Anyone else, enter and face death. The door creaks open just a crack. Xiao Miao, a junior specialist, peeks inside. Her youthful face taut with nervousness, her hair tied in an adorable bun. Xiao Miao trembles. 3. I've come to deliver your reward. I don't want to die. Chu Yan's eyes light up. He leaps up, rushes to open the door wide, and declares cheerfully, welcome. Please come in, and ignore that roaring relic. Xiao Miao flashes him a grateful glance, then timidly enters, and places 3 sealed metal cases on the desk, each labeled respectively Edi Order, Rugo Order, and Shuiguai Order. Chu Yan opens the Shuiguai labeled case. Inside rests a slab of unknown flesh, deep brown-black, slick, and glistening, exuding a strangely sweet aroma. Xiao Miao beams at Chu Yan. Congratulations. You've earned your first mission reward just 4 days after joining the branch, breaking all records. Chu Yan nods politely. Thank you. Xiao Miao clenches her fist with earnest conviction. I know you're worried about retaliation from the Mothman's reincarnation, but my friends and I believe you will survive. Though others require 3 to 6 months to reach the transformation phase, your exceptional performance and first-class merit status entitles you to numerous privileges. I believe you'll ascend within 2 or 3 weeks. Just then Yunan appears at the doorway holding a black bag. She steps in with a smile. Junior brother. 3 Shuigui hearts arranged through connections. Zhan Wufeng's knuckles whiten. Xiao Miao blinks stunned. 3 hearts. Chu Yan, sensing her alarm, quickly clarifies, don't worry. 2 members of the Sweet Home clan fell to my hand 2 days ago, and senior sister took down a third. These hearts belong to those criminals. Since I'm eager to advance, senior sister pulled strings to procure these 3 Shuigui hearts for me. Please keep this confidential. Xiao Miao claps a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with astonishment. In just 4 days you've not only completed your mission, but also eliminated members of the Sweet Home clan. That's truly extraordinary. Then realization dawns. Her gaze sharpens. Wait. If 1 slab of Shuigui flesh plus 3 awakened hearts equals, you can ascend to the transformation phase right now. Chu Yan nods. Correct. Xiao Miao stares blankly, whispering, only 4 days since becoming an awakened one, and already ascending to the transformation phase. That speed is simply unprecedented. Yunan loops her arm through Chu Yan's, teasing, tisk tsk, playing modest before a pretty girl. You're bursting with pride, aren't you? Chu Yan, yes, absolutely. Yunan pinches his cheek, no smugness allowed. Chu Yan, smug. Xiao Miao bursts out breathless. Specialist Chu. May you ascend to the transformation phase now. I wish to witness it firsthand. Chu Yan nods calmly. Very well. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Chu Yan seized a chunk of the water demon gang's flesh and bit into it. The meat was silken and springy, sweet as honey, melting rapidly as it slid down his throat, dissolving entirely into warm liquid before reaching his stomach, soothing as a heart's gentle glow. In the next instant, Chu Yan's pupils narrowed into vertical slits, his scara flooded with molten crimson, and obsidian black scales shimmered unbidden across his skin. Clenching his fist, Chu Yan murmured in awe, I feel as though I've devoured an entire ton of oysters, roasted lamb, kidneys, ginseng, and goat testicles. My strength surges without end. Oh ho! Yunan raised an eyebrow. Chu Yan retracted his scales. All that strength gone. Yunan scoffed. Xiao Miao, the junior specialist, handed over a sealed bag containing hearts, her eyes sparkling. Keep going. Keep going. Go on. Zhan Wufeng muttered dryly. It feels like you're feeding animals at the zoo. Upon hearing this, Song Zilong instinctively opened his mouth. Zhan Wufeng casually snatched up a leftover pigeon leg and shoved it into his mouth. Chu Yan unzipped the bag and withdrew 3 hearts, each vacuum-sealed, vividly crimson and pulsing with life. He tore open the vacuum seal, lifted 1 heart to his lips, and drew it in with a single breath. A torrent of scarlet energy flooded his mouth as the organ shriveled into desiccated husk. After absorbing all 3, Chu Yan's heart lurched violently, his blood roared through his veins, plunging him into overwhelming euphoria. A full minute passed before the frenzy gradually subsided. Chu Yan sensed revelation stirring within him. He spread his right palm wide, and with a silent command a fissure split its center, slowly parting to reveal 2 rows of needle-sharp teeth and a coiling vermilion tongue. It was astonishingly a mouth. Testing his control, Chu Yan willed it to speak, and from his palm issued a voice. This new ability feels oddly toothpaste intensive. Xiao Miao gasped, eyes wide with delight, hand pressed to her lips. How utterly adorable. Zhan Wufeng shot Xiao Miao a wordless, exasperated glance, then turned to Chu Yan. The Shin Squama's primordial phase ability is called Shin Scales. Its metamorphic face ability is named Basin Mouth. You may grow a basin mouth anywhere upon your body at will, and dissolve it just as easily. Its number increases with consumed flesh and hearts. At present your upper limit stands at 2. Its bite force is extraordinary, shearing through steel beams as effortlessly as an ordinary person bites tofu. Anything swallowed vanishes instantly into absolute void. Yet it bears limits. Recovery time is required, and it offers no defense against potent toxins. Understood. Chu Yan retracted the basin mouth, his palms smoothed back to flawless normalcy. Privately he reflected, upon ascending to metamorphic phase I should have awakened an exclusive ability tied to the Cicada 3301 lineage, but so far no sign manifests. Could this new ability be passively triggered? Later at the pyramid's reward chamber, he'd coaxed the truth from the ever-chipper Tosicada. Xiao Miao beamed at Chu Yan. Congratulations. You've successfully ascended to metamorphic phase. Yunan rested her chin upon her palm, amusement dancing in her eyes. Xiao Miao, you witnessed Chu Yan shatter every record. Surely you ought to offer him a commemorative gift. Xiao Miao blinked, flustered eye. I hadn't prepared anything yet. May I make it up tomorrow? What would Senior Specialist Chu prefer? Chu Yan paused thoughtfully, then replied, Colgate whitening toothpaste. Xiao Miao's eyes lit up. Brilliant choice. Truly worthy of Senior Specialist Chu. Zhan Wufeng gripped his hair in despair. Why must everyone around me be utterly unhinged? Song Zilong scratched his head. Is there? Yunan shook her head at Xiao Miao with playful reproach. Toothpaste. Really? That's hardly appropriate. You're pure, lovely, and elegantly slender. Why not don a maid's uniform with white thigh highs? Let me sketch a tastefully suggestive portrait. Your junior brother would surely adore it. Xiao Miao flushed crimson and bolted from the office like a startled hare. Ruan Yonan burst into peals of laughter. Such a tender girl, still far too green. Chu Yan frowned. I truly think toothpaste is perfectly fine. That evening at 6:30, he returned home to the staff residential compound. Chu Yan entered his family's apartment and demonstrated eating with his hands, a spectacle that startled his parents and elder sister. When she asked him to perform a rap, he politely declined, and seizing the moment demanded repayment before gently ushering her back into her room. Later Chu Yan locked himself in his bedroom, lay upon his bed, and closed his eyes, meditating upon the pyramid. When he reopened them, he stood once more upon the desolate wasteland. The sky bled crimson, a black sun blazed overhead, and flocks of crows shrieked and wheeled wildly. Chu Yan ascended the broad stone steps and entered the temple at its summit. Zhichan, Shuai-chan, and Mu-chan stood together nearby, flanked by 8 massive clay tablets. Zhichan turned, spotted Chu Yan, and brightened, waving cheerfully. Lin-chan, you're here. Shuai-chan just arrived too. You two seem to have coordinated your timing. Shuai-chan smiled faintly at Chu Yan. What a coincidence. Mu-chan offered a quiet nod of greeting. Chu Yan returned the gesture, then asked Zhichan, what brings you and Mu-chan here? Zhichan grinned. Mu-chan posted a mission. I've just accepted it. Chu Yan glanced at Mu-chan's tablet, where freshly inscribed cuneiform read to. Near Todaiji Temple in Nara, Japan. Sweet Home may attempt to seize UMA flesh en route to APMT. Mission objective: exploit the ensuing chaos to confiscate as much UMA flesh as possible and deliver it to the proprietor of Katsuo Fish Restaurant in Shinsekai, Osaka. A seal depicting an upright bipedal creature rolled across the cuneiform. Chu Yan looked toward Zhichan, taking on both APMT and Sweet Home simultaneously. This mission carries grave risk. Sweet Home specializes in treacherous ambushes. Don't stumble. Zhichan chuckled lightly. Relax. We've got premonition montage. Who could possibly ambush us? Chu Yan remained impassive, but inwardly stirred. Premonition montage. Then Mu-chan spoke. Premonition montage is our restricted class metamorphic ability. Perhaps you haven't yet triggered it. When imminent grievous injury looms, a vivid flash of the impending wound erupts within the mind. Yet this occurs only once per 24 hours. Advancement in rank shortens its cooldown period. It mimics cinematic montage editing, hence the name. Curious, Chu Yan asked, another film term, and strikingly apt. Who coined these names? Mu-chan replied. Zhao-chan. Zhichan added, grinning, that old man knows films and anime inside out. The move names carry such professional polish, we always entrust him with naming duties. Chu Yan asked, how do you know Zhao-chan is elderly? Zhichan shrugged. His voice is perpetually flat and weary, and whenever internet slang comes up he falls utterly silent. The uncle aura practically radiates off him. Shuai-chan remarked coolly, perhaps he's merely feigning it. Do you assume everyone wears their heart on their sleeve like you? Zhichan bristled. By that logic, I could be pretending too. Shuai-chan sneered. Your brand of foolishness. No ordinary person could fake it convincingly. Zhichan exploded, stinking. Shuai-chan, you're miserable unless you're needling me. Chu Yan turned to Shuai-chan. I heard you rendered considerable aid to that squad during the last mission. Thank you. Shuai-chan smiled warmly. No need for thanks. I received rewards in return, so I'm not disadvantaged. She cast a pointed glance at Zhichan. If you showed even half the courtesy Lin-chan does what I need to correct you daily. Zhichan huffed. Shuai-chan stretched languidly. I'll claim my reward now. Lin-chan, feel free to observe. And consider carefully what reward you'll choose for yourself. Under Chu Yan's gaze, Shuai-chan approached the edge of the temple, where 3 piles of containers made of different materials were placed. Shuai-chan said, when claiming rewards, if you wish to obtain a lost relic, choose a pottery container. If you desire a rule technique, select a golden artifact. If you need a piece of information, think of your question and choose a stone container. Once you have made your choice, reach into the container, take out the item inside, and return to reality where the reward will appear. Having said that, Shuai-chan reached into a bronze pot and pulled out a palm-sized clay tablet inscribed with cuneiform characters. In the next moment, the tablet exploded into countless specks of light, vanishing into thin air. Shuai-chan looked at Chu Yan and said, the demonstration is over. I will take my leave now. Before claiming your reward, remember to ensure that no one is around in reality. After finishing her words, the good woman, Shuai-chan, disappeared on the spot. Looking at the scattered containers, Chu Yan began to contemplate. In more than a month the Tian-e people would resurrect to seek revenge on me. I need a piece of information to find a way to survive. Yet even if I knew the method, insufficient strength would be futile, and with Sweet Home lurking in the shadows, prioritizing the enhancement of my power was more crucial. So, should I choose the rule technique or the lost relic? At that moment Mu-chan glanced at Chu Yan and said, if you're struggling between choosing a lost relic or a rule technique, I can offer you some advice. Chu Yan was taken aback, somewhat surprised that Mu Chan could see through his thoughts, but he quickly realized that it was his lingering gaze between the pottery and golden artifact that betrayed his inner thoughts. Chu Yan said, "Sure, what suggestions do you have?" Mu Chan replied, "If you don't possess many rule techniques or lost relics, I suggest you choose the lost relic, for the functions of both items are uncertain, but the lost relic can be sold, ensuring a profit. If you already have 3 or more lost relics, then opting for the rule technique would be better, as using relics requires sacrifices which are costly and generally unaffordable for most." Ji Chan's eyes lit up. Mu Chan's reasoning is quite clever. Lian Chan, which one are you planning to choose? Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. "No rush, I'll take a stroll nearby first and choose later." Ji Chan scratched his head. "Stroll? There's nothing in this broken place. What's there to stroll about?" Mu Chan said, "Lian Chan is worried that choosing in front of us would expose the quantity of his rule techniques and lost relics, thereby revealing his identity." Ji Chan was startled, looking at Chu Yan. "Wow, Lian Chan, you're really smart. If it were me, I would have fallen for Mu Chan's trick." "Mu Chan, don't make it sound like I'm deliberately probing into your identities. I have no intentions of being hunted by others, and your usual behavior is already full of flaws. You're just a step away from directly revealing your name." Ji Chan's face changed dramatically. "Oh, my staying with smart people is too frightening. I need to leave. You two can play your mind games." After finishing, Ji Chan disappeared on the spot. Mu Chan said to Chu Yan, "I've completed my business, so I won't linger here to bother you. Until next time." Mu Chan vanished, and the temple fell into silence. Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Dealing with Mu Chan truly requires constant vigilance. Speaking of which, I wonder if I'm as troublesome in others' eyes." He shook his head, walked to the pile of pottery, reached into a jar, and pulled out a clay figurine slightly larger than a palm, with hands clasped and wide-open eyes, as if eternally gazing at the divine. The clay figurine exploded into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air. "This should be sufficient, right?" Chu Yan felt a stir in his heart, exited the pyramid, opened his eyes on the bed, and turned to look. Beside the pillow lay a clay figurine identical to the one that had just exploded. Chu Yan picked up the clay figurine, and at the moment of contact a realization dawned in his mind. This is a restricted relic of the Zhugu gang, which creates a doppelganger of the user capable of perfectly simulating personality and acting independently, lasting for 3 hours. The doppelganger does not possess UMA's abilities, but allows for a free switch between the true self and the doppelganger. After using it once, it automatically binds and cannot be used by others. The pyramid welfare is quite nice, saving me a substantial identification fee. Chu Yan sighed and pulled off the covers to get up. At that moment, a piece of notepaper fell to the ground. Chu Yan was momentarily stunned, then his pupils constricted. He never used notepaper, nor did his parents or sister have that habit, and this piece of notepaper was not on the bed just now. So it must be the medium for obtaining the rule technique after consuming the UMA meat chunk. Chu Yan steadied his mind, picked up the notepaper, and read it carefully. "Prepare a pair of Nike trousers, reach into the right pocket, draw a smiley face on the pocket fabric with a pencil while reciting the Chinese name of an Olympic gold medalist, and finally pinch the pocket fabric with your right thumb and little finger, flipping the pocket back to its original state, which will increase the pocket's capacity to 18 cubic meters. Note: before putting on the Nike trousers, be sure to recite the date of the day." The handwriting was extremely ugly, resembling a caterpillar tangled together, making one feel that the hand that wrote it might not belong to a human. Chu Yan's gaze narrowed slightly, feeling it was strange yet mysterious, but he dared not probe into the source of the rule technique, suppressing his curiosity. Subsequently, he rummaged through the wardrobe for a pair of Nike trousers, completed the prerequisite rules, recited the date, and put them on. Chu Yan took a deep breath, feeling a mix of tension and curiosity, and reached into the right pocket. The pocket space was incredibly vast, yet he felt nothing. Then Chu Yan grabbed an apple from his desk and stuffed it into the pocket, yet he felt no weight at all. However, when he reached into the pocket, he immediately touched the apple and pulled it out without any obstruction. "This rule technique is really good, and now I can carry lost relics with me." At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Chu Yan took the rule technique note, swallowed it with a basin's mouth to erase it, wiped off the smiley face on the Nike trousers, confirmed that the rule technique was no longer effective, and finally locked the clay figurine in the drawer before going to open the door. The bad woman Chu Yan stood at the door, adorned with exquisite makeup, wearing a baseball cap and large earrings, a cropped sweater and denim hot pants, showcasing her white legs and slender waist. Chu Yan looked cautious. "What do you want at this late hour?" Chu Yan smiled cheerfully. "Brother, what level of newcomer are you in the Supernatural Bureau?" Chu Yan thought for a moment and replied diplomatically, "Unprecedented." "Chu Yan, did you blow up the restroom?" Chu Yan muttered, "What level are you? Answer properly." Chu Yan shrugged. "I'm being honest, I broke the records for completing the first task the fastest, and for advancing to the transformation period the fastest, so you can figure out the level yourself." "Do you have any business?" Chu Luomian's eyes brightened as she linked her arm with Chu Yan, grinning. So my brother is so amazing. Then accompany me to go shopping. I want to buy some new clothes. Chu Yan asked suspiciously, why do you want me to accompany you? Chu Luomian playfully said, it's so dangerous outside now, how can I dare to go out alone? But shopping is so personal, bringing a bodyguard would be quite awkward. If you're there I won't be afraid. Just consider it indulging your sister once in a while, or else my heart will break. Just don't ask me to buy you things. So stingy. Chu Yan had accompanied the troublesome woman on a 3-hour shopping spree, spending precisely 0 yuan, and even walked away with a complimentary cup of Ma handmade milk tea along with glares of envy and muttered curses from fellow male students. That guy truly deserves to die. He returned home. Back in his room, Chu Yan sipped the milk tea while pulling out his phone and noticing several new messages in the club. The official announcement had just revealed the existence of unidentified mysterious animals, UMAs, and superhuman abilities, and even unveiled the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Social media platforms like Douyin, Weibo, and Zhihu were exploding with reactions. Wow, the era of our club president has finally arrived. By the way, Chu Yan, when will you debut as a superhero? Have you picked a hero name yet? I've already decided. It's moth extermination on-site service. Please keep it under wraps for now. And Chu Yan is clearly joking. Still, I suggest we all stay calm. Since the authorities have chosen to go public, they must be confident in maintaining social order. Overindulging in fantasy at the expense of academic focus would be profoundly counterproductive. Pang Shuyuan changed the group name to Pang's Avengers. Zhang Shibua. Chu Yan stifled a chuckle before typing, Pang Shuyuan, what are your plans for the club's future? Effective today, our club officially upgrades to a civilian superhuman collective. We'll recruit broadly, but only those possessing superhuman abilities may join. Yet you yourself aren't a superhuman. Warning issued to Zhang Shibua. First offense. It's such a shame. Chu Yan's ability must remain classified. If he revealed it in class, our alliance would instantly go viral. If only we could recruit a Supernatural Affairs Bureau officer into our ranks. That's utterly impossible. The Bureau will be swamped with work now. No time for high school clubs. Second warning issued to Zhang Shibua. Why are you joining in this chaos? Chu Yan set down his phone, lay back on the bed with his hands behind his head, gazed up at the ceiling, and murmured to himself, if I eradicate UMAs, will that earn me extra points on the Gaokao? Monday, Shinshur Experimental High School. Chu Yan recited the date aloud, slipped on his premium Nike trousers, tucked 2 lost artifacts into his pockets, and strolled leisurely toward the school gate. Just inside the gate, a freshman girl approached him, holding a scoring clipboard. She whispered gently, senior, wearing non-uniform trousers incurs penalty points. Understood. Please deduct tomorrow and the day after's points in advance. Thank you. Beneath her bewildered gaze. Is senior year really that stressful? Chu Yan slung his backpack over one shoulder and ascended to the 5th floor, arriving at Class 3, Grade 12. A wave of boisterous chatter rushed forth from the doorway. Inside, 50 students clustered in animated groups, faces alight, with exhilaration, debating fervently. Chu Yan made his way to the rear window seat, placed his backpack down, and sat. At that moment, Lu Yingying, Pang Shuyuan, and Zhang Shibua gathered around him. Pang Shuyuan clasped his hands together, his expression pained. Chu Yan, I'm begging you. Let me publicly reveal your superhuman ability. Chu Yan clapped Pang Shuyuan on the shoulder. You, a shadow-level player in Naruto Mobile. How can your endurance be so poor? Remember your ninja way. A secret known only to us. How delightfully thrilling. Lu Yingying grinned. Zhang Shibua spoke earnestly, let's keep this private among ourselves. Under no circumstances should you disclose Chu Yan's secret. Not yet. So much remains uncertain, how revealing it could bring him grave danger. Lu Yingying nodded vigorously. Pang Shuyuan sighed deeply, even as he nodded. Just then Teacher Ma entered. Crisp white shirt, sleek black trousers, a 7 wolves belt cinching his waist, radiating the unmistakable aura of a seasoned high school homeroom teacher. The classroom fell instantly silent. Every student snapped upright in their seats, spine straight. Teacher Ma stepped onto the podium and announced loudly, you all surely saw the official weekend announcement, the one concerning UMA's superhuman abilities and the newly established Supernatural Affairs Bureau. In response, the school has arranged a special activity for today. Eyes across the room brightened, suddenly wide awake. Chu Yan's eyes brightened too, then promptly drooped with fatigue. This morning's first period will be taught by a Supernatural Affairs Bureau officer who will deliver an introductory lecture on UMAs and superhuman abilities. Pay close attention. The classroom erupted. An officer from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau is coming to our class. I've actually lived long enough to meet a real superhuman. I've never loved school more. Fantastic. So today's pop quiz is canceled. I didn't study at all over the weekend. How I forgot my homework. This might just get me off the hook. Teacher Ma nodded toward the classroom door. Officer Du, please come in. Amid thunderous applause, Officer Du Jiaoyang strode in, smiling and waving warmly to the students. Chu Yan was suddenly wide awake. Du Jiaoyang mounted the podium slowly, sweeping his gaze across the room, until his eyes locked onto Chu Yan in the corner. His pupils widened in shock. Chu Yan swiftly pressed a finger to his lips in a hushing gesture. Teacher Ma frowned in confusion. Officer Du, what's wrong? Du Jiaoyang forced himself to stop mid-sentence, then pointed casually at a boy in the front row. Did you submit your homework? The boy froze. I forgot to bring it. The classroom exploded again. He's reading minds. It's telepathy. Good heavens, superpowers are this powerful. With that ability, exams would be child's play. Idiot. If you had that power, who'd bother taking exams at all? Du Jiaoyang flushed with embarrassment. Classmates, please don't misunderstand. This isn't a superpower. I was merely making a routine inquiry about this student's assignment. The boy's face crumpled. That's far too routine. Chu Yan flashed. Du Jiaoyang 8 rapid, nuanced glances in 1 second, conveying, don't expose me yet. Treat me as an ordinary high schooler. I still need to attend classes. Du Jiaoyang failed to decipher them. His heart skipped a beat. Teacher Ma cleared his throat. Officer Du, shall we begin the lesson? Du Jiaoyang blinked, refocused, and nodded. Oh, yes of course, Teacher Ma. Then Du Jiaoyang turned to the blackboard, writing as he spoke. Today's lesson covers what UMAs are, the 8 primary classifications of superhumans, and their early-stage traits and capabilities, the hierarchical food chain among these classifications, the duties and contact information of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau, and essential precautions following superhuman awakening. The bell rang. Du Jiaoyang remained at the podium 1 final minute. I'll recap the food chain relationships among the 8 classifications. This is critically important. For each classification, upstream classifications represent natural predators, those that hunt them. Downstream classifications are prey, those they hunt. Brute claw class upstream. Worm curse class, a downstream. Oddhoof class. Aquatic monster class upstream. Mirage scale class, downstream. Worm curse class. Oddhoof class upstream. Brute claw class, a downstream. Distorted wood class. Wing membrane class upstream. Secret marsh class, downstream. Mirage scale class. Worm curse class upstream. Aquatic monster class, downstream. Brute claw class. Mirage scale class upstream. Wing membrane class, downstream. Aquatic monster class. Distorted wood class upstream. Oddhoof class, downstream. Secret marsh class. Secret marsh class upstream. Distorted wood class, downstream. Wing membrane class. Exposure to biomagnetic fields, or ingestion of UMA flesh, can trigger superhuman awakening. Should you awaken, tell no one. Contact the Supernatural Affairs Bureau immediately. Failure to do so may endanger your life. That concludes our session. Class dismissed. As he finished, Du Jiaoyang shot Chu Yan an urgent, pleading glance. Specialist Chu, please step outside with me urgently. Chu Yan missed the meaning entirely. As soon as the class ended, Pang Shuyuan, Lu Yingying, and Zhang Shibua surrounded Chu Yan. Pang Shuyuan exclaimed, so the superpower system of UMA is this complex. How exciting. Lu Yingying laughed. If you could awaken a superpower, what kind would you want? I love swimming and the seaside, so I would like the water monster type. Pang Shuyuan nodded. Would it be the same ability as the instructor? That sounds great, but the floating corpses can be a bit creepy. Personally, I prefer the wing membrane type, as it's the only one that can fly, and its value is self-evident. Chu Yan looked at Zhang Shibua and asked, Brother Warning, what type do you like? Zhang Shibua glanced at Chu Yan, silently adjusting his glasses. If I had to choose, I think the Shunlin type is the best. Lu Yingying asked curiously, why is that? Zhang Shibua replied, don't forget there is a food chain existing between different types. Although Commissioner Du made it sound simple, the dangers and complexities involved are certainly beyond imagination. Just like the instructor said in the dark forest, sheep are more dangerous than ants. The Shunlin type can become invisible and change its appearance even in the primitive stage, with high tactical diversity and survival abilities far exceeding other types. You must know that adaptability is the most important thing for living beings. Pang Shuyuan's expression changed slightly. That's quite terrifying to hear. I suddenly want the Shunlin type too. Lu Yingying added, I also think the Shunlin type is great. Not only is it practical, but it can also make one look good effortlessly. I really want to see it in person. Lu Yingying looked at Chu Yan and whispered, by the way, Chu Yan's superpower doesn't seem to belong to any of these 8 types. Chu Yan, have you figured out your situation? As Chu Yan began to speak, he noticed Du Jiaoyang standing at the front door, constantly gesturing towards him, and suddenly realized he was being called. You all continue chatting, they'll step out to the restroom for a moment. After saying this, Chu Yan stood up and left the classroom through the back door. He wandered around the 5th floor, climbed up to the rooftop using the stairs, took out his key, opened the door, and entered the rooftop. The rooftop was deserted, with a few weeds growing in the cracks of the gray concrete floor. Surrounded by iron railings, it offered a view of the playground and the blue sky with white clouds. Leaning against the railing, Chu Yan waited for a while until he saw Du Jiaoyang pushing the door and walking in. Du Jiaoyang smiled and said, Commissioner Chu, you really know how to find a place. Chu Yan gave a thumbs up There's a guy in our club who won a gold medal in the math competition, and the teacher rewarded him with the rooftop key. We occasionally bring snacks up here to play. It's like a secret base. Du Jiaoyang asked curiously, is that person you? Chu Yan waved his hand. Studying competition questions is not suitable for me. Anyway, what do you want with me? Du Jiaoyang scratched his head. It's nothing big. I was just surprised to see you here. Plus, I felt a bit embarrassed pretending to be an insider in front of you. Were you originally a student here? Chu Yan said. Yeah, the instructor said I was a high school student and should continue my studies, so I came back. It's almost time for the college entrance examination, and I'm feeling quite pressured. Du Jiaoyang chuckled dryly. As expected of you, you're really living well. I have never seen other superpowered individuals still in school, especially those in the restricted primitive stage. Just getting their superpowers, they would be so excited. Chu Yan shrugged. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm in the transformation stage. Du Jiaoyang was taken aback. What? Transformation stage? Chu Yan nodded. Yeah, I just advanced to the transformation stage last Friday, but not many people know about it yet. Don't spread it around. I'm still contemplating a low-key way to show off. Du Jiaoyang was stunned. For days to transformation stage. That's too fast. It took me 4 months back then. Chu Yan asked, do you have anything else? If not, I'm going back to class now. Du Jiaoyang replied. Oh, there's one more thing. He came back to his senses, took out a bag of cookies from his pocket, and shyly said, I made these myself for you. Chu Yan was taken aback. Wait, why are you giving me homemade cookies? Let's talk properly. Don't confess to me, or I might punch you, you punk. Du Jiaoyang awkwardly said. You misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Chu Yan protected himself with his arm, looking very vigilant. Du Jiaoyang scratched his head. After you guided me last time, I started to learn to love life. Not only did I learn baking, but I also put on some foundation cream before going out, and my hair is well groomed now. This bag of cookies is my homework for you. I hope you try them. Chu Yan sighed in relief and took the cookies, saying, You should have said that earlier. You scared me. Du Jiaoyang watched as Chu Yan opened the packaging and took a bite of the cookie, eagerly asking, How does it taste? Chu Yan nodded. Not bad, but don't make them again. Next time I'll find someone else to do it. Du Jiaoyang. Just then the rooftop door was pushed open. Where did Chu Yan run off to? Could it be that he is constipated? Pang Xuan, Lu Yingying, and Zhang Shibua came in one after another, and upon seeing Chu Yan and Du Jiaoyang, they froze on the spot. Lu Yingying looked confused. Chu Yan, what are you and Commissioner Du doing here alone? Chu Yan looked at Du Jiaoyang full of regret. It's all your fault for insisting on meeting me. Now my awakening of the Shunlin type, joining the Supernatural Bureau, and advancing to the transformation stage within 4 days are all exposed. What should I do? Du Jiaoyang. Pang Xuan was shocked. What? Chu Yan, you became a commissioner of the Supernatural Bureau. Is that true? Lu Yingying covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling. Did you really awaken the Shunlin type? The one that can become invisible and change faces. That's so cool. Zhang Shibua looked doubtful. I suspect you did it on purpose. By the way, what is the transformation stage? Is it a higher level than the primitive stage? Chu Yan said seriously, at this point I won't hide it from you anymore. A couple of days ago I took a leave of absence, and actually I was on a mission for SIRA, and my performance was decent, earning me quite a few rewards, which is why I advanced to the transformation stage. Du Jiaoyang hesitated and asked, Commissioner Chu, is it okay for you to disclose this information? Chu Yan nodded. It's fine, they are all insiders, and they've long been aware of the changes in the world, even having seen the moth pupae and the instructor. Theoretically, it doesn't count as a violation of discipline, but if it does, just pretend I didn't say anything. Pang Xuan leaned closer, excitedly asking, What abilities does the transformation stage have? Show me quickly. Chu Yan said, You can take a look, but my abilities are a bit cute, so you need to be mentally prepared. Pang Xuan, Lu Yingying, and Zhang Shibua nodded in unison. Chu Yan raised both hands, concentrated, and opened 2 mouths in his palms, sharp fangs glistening menacingly. Pang Xuan exclaimed, Wo Daedara. Lu Yingying said, Wow. You've had 2 extra first kisses. Zhang Shibua asked, Interesting, do you feel disgusted eating poop with these 2 mouths? Chu Yan retracted the basin-sized portal and muttered, Your reactions aren't quite what I imagined. Pang Xuan urgently urged, Don't put it away. Show us more of your abilities. Zhang Shibua shook his head. Enough. Superpowers are not toys, and as we've discussed in class, overuse carries serious side effects. Don't pressure Chu Yan. Pang Xuan scratched his head, his expression unmistakably wistful. Lu Yingying smiled warmly. How about this after school today? Let's head to make KTV at Link City Mall. We'll sing together, and in the private booth Chu Yan can recount last week's events. That way we can serve his abilities, satisfy our curiosity, and keep everything discreet. Pang Xuan's eyes lit up. Brilliant idea. I'll book the KTV room, and grab fried chicken and drinks too. Let's celebrate our club's official upgrade to the Civilian Superhuman Association. Zhang Shibua sighed. You're just looking for an excuse to have fun. Chu Yan replied. Warning issued to Zhang Shibua. First offense. Pang Shiyuan clapped Chu Yan on the shoulder. Excellent. From this day forward, I formally appoint you Order Minister, with codename, the Warner, tasked exclusively with issuing warnings to underperforming members. Chu Yan nodded solemnly. I accept this responsibility without reservation. Zhang Shibua remained silent, wordless. A sharp bell rang, the start of class chime. Zhang Shibua said, this period is physical education. Hurry downstairs or teacher Huang will lose her temper again. Du Jiaoyang recoiled in shock. What? Your senior high school actually offers PE classes in grade 12. I thought PE teachers universally caught colds lasting the entire academic year. Chu Yan placed a reassuring hand on Du Jiaoyang's shoulder and said, there are countless phenomena far stranger than UMAs. Just keep observing and understanding will follow. With that, Chu Yan and the others departed the rooftop, leaving Du Jiaoyang alone, stunned, wind-whipped, and speechless. On the sports field, class 3 grade 12 stood in 2 neat rows. Teacher Huang announced loudly, today's lesson 1,000 meters for boys, 800 for girls. A wave of groans and disappointment swept across the students. Chu Yan leading the chorus. Teacher Huang fixed them with a stern gaze. No complaints. If you grumble again, I'll fall ill on the spot. Everyone, line up on the track now. Reluctantly, the students shuffled to the starting line, heads bowed, shoulders slumped, assuming the crouch and ready stance. Chu Yan stared straight ahead, resolving inwardly to finish third, then paused, awaiting the starting whistle. Just as he prepared to sprint, a sudden gale whipped past him. So fierce he froze mid-motion along with everyone else. Ahead, a boy blazed down the track like a hurricane, leaping past the sand pit, sending dust spiraling skyward, completing a full lap in under 3 seconds before halting precisely at the starting line. Chu Yan and the others instinctively lowered their gaze, to find the boy's knees bent sharply backward, his feet transformed into hooves, and his legs stretching over a meter in length. Pang Shiyuan's eyes widened. Liao Donyang has awakened the equine form subclass. Gasps erupted. Students surged forward, circling Liao Donyang, inspecting his legs with rapt fascination. Liao Donyang stared blankly at his own legs, bewilderment mingling with quiet dread. Chu Yan gently patted his back. Liao Donyang, don't panic. As specialists do explained in class, you can consciously regulate your leg length. Take it slow. Breathe. You've got this. Liao Donyang blinked, drew a deep breath, and with a focused effort his legs rapidly contracted, returning seamlessly to their human form. Holy, when did you awaken? Why didn't you tell anyone? You ran insanely fast. You nearly took flight. Bro, run another lap, please. Liao Donyang, how'd it happen? Tell us everything. Students pressed in, voices overlapping, clamoring for answers. Liao Donyang scratched his head. I honestly don't know. Just now, I was only thinking how desperately I needed to finish the run, and suddenly, this happened. Zhang Shibua pulled Pang Shiyuan back from the starting line. I recall the equine form subclass's initial phase grants extreme sprint velocity, voluntary limb elongation, and extraordinary lower limb dexterity. Does that align with your experience? Liao Donyang shook his head. I haven't tested it yet, but yes, I feel certain I can do all of those. A collective gasp rose, followed by cries of incredible, so enviable, absolutely mind-blowing. Liao Donyang scratched his head again and chuckled bashfully. It's really nothing special. Just modest talent. Very modest. Chu Yan stepped forward. Liao Donyang, after class report to specialist due immediately. It's essential. Liao Donyang gave a thumbs up, grinning broadly. Chu Yan, you snapped me out of panic just in time. Whatever you need, brother. I'm there, no questions asked. Chu Yan replied. Then go buy me a bottle of Myoto from the campus store. Liao Donyang blinked, stunned. Can't I help with something that requires superpowers? Hey, I'll transfer 10 yuan to you. The change is yours. Yes, sir. Superpowered errand runner launching now. Laughing heartily, Liao Donyang extended his reverse joint legs and shot off toward the store, kicking up a swirling cloud of dust. Chu Yan watched his retreating figure, thoughts echoing inward. Having just stepped into the dark forest, I've already carelessly revealed myself. May fortune shield me from consequence. At 6 p.m., the dismissal bell chimed. Chu Yan, Pang Shiyuan, Zhang Shibua, and Lu Yingying, having finished homework early, slung their backpacks over their shoulders and walked together toward the school gate. Pang Shiyuan beamed. The KTV room is booked. Plan remains unchanged. Head home first to drop off bags and change clothes. Meet at the KTV at 6:30 p.m. and let loose. Lu Yingying offered a gentle apologetic smile. I'm sorry, President. I can't stay out late tonight. Chu Yan tilted his head curiously. Do you have plans this evening? Lu Yingying flushed faintly. My father's returned from business travel, and he's mentioned it repeatedly these past few days, always saying how much he misses me. Tonight, I'll spend time with him. Zhang Shibua added quietly. I remember. Lu Yingying's father travels constantly, sometimes months between visits. He's utterly devoted to her. Lu Yingying smiled shyly. My mother passed away when I was young. So my father cherishes me deeply. Chu Yan raised a thumb in approval. No problem. We'll wrap up early. Everyone head home now. Time's precious. They parted ways at the gate. Walking home, Lu Yingying pulled out her phone and sent her father a message. Lu Yingying, Dad, have you arrived in Shenzhen? I'm going to sing at KTV with classmates tonight. I'll be home by 8. Don't miss me too much. Astronaut Innovation Tower, rooftop. Lu Jiyun lay prone at the ledge typing a reply to his daughter. All right, sweetheart. I've arrived. See you tonight. He silenced his phone and set it beside him. Then he gripped the Remington M24 sniper rifle before him, pressed his eye to the scope, and scanned for his target. Moments later the target appeared within the crosshairs. Lu Jiyun held his breath, minutely adjusted the barrel, aligned the reticle, and rested his index finger lightly on the trigger. The crosshair locked onto the target's occipital region, tracking each deliberate step with unwavering precision. Target Chu Yan. Lu Jiawei took aim at Chu Yan, waiting for him to step into the perfect firing zone, while muttering to himself, you look about the same age as my daughter. I wonder what trouble you've caused to provoke Timmy Jiyuan. I'm a professional mercenary. Killing is my trade. Don't blame me, he told himself. He sneered at Chu Yan's appearance, not even wearing school trousers and bearing a delicate, effeminate face. Surely some useless, rebellious blonde kid who gets girls pregnant. I hate rebellious little blonde punks. Killing you will be a public service. At that moment Chu Yan turned into the street corner, about to enter the optimal position. Lu Jiawei's gaze hardened, his focus sharpened to a razor edge. Heartbeat and breath slowed as his index finger inched on the trigger. Relax, this will be over in an instant. I've never missed. Bang. The bullet punched into the back of Chu Yan's skull and tore out through his brow, the force hurling him into the air. He collapsed in a pool of blood, eyes wide with shock. Chu Yan snapped back to himself and realized the previous scene had been an illusion. A chill raced up his spine. This is a warning montage. He clenched his teeth and dove sideways with everything he had. A bullet whistled past his ear, embedding itself in the paving brick and shattering it into fragments. Black scaled armor spread across his body as he slipped into stealth and flattened himself behind a nearby Wuling Hongguang. He took 3 deep breaths, tamping down his fear and thinking at lightning speed. From the bullet's trajectory, he inferred the sniper's position toward the car's front. In reality, a single shot wouldn't blow a car apart, so for the moment he was safe. Only one faction would have motive to assassinate him, Timmy Jiyuan. The attacker must be an ability user, and very likely of a higher tier than he was, otherwise it wouldn't fit Timmy Jian's desperate thirst for vengeance. No heating confrontation. Must notify Zhang Laogui and the others for support. Meanwhile on the rooftop, Lu Jiawei stood at the edge, staring at the pavement in stunned disbelief. I actually made a mistake. He corrected himself. No, it's that fellow who sensed someone trying to kill him and dodged. But how is that possible? I didn't expose myself and I told no one about the assassination plan. Counter-surveillance that strong. Who is this kid? Lu Jiawei drew a deep breath and his eyes regained their... Never mind. He's only a restriction level Yuan-shifted Shenlin class. Before reinforcements arrive, he'll finish this in close quarters. Lu fitted thermal optics slung on his tactical pack, his legs folding into a reverse arc stance as his hooves hardened. He raised his right hoof and stepped off the rooftop into empty air, plummeting with the wind howling in his ears. 68 seconds later. With a thunderous crash, Lu Jiawei folded his knees and slammed down his hooves, gouging a deep crater in the asphalt, while the surrounding pavement spiderwebbed with cracks. In the next instant, he fixed his gaze on the Wuling Hongguang, kicked off the ground, and catapulted forward, stirring a violent gust that sent leaves whipping down the street. Chu Yan leaned against the Wuling Hongguang and had just pulled out his phone to send a message when a tremendous bang. He hurriedly opened the rear camera and extended the phone, watching the scene through the screen. On the display, a muscular man with backward arched legs was sprinting from a building, closing the distance to 20 meters in the blink of an eye, dust billowing in his wake. The man raised his right hoof high and brought it down with crushing force. Ningen stamping hoof. On the Wuling Hongguang's roof, a translucent hoof-shaped force field sprang into being, roughly the size of 2 Wuling Hongguangs. Chu Yan's pupils constricted, and he lunged outward, tumbling 3 meters. Boom! The hoof-shaped field slammed down. The Wuling Hongguang flattened into an iron puck, sparks hissing from the wreckage. The explosion drew crowds from the adjacent Yuefang Plaza. Shoppers poured out in terror, screaming, and Chu Yan scrambled to his feet, still shaken, and assessed the aftermath. The assailant belonged to the ED class, and Nian was a restriction-level maturistage ability with an effective radius of 20 meters. Lu Jiawei kicked off and vanished before Chu Yan materializing directly in front of him and delivering a straight thrust with his right hoof. Too fast to register. Goodbye, Lu said coldly. In an instant, Chu Yan's expression stilled. Bullet time. The thrust froze midair. Lu's nostrils contracted as he drew breath, his coat suspended as if the world had been paused. Chu Yan spun his body and, seizing the moment, launched a right hook that cracked into the man's left cheek, with an audible blast. Surprise flickered in Lu's eyes. He tilted his head to avoid the blow, seized Chu Yan's arms, and hurled him over his shoulder. 5 meters away, Chu Yan staggered to the ground and glanced back at the man in astonishment. This was the first time anyone had reacted to bullet time. In the next instant, Lu lunged forward again, blocking Chu Yan's straight punch with a palm, drawing a pistol with his right hand and pressing it to Chu Yan's forehead. Bang, bang, bang. Lu froze where he stood. Chu Yan's forehead opened into a fong-filled maw that clamped down on the barrel. Every bullet fired was annihilated. Lu released the pistol, letting it be chewed, swallowed, and obliterated, and backed away 5 meters. That bull-like maw, he muttered. You're not at the unsure stage. Lu asked, stunned. Chu Yan retracted the forehead maw, dropped his stealth, and adopted the appearance of a stranger. I'm not at the unsure stage, big brother. Did you pick the wrong target? Lu Yuan. I've lived 36 years coding until 3 in the morning every day. I even got laid off the day before yesterday. I've never provoked anyone. Lu said coldly, do you take me for a fool? Chu Yan reverted to his original look and shot back, you asked the stupid question first. Lu left the retort hanging. Lu drew a deep breath, studied Chu Yan intently, and said in a low voice, I've carried out countless assassinations, yet you are the first person in such a short span to surprise me 3 times. You are far more than a junior Sierra operative. Give your true name. I do not kill the nameless. Chu Yan replied expressionlessly, you give your name first. I have never been felled by the nameless either. Lu. Chu Yan stared at him, coldly silent. Lu inhaled, then said with icy disdain, forget it. I'm not interested in quarreling with a petty little blonde punk. Listen carefully, I am an assassin of the Hui Huzhao Mercenary Corps. My codename is Haiguan. Chu Yan shook his head, never heard of you. Lu had no immediate reply. Chu Yan said, sir, I suppose Tianmi Jiyuan hired you to kill me. Can we negotiate? How much did they pay you? They'll pay you. 1.1 times. Lu's fist tightened. Chu Yan hurriedly amended, double. Double. Lu said coldly, do you think I would sully the reputation of one of the 3 top mercenary corps for a mere few $1,000,000? Chu Yan waved his hand and said, I don't know, but if you paid me a few million, I could very well disgrace my own name on a whim. Lu had no immediate answer. Chu Yan asked, sir, are you angry? Lu ground his teeth, drew another pistol, and opened fire in continuous bursts toward Chu Yan. Chu Yan activated bullet time and dashed into Yuefang Plaza, rolling and leaping to evade before slipping inside the mall. Lu stowed his pistol and charged into the building, then looked up and froze. The mall towered dozens of floors high, and it kept replicating and expanding. A lost relic, he whispered. Lu Jiawei looked up at the mall in astonishment, murmuring to himself, the intel clearly stated that this guy became an ability user less than a week ago, yet he possesses a lost relic. Even the young descendants of the 3 major families don't enjoy such treatment, do they? Well, it doesn't matter. I must kill him quickly before the reinforcements arrive. Lu Jiawei's gaze turned cold as he set down his tactical backpack and began taking out various tools from. On the second floor of a certain mall at the Salia Italian restaurant, Chu Yan sat at a table, gulping down several sips of Sprite to calm his nerves, then took out his phone to message Zhang Wufeng. Chu Yan, the assassin with the gray passport, is chasing me. I'm hiding in Yuefang Square. Message sent. Chu Yan then casually sent a meme of Tom Cat crying and begging for mercy. Message failed to send. Chu Yan was startled, noticing the no signal display in the top right corner of the screen. No, it's that uncle's doing. He was carrying a tactical backpack, likely containing a signal jammer. Tisk, how troublesome. Fortunately, the distress signal was sent out. At that moment, Chu Yan caught a glimpse of white smoke billowing through the mall corridor, and his pupils constricted. A hypnosis dart. This is bad. Even if the mall's expansion speed is fast, it can't compare to the speed of the smoke spreading. If I inadvertently fall under hypnosis, once the lost relic fails, it'll be at their mercy. I'm really fed up. Is it necessary to prepare so thoroughly just to kill a high school student? I will definitely give you guys a bad review on the Dark Lamp Network. The assassination experience is terrible. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, quickly glanced around, and dashed into the restaurant's kitchen storage. Shortly after, he emerged from the kitchen with a mouthful of chili sauce to invigorate himself, wearing a fire escape mask, a brand from IATA certified for public places. Although he didn't know how useful it would be, it was better than nothing. He then crouched under the table, ripped off the infinite board stuck to the ground, and stuffed it into his Supreme Nike pocket. The mall immediately returned to its original state. Chu Yan ran to the window, opened it, and climbed out, scaling down the outer wall of the mall, showcasing the talents of the Shunlin sect. Upon landing, Chu Yan hopped onto a Mate 1 electric bike, the key still in the ignition, likely left behind by a delivery guy who was in a hurry to escape. The electric bike accelerated onto the road, racing forward, the red tail lights leaving a trail. Chu Yan hastily put on a helmet, glancing at the rearview mirror, and his pupils shrank. The assassin uncle, wearing a gas mask, was charging from behind, his footsteps echoing, raising clouds of dust visibly closing in. Chu Yan shouted, "Uncle, stop chasing. I'm going to be late for my delivery." Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets whizzed past his ears. Chu Yan turned the bike around, drifting into a side street, dodging bullets, while forcing the assassin uncle. After turning 5 corners, Shigishin Park appeared ahead. Chu Yan drove the electric bike straight into the west gate of the park, surrounded by lush green grass and tall trees. Hoof smash. Chu Yan looked up. A hoof-shaped transparent force field suddenly condensed above him, the air vibrating with a low explosive sound. Chu Yan quickly abandoned the bike, lunging sideways, rolling 3 times before getting up quickly. Bang! The hoof-shaped force field crashed down heavily, shattering the Mate 1 electric bike into wreckage. Chu Yan looked despondent, saying, "The customer is going to leave a bad review." Lu Jiawei stood 5 meters in front of Chu Yan, coldly saying, "You really are quite into the role." "This is a manifestation of a love for life," Chu Yan replied. Lu Jiawei coldly said, "To be honest, you've already given me too many surprises, but as someone in the transformation period, you're definitely nearing your limit, while I am in the mature phase, and can handle this with ease." "Leave your last words," Lu Jiawei commanded. Chu Yan replied, "Uncle, are you bluffing about your trump card? Your rhetoric is a bit too obvious." Lu Jiawei drew a dagger, snorting coldly, "If you a brash kid still have a trump card, then I would truly have to admit it. I'm really at a disadvantage bullying a defenseless high school student with a dagger." "Uncle, you have no class," Chu Yan sighed. Lu Jiawei's expression remained cold and proud, as if to say, "So what?" Chu Yan shook his head, reached into his Supreme Nike pocket, and slowly pulled out a mop. The end of the mop was wrapped in tape around a kitchen knife. Holding the mop with both hands, the blade pointed at Lu Jiawei, he declared loudly, "Salia brand Qinglong crescent blade, please enlighten me." Lu Jiawei's expression turned to one of astonishment as he murmured, "Rules. Techniques. You actually have a trump card." Chu Yan tilted his head, slightly expressionless, enunciating each word, "Supreme Nike pants want to connect." Lu Jiawei's eyes flashed with fierce light as he reversed the grip on his dagger and charged forward. Chu Yan activated bullet time, swinging down with one strike, slicing through Lu Jiawei's throat. Then he woke up. Chu Yan suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself seated in a taxi, gripping the steering while speeding down the road. The side effects kicked in. Chu Yan thought it was bad and quickly scanned the surroundings for clues. There were bullet holes in the left rearview mirror. The assassin uncle was chasing madly behind a car. "This road is Fuhua First Road, heading to the landmark Center City." Chu Yan suddenly understood in my subconscious the obsession with escape, and going to the Center City to sing was the strongest, so I dreamwalked and stole a taxi, escaping while heading toward the Center City. But I didn't use too much of the Shunlin sex abilities, so there shouldn't be side effects. Unless the exclusive ability of Chan 3301 also triggers side effects. You could have reminded me. Chu Yan bitterly complained to the colleagues of Chan 3301. Just then a Toyota car came speeding toward him, about to collide with Chu Yan. Chu Yan's pupils dilated as he sharply turned the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding the Toyota, which crashed into the right rearview mirror with a loud bang. He suddenly remembered. He can't drive. Chu Yan desperately stepped on the gas pedal, shouting in his heart, "How did the sleeping me manage to drive here?" At that moment, a bullet shot out, exploding the left rear tire, causing the taxi to lose control instantly. Chu Yan struggled to steer, trying to maintain balance, but still crashed onto the sidewalk. Bang! The taxi crashed into a utility pole, the front of the car severely dented and smoking. Chu Yan forcefully pushed open the airbags, squeezed out of the car, wanting to continue his escape. A handgun pressed against his temple, cold and hard. Lu Jiawei held the gun, looking down coldly at Chu Yan, enunciating each word, "Goodbye." "Dad, Dad, is that you, Dad?" Lu Jiawei's pupils dilated, his finger halting on the trigger, stiffly turning his head. Lu Yinging stood at the entrance of the Center City, dressed in a white knitted cardigan and a high-waisted pleated skirt with a hairpin in her bangs, her slender calves beautiful, and her sweet face filled with astonishment. Pang Xiuan and Zhang Shihua stood beside her, staring blankly at the scene. Chu Yan opened one eye, sneaking a glance at the situation, and after careful consideration cautiously asked, "Uncle, are you still going to kill me?" Lu Jiawei seemed not to hear Chu Yan, staring numbly at his daughter. A moment later he jerked to his senses and hastily slid the handgun back into his waistband. "Sweetheart, let your father explain." Lu Jiawei hurried toward his daughter, his face a portrait of panic, as though he had been scorned by his own parents. Lu Yinging recovered from her daze, her expression dark. She stepped forward past her father and quickly reached Chu Yan, taking his hand and helping him to his feet. "Are you all right?" Lu Yinging asked with concern. Chu Yan brushed his trousers and pointed at Lu Jiawei. "I'm fine, but your father seems to be in some kind of trouble." At that, Lu Jiawei fixed his gaze on the hands the two of them held, his cheek twitching and his eyes almost bulging from disbelief. Lu Yinging pulled Chu Yan behind her and faced her father, her tone icily sharp. "Dad, are you going to explain why you were pointing a gun at my classmate?" Lu Jiawei said bitterly, "Because your father was given a job to assassinate your classmate." Lu Yinging widened her clear eyes. "Assassinate? You told us you were on a business trip abroad to develop a high-end funeral business, didn't you? Lu Jiawei scratched his head and mumbled, wasn't I just developing clients? Chu Yan snorted softly, pardon me, please carry on. Lu Jiawei glared at Chu Yan and ground his teeth. Can you let go of my daughter's hand first? Chu Yan raised an eyebrow and released Lu Yingying's hand. Lu Jiawei's expression smoothed into calm. Chu Yan took her hand. Lu Jiawei glowered. Release. Calm. Holding hands. A glare. Chu Yan had found the precise way to unnerve Lu Jiawei. Lu Yingying's face was like frost as she enunciated, Father, please do not frighten my classmate. Lu Jiawei lowered his head. Oh. Lu Yingying inhaled, deeply tamping down her agitation, and spoke calmly. Father, leaving other matters aside, I want to say this, Chu Yan saved my life. Are you really going to kill him for a job? Lu Jiawei looked up in sudden realization and asked blankly, saved you? What do you mean? Lu Yingying said, during last week's club activity at Lianhua Mountain Park, we encountered those moth pupae. Chu Yan risked himself to get us out alive. At that time, he didn't even have any powers. If it had not been for Chu Yan, I would now be either a corpse or one of those pupae. Lu Jiawei's pupils constricted sharply, and he swallowed hard. Chu Yan nodded solemnly, indeed. Lu Jiawei looked at Chu Yan with a face of tangled emotion, then after a long moment, he bowed deeply and spoke with gravity. Chu Yan, I am truly sorry. I had no idea you had saved my daughter. Yingying is my everything. I worked so hard for her. Without her I would not know what to do. Chu Yan pressed a hand to his chest, feigning pain. Oof, is this the agony of being repaid with ingratitude? It hurts so much I might need several $1 million to recover. Lu Jiawei fell silent. Pang Xian leaned toward Zhang Shibois and whispered that if Chu Yan became rich he should buy them a drink. Zhang Shibois shot him a speechless glance. Lu Yingying exhaled and said helplessly, Father, can you explain when you became a killer? What drove you to it? And why did you hide it from me? Lu Jiawei said, I've been an assassin for 7 years. It began when I awakened an ability from the E2A gang and was noticed by the syndicate leader. I discovered the money was quick, so I took the job. You know, sweetheart, I used to be a Sando instructor with meager earnings. I couldn't even afford your mother's medical bills, and she missed the best chance for treatment because of that. I could not bear for that tragedy to happen again, and I had no other skill. So I used this line of work to save enough for you to live comfortably for a lifetime. Lu Yingying's expression grew complicated. But why keep it from me? If one day I suddenly received news of your death, I would collapse. Lu Jiawei pursed his lips and said softly, because I read your elementary school composition. Lu Yingying was taken aback. Lu Jiawei whispered, that essay was titled My Father. In it you wrote that your father has broad, strong hands, and always smiles gently. Oh, when he ruffles the hair on your head it feels as warm as the sun. You wrote that he is the one you love most. I could not bear for you to know that those broad hands sometimes held a dagger, or that gentle smile was stained with blood. I wanted you to see only the gentle father. Lu Jiawei finished, and sighed long, his face full of shame and bitterness. Lu Yingying stepped before him, took his hand, and gently said, Father, you misread that essay. It was not because your hands were broad or your smile was gentle that I loved you. It was because I loved you that your hands seemed broad and your smile seemed gentle. Lu Jiawei lifted his head and stared at his daughter and that deeply moving smile. Lu Yingying smiled and said, Whatever you do for me. How could I ever hate you? If one day anyone tries to harm you, I would do anything for you just as you became an assassin for me. Because my love for you has never been less than yours for me. Lu Jiawei's nose tingled, tears brimmed as he hugged his daughter tightly. Lu Yingying embraced her father as well, patting his broad back gently and smiling to soothe him. After a long while, Lu Jiawei released his daughter, looked at Chu Yan, and said solemnly, Chu Yan, all of this is my fault. You used a lost relic to escape my pursuers. The uncle will not pretend it never happened. Race, what? Well, do tell me which gang that relic belongs to, and I will compensate you with a block of UMA meat. As restitution, and as thanks for saving my daughter. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. Oh, sir, you are too generous. Come kill me more often when you're free. Lu Jiawei. Chu Yan thought to himself that his Wuxian Tuban still had one use left, and there was no need to sacrifice another piece of meat. Better to use this chance to sacrifice to the Kolong Nixiang, so the clay replica could be used 3 times. So Chu Yan said with a cheerful smile, Uncle, my relic belongs to the Rugu gang Rugu class. Once you get the meat, let Lu Yingying contact me. Lu Jiawei nodded, understood. As for Sweet Home, don't worry, I will tell them the mission failed. Once the gray passport fails, other mercenary groups will think twice before taking an assassination job on you. Chu Yan asked, is there a possibility a tactical level killer could be sent to kill me? Lu Jiawei shook his head. Industry rules mean tasks are matched to appropriate tiers of killers. Restricted level jobs pay too little for tactical killers to take seriously. If the fee were sky high, there would likely be a catch, and no one would risk it. Chu Yan thumped his thumb up. Uncle, you're rock solid, reliable, a model of manhood. At that moment Lu Yingying noticed dust in Chu Yan's hair and reached out to pat it away, saying softly, "You've been on the run so long you're dirty, let me clean you up." Lu Jiuwei's eye twitched. He pulled Chu Yan aside and lowered his voice. "Son, I have a feeling your relationship with my daughter is more than ordinary. Be honest, is it truly just friendship?" Chu Yan thought of the night. He performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation in the water and replied in a serious tone, "Don't worry, sir, our relationship is purely lip friendship." Lu Jiuwei nodded solemnly. "That's better. But let me warn you, though you saved my daughter, if you ever lay a hand on her, don't blame me for beating you down, you little yellow-haired kid." Chu Yan said, "Oh." Lu Yingying walked over displeased. "Dad, are you scaring Chu Yan again?" Lu Jiuwei quickly put an arm around Chu Yan and beamed, "Of course not. I'm giving him instructions to—" Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. "Don't worry, uncle. I will cherish my lip friendship with Lu Yingying." Lu Jiuwei nodded in satisfaction and said, "By the way, sweetheart, there's an important matter I want to discuss with you now that I've returned." Lu Yingying asked, "What is it?" Lu Jiuwei replied, "I hope you will become a powers bearer." Pang Shiyuan and Zhang Shibua were both stunned, and Chu Yan was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yingying asked in a daze, "Become an ability user? Why?" Lu Jiuwu glanced around and said seriously, "This isn't the right place to discuss this. Let's find a secluded spot." Chu Yan replied, "We booked a private room at May KTV. Let's go there. The police and Siro won't arrive anytime soon, and even if they do, as a Siro officer I can explain." Soon the five of them arrived at May KTV, picked up their takeout of fried chicken at the front desk, and entered the luxurious private room. Pang Shiyuan held a piece of cheesy fried chicken in one hand and a Coca-Cola in the other, his expression serious. "Uncle, let's begin." Lu Jiuwu said, "I have a feeling that the atmosphere isn't quite right." Zhang Shibua picked up a piece of green soy sauce chicken wing and handed it to Lu Jiuwu. Lu Jiuwu waved his hand in disdain. "I don't eat junk food." Chu Yan said, "Uncle, this is a warning." Lu Yingying covered her mouth and giggled. Pang Shiyuan cast a praising glance at Chu Yan. Zhang Shibua looked at the uncle with sympathy. Lu Jiuwu was speechless for a moment, took the chicken wing, and said, "You all must know that last weekend various countries officially announced the existence of UMAs and ability users. Most people didn't react much, but the situation is far more serious than imagined. The officials risked disclosure because UMAs are becoming increasingly active day by day, and it can no longer be hidden. It's better to make it public and prepare people. And this also means that danger is increasing day by day. Previously, both ability users and UMAs were rare. Even if encountered, they were primarily used for personal gain or absorbed into organizations. However, with the increase in UMAs, illegal groups in various countries have started to forcibly feed UMA flesh to ordinary people, seizing hearts and rule techniques. Moreover, UMAs have begun to infiltrate human society, and no one can predict what will happen in the future." Chu Yan's gaze grew serious. Lu Jiuwu looked at Lu Yingying and said, "In the past your father didn't allow you to touch these things to protect you, but now the situation has changed. Perhaps equipping you with self-defense means is a better choice. Sweetheart, you must already know that gaining superpowers means stepping into a dark forest. Think this over carefully. Your father respects your choice. Even if you don't want to, your father will definitely protect you." Lu Yingying pondered for a moment and softly replied, "Okay, I'm willing to become an ability user." Chu Yan took a bite of the cheesy ball with long strands of cheese stretching. "Are you sure? This is very dangerous." Lu Yingying clenched her fist and smiled brightly. "Don't underestimate me. I'm a fan of horror escape rooms and very brave. I'll be able to protect you too." Lu Jiuwu glared coldly at Chu Yan, crunching the chicken wing bone. Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. "You protect me, and I'll protect you. Our friendship is unbreakable." Pang Shiyuan curiously asked, "Uncle, what kind of UMA flesh did you prepare for Lu Yingying?" Lu Jiuwu gulped down a mouthful of Coca-Cola and replied, "Water monster UMA." Lu Yingying was taken aback. "Water monster UMA?" Zhang Shibua said, "I remember Lu Yingying mentioned today that among the 8 types of UMAs, she is most interested in water monster UMA. How did you know, uncle?" Lu Jiuwu looked at his daughter and chuckled, "I know you love swimming and enjoy playing by the water, and water monster UMA has good versatility. Once it reaches tactical level, it's also very suitable for girls." Lu Yingying hugged her father and kissed his cheek with her greasy lips. "Daddy, you scored full marks today." Lu Jiuwu's face was covered in grease and cheese powder, smiling broadly. Pang Shiyuan excitedly shouted, "Uncle, full marks. I also want to eat UMA flesh." Zhang Shibua stuffed a chicken wing into his mouth. "Just eat your own flesh." Lu Jiuwu shot a speechless glance at Pang Shiyuan. "A piece of UMA flesh is already priced at 6 million in the market. Are you sure your family is willing to risk that much money for you?" Pang Shiyuan eagerly started eating the chicken. Lu Jiuwu wiped his hands, opened a tactical backpack, and took out a sealed metal box, placing it on the table. Then Lu Jiuwu looked at Chu Yan and said, "Chu Yan, you are a Sira officer and a friend of my daughter. I trust your character, but I must declare that you belong to the Shunlin faction, and the downstream faction happens to be the water monster UMA. If you lay a hand on Yingying, I can do anything." Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. Uncle, you should believe in the friendship between me and Lu Yingying. Lu Jiu nodded and opened the sealed metal box. Inside the metal box lay a piece of unknown creature flesh, dark blue, all over slimy, like jelly, emitting a fragrance reminiscent of peaches. Lu Yingying put on disposable gloves, grabbed the piece of meat, and took small bites until it was finished, finally washing it down with some Coca-Cola. The next moment a flash of dark green fluorescence shimmered in her pupils, and her entire being exuded a mysterious aura. Lu Yingying raised her right hand, feeling a shift inside her. A small puddle of water opened up on the marble table, the water clear, and a small fish leaped out, flopping onto the table. Chu Yan curiously asked, which body of water is this? Lu Yingying cradled the small fish and gently placed it back in the water, smiling, as she said, Lake Baikal, the largest and deepest freshwater lake in the world. I've always wanted to see it. Pang Shiyuan stared wide-eyed while Zhang Sherba's face was filled with wonder. Lu Jiwu looked at Chu Yan and said, the meat, I promise to compensate you with. I'll have Yingying bring it to you tomorrow. Just wait patiently for one night. Chu Yan asked in surprise, such precious meat, uncle, can you get it that quickly? Lu Jiwu chuckled lightly, it's indeed not easy, but if you're willing to pay a certain price it can still be obtained. Don't underestimate the channels of the 3 top mercenary groups. Chu Yan suddenly got curious and asked, uncle, what are the names of the other 2 top mercenary groups? Although ordinary assassins no longer dare to come after me, I still need to guard against top professionals. Lu Jiwu replied, one of them is called IGA Garden, which is derived from the IGA ninja clan in Japan. Unlike the diverse nationalities of the Grey Passport members, over 90% of IGA Garden are Japanese. As for the last one, it is Sun 3301. Chu Yan was taken aback. Am I becoming a top assassin? Lu Jiwu smirked. Actually, Sun 3301 doesn't accept proactive hiring, but randomly takes on tasks on the Dark Lantern network. However, the tasks they take are all very difficult, and they never miss. Over time, they have been revered as one of the top mercenary groups. In fact, if Sin 3301 were to take this line of work seriously, they would most likely dominate the field. Pang Shiyuan curiously asked, is that Sun whatever organization that powerful? Lu Jiwu's expression turned serious. 2 years ago, I had a confrontation with Tachawaki from Sun 3301. That was the most humiliating defeat of my life. Chu Yan pressed on how humiliating. Lu Jiwu replied, in 30 seconds of combat, I was unconscious for 3 days. Chu Yan felt a bit surprised that that little cutie was actually so strong. Lu Jiwu looked at Chu Yan with a strange expression, speaking of which, during our fight, I always felt a sense of incongruity. I hadn't thought much of it before, but now that I recall it feels very similar to when I faced Tachawaki. That feeling is very strange, as if no matter what means I use, the other party can always counter with a trump card. You aren't also a member of Sun 3301, are you? Chu Yan said tactfully, uncle, if I were affiliated with Cicada 3301, you'd be dead by now. Lu Jiwu, can't you be a little more tactful? Chu Yan quietly snatched the last chicken wing and continued, besides, I only acquired my abilities last week, thanks entirely to my master's guidance, and immediately went after the Mothman. Hardly time to submit a resume to Cicada 3301, is there? Lu Jiwu nodded. This aligns precisely with the intelligence I received. I was mistaken. Chu Yan asked, by the way, uncle, where did you obtain my information? I believe my handling of the Sweet Home incident was thorough. Could it have been a rule technique, or a lost relic? Lu Jiwu shook his head. I'm unaware of any grudge between you and them. Only that you're a junior specialist at SIRA, and that I know your name and appearance. Chu Yan's gaze flickered slightly. Appearance? May I see the photograph you obtained? Lu Jiwu rummaged through his tactical pack and handed Chu Yan a photo. Chu Yan took it, and his eyes narrowed. It was a covert snapshot taken in the plaza of the Shinshu branch. Setting the photo down, he murmured, so there's a mole inside the branch. Lu Jiwu replied meaningfully, even the most upright organizations cannot escape their black sheep. Chu Yan spread his hands. Not surprising. After all, I'm being hunted by an apex UMA. Though most specialists support me, some inevitably view me as a liability, fearing collateral fallout, and wish to eliminate me preemptively. Lu Jiwu added, this photo didn't come from Sweet Home. It was delivered by a masked man. At the time I didn't dwell on it, but now I suspect he's the mole. That said, his reluctance to reveal your true face suggests he distrusts Sweet Home. That's all I'll say. Sira's internal affairs are yours to resolve. I must attend to my mission's aftermath and procure that UMA flesh sample for you. I'm off now. Lu Yingying waved. Dad, drive safely. Lu Jiwu gently ruffled her hair and said warmly, you walk home carefully too. Let Xiao Huangmao escort you. Don't run into any superpowered villains. Lu Yingying smiled wryly. Dad, have you forgotten I'm a superhuman myself? Laughter bubbled up cheerfully inside the private room. After Lu Jiwu departed, Chu Yan retrieved his phone and pulled up footage from a hidden camera, watching it at triple speed. He reviewed every memory from waking from his nap to regaining consciousness in the taxi, meticulously cross-checking for omissions or inconsistencies. He scrutinized the footage closely and pinpointed the divergence. After escaping Salia through the window, he hadn't mounted the mate on a bike. Instead, he'd commandeered an idling taxi. Zhang Sherbo remarked, given today's chaos, let's not linger out late. Best we head home early. Nodding in agreement, the group left make KTV together. Chu Yan and Lu Yingying stepped onto the roadside, hailed a taxi, and sat side by side in the rear seat. The taxi eased forward, gliding toward Lu Yingying's residence, Great Wall No. 2 Garden. Chu Yan glanced left, saw Lu Yingying's hand resting on the seat, and after a moment's hesitation reached out and took it. Her hand trembled faintly. She turned to him, stunned, stammering, Chu Yan, what's wrong with you? Chu Yan tilted his head, curious. At Central City Gate you held my hand so naturally. Why such nervousness now? Lu Yingying flushed, flustered. That hat's different. Back then I was afraid Dad would strike you. What's wrong with you? Why suddenly hold my hand? Why did you suddenly take my hand? Chu Yan replied nonchalantly, oh, nothing much. Just that when your father was chasing me, he kept calling me little yellow hair, and it felt rather unjust. So while he's away I'm retaliating by holding his daughter's hand. Just play along for a moment. Thanks. Lu Yingying's lovely face burned crimson. A star seemed to burst before her eyes as she swayed dizzily. THTHTH, just tell me when your revenge is over. Fine. 15 minutes later the taxi arrived at Great Wall No. 2 Garden. Chu Yan reminded Lu Yingying revenge concluded. Lu Yingying stumbled out unsteadily, drifting toward the residential complex, when Chu Yan suddenly recalled he hadn't yet reported his safety to Elder Zhan and the others. He pulled out his phone and dialed Zhan Wufeng. Yuefang Plaza. Zhan Wufeng, Xinzhongshuer Wan Yonan, and Song Tsilong stood solemnly on the first floor of the mall. Zhan Wufeng frowned. Chu Yan messaged me. He and that assassin are inside this mall. Yet not a soul is in sight. Where on earth did they vanish? Song Tsilong muttered, could Brother Chu have already been captured? The external combat traces are brutal, and the mall's filled with hypnotic smoke, with the enemy acting deliberately, and us caught unawares. Things hardly look promising. Wan Yonan frowned. Don't speak nonsense. Brother Chu is brilliant, and protected by a lost relic. How could he possibly be seized by an assassin? Shin Zhongxue remained expressionless. Not necessarily. Our foe is a top-tier operative of the Grey Passport Mercenary Corps, minimum rank, restricted class, mature phase, with battle experience beyond compare. Even if Chu Yan possesses extraordinary talent, he's been a superhuman less than a week. His raw power remains severely limited. Wan Yonan shot him a glare. Can't you wish him well for once? Shin Zhongxue replied flatly, I merely state facts. Were matters even slightly favorable, I wouldn't utter such words. I even hold the boy in some regard. Don't make it sound as though I hope for his death. Zhan Wufeng waved irritably. Enough, stop shouting in my ear. I've already dispatched people to retrieve nearby surveillance footage, but it won't be quick. Song Tsilong sighed. Shin Woodenhead isn't entirely wrong. This is a Grey Passport operative. Brother Chu's odds are grim. I finally got a junior brother, and haven't even treated him to a meal yet. Now he may be gone. A cold glint flashed in Wan Yonan's eyes. If Chu Yan truly meets misfortune, Zhan Wufeng glanced at her. Don't tell me you intend to avenge him. Wan Yonan met Zhan Wufeng's gaze, her face ice cold. Is there an issue? Zhan Wufeng shook his head. I've told you repeatedly in our line of work, emotional detachment is paramount, and you've always excelled at it. Don't sacrifice that advantage over something irreversible. It will only cost you your life. Wan Yonan fell silent for a long while, then whispered, I was detached before, because no one mattered to me. But once attachment forms, how can the heart remain cold? You yourself withdrew from everyone after that incident. So don't demand of your disciple what you couldn't sustain. Zhan Wufeng had no reply. Shin Zhongxue shook his head. Song Tsilong sighed deeply, and pulled out a strip of dried pork, chewing gloomily. Just then Zhan Wufeng's phone rang. He pulled it out, and answered, has the surveillance footage been retrieved? Chu Yan, not yet. I'll check again at the branch. You mean the footage of senior brother Song secretly watching adult films in the conference room, right? Zhan Wufeng was taken aback. Chu Yan, you're still alive. Shin Zhongxue, Song Tsilong, and Wan Yonan suddenly turned their heads in astonishment. Wan Yonan said eagerly, quick, put it on speaker. Speaker turned on, and Chu Yan's voice came through. I am alive, but I almost crashed my car and died. Fortunately, I wore my seatbelt. BYD truly deserves the title of national treasure. The airbags are quite comfortable. Zhan Wufeng rolled his eyes. Who the hell cares what car you're driving? Wan Yonan snatched the phone, her expression serious. Where are you right now? What about the Grey Passport assassin? Chu Yan replied. I'm currently on my way to Yuefang Square. That assassin and I exchanged blows. His tactics were more troublesome than the last. But luckily I held my ground and survived. Wan Yonan asked in disbelief. You escaped from the assassin. How did you manage that? He's a top mercenary of the Grey Passport, and he ambushed you. Even Zhan Wufeng wouldn't guarantee that he'd come out unscathed. Zhan Wufeng twitched the corner of his mouth, but did not deny it. Chu Yan said, well, I accidentally discovered the assassin was aiming at me, and I unwittingly engaged him in close combat. I also inadvertently delayed him with some lost relics, and eventually led him to the landmark center, where I found out he was my classmate's father. Since I had saved his daughter, he didn't kill me. Song Silang's eyes lit up. Senior brother, you managed to evade the gray passport assassin for so long. That's incredible. Shen Zhongxue crossed his arms and chuckled with interest. Not bad, not bad. This performance exceeded my expectations. Ruan Yonan was silent for a long time, then let out a sigh of relief and softly said, as long as you're alive, that's what matters. We'll discuss the details when you arrive. Oh, be careful on the way. Chu Yan reassured. Don't worry, I asked the driver. He has 15 years of driving experience and has never violated the rules. Right, driver? The driver replied, sure. The driver added, young man, what do you mean by assassin and car accident? You're not a terrorist, are you? Chu Yan replied, oh, it's nothing, just a game. Driver, focus on the road, not on me. You're not driving a BYD. 15 minutes later, a white Passat drove up and stopped at the entrance of Yuefeng Square. Chu Yan got out of the car and saw Ruan Yonan walking briskly toward him, her face looking quite grim. He was startled and quickly covered his face to prevent being pinched. Ruan Yonan rushed over and hugged Chu Yan. Chu Yan was taken aback. I thought you were dead, Ruan Yonan. Chu Yan smiled and patted his senior sister's back, saying, don't worry, I'm hard to kill. Next time he'll show you a survival performance in person. Ruan Yonan glared and pinched Chu Yan's cheek hard. There won't be a next time. Chu Yan winced in pain. Hey, why are there fake moves? That's not fair. The driver, who was leaving, murmured in confusion. What kind of game are they playing, so engrossed in it? Zhan Wufeng approached Chu Yan and said, now tell me the details. Chu Yan nodded and recounted the events, including the fact that the assassin was Lu Yingying's father. After all, it was captured on surveillance, and there was no hiding it. However, he temporarily concealed the matter of Lu Yingying becoming an empowered individual. Shen Zhongxue, upon hearing, twitched his mouth. I've heard of escaping from assassins, but not of making them pay for it. You are quite the rarity. Chu Yan looked at Zhan Wufeng and said, that uncle wanted to kill me, but he's my classmate's father, and he's not a bad person. Can we not delve too deeply into this matter? Zhan Wufeng replied, the Grey Passport mercenary group's influence should not be underestimated. Since you, the party involved, don't mind, the branch should not pursue it. Moreover, even if they wanted to hold someone accountable, capturing a member of the Grey Passport is not so easy. Chu Yan said, that's good. Shen Zhongxue frowned and said, there's one thing I can't figure out. How did Sweet Home acquire Chu Yan's identity information? Chu Yan took out a photo and said, the assassin uncle told me that someone in the branch secretly photographed me. There must be an insider. Zhan Wufeng, Song Silang, Shen Zhongxue, and Ruan Yonan all focused their gazes simultaneously. Zhan Wufeng took the photo, glanced at it, and said, from your clothing, this photo should have been taken on Saturday. Check the surveillance at the square. Whoever was hiding there can be identified as the target. In the Shenzhen branch, inside a conference room, Tang Yong sat at the conference table, his expression serious, his right leg constantly shaking, as if he was anxiously waiting for something. At this moment, the conference room door was pushed open, and a male officer hurried in, closing the door behind him. Tang Yong looked at the officer and asked in a solemn voice, what happened? Did Sweet Home kill Chu Yan? Liang Hua, sitting across from him, said seriously, the people from Sweet Home said they hired an assassin from the Grey Passport mercenary group, and there was quite a disturbance at Yuefeng Square. They likely succeeded. Tang Yong was taken aback and smiled. They even invited the Grey Passport over. Sweet Home's ambition is truly grand. But this is good, it prevents prolonged trouble. Liang Hua snorted coldly and said, I really don't know what those above are thinking. At such a turbulent time, they decided to let that disaster live. I think the Shenzhen branch is doomed. Tang Yong said coldly, who says otherwise? Those big shots talk lofty ideals, but in reality, they're just favoring their connections. If trouble arises, won't we be the ones to deal with it? I don't want to die because of that idiot. Liang Hua fell silent for a few seconds, then asked in a low voice, what have you thought about joining Sweet Home? Tang Yong's eyelids twitched, quickly glancing at the front door, and said quietly, are you really considering joining them? If you do that, there will be no turning back. Liang Hua's eyes were sharp. The times have changed. With the proliferation of UMAs and crime organizations, Sierra's missions will only increase and become more dangerous. Even surviving to 30 will be a problem. On the contrary, Sweet Home lives freely, and soaring to success is not just a dream. Brother, those who know the times are the heroes. Tang Yong frowned. But joining Sweet Home means killing all relatives by hand. Liang Hua fell silent. Tang Yong's pupils shrank. Are you all ready? Liang Hua's gaze turned dark, and he spoke slowly. If one doesn't act for oneself, heaven and earth will punish them. Tang Yong was stunned for a moment, took 3 deep breaths, and his gaze regained calmness. You're right, my grandparents have lived for over 80 years, they've made their mark. Now they lie in bed every day muddled, it's no different from being dead. Moreover, they have always granted my wishes and I believe they will understand me. Liang Hua pulled out a USB drive and smirked. I've copied the routes and schedules for Sira transporting UMA flesh. When the time comes I will hand it over to Dad and Mom, and the two of us brothers will ascend to greatness. Tang Yong's eyes brightened. You're really something. At that moment the conference room doors swung open with a bang. Hello, I'm here to collect the portrait rights usage fee. Chu Yan entered the conference room, while laughing, followed by Zhan Wufeng Shenzhongqua Song, Silong, and Tang Yong suddenly turned around seeing Chu Yan, his pupils constricted. You. Chu Commissioner Instructor. Why are you all here? This conference room was reserved by us. Did you make— Chu Yan threw the photo on the conference table and smiled. Did you take this photo secretly? Liang Hua shook his head and said, of course not, why would we secretly take photos of you? Slap. Chu Yan raised his right hand and slapped Liang Hua hard, saying, incorrect answer. Liang Hua covered his right cheek, looking at Chu Yan in shock and confusion. Tang Yong suddenly stood up, flustered, saying, Chu Commissioner, is there a misunderstanding? Zhan Wufeng said indifferently. We heard everything you said in the conference room, save your breath. Tang Yong was taken aback, forcing a smile. If you heard it, then you heard it. We just talked about some work matters. We didn't say anything shameful. In an instant Liang Hua swung his arm, and a circular water pit appeared on the wall, with torrents pouring into the conference room. Tang Yong, hurry up. A blood-red arc flashed. Liang Hua stood frozen. A vertical line of blood appeared in the center of his face, and half a second later his body split in two, blood splattering everywhere. Song Silong stood beside Liang Hua's corpse, holding a blood and flesh chainsaw, tilting his head to look at Tang Yong, repeatedly pulling the chainsaw's long tongue with his right hand. Tang Yong knelt on the ground, his expression terrified. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Song Silong raised the blood and flesh chainsaw and chopped down decisively. Puff! Tang Yong's head fell, his body slumped, blood gushing out. Chu Yan shouted, oh no. Brother Song, why did you kill him? Song Silong was taken aback. Aren't they bad people? Chu Yan scratched his head. They are bad people, no doubt, but they should still go through the judicial process. If you kill them like this, there will be no evidence. What if the branch accuses you of murdering a colleague? Your sense of fear is too weak. You acted impulsively. Song Silong was silent for a few seconds, suddenly looking at Zhan Wufeng, wailing, Master, save me. Zhan Wufeng rubbed his forehead. Each one of you is a troublemaker. Shenzhongqua waved his phone casually, saying, all right, stop scaring this silly dog. I've been recording from outside the door. The evidence is solid, and besides we can arrange for the Vermis Goo Commissioner Brain Eater to check the memories. The branch won't hold you accountable. Song Siling's eyes lit up. Shenmudo, I'm glad to have you. I always thought you were just showy, but didn't expect you to be so reliable. Shenzhongqua said, I think I should just delete the recording. At this moment Ruan Yonan walked over to Liang Hua's corpse, took out his heart, and threw it to Chu Yan. Ruan Yonan smiled and said, Junior brother, this guy happens to be a water monster. You should absorb his heart. You need to eat 3 pieces of UMA meat or absorb 9 hearts to advance to the mature stage. We can't waste it. Chu Yan held the heart and looked at Zhan Wufeng, directly absorbing this guy's heart. Won't it be against the rules? Zhan Wufeng said casually, it will, so hurry up and act before that old bastard Hui Yuangang arrives and report it after the fact. Chu Yan, Master, you are so bad. I like it so much. Zhan Wufeng, can you not disgust me? Ruan Yonan kicked Tang Yong and sighed. It's a pity that after changing the heart last time, the senior sister had a big fight with her family, and my parents won't let me use the Ruan family's connections. Otherwise senior sister would help you change his heart into a water monster too. Shun Zhongxue glanced at her. Profiting from a fellow commissioner's heart is a serious violation of discipline. Even if he is a traitor, you should be careful. Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. It's fine, senior sister, I've already gained a lot. After saying that, Chu Yan raised the heart to his mouth, taking a deep breath. Red energy surged into his mouth, and the heart shriveled up. In the next moment, dark scales emerged on their own. His pupils became vertical, and the whites of his eyes turned red. Chu Yan clenched his fist and said, I feel like the limit of using abilities has increased significantly. Ruan Yonan smiled and said, after consuming a piece of UMA meat or absorbing 3 hearts, you will be able to open 1 more mouth. Keep it up. Everything was ready. Zhan Wufeng took out his phone and sent a message to Hui Yuangang explaining the situation. 5 minutes later, Hui Yuangang walked into the conference room. Hui Yuangang looked at Chu Yan helplessly, saying, you kid, without saying a word, just absorbed the heart, clearly disregarding the rules. This must have been instigated by Zhan Wufeng, right? Chu Yan looked innocent. I don't know, Master taught me to do it this way. Zhan Wufeng rolled his eyes at Chu Yan. Hui Yuangang shook his head. Forget it, the matter has already happened, and you are in the right. I won't pursue it. However, Tang Yong's heart cannot be given to you, because once the precedent of using the commissioner's heart for transactions is set, it could lead to malicious events of framing and heart theft. However, for exposing the traitor, I can give each of you a second-class merit which can be used for relic identification, relic sacrifice, and so on as compensation for you. Chu Yan's eyes brightened. So this means I actually gained something. Zhan Wufeng was surprised. When did you become so generous? Usually you would be lucky to receive a third-class merit. Hui Yuangang smiled. Chu Yan is a great contributor, and he is eager to upgrade. As long as there is merit, the branch will certainly not skimp on rewards. Chu Yan stood up respectfully. I suddenly feel that the branch is becoming more and more like my home. Hui Yuangang said, by the way, after eating the UMA meat last time you should have received a rule technique right. Don't forget to report the effect and level. Zhan Wufeng, if the rule technique you obtained is too strong, just make up a random one. Hui Yuangang shot an exasperated glance at Zhan Wufeng. Chu Yan curiously asked, how is the level of rule techniques classified? Hui Yuangang said, level is a meaningless rule technique, for example, making a certain tile inexplicably stick to a piece of chewing gum after meeting certain conditions. Clevel is meaningful but can only be triggered in a fixed area like the rule technique that enhances running ability during pre-job training. Level can be triggered by movement but requires tools. A level can be triggered by movement without the need for tools. As for level, it can be triggered by movement without tools and has a strong effect. Chu Yan pondered, so the rule technique I obtained should belong to Blevel. Ruan Yonan smiled. Getting a Blevel rule technique on the first try is quite lucky for you, junior brother. Chu Yan asked again. I have another question. What happens if two people master the same rule technique and share a part with a third person? Hui Yuangang waved his hand. If it's incomplete, nothing happens. If it's fully shared, only the one who completed it will disappear. If both share at the same time, both will disappear. The specific details will be explained by the equipment department, and you can also take a trip to the political work department to see what benefits can be exchanged for merits. I'll leave now. After finishing, Hui Yuangang left the conference room, and several logistics personnel came in to handle the bodies and blood. Ruan Yonan linked arms with Chu Yan, smiling. Let's go. Senior sister will take you to the political work department to have a look. Chu Yan. Why does it sound like shopping? After reporting the rules, Chu Yan followed Ruan Yonan to the political work department on the 12th floor. Inside the office, 8 service windows were lined up side by side with a staff member behind each window busy with their tasks. Chu Yan and Ruan Yonan took a number and sat down at window number 3, where a female staff member named Luo Ying with a tense expression was typing rapidly on the screen. Chu Yan said, hello, I would like to check the benefits that can be exchanged for achievements. Luo Ying frowned tightly, quickly typing on the screen, and impatiently said, for achievements below second class, use the self-service terminal to redeem rewards. It's right in the corridor at the entrance. We don't handle those basic services here. Chu Yan replied, but I want to inquire about second class and first class achievements. First class. You need to obtain first class achievements first before. Luo Ying was interrupted halfway, turning to see Chu Yan, and suddenly her eyes widened in excitement. Commissioner Chu. Upon hearing this, the other staff members at the windows all stopped their work and turned to look, their expressions filled with surprise and curiosity. At this moment, Ruan Yonan noticed that the adjacent window was vacant and stood up, saying, junior brother, window number 3 seems very busy. Oh, let's go handle our business at the side. Chu Yan replied, oh, okay. Luo Ying quickly stood up urgently, saying, hey, don't go. I am available. Chu Yan scratched his head, sat back down, and muttered softly. Her expression changed so quickly, she could perform Sichuan opera at Haidaleo. Ruan Yonan chuckled, you are now quite a famous figure in the branch office. Luo Ying took out a tablet, beaming, as she said, Commissioner Chu, here are the benefits that different achievements can be exchanged for, suitable for junior commissioners and squad leaders. Take a look. Chu Yan took the tablet, slowly swiping through the screen. Reward 500 yuan cash, third class, achievement 50 discount, on identifying restricted level artifacts, 50 discount, on commissioning sacrificial offerings of restricted level artifacts, one-time use 50 discount, on purchasing strategic materials, second class achievement, free identification of restricted level artifacts, free commissioning of sacrificial offerings of restricted level artifacts, one-time use, free exchange for strategic materials, first class achievement, 30 off market price for purchasing a piece of restricted level UMA meat, 30 off renting a restricted level lost artifact, special achievement, free borrowing of 1 restricted level artifact, reward of 1 piece of restricted level UMA meat. Luo Ying smiled and said, I found that you have 1 second class and 1 first class achievement. Once you gather 3 achievements of the same level, you can exchange for a higher level achievement, except for the special achievement. She added, I guess you might not have any lost artifacts yet, so I suggest keeping the second class achievement until you gather 3 achievements, and then exchange it for a first class achievement. Chu Yan nodded and said, thank you, but I do have a lost artifact. Luo Ying was taken aback, her eyes lighting up as expected of Commissioner Chu. You've quickly obtained a lost artifact. Do you need identification or to commission a sacrificial offering? Chu Yan thought since the infinite panel still has one use left after the compensation from the uncle is settled tomorrow, the clone mud statue will have 3 uses. I can hold on to this second-class achievement for future artifacts. Regaining his thoughts, Chu Yan said, I don't need identification or commissioning for now. May I ask what the benefit price for purchasing UMA meat with a first-class achievement is? Luoying smiled and said currently it's 2 million yuan. Chu Yan grimaced and said so expensive I'm feeling a bit tempted to rob someone. When will Sweet Home send someone to kill me again? Wan Yonan sighed lightly. It's a pity that senior sister had a falling out with her family, otherwise borrowing you 2 million would be a piece of cake. Chu Yan raised his thumb. No worries, I previously obtained 1 million from Sweet Home. I just need to figure out how to gather. Wan Yonan looked at the time and smiled, saying it's still early. Do you want to go with senior sister to practice shooting? Luo Ying was shocked, her eyes wide. Chu Yan exclaimed, what kind of inappropriate words are those from some lewd artist? Isn't it a bit early for that? Wan Yonan teased, where are your thoughts wandering off to? I meant going to the branches shooting range to practice your marksmanship. Your mind is not pure, young man. Chu Yan replied. With the way you put it, any boy with a brain would think otherwise. Wan Yonan chuckled, I was just joking, but practicing your marksmanship would benefit you. When facing restricted level enemies, firearms are quite effective, but you need to know how to use them first. Chu Yan pondered and said that makes sense. When the uncle attempted to assassinate me, he caused quite a bit of trouble. Wan Yonan grasped Chu Yan's hand, smiling, as she said, exactly, let's practice for half an hour to get you started. Afterward, senior sister will drive you back to the dormitory. At the shooting range of the branch office, Wan Yonan held a Glock 17, aiming at a target 25 meters away, and fired 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 shots hit the target. Chu Yan clapped from the side and exclaimed, well done, well done. Wan Yonan put down her handgun, smiling, as she said, senior sister started shooting at the age of 10. This is a must for the Wan family's descendants. Chu Yan remarked, extracurricular classes for the wealthy are just different. Wan Yonan handed him the handgun, here you try. Chu Yan took the handgun and under guidance aimed at the target and fired 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 shots missed the target. Chu Yan looked at Wan Yonan and sincerely asked, does your family's tutoring class accept students outside the family? I think I need some extra training. Wan Yonan mischievously replied, you can just change your name to Wan Fan. Chu Yan responded. That's quite an expensive tuition fee. Wan Yonan smiled, gently pinching his cheek. Don't be discouraged. Marksmanship is all about body control and dynamic vision. Only by clearly seeing the target and precisely controlling the muzzle can you hit it. This takes long-term practice. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan's heart stirred. Dynamic vision and body control. This perfectly aligns with the special skills for bullet time. I seem to have gained some inspiration. Let me try again. After saying that, Chu Yan filled the magazine with bullets and raised the gun towards the target. Wan Yonan smiled lightly. Okay, no rush. You just try to hit the target this time. Chu Yan focused on the target, slowly taking deep breaths to calm his mind. Bullet time. In an instant, everything around fell silent. Every muscle fiber in Chu Yan's body precisely tensed, preparing to absorb the recoil as he controlled his index finger and pulled the trigger 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. 7 rings, 8 rings, 8. 3 rings. Wan Yonan was stunned, her eyes wide. Before she could finish, Chu Yan fired 3 more shots. Bang, bang, bang. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Chu Yan lowered the handgun, looking at senior sister with a smile. Looks like I don't need to change my name after all. Wan Yonan was completely taken aback, staring at Chu Yan in disbelief for a long time before finally speaking. You. How did you improve so quickly? Chu Yan pondered for a few seconds and said seriously, I actually often shoot. I have some foundation. I mean in FPS games. Wan Yonan beamed with a smile. Junior brother is truly impressive, always able to surprise senior sister. It seems I must reward you now. Chu Yan replied cautiously, a lewd picture. Wan Yonan kissed Chu Yan's cheeks, softly warm and gentle. It's a bit more suggestive than that. Chu Yan practiced with a handgun, an automatic rifle, and a submachine gun, one by one, impressing Wan Yonan profoundly before strolling leisurely with her toward the parking lot. As they walked, Wan Yonan said, if you ever need firearms in the future, you may apply through your branch. They provide weapons and ammunition free of charge. Chu Yan nodded. My premium Nike trousers have capacious pockets, plenty large enough to carry an arsenal. When enemies appear, I'll leave them stunned for an entire year. They climbed into a Porsche 911 Targa. Habitually, Chu Yan pulled out his phone and began scrolling through the dark lamp network. Cicada 3301 has appeared in Nara, Japan. Ji-chan single-handedly clashed with APMT and Sweet Home, seizing over half the UMA flesh. Can anyone on Earth still halt Cicada 3301? Asakusa Fireworks, a friend of mine, serves in the Nara branch. He told me all 15 escort agents were injured and rendered unconscious, while Ji-chan withdrew unscathed. Terrifying. Pachishin, don't cry. Rumor has it the escort team's comms equipment was fully compromised. No contact possible with the branch. It felt like confronting a UMA. Topspin serve, that's just the beginning. I heard half of Sweet Home's 13 members were killed outright. Cicada 3301 truly fears no retaliation. I hate apple candy. I hope I never cross paths with Cicada 3301 in this lifetime. Chu Yan's gaze flickered. Little Adorable had indeed completed the mission and seemingly with remarkable ease. Just then another trending post surged into the top 10. At 6:30 p.m. tonight, a gray passport mercenary assassin will strike Shenzhen to eliminate Sierra's rising star Moth Annihilator. Verifiable record, outcome unknown. Dark Waltz, holy hell. This newcomer hasn't even been active for a full weekend, and already someone's hired a hit. Who's behind it? Whiskey without sour, my guess. BPRD. Those Americans are notoriously underhanded. They must resent Sierra's prodigy, but find direct intervention inconvenient, so they bought a blade instead. Han Han is an NPC. Even gray passport assassins are involved now. Will Moth Annihilator, verifiable record survive? I've never even seen him in person. White Sand Hokkaido Miss Han, temper your expectations. Even the strongest novices require time to mature. An assassination always favors the attacker. Moth Annihilator, verifiable record is likely already in grave peril. Okabe clan patriarch, if he perishes he proves unworthy of standing beside Lord Pei Fei Bai. At least I doubt Lord Pei Fei Bai would fall to an assassin. Fat Dragon, enough already. Merely holding comparison with Pei Fei Bai for a short while is already extraordinary. This is merely a return to baseline performance. Figures like Pei Fei Bai aren't common vegetables. Stop shrieking at every ripple. You're already weeping urgently. I'm dying laughing. The Mothman hasn't even resurrected yet, and Moth Annihilator's already descended to keep him company. Who'll speak for the Mothman now? Rampaging magic pill, you're already weeping urgently. Huh? That angle's delightfully unconventional. Down there the Mothman probably can't even resurrect. He's too furious to curse properly. I suspect Sierra's own high command commissioned the hit, eliminating Moth Annihilator without tarnishing their reputation. Even more insidious than those American BPRD schemers. Chu Yan frowned, turning to ask, Senior Sister, my assassination attempt occurred only 2 or 3 hours ago. How has it already spread across the Dark Lamp network? Ruan Yonan gripped the steering wheel and smiled faintly. Likely the network's moderators mobilized en masse. To sustain community vitality, the Dark Lamp network employs numerous moderators, not only to maintain order, but also to scour global hotspots for explosive news, sometimes even completing unclaimed bounties on the side. The Mothman incident and your case generated immense traction. Moderators likely flocked to Shenzhen en masse, planning to embed here for ongoing coverage. Today's event amplified the buzz exponentially, hence its lightning speed dissemination. Chu Yan nodded, returning his attention to the posts. At that moment, a moderator-pinned reply appeared. Gray Passport, Customs Division, I am the operation lead for today's assassination. The mission has failed. Gray Passport hereby declares it will no longer accept contracts targeting Moth Annihilator. Verifiable record. This notice is binding. Chu Yan chuckled, then casually posted a reply. Moth Annihilator. Verifiable record. Gray Passport Mercenary Corps demonstrates exceptional operational proficiency. My assassination experience was superb. For those seeking professional termination services, Gray Passport is unequivocally recommended. The comments section erupted. Han Han is an NPC. AHHH. Is it true? Even Gray Passport's assassins failed. Moth Annihilator. Verifiable record. You're incredible. White Sand Hokkaido. Phew. What did this newcomer do to compel Gray Passport to issue an official goodwill statement? He only awakened as a power user last week. Okabe clan patriarch, this is breathtaking. In him I glimpse a faint echo of Lord Pei Fei Bai's aura. Fat Dragon Dark Waltz, stop tagging me. I'll tag myself. Fat Dragon. Meow meow is not meow meow. You're already weeping urgently. Rampaging magic pill. You two were laughing so heartily moments ago. Care to laugh again? Who'll speak for the Mothman now? Which faction's leadership is truly venomous? You're already weeping urgently, just joking. Actually, I wholeheartedly support Brother Moth Annihilator. Rampaging magic pill, if he survived that then, never mind. Chu Yan scrolled through the Dark Lamp network with rapt fascination, unaware that the Porsche had already pulled to a stop within the residential compound. After bidding farewell to his senior sister, Chu Yan entered his apartment building, rode the elevator to the 10th floor, and stepped into his home. His father, mother, and sister Chu Yan sat around the dining table, where home-style dishes filled the air with fragrant steamed sea-based garlic-scented spare ribs, stir-fried beef, with celery, and kelp egg drop soup. Just then Specialist Meow emerged from the kitchen carrying bowls and chopsticks, her youthful face radiant, her hair tied in an adorable bun. Chu Yan froze. Xiao Meow, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Chu Yan, Specialist Meow grew flustered, lowering her head and murmuring softly, well, Instructor assigned me as your family's personal protector, so I came to meet Uncle and Auntie, and your elder sister. They kindly invited me to join them for dinner, so I stayed to cook a few dishes. Oh, and you might not know my real name yet. I'm Meow Shioli. Father gave a thumbs up. Xiao Miao's incredibly capable. She prepared this entire feast herself. Smell how fragrant it is. Mother beamed. Yes. And earlier someone online spoke ill of you, so Xiao Miao defended you fiercely for quite some time. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. So your Miao Miao is not Miao Miao. Thanks. Miao Xioli's cheeks flushed faintly as she smiled demurely. It was nothing at all. Chu Lumian wore an expression of utter exasperation, rose, and sidled up to Chu Yan whispering. How do you manage to charm beautiful girls constantly? Are you planning to become a male model after graduation? With that much energy, why don't you ever show half as much concern for your elder sister? All that love was wasted. Chu Yan glanced sideways. Since you've lived with this male model for so long, shouldn't you pay me a little fee? Chu Lumian, not a chance. Mother beckoned Chu Yan over. Stop whispering with your sister. Go shower and join us for dinner. And remember to empty your trouser pockets. I'll wash them afterward. Chu Yan nodded and reached into his pocket, pulling out a Salia brand green dragon crescent blade. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, Chu Yan returned to his room, emptied his pockets, and erased the smiley face with an eraser, ensuring that his Nike pants no longer held any supremacy before heading to take a shower. 15 minutes later, Chu Yan walked out of the bathroom, towel drying his damp hair, and noticed the varied expressions of his family members. Chu Yan sat at the dining table and said, "Don't worry, it's a kind of superpower that allows the pockets of my pants to expand. It's not dangerous." Mom hesitated and asked, "But can those pants be washed?" Chu Yan replied, "Yes, as long as Dad doesn't wear them." Chu Lumian draped her arm over Chu Yan's shoulder and cheerfully said, "You've turned into Doraemon. You should have told your sister earlier." Chu Yan replied, "I want use it to help you carry things while shopping." Chu Lumian huffed while Dad, holding a Salia brand Xinglong Yenua knife, looked astonished and said, "Son, do you still want this knife?" Mom angrily said, "We just moved into a new house, so don't pile up junk everywhere." Dad put down the knife and shrank his neck, saying, "Oh." Miao Xiaola's eyes sparkled. That should be a Blevel rule skill, right? To draw such a convenient rule skill on the first try, Chu Yan's luck is truly remarkable. Mom held Xiao Miao's hand and smiled. "Xiao Miao, don't call him Chu Commissioner all the time, it sounds so distant." Dad chuckled. "You just call him Xiao Yan. It sounds so much like a childhood friend." My biggest regret is that my children never had childhood friends, losing out on a lot of joy in parenthood. Chu Yan laughed and teased. "I'm already 17 years old, half a foot into adulthood, and I can still have a childhood friend drop from the sky. That's amusing." "Xiao Miao, my childhood friend, can you make me lunch tomorrow? I want to take it to Pang Shuiyuan. He loves childhood friend-type female characters in his games." Miao Xiaola's face turned slightly red as she nodded silently. Chu Yan suddenly bared his teeth and glared at Chu Lumian. "Why are you pinching me?" Chu Lumian smiled. "Don't be silly, there's a loose thread on your arm. I was just helping you get rid of it. By the way, do you really like having lunch so much that you're asking Xiao Miao to make it for you?" Chu Yan replied, "If you want to make it for me, it's not impossible." Chu Lumian shot him a glare and pinched him again. Chu Yan covered his arm and cried out in pain. "Are you not even pretending anymore?" Chu Lumian looked at Miao Xioli and kindly smiled. "Xiao Miao, don't listen to this bad guy. You're a guard, not a maid. There's no reason for you to cook every day." Miao Xioli didn't hear her and muttered softly, "There are only eggs and ketchup left in the kitchen. I need to make some side dishes. I should go to the market tomorrow." Chu Lumian sighed. Chu Yan rolled his eyes at his sister, picked up his chopsticks, and started to enjoy his dinner. At that moment, a vision flashed in Chu Yan's mind, a pyramid at the top of a staircase, a temple radiating holy light. He paused for a moment and immediately realized that it was a task released by the people of Chan 3301. Chu Yan finished the remaining rice in 2 bites, wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up, and said, "I'm full. The food was great, thanks to you, Xiao Miao." Back in his room, Chu Yan locked the door, lay on his bed, and closed his eyes to meditate on the desert pyramid. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back above the desert, the sky blood-red, a dark sun hanging high, and the cawing of crows echoing. Chu Yan stepped onto the steps of the pyramid, taking 3 steps at a time until he reached the top and entered the temple. In front of 8 giant clay tablets, the wooden cicada was engraving cuneiform inscriptions with a shard of pottery, while the toe cicada curiously watched beside him. Hearing the footsteps, the toe cicada turned around and saw Chu Yan, his eyes brightening. "Hello, Lin Song, long time no see." Chu Yan nodded. "Long time no see. What are you guys doing?" The toe cicada smiled. "The wooden cicada is releasing a task again, and I'm just observing." Chu Yan looked at the wooden cicada and curiously asked, "You just released a task not long ago. Are you releasing another one now?" The wooden cicada nodded while continuing to engrave, saying, "I've been quite busy lately. I happened to complete a task for the swamp cicada the day before yesterday, so I'm releasing another one now." Chu Yan smiled. "That's perfect. I haven't taken on a task before. If it's suitable, I'll take this one." The toe cicada grinned. "Good luck, Lin Song. This is your debut. I don't let the name Chan 3301. Chu Yan nodded. "By the way, I saw your hot post on the Dark Lamp Network today. Many people said your performance was quite dramatic. Indeed, you are not to be underestimated. The tow cicada sighed. Actually, this task isn't easy. I sprained my right foot, and my muscles have been sore for several days. I went to Hokkaido for a hot spring bath to recover. Chu Yan twitched his mouth, feeling that this guy was showing off. At that moment, the wooden cicada finished carving the last cuneiform character and said calmly, "Done." Chu Yan turned his head to read the task details. 2. On the 5th at the Sheko port in the deep city, a batch of goods is about to arrive. The sender is the Mayo Young Research Institute and the recipient is the Tom Membership Supermarket. Both parties have entrusted the Sirat Deep City branch for escort. The Shinwang Mahui's second family seems to have gotten wind of it and may send the eldest son of the second family to intercept this batch of goods. The task objective is to assist the Sirat Deep City branch in stopping and killing the eldest son of the second family. Chu Yan's gaze sharpened as he thought the task is due the day after tomorrow. The Mayo Young Research Institute, Tom Membership Supermarket, and Shinwang Mahui. This task involves so many forces, and all of them are unfamiliar to me. The difficulty is quite high. However, tasks are scarce at the moment, and to gather intelligence to resolve the Mothman crisis, I must take this one. Moreover, if I don't complete a task, I won't be eligible for future releases. Collecting his thoughts, Chu Yan picked up his cylindrical seal and said, "I can take this task." After that, he rolled the seal over the task details, leaving an imprint of an unknown scaly creature. The wooden cicada glanced at Chu Yan, saying, "Then it's up to you." At that moment, footsteps approached the temple entrance. Chu Yan and the other two turned to see the person arriving was the winged cicada, who, according to the tow cicada, seemed to be a little girl with a bad temperament. The winged cicada walked to the clay tablets, and seeing that the task had been taken, glared at Chu Yan in frustration. "Damn it, I'm late again. How come you new guys so quick?" Chu Yan shrugged. "It's the newbie protection." The winged cicada placed her hands on her hips. "Since you're a newbie, I'll let it slide this time. But don't ever compete with me again, or when I see you offline, I'll stuff a mouse down your pants." Chu Yan replied. "Then he'll just stuff a cat down my pants in advance." The winged cicada raised an eyebrow, puzzled. The wooden cicada couldn't help but chuckle. The tow cicada's eyes widened in shock, muttering. The wooden cicada actually laughed. "Lin Song is really unfathomable." The winged cicada rolled her eyes and vanished on the spot. Chu Yan bid farewell to the other two and exited the pyramid, lying on his bed talking to himself. It's a bit nerve-wracking to take on a task for the first time. Do I need to plan well? By the way, those people from Sweet Home, after Uncle Lou returned empty-handed, they're definitely not going to let it go. I wonder what mischief they're up to now. My senior year preparations are getting busier and busier. Inside a spacious penthouse at Shenwan No. 1, Gao Sisong sat upright on the sofa facing Huang and 3 other children of the Sweet Home family. Each wore grim expressions, and the air hung heavy with silence. Just then a phone rang. Huang pulled out his device, glanced at the screen, and said grimly, "Dad, the refund for the gray passport contract has been credited, plus an additional $1 million in breach compensation." Gao Sisong closed his eyes and nodded slightly. "Understood. What utter nonsense. Those so-called top 3 elite mercenary corps. All reputation, no substance. They couldn't even eliminate someone who'd awakened less than a week ago, and still had the gall to charge such exorbitant fees." Brother 5 hesitated. Huan, the 6th sibling. Could it be that this bastard is truly formidable? Dark Lampnet forums are abuzz, calling him the second Pei Fei Bai. If that's true, gray passport operatives would indeed stand no chance. Worse yet, sighed Dao, the 4th sibling. What if a master-level protector is shielding him in secret? Should Pei Fei Bai himself intervene, our vengeance may well prove impossible. The 4 siblings bowed, their heads dejected. "Enough," Gao Sisong interjected calmly. "Don't inflate others' prestige while diminishing our own." Opening his eyes, he spoke with quiet composure. "Pei Fei Bai, a figure of such stature, has countless pressing affairs demanding his attention daily. He would never serve as a mere bodyguard." Huang frowned. "You're right, Dad, but then does this mean the bastard really is that strong?" Gao Sisong replied coolly, "I do not believe the Shunxing class possesses such power. He is merely in the primal phase, perhaps at most the metamorphic phase, while Customs operates at the mature phase and launched a deliberate ambush. Even if the mission failed, he could not possibly have emerged unscathed. I suspect some unforeseen complication arose during the operation, causing Customs to voluntarily with." Huang's expression relaxed. "That makes sense, Dad. The Shunxing class isn't affiliated with Chan 3301. They're no mystical anomaly. It must have been sheer coincidence that let him survive." Huan scoffed disdainfully. "Pure dumb luck. Bragging incessantly across Dark Lamp Net about being the second Pei Fei Bai. Shameless." Dao asked gravely, "Then what's our next move? We don't know his face or identity, and our Sira informant has gone silent. We're utterly at a loss." Gao Sisong spoke calmly. "Since mercenaries are unreliable, we'll lure him out ourselves. A friend from the Xinhuang Ma Association told me that on the 25th a highly sensitive cargo shipment will arrive at Shiko Port. The eldest son of the association's second branch intends to seize it, guaranteeing that Shenzhen branch's elite operatives will be distracted and dispersed. We'll exploit this chaos, stir up a major disturbance, to force the Shunshin class to reveal himself. Huang stared in disbelief. Dad, you'll take the field yourself. Gao Zisong's gaze drifted into the distance as he sighed deeply until Erlong's vengeance is exacted my heart shall know no peace. A spark lit Huang's eyes. Your strength rivals even the shinobi of the IGA Kobo, far surpassing those 3 so-called elite mercenary corps. With you leading us, that boy won't die once. He'll perish 10 times over. The other 3 siblings beamed with renewed hope. Gao Zisong rose slowly and walked toward the door without turning back. Inform your mother. The funeral for Erlong is set for the 25th. The entire family will attend. There we shall slay both Moth Extinguisher, verifiable record, and his kin, burying them alongside Erlong. Yes, sir. Tuesday noon, Shenzhen Experimental High School. As the final morning class ended, Lu Yinging rose from her seat, feigning casual observation, before slipping quietly toward Chu Yan's desk, unnoticed by others. Chu Yan studied her curiously. What's with the skulking? Planning to assassinate me? Lu Yinging leaned close to his ear, whispering mysteriously, I brought the UMA flesh your father promised you. I'll deliver it soon. Oh, okay. Chu Yan extended his hand. Lu Yinging froze, hesitated, then grasped it. Chu Yan blinked, bewildered. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a delivery? What's this maneuver? Are you surrendering yourself? Lu Yinging gasped, sharply, cheeks burning crimson, and snatched her hand back. I misunderstood. I thought you still meant to retaliate against my father. Chu Yan sighed wistfully. Ah, sir, your little cotton-padded jacket seems rather drafty. Then, tilting his head, by the way, did your father pass along any message last night when he handed you the meat? Something like thank you for saving her, perhaps? Lu Yinging faltered. Father said, little yellow hair, we're square now. Behave yourself at school. Don't make me hear about anything you shouldn't be doing. Chu Yan sighed, shaking his head, and gently took her hand again. Well, looks like I'll need to retaliate just a bit longer. Your cooperation would be appreciated, thanks. Okay. Lu Yinging sat beside him, earnestly compliant. At that moment, Pang Shuyuan trotted over, jowls quivering, while Zhang Shibua ambled behind him at a leisurely pace. Pang Shuyuan grinned. What are you two doing here? Let's go. Lunch at the canteen. Chu Yan retrieved his lunchbox from his desk drawer and placed it on the surface. Sure, but I brought my own meal today. No canteen for me. Pang Shuyuan blinked. Since when do you pack lunch? Chu Yan shrugged. This morning my childhood friend insisted on preparing it. What could I do? What? Since when do you have a childhood friend? Did I slip into a parallel universe? Explain, now you rotten scoundrel. Lu Yinging looked utterly baffled. Childhood, friend. Zhang Shibua rolled his eyes. Chu Yan's clearly joking. Is this really worth such a dramatic reaction? Chu Yan raised a thumb and smiled smoothly. Sharp as ever, Zhang Shibua. It's just leftover dinner Mom cooked last night. I was teasing you all. Pang Shuyuan and Lu Yinging simultaneously exhaled in relief. Pang Shuyuan peered curiously. What did your mom cook? Can I take a look? Chu Yan nodded and opened the lunchbox. Inside lay a perfect omuris, its golden omelet surface adorned with a kitten drawn in ketchup beneath, which reads study hard. Silence fell thick and absolute. Chu Yan paused for several seconds, then declared with earnest conviction, if I told you my mother runs a maid cafe at home, would you believe me? In the canteen, Chu Yan frantically deflected questions about the omuris, feverishly signaling Zhang Shibua not to expose him, successfully fooling both Pang Shuyuan and Lu Yinging, two delightfully gullible souls. During lunch break, Chu Yan received a sealed iron box from Lu Yinging and ascended alone to the rooftop. Inside lay a slab of manji-class flesh, coated in coarse brown-black fur and reeking of gasoline. Chu Yan removed the manji flesh and placed it on the ground, then set the clone clay idol atop it. Instantly the flesh dissolved into crimson fluid, swiftly absorbed by the idol, vanishing entirely within seconds, leaving only a few stray hairs. Chu Yan cleaned the site meticulously, slipped the clone clay idol back into his pocket, and murmured to himself, excellent. This grants the idol 3 uses. After school, I'll visit the branch's Linchan, negotiate the assignment with Director Shu and Old Ghost John. Ugh, blame it all on Ji-chan. I'm stuck playing the delusional, edgy lunatic. First time faking idiocy, no idea if my acting holds up. Truly vexing. At 7 in the evening at the Shenzhen branch, Chu Yan walked through the square and headed straight for the main building of the branch, wearing a crown and a skull mask, his black and red cloak billowing behind him. Along the way, many officials cast curious glances and whispered amongst themselves, but no one stopped him, as if they merely regarded him as a colleague playing a prank. Chu Yan remained unfazed, calmly entering the main building of the branch and slowly scanning the area. At that moment, an elevator door opened. Miao Shioli bounced out, her cute bun hairstyle bobbing, her youthful face beaming with joy as she muttered to herself, I wonder if he likes omelet rice, hee. Chu Yan silently apologized to Miao Shioli in his heart and stepped forward to block her path. Seeing the strange person in her way, Miao Shioli froze for a moment and asked, "Excuse me, who are you? Is there something you need?" Chu Yan leaned closer to her ear and said in a low voice, "Chan 3301 Lin Chan, I am here to visit the Sira Shenzhen branch on special business." Miao Shioli gasped in shock, instinctively wanting to scream, but seeing Lin Chan make a graceful shushing gesture, she managed to hold it in. Chu Yan flashed a charming smile, his tone exquisite. "Beautiful little princess, I have no intention of putting pressure on you, but I need you to do me a favor. Please inform Director Hua and Crazy Thursday Lin Chan of my visit, and do not speak of it to anyone else. After tonight, whether the Shenzhen branch survives or perishes depends on your performance." Miao's eyeless gaze went blank, trembling all over. She stumbled into an elevator, as if tied to a time bomb. Chu Yan stood in the corner, nodding to everyone who looked his way, appearing quite harmless. A minute later, Miao Shioli emerged from the elevator, trembling as she returned to Chu Yan's side, stuttering, Lin Chan, Director Hua, and Crazy Thursday. Please follow me to the meeting room." "Very well, please lead the way, beautiful little princess." With a flourish of his cloak, Chu Yan strode confidently into the elevator behind Miao. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 9th floor. Chu Yan and Miao Shioli passed through the corridor and reached the innermost meeting room, pushing the door open. At the conference table, Director Hua sat upright, while Zhang Wufeng lounged nearby, crossing his legs. Zhang Wufeng glanced at Chu Yan and lazily said, "So this is the fan who traveled thousands of miles to visit me. Didn't they say she was a stunning beauty? Why is she dressed so ridiculously? Where's the gold bar you promised me? Hurry up and show it to me." Chu Yan replied. Director Hua's face changed abruptly, quickly covering Zhang Wufeng's mouth, nervously watching Lin Chan's reaction. Chu Yan turned his gaze to Miao Shioli and tilted his head in inquiry. Miao Shioli lowered her head and trembled, saying, If it's Lin Chan visiting, Crazy Thursday will slip away without a word." Chu Yan was left speechless. That was indeed hard to refute. Zhang Wufeng paused, saying, "Wait, who did you say this person is?" Chu Yan took a deep breath and smiled elegantly. "You both are Director Hua and the renowned Crazy Thursday, right? I am Chan 3301, the 8th chosen one, Lin Chan. You may also call me Lord of the Dark Land." Zhang Wufeng was stunned, his eyes wide open, as if his brain had short-circuited. Chu Yan stared at Zhang Wufeng and calmly asked, "Just now, what did you say about my battle robe?" Zhang Wufeng's expression turned serious as he replied sincerely, "Esteemed Lord of the Dark Land, what I meant was your attire is so dazzling that it makes us mere mortals look foolish. If possible, please allow me to kneel before you and clean the soles of your shoes so that your battle boots remain untainted by dust." Chu Yan gave him a glance and said, "No need." Director Hua asked gravely, "May I ask, Mr. Lin?" Zhang Wufeng glared, reprimanding, "Impudent. How dare you not address the esteemed Lord of the Dark Land by his title?" Director Hua helplessly glanced at him and said, "May I ask the Lord of the Dark Land, before we talk, could you please prove your identity? That would also facilitate our subsequent discussion." Chu Yan smiled wickedly and said, "After the last Mothman mission, the Water Land helped you deal with 3 petty criminals from the Sweet Home. Besides the members of the mission and Director Hua, no one else should know about this. I'm not mistaken, am I?" Director Hua nodded seriously. "That is indeed the case. So may I ask why the Lord of the Dark Land has graced the Shenzhen branch?" Chu Yan, with his hands behind his back, said nonchalantly, "Tomorrow at Shiko Port, a shipment is about to arrive, and the Mayo Yang Research Institute has entrusted the Shenzhen branch to escort it, correct?" Director Hua nodded. "Yes, the Mayo Yang Research Institute is an international neutral organization closely related to Sira and has frequently entrusted the Shenzhen branch with escorting goods, which usually goes smoothly, just like the escort task tomorrow." Chu Yan casually asked, "May I inquire which apostles Director Hua dispatched for this mission?" Director Hua replied, "Lu Yuqin Feng, Wen Ruidong Ding Yang Sun Chinda. And how long? All are restricted level officials, with 1 in maturity phase, 2 in metamorphosis phase, and 3 in primordial phase." Chu Yan slowly shook his head. "Too weak. If it were me, I could easily crush them to dust with a snap of my fingers." Zhang Wufeng nodded seriously. "I completely believe you can do it. You are completely mistaken about the person you trust." Director Hua's eyelids twitched slightly, and he asked solemnly, "May I ask, Lord of the Dark Land, what do you mean by that?" Chu Yan calmly replied, "Rest assured, I have no intention of harming Sira. I merely hope Director Hua can change the lineup and have the apostle team that eliminated the Mothman carry out the mission. Especially bring along that little fellow from the Shaolin faction. Although he is only in the primordial phase, his abilities are exceptional. Everyone says he has a hint of Pei Fei Bai's flair, and as a senior of the Shaolin faction, I greatly admire him." Director Hua asked curiously, "May I ask why?" Chu Yan enunciated each word. "The eldest son of the Xian Wang Ma Association will lead people to hijack this shipment." Director Hua was initially shocked, and then frowned, asking, "Thank you, Lord of the Dark Land, for coming to warn us. However, as far as I know, you seem to have no grievances with the Xin Wang Ma Association. Why do you remind us? Chu Yan was silent for a long time, then said meaningfully, this is just the first step of the plan. Director Hua's pupil shrank. Plan? What plan? Chu Yan laughed wildly. Ha! His laughter was mad, unrestrained, flamboyant, and arrogant. Director Hua and Zhan Wufeng stared at him, their faces filled with astonishment. Chu Yan dramatically flared his cloak, opened his arms, and with fervor proclaimed, the winds and clouds are ever-changing and dark currents swirl among the heroes. The new world has already begun, and I, the Lord of the Dark Lin, am destined to be the foremost among the many heroes, and this operation is the first piece of the puzzle to realize the holy mandate of the Dark Lin. Zhan Wufeng stood in respect, saying, as expected of the Lord of the Dark Lin, your words are profound, and I find them utterly incomprehensible. I myself cannot comprehend them either. Director Hua pondered for a few seconds, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Are you saying you want to reorganize the underground world of Shenzhen? Chu Yan replied lightly, that is not something for you to worry about, Director Hua. Just do as I say tomorrow. If everything goes smoothly, I will personally come to thank you later. Zhan Wufeng nodded seriously. Rest assured, Lord of the Dark Lin, my 4 troublesome apprentices, though not talented, still have some ability. They will definitely guard that shipment well tomorrow. Very well, remember not to inform anyone outside of the mission about this. I shall take my leave now. Saying this, Chu Yan walked to the window, opened it, and leaped down. Hui Yuan Gang and Zhan Wufeng rushed to the window and looked outside, but the figure of the Lord of the Dark Lin was already nowhere to be seen. Zhan Wufeng said with respect, wow, what a magnificent exit. Truly worthy of Chan 3301. At that moment, Chu Yan maintained his invisibility, climbing down the exterior wall of the building little by little, finally landing on the ground. He left through the back door of the branch, found a corner with no one around, took off his crown, mask, and cloak, stuffed them into his pocket, and continued walking along the road until he stopped beside Shili Primary School. Suddenly shame surged in his heart. Chu Yan stomped his foot hard, pounded the wall beside the street a few times, and crouched in the corner, his mind roaring, damn it, Chi-chan, I will stuff a rat into your pants. Amidst the gaze of 13 elementary school students, Chu Yan pounded the pavement several times in anger, finally suppressing his shame and regaining his calm expression. At that moment his phone rang. Chu Yan took out his phone and saw a message from Zhan Wufeng. Zhan Wufeng, have you finished school? Come to the branch. Remember to ask the homeroom teacher for a leave of absence. There's an urgent task tomorrow. Bring me a pack of gold bars on your way. Right now, only gold bars can relieve the pressure on your master. Chu Yan replied, I don't have gold bars. Do you want spicy strips? Zhan Wufeng won. Chu Yan snagged a pack of spicy strips from the elementary school students and returned, occasionally recalling some embarrassing moments, causing his body to twitch oddly. Entering the branch office hall, Chu Yan immediately saw Xiao Miao Qing Mei sitting on a bench, her innocent face clouded with worry. Chu Yan's lips twitched as he walked over. Miao Shili looked up, saw Chu Yan's face, and with tearful eyes said, Xiao Yan, I almost didn't get to see you today. Chu Yan pretended to be surprised. What happened? Miao Shili poured out her grievances, narrating a harrowing tale, as if she had single-handedly fought off all the members of the Cicada 3301. Chu Yan felt both ashamed and amused, not realizing he had caused her such a significant psychological shadow. Miao Shili sighed deeply. Today has been truly unlucky. Why did the cicada choose me? Tomorrow I have to accompany my uncle and aunt to IKEA. What if I die? Chu Yan changed the subject. It's okay, or it's all in the past. By the way, the omelet rice you made was delicious. I finished it all. Miao Xiaola's eyes lit up. Really? Chu Yan nodded and said, next time you see the cicada, make sure he doesn't find out how good you are at cooking, or he'll definitely take you home and make you cook omelet rice for him every day. Miao Shili scrunched her delicate nose and said, that guy is both bad and insane. Even if he holds a knife to my throat, I would never step foot in his kitchen, or I'd be barking like a dog for the rest of my life. Chu Yan sighed inwardly, stood up, and said, I'll go find Zhan Wufeng first. He'll come back later. Remember not to speak ill of the cicada anymore, or he might bully you again next time. Miao Shili chuckled. He's not here, so I'm not afraid. Chu Yan took the elevator to the 9th floor and entered a conference room. At the conference table, Hua Shudu, Zhan Wufeng Song, Silong Wan Yonan, and Shen Zhongqua sat together, each wearing a look of confusion and seriousness. Wan Yonan waved and smiled. Junior brother has arrived, come sit. Chu Yan pulled out a chair and sat next to his senior sister. What task is it? Why so serious? Zhan Wufeng glanced at Chu Yan and said, you might be scared to hear this. Just now the cicada from Cicada 3301 came and specifically asked to see me, and he wants me to lead a team tomorrow to escort a batch of goods to Shiko Port. Chu Yan widened his eyes in disbelief. The cicada came. Master, you must have licked his boots. Quickly eat a pack of spicy strips to wash away the taste. Zhan Wufeng snorted coldly. Don't underestimate me. Although I can't defeat Cicada 3301, I can still have a conversation on equal terms. Yonan said helplessly, if I hadn't seen your demeanor in front of the water cicada, I might actually believe you. Huashidu rubbed his temples annoyed. Alright, let's get to the main topic. Zhan Wufeng said seriously, according to the information provided by the cicada, tomorrow the second son of the Xian Ma Association may send someone to hijack goods from the Mayo Yang Research Institute. The recipient is Tom's membership supermarket, and we must do our best to prevent Xian Ma Association from succeeding. Chu Yan asked, can you introduce me to the situation of these organizations? Zhan Wufeng replied, Tom's membership supermarket is the largest black market in the world, founded by Uncle Tom. It is currently operated by his apprentice Miss Linda. This time they will send several salesmen to come and receive the goods. The Mayo Yang Research Institute is an international neutral organization founded by renowned scholars Yang Qiuji and Jones Mayo. Both of them are geniuses who graduated from MIT at the age of 14 and are the only two who mastered the crafting of replica relics. However, Jones Mayo was involved in a kidnapping incident and has since passed away. Chu Yan curiously asked, what are replica relics? Zhan Wufeng answered, as the name suggests, they are replicas of lost relics made from UMA meat chunks with effects comparable to the genuine article but can only be used once. Even so, they are still rare treasures. This batch of goods is exactly what Tom's membership supermarket ordered in replica relics. Chu Yan nodded, understood. So what is the origin of the Xian Ma Association? Zhan Wufeng explained, the Xian Ma Association originated from the Hong Kong Gang Ma Association. After 1997, it gradually declined and transformed until it began to delve into the UMA field, rebranding itself as the Xian Ma Association and making a comeback. Chu Yan asked, is this organization also illegal like Sweet Home? Zhan Wufeng nodded. If Sweet Home is a dragon crossing the river, then the Xian Ma Association is a local snake. Its influence in South China even slightly surpasses Sweet Home, but it isn't as rampant and prefers to operate in gray areas, having intricate relationships with various forces including Sira. Years ago, the leader of the Xian Ma Association married a third wife, of whom the third concubine passed away early, while the other two wives constantly compete for the inheritance rights of the Xian Ma Association. This time the second son has set his sights on replica relics, likely eager to make a name for himself and attract his father's attention as the leader. Chu Yan frowned. To take such a big risk for a batch of replica relics seems unworthy. I always feel there's more to it. Hui Yuangang smiled. No wonder the cicada praised you. Your judgment is quite accurate. Yonan's eyes brightened. The cicada praised junior brother. Is it true or false? Hui Yuangang nodded with a smile. Not just praised, the cicada specifically requested Chu Yan to participate in the task. Song Tsilong looked at Chu Yan with excitement. Wow, even the cicada admires you, oh junior brother, you're Shun Zhongqua said with great interest. As far as I know, the cicada is the most arrogant member of Cicada 3301. It's indeed not easy to catch his attention. Chu Yan appeared both flattered and surprised. Oh, I still need to learn a lot from my senior brothers and sisters. But ultimately, what does the Xian Ma Association hope to gain by risking it all to hijack the goods? Hui Yuangang said seriously, just now after confirming with the Mayo Yang Research Institute, we learned that Professor Yang Qiuji is also in the delivery team. The second son's true aim is likely to kidnap Professor Yang. Professor Yang holds a very high international status, and the Mayo Yang Research Institute collaborates with various forces. If something happens to him on our watch, global forces will undoubtedly join forces to condemn Sira and take the opportunity to make Sira pay a heavy price, including, but not limited to, extorting lost relics and rule skills. We absolutely must not let this happen. Professor Yang is an ordinary person and cannot be without guards. Tomorrow at 4 in the morning, we will head to Shiko Port to welcome him and ensure his safety for 24 hours. Chu Yan's gaze slightly condensed as he nodded. At 2:30 a.m. in the Shenzhen branch, Chu Yan arrived punctually at the shooting range, seeing Zhan Wufeng, Song Tsilong, Shenzhongqua, and Ruan Yonan gathered at the shooting positions with tables filled with weapons, handguns, submachine guns, and automatic rifles. Ruan Yonan turned her head at the sound and saw Chu Yan approaching, smiling and waving. Junior brother, come here quickly, we are preparing the weapons. Song Tsilong, holding a submachine gun with both hands, laughed maniacally as he fired, reducing a target to tatters. Then Song Tsilong looked at Chu Yan, grinning. Junior brother, isn't my shooting skill impressive? Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. Just based on this momentum, it feels like you're already a battle wolf. Song Tsilong laughed loudly. Zhan Wufeng glanced at them and said, stop the chit-chat and hurry up and test. Song Tsilong had 2 submachine guns, Shenzhongqua and Ruan Yonan each took an assault rifle, while I only need 2 handguns and a few grenades. For ability users, firearms are merely supplementary. Carrying too many would only be a burden. Chu Yan asked from the side, what about me? Zhan Wufeng shot him a disdainful glance. You were just an ordinary high school student last week, and you've never even touched a gun. Why would you need one? If I gave you one, would you know how to use it? Chu Yan grabbed a Glock 17, and with 3 consecutive shots of bang bang bang, he hit all the targets. Zhan Wufeng. You can shoot. Song Tsilong exclaimed excitedly, wow. Junior brother, your shooting skills are on par with senior brother. Shun Zhongchua looked at Chu Yan in surprise and asked, have you shot guns before while abroad? Chu Yan shook his head. Never, but my senior sister took me to practice once a couple of days ago. Shin Zhongchua frowned. That lie is too far-fetched. With your shooting skills, it's impossible to achieve this without at least 3 to 5 years of practice. Ruan Yonan wrapped her arm around Chu Yan smilingly said, Junior brother isn't lying. I watched him go from missing the target to hitting it. He practiced for less than 5 minutes. Shin Zhongchua was taken aback looking at Chu Yan with astonishment. If that's true, then your natural shooting sense is at a top-tier level. Chu Yan clasped his fists, wherever it's actually 1 in a billion. Shun Zhongchua. Then Chu Yan stuffed 20 grenades, 5 handguns, 40 loaded magazines, and 10 tactical daggers into the pocket of his Supreme Nike along with some miscellaneous items belonging to others. After finishing, Chu Yan sighed. Too bad the bag opening is too small, or otherwise I would have wanted to fit in a few rocket launchers too. Shun Zong's lips twitched. Are you trying to empty the equipment department and become an arms dealer? Chu Yan looked earnest. If senior brother has connections, we can split the profits 50-50. Ruan Yonan leaned closer smiling. Remember to bring senior sister along when you make a fortune. Zhan Wufeng rolled his eyes. Enough with the nonsense, hurry up and get in the car to depart. At 3:30 a.m. at Shiko Wharf. 2 off-road vehicles drove into the wharf, 1 black and 1 green, skidding to a stop at the shore, their headlights piercing through the cold night. Chu Yan followed the others out of the car, exhaling a puff of white vapor as he surveyed the area against the cold wind. Dozens of red tower cranes lined the coast, casting spotlights. Thousands of containers were intricately piled, forming a massive maze, as if giant beasts lurked in the darkness. Ruan Yonan walked over and softly asked, what are you thinking about? Chu Yan gazed at the sea and said, I was thinking about how the area near Shiko Wharf has been completely cleared and surrounded by the police. I wonder how the Xinhuang Ma Association plans to abduct Professor Yang Xiuji. Ruan Yonan shook her head. Ability users have countless methods, making it nearly impossible to perfectly defend against them. We can only react to their moves as they come. Zhan Wufeng said, there are still half an hour before Professor Yang's boat arrives at the wharf. Use this time to patrol the nearby area and return within 15 minutes. The 4 nodded and dispersed. Chu Yan walked into the cluster of containers, casually turned a few corners, and took out a clone mud statue from his pocket, placing it in the corner of a container. In the next moment, the clone mud statue swiftly expanded and took shape, transforming into Chu Yan's likeness. Chu Yan closed his eyes, and with a thought switched his consciousness with the clone. When he opened his eyes again, his consciousness had transferred to the mud statue, staring at his original self with great curiosity. Very good, this way I can switch between my true self and the clone at any time based on the battlefield situation. Chu Yan took out a suit, a crown, a skull mask, and a black-red cloak from his pocket, handing them to the clone. After the clone changed its side, I have to play the role of a middle schooler again. Ooh, I really want to bash my head against the wall. Chu Yan patted the clone's shoulder, saying, brother, keep calm and don't waste the usage count of the relics. After saying that, Chu Yan turned and left, leaving the clone hidden in the corner, waiting for the right moment to emerge. Back at the wharf's edge, Chu Yan waited with the others. 15 minutes later, a beam of bright light swept in from the horizon, and the distant sound of a horn echoed. A small cargo ship approached, docking at the shore and lowering a folding ladder. A young man stepped down from the ship, dressed in a black suit, wearing half-frame glasses and chewing on a piece of gum. It was Professor Yang Xiuji. 2 bodyguards flanked the professor, 1 male and 1 female, closely guarding him and vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Yang Xiuji slowly walked up to Chu Yan and the other, for a strong scent of men's perfume wafting towards them, making Chu Yan's cheeks twitch. Are you the specialist sent by the Shenzhen branch? Yang Xiuji frowned. Shen Zhongxue raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Yang Xiuji glanced around and sneered, commenting on the 4 disciples. 1 rude pretender, 1 big-chested airhead, 1 fool with a dog scent, and 1. What tier are you? Chu Yan replied, limitless transformation period. Yang Xiuji rolled his eyes. And there's a stray fit. Shun Zhongxue, Ruan Yonan, and Song Tsilong had veins popping on their foreheads, their lips twitching, and an unnamable anger rising in their chests. Chu Yan sized up Professor Yang without speaking. Zhan Wufeng lit a cigarette, stepped forward, and extended his right hand, saying, all right, Professor Yang, my few disciples may not be promising, but they are decent enough. Suddenly Yang Xiuji stepped back, his face full of disgust. Don't come near me. I hate smokers and drinkers the most. People like you have severely damaged brain nerves. You're all fools and short-lived. I really don't understand, is my status Yang Qiuji not high enough, or has Sierra fallen so low that they sent such a garbage team to escort me? In any case, I don't trust you bunch of rabble. Hurry and have your supervisor send someone else over, or I'll casually post a complaint on the Dark Lamp Network, and you'll be scolded by your superiors. Zhan Wufeng stood there clenching his right fist, laughing in anger. Ruan Yonan frowned, and said softly, "This Professor Yang has a really strange personality. If he doesn't recognize us, the mission will be very difficult to carry out." Song Tsilong grumbled angrily. "Yeah, and I don't smell like a dog, it's clearly the scent of a wolf king. On the other hand, this Professor Yang has a temper like a rabid dog. If he doesn't listen when danger arises, who will protect him?" Shun Zhongchua coldly said, "Anyway, he is just an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal to just bind him and carry him away." At this moment Chu Yan stepped forward and said, "Professor Yang, may I ask why you who also smoke and drink despise such people?" Ruan Song Shun and Zhan were taken aback looking at Chu Yan. Yang Qiuji paused for a moment, sneering, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Yan said, "Your nails have yellow stains, a typical sign of long-term smoking, and the slight tremor in your hands indicates withdrawal symptoms from not drinking in the morning. Moreover, perfume easily evaporates and severely interferes with biochemical experiments. Generally, biologists wouldn't have the habit of spraying it, and besides, you sprayed it too heavily. Coupled with the gum in your mouth, it should all be to cover up the smell of smoke, right? Are you concealing your bad habits and deliberately mocking us for some purpose?" Silence fell over the room. Every gaze turned to Yang Qiuji, waiting for his answer. Yang narrowed his eyes, fixed Chu Yan with his stare for a few seconds, then burst into a broad, hearty laugh, remarking that the young man's powers of observation were remarkably keen. "You are not wrong," Yang Qiuji continued with a smile. "I do indulge in a little smoke and drink in private. How else could I muster inspiration for my research?" Chu Yan sighed, and asked, "Why did you deliberately provoke us just now?" "I must warn you," Chu Yan said, "my master's gentleness can be rough. If he loses his temper and thrashes you, you will have no way to seek redress." Yang Qiuji smiled. "I know you are all elites, yet since this is our first meeting, I dared not entrust my life to strangers without testing your composure and acumen. If my earlier affront offended any of you, I offer my sincere apologies." Zhan Wufeng exhaled deeply. Enough. Clever people enjoy games of wit. I can understand that. But please cooperate fully with our operation from now on. "Of course," Yang Qiuji said with a smile, turning to Chu Yan. "I rarely praise people lightly, but this young man's display was genuinely striking. May I know how to address you?" "My name is Chu Yan," Chu Yan replied. Yang Qiuji nodded and smiled. "Chu Yan, I will remember that. Though you are only in the metamorphosis phase, your intelligence convinces me you are an unexpected asset, a wild card who might prove decisive in this escort mission. I have high hopes for you." Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. "Professor Yang, you do know how to flatter. When the mission is over, please leave me a favorable review on the Darklight Network." Yang Qiuji blinked in surprise and smiled. "No problem." Ruan Yonan pinched Chu Yan's cheek and smiled faintly. "Our junior brother is clever after all." Song Tsilong put an arm around Chu Yan's neck and grinned, baring his teeth. "Good thing you saw through Professor Yang's ruse. If you hadn't, Huashudu would have torn us apart. Later, senior brother will treat you to some cured pork." Shun Zhongchua nodded from the side. "It's fortunate to be remembered by Professor Yang. That could be your most solid connection should trouble arise." Chu Yan laughed. "That's splendid." At that moment, a delivery truck approached, its headlights piercing the night. Yang Qiuji's male bodyguard stepped forward to halt the truck, spoke briefly with those inside, then returned to report, "Professor Yang, they're from Tom Membership Supermarket. They've confirmed the countersign." Yang Qiuji nodded. "Very well, escort them to the boat to unload." Zhan Wufeng advised Professor Yang, "Wait in the car, it isn't safe to stand outside." Agreed. With that, Zhan Wufeng took the wheel of the SUV. Chu Yan and Yang Qiuji sat in the back, while Ruan Song and Shun stood outside vigilant and scanning their surroundings. Yang Qiuji asked Captain Zhan, "Why were the escort members changed at the last moment? Has something occurred?" Zhan Wufeng inhaled on his cigarette and said, "We received intelligence that the second garrison scion of the Zinwangma Society has set his sights on this shipment. We suspect their real intent is to kidnap you." Yang Qiuji's pupils contracted sharply. He clenched his fists without realizing, his whole body trembling. Seeing this, Chu Yan asked in puzzlement, "Professor Yang, what is wrong? A man of your stature should be accustomed to being targeted by kidnappers, should you not?" Yang Qiuji drew a slow, deep breath and forced a smile. "You are right. Oh, I am not worried about being kidnapped, but rather, I did not expect the kidnapper to be the Zinwangma second house, Scion Hanyulan." Chu Yan raised an eyebrow. Yang Qiuji's eyelids drooped. "Well, since unloading will take some time, I might as well indulge in a little idle talk. You bear a certain resemblance to someone from my past." Chu Yan scratched his head, feeling oddly cast as the substitute protagonist of a cliché tale. Yang Qiuji began slowly. "The story begins 12 years ago. Back then, I was a freshman at Ma Sheng Li Gong Shuyan, and by chance encountered the UMA field, which set me on the path of research. Driven by passion, I soon achieved notable results. Professors and classmates pinned great except for Mayo. Mayo was the only peer my age who was a true prodigy, yet eccentric, and we routinely held diametrically opposed views in our research and argued until our faces flushed. Mayo's devotion to science verged on madness. To spite me, he even tattooed "fuck Yang" across his chest and would pace the lab shirtless. Chu Yan said, "How did you see such an eccentric likeness to him in me?" Yang Qiuji smiled and continued. Our quarrels spanned our university years until a turning point came when I submitted my graduation thesis. I had poured a year of sleepless nights into that paper. It was the product of my blood and soul. Yet upon submission, it was accused of academic misconduct and plagiarism. I later learned my work had been stolen by a respected scholar, and because of his standing, no one believed me. For a time, every classmate and teacher vilified me. The halo of genius became a joke. I fell into utter ruin and nearly took my own life. What astonished me was that at the academic review meeting, Mayo rose to my defense. He took off his shirt before everyone pointed at the "fuck Yang" tattoo and roared at the assembly. He declared, "I am the person who despises Yang the most, yet I understand him better than anyone. Only an imbecile like him could have written that ridiculous paper, and even if he is a fool, he is not of the same petty caliber as that old scoundrel." Under Mayo's public denunciation, the scholar's shameless theft was exposed, and from that episode, Mayo and I turned from foes into friends. Later, Mayo altered his tattoo from "fuck Yang" to "friend Yang." We founded the Mayo Yang Institute together and developed fabricated relics. Chu Yan scratched his head. "But I heard Professor Mayo is dead." Yang Qiuji spoke softly. 3 years ago, Han Yulin attempted to abduct Mayo to steal the method for making those fabricated relics. If that technique fell into the wrong hands, it would spell disaster. To prevent the villains from profiting, Mayo immolated himself alive and destroyed his own brain so that even brain-eating techniques could not extract his memories. Han Yulin covered his tracks coldly and left no clues. Damn him, he escaped by luck. I investigated for a long time before I could pin the kidnapping on him, but I never obtained proof. Chu Yan was stunned. Such an extraordinary man. How did you see his shadow in me? Yang Qiuji looked at Chu Yan and smiled. You possess his cunning and his unconventional spirit. In all these years, you are the only one who gives me that familiar feeling. It makes one nostalgic. Chu Yan sighed. I really have become a substitute protagonist. May I at least see a photograph of the original? A substitute must have his pride. Yang Qiuji produced his phone, rifled through it for a moment, and handed it to Chu Yan. The photograph showed the institute, a gaunt man shirtless standing in the doorway with brown curly hair and the words "Friend Yang" tattooed across his chest. One arm was flung around a young Yang Qiuji, the other held a bottle of bourbon whiskey as he laughed heartily. Chu Yan returned the phone with a grin. The original isn't even as handsome as I am. Yang Qiuji hesitated as he took the phone back. Chu Yan, I have an uneasy request. If you find it improper, feel free to refuse. If the opportunity ever arises, could you help me kill Han Yulin? For years I have craved revenge, yet never found the chance. Today is the first time in many years I have come into contact with him. Chu Yan curled his lip. Professor Yang, you really know how to put someone on the spot. I can't promise such a thing. At best, if an opportunity presents itself, I might take it. Thank you. That will suffice. At that moment, Shin Zhongxue tapped the car window. Unloading is complete. Escort Professor Yang back to headquarters. Zhan Wufeng nodded. Then bang. A tremendous explosion tore through the night stillness. The 5 of them flinched and simultaneously turned toward the source of the sound. Not far off, a shipping container swung open and a dozen men in tang jackets poured out, some clad in black, others in red, armed with various firearms and even a rocket launcher. They had been hiding Xinwangma Society members inside the container. Wan Song and Shin quickly jumped into the green off-road vehicle and slammed on the accelerator. The 2 off-road vehicles' tires screeching raced toward the dock exit. Boom. The rocket launcher struck the ground behind the black off-road vehicle, resulting in a violent explosion that sent shockwaves. The black off-road vehicle soared into the air as Chu Yan, covered in pitch-black scales, firmly grasped the handle on the roof with one hand, while tightly holding onto Yang Qiuji with the other, preparing for the fall. With a loud crash, the black off-road vehicle landed, rolling twice before coming to a halt upside down. Chu Yan kicked open the car door, and along with Zhan Wufeng pulled Yang Qiuji out of the vehicle, seeking refuge behind the car. At that moment, the green off-road vehicle screeched to a halt behind them as Wan Song and Shin got out and hurried over. Chu Yan asked seriously, Professor Yang, are you okay? I'm fine, Professor Yang replied, blood trickling from his forehead as he coughed. Chu Yan looked into the distance and saw a cashier from the Tom's Club supermarket sneaking away with goods amidst the chaos, while 2 bodyguards had already been killed, their bodies drifting in the sea. Indeed, the true target of the Xinhuang Club was Professor Yang himself. Whoosh! Another rocket was launched, its fiery tail glaring. Shun Zhongchue gritted his teeth and extended his hands, rapidly splitting and growing into hundreds of arms that intertwined in front of the black off-road vehicle to form a shield shielding everyone. Boom! A fierce explosion occurred, the arm shield becoming a bloody mess, barely withstanding the attack. Shun Zhongchue let out a painful grunt and quickly split his arms again to repair the shield blocking the barrage of bullets. Chu Yan frowned and asked, "Senior brother, can you hold on?" Shun Zhongchue replied solemnly, "I've minimized my pain receptors, so I won't faint from the pain, but I need nutrients to sustain my split organs, and can't hold out for long. The enemy has no intention of leaving any survivors. With this level of firepower, escape is impossible. Wan Yonan, take Professor Yang and leave first. You're a membrane-winged, and if necessary abandon the vehicle and fly Professor Yang away from the dock." Wan Yonan nodded and helped Yang Xiuji into the green off-road vehicle, speeding away from the battlefield. At that moment, 3 rockets were launched simultaneously, hitting the arm shield and exploding in flames. Cheers and whistles erupted as the men in tang suits laughed heartily, crazily shooting in their direction. Zhan Wufeng snorted coldly. These 4-9s and red sticks still think this is a game. They really don't take us seriously. Chu Yan glanced outside and counted a total of 13 black tang suits and 3 red tang suits. This meant there were 13 4-9s grassroots and 3 red sticks main combat personnel, with all the red sticks being at the mature stage of their capabilities. The pressure was significant. Chu Yan retracted his gaze and said seriously, "That red stick wielding the rocket launcher poses the greatest threat. We must find a way to take him down." Understood. Song Tsilong stood up, his expression unyielding. "Junior brother, give me a grenade." Chu Yan was taken aback, but quickly retrieved a grenade and handed it to him, asking, "Senior brother, how confident are you?" "Confident," Song Tsilong replied calmly as he took the grenade, swung his arm, and pulled the pin, gathering strength before hurling it with great force. The grenade shot out, arcing perfectly into the barrel of the rocket launcher. Boom! The rocket launcher exploded into fragments, and the red stick let out a wail, clutching his arm, which was bleeding profusely. Cheers and whistles abruptly ceased. The 4-9s and red sticks stood dumbfounded. Chu Yan said earnestly, "Senior brother, I will never play basketball with you again. Your throwing talent is too overpowered." Understood. Song Tsilong grinned, giving a thumbs up. Zhan Wufeng said in a low voice, "It's time to counterattack." The 4 of them drew their weapons, using the off-road vehicle as cover, and began shooting non-stop. On the other side, the 4-9s and red sticks hid behind containers, firing continuously without showing any signs of weakness. The gunfight lasted for 3 minutes before both sides suddenly ceased fire in unison. They were out of bullets. Chu Yan looked closely and noticed that the 4-9s and red sticks had thrown their firearms into the sea and were drawing out their tang knives, casting cold glares. Zhan Wufeng stood up, his expression serious, and said, "The enemy intends to engage us in close combat." Shun Zhongchue broke his arm shield and grew a new pair of arms, saying, "That's exactly what I prefer. For ability users, conventional firearms have limited effectiveness outside of heavy weapons, and close combat is much more direct." Song Tsilong looked excited, not knowing where. He pulled out a bloody electric saw, and with a sharp pull of its long tongue, the saw roared to life. Zhan Wufeng said solemnly, "Leave those 3 red sticks to us. Chu Yan, your rank is low up. Be careful and don't get caught by the enemy." Before he finished speaking, an Exoticofed 4-9 transformed its legs into a reverse bow shape, charging ahead and kicking up a whirlwind. Chu Yan was covered in pitch-black scales, gripping his dagger in reverse, and charged out with a cold face. Zhan Wufeng's expression changed dramatically, and he urgently shouted, "Idiot, come back." In the blink of an eye, Chu Yan and the 4-9 were face to face, fiercely swinging their weapons. Suddenly a puddle appeared beneath Chu Yan, and a floating corpse emerged, biting towards Chu Yan's ankle. A water monster was launching a sneak attack. The Exoticofed 4-9 grinned maliciously, as if envisioning Chu Yan stumbling and kneeling only to have his head severed by him. Song Tsilong shouted urgently, "Be careful." Shun Zhongchue gritted his teeth and extended his arms, wanting to support Chu Yan, but it seemed he was too late. Zhan Wufeng unconsciously clenched his fists. In that instant, Chu Yan's gaze became tranquil. Bullet time. Everything fell silent. The malicious grin of the Exoticofed 4-9 froze. The tang knife hung motionless in the air. The floating corpse slowly emerged from the water, and everything slowed down 100-fold. In the next moment, Chu Yan stepped on the floating corpse's head, leaped into the air, flipping over, while narrowly dodging the slash, and the dagger sliced through the air in a cold arc. He landed holding the dagger, standing with his back to the 4-9, the blade dripping with blood. With a thud, the Exoticofed 4-9's throat burst with blood, collapsing to the ground in shock. With a last gasp, the scene fell silent. Everyone stared at Chu Yan as if witnessing a lamb grow into a lion, their faces filled with disbelief. "Master, don't be so tense." Chu Yan turned to Zhan Wufeng, smiling as he said, "We are the ones hunting after all." Zhan Wufeng was taken aback, then laughed angrily. "Are you trying to impress me?" Shin Zong's lips curled upwards. "This kid is quite spirited. That's not a bad thing." Song Siling's eyes sparkled as he bounced around shouting, "Junior brother, you were so cool. I didn't know you had such a combative." Chu Yan suddenly had a bitter expression. "Combative? No, I'm just scared of dying. If I don't get stronger soon, I'll be dead in a few months." Song Silang. At that moment a red stick roared, "Damn it, don't be fooled, kill these bastards." The next moment both sides charged, clashing together. Chu Yan maintained bullet time, dodging a claw from a membrane winged and slicing the throat with his dagger. The membrane winged clutched its neck, eyes wide in disbelief as it stared at Chu Yan. Chu Yan kicked it over and charged towards the next enemy. The battle continued for 3 minutes. After injuring a barbaric toe, Chu Yan's peripheral vision scanned the battlefield, his gaze flickering. Shun Zhongxue sprouted countless arms, binding 3 enemies and lifting them into the air, draining their blood and flesh for nutrients until they withered away. Zhan Wufeng's left arm transformed into 8 octopus tentacles, while his right arm turned into a crab claw, crushing all nearby enemies. Song Silang, filled with fighting spirit, wildly swung the electric saw, cutting through black blades and forcing 2 red sticks to retreat. The situation was looking good. At that moment a red stick, recognizing the unfavorable circumstances, shouted, "Retreat." The 4 nines and red sticks turned and fled, showing no intent to fight further. "Oh whoa!" Song Silang howled excitedly, "Let's chase." "Wait, something's not right." Chu Yan stopped Song Silang, frowning. "Did you see the second house's eldest son?" Zhan Shun and Song shook their heads in confusion. At that moment the enemies halted about 50 meters away, facing Chu Yan and the others, hands behind their backs, their expressions respectful. Chu Yan was taken aback, quickly realizing that they weren't bowing to him and his group, but there was someone else. He and the other 3 swiftly turned around and saw a sturdy middle-aged man emerging from behind a container, dressed in a deep red tang suit, with 2 purple blooming buds embroidered on his upper garment. Zhan Wufeng's pupils constricted sharply, and he murmured in shock, "Double flowers. Red stick." Behind him the 4 nines and red sticks had solemn expressions, as if welcoming the arrival of a king, and they all shouted in unison, "Greetings, Lord Gong." Chu Yan stared at Master Gong and quietly asked, "What is the double flower red stick?" Shun Zong's face darkened. "Rarely in the Xinhuang Cotton Association, when a red stick is promoted to tactical level, it is called a double flower red stick. The original transformation and mature stages are respectively known as new flower, proper flower, and peak flower. This person has a flower bud embroidered on his clothing, indicating he is a new flower." Chu Yan's pupils constricted slightly. Master Gong walked 10 meters ahead, standing still with his hands behind his back, calmly surveying Chu Yan and the others. As his gaze swept past, a jolt ran through Chu Yan's heart, and a drop of cold sweat trickled down. The instinctive sense of danger was remarkably similar to when facing Jiang Shidu. This person was very likely a member of the winged membrane faction. Master Gong sighed deeply and remarked, "I initially thought that the second young master's plan was sufficiently meticulous, and completing the task would be a given, yet everyone's strength truly exceeds that of their peers, forcing me, Gong Qianhong, to take action personally." Zhan Wufeng's gaze sharpened as he said in a deep voice, "Why would the illustrious double flower red stick get involved in this matter? As far as I know, the double flower red stick only obeys the commands of the second route marshal and the dragon head, at most following the suggestions of the white paper fan. Now that the competition for the new dragon head between the first and second houses is intensifying, how could the dragon head and the second route marshal allow the double flower red stick to meddle in this, exacerbating the internal strife of the Xinhuang Cotton Association?" Master Gong remained silent. Zhan Wufeng widened his eyes. "Have you already decided to side with Han Yuan? Are you so sure that the second house can secure the dragon head?" Master Gong replied indifferently, "There is no need for Sira to worry about this." Chu Yan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "He doesn't want anyone to know he has sided with the second house, so he has been hiding away, but now that he has emerged, it means he intends to silence everyone except his trusted allies in the second house, which includes us." Master Gong glanced at Chu Yan. "Since you've come to this realization, then handle it yourself. This way you can leave with some dignity." Zhan Wufeng spat, "I've captured so many UMAs and lived well, but if I were to be scared witless by a double flower red stick, I'd be a laughing stock after death." Master Gong sighed, spreading his membranous wings behind him, with crimson malevolence wrapping around his claws. Immediately a red domain rapidly expanded from him, covering a radius of 200 meters. Zhan Wufeng said solemnly, "Be careful, this is the source of disaster domain, a tactical level original ability. Anyone injured within this domain will accumulate thunderfire power for this guy, making it highly lethal." Shun Zhongxue and Song Silang stepped forward to shield Chu Yan, preparing for battle. Chu Yan silently activated bullet time, holding daggers in both hands, and stared at Gong Qianhong. In an instant Gong Qianhong flapped his membranous wings, transforming into an afterimage as he charged forward with shockwaves erupting behind him. Song Silang gritted his teeth and raised his flesh and blood chainsaw. Shun Zong's arms bulged, sprouting 10 vine-like arms that shot towards Gong Qianhong. But the next second Gong Qianhong appeared behind them, his expression indifferent, his claws stained with blood. With a splat, Song Tsilong and Shun Zhongque erupted with blood from their chests, 5 claw marks raking across them, crimson malevolence drilling into their bodies, invisibly imposing misfortune. Following that, Gong Qianhong delivered a side kick directly aimed at Chu Yan. Chu Yan saw his movements clearly, but could not dodge in time, barely raising his arms to block. Bang! Chu Yan was propelled backward at high speed, crashing heavily into a container, which dented deeply, causing him immense pain. At that moment, Zhan Wufeng swallowed a small crab, his entire body covered in a hard green shell, and swung his pincers at Gong Qianhong's throat. Gong Qianhong's expression remained indifferent as he leaned back to evade casually, then threw a punch that struck Zhan Wufeng in the chest. Crack, his shell shattered by more than half. Zhan Wufeng grunted in pain, staggering back several steps, while suddenly swinging his arm. On the surrounding ground, 15 water pits suddenly opened and numerous floating corpses lunged at Gong Qianhong, revealing their sharp teeth and gaping mouths. Gong Qianhong stood with his hands behind his back, dodging with ease, as if strolling through a flower garden. On the other side, Song Tsilong staggered to his feet, but as he took a step, he twisted his ankle and fell to the ground, losing grip of his chainsaw. The flesh and blood chainsaw fell onto Shun Zong's leg, severing his right leg, prompting him to howl in agony. Misfortune erupted. At this moment, Gong Qianhong swatted away the floating corpses and took flight into the sky. He hovered in the sky, looking down at Chu Yan and the others, slowly raising his right hand with his index finger pointing at the ground. A thunderfire orb coalesced at his fingertip, crackling with sound and emitting a violent aura. Rest in peace. With a thunderous boom, the thunderfire orb shot down, crashing into the ground. Thunder and flames intertwined, wreaking havoc at the dock, melting 42 containers, illuminating the night sky like daytime. For a full 10 seconds, the thunderfire gradually calmed. Chu Yan knelt on the ground, convulsing all over, barely turning his head to look beside him. Zhan Song and Shun were all charred and smoking, struggling to rise, using all their strength just to stand. Gong Qianhong descended to the ground, walking step by step towards Chu Yan and the others, his expression emotionless, as he said, in a moment of peril did summoning the water domain dissipate the heat. Indeed, it was crazy Thursday with extensive combat experience. However, you are already at your wits' end, so give up the futile struggle. Shun Zhongque grimaced. I never thought Shun Zhongque would die in a place like this, but dying at the hands of a double-flower red stick isn't too disgraceful. Song Tsilong glared fiercely. Damn it, even if I die, I will bite off one of his wings. Zhan Wufeng trembled as he lit a cigarette, his eyes dull and lifeless, seemingly having resigned himself to death. Desperation. Chu Yan sighed, realizing he could only take a gamble now. He then closed his eyes, focusing his thoughts. Change identity. In the next moment, it was the clone of Chu Yan who took a deep breath and shouted with all his might, help. Lord of the Dark Scales, when the world calls my name, I shall awaken from the abyss, judging right and wrong in the name of the Dark Scales. Master Gong's footsteps halted, and he suddenly turned his head towards the source of the voice. In the distance, atop a container, a man in black stood under the bright, full moon, a skull mask covering his face, a crown radiating light, and a black and red cloak fluttering in the wind, resembling a king from the abyss. Gong Qianhong furrowed his brow tightly and shouted, who are you? Chu Yan replied calmly, the 8th seat, chosen, one of Chai 3301, Lin Shan. You may also call me the Lord of the Dark Scales. Gong Qianhong's pupils constricted, muttering in shock. Lin 3301. Nearby, the red sticks and the 49s looked terrified, shouting as they rushed behind Gong Qianhong, nervously watching Lin Shan. Chu Yan stepped forward gracefully, landing, brushing off dust from his shoulders and gazing down at Gong Qianhong. Zhan Wufeng knelt abruptly, crying loudly, Lord of the Dark Scales, please take charge for us. Shun Zhongque stared blankly at Lin Shan, momentarily forgetting to use his abilities to heal his injuries. Song Tsilong lay on the ground, eyes closed, pretending to be dead, mumbling, you can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Gong Qianhong regained his senses, squinting at Lin Shan, cautiously pondering for a moment before giving a barely noticeable signal. Suddenly, from behind a nearby container, a member of the winged membrane faction dashed out, swiftly approaching Chu Yan's back with a tang knife aimed at his head. Warning montage. In an instant, images of his head splitting open flashed in Chu Yan's mind. He immediately sidestepped to evade the blade, instinctively reaching for the enemy's throat, biting down hard with his palm. Crack! The neck of the winged membrane enemy snapped, the head falling to the ground, and the headless corpse staggered a few steps before collapsing, spewing blood. Gong Qianhong's pupils constricted sharply as he murmured, it can't be wrong. This unmistakable sense of unreasonableness when detecting a sneak attack is exactly the same as the Wing Chun I encountered years ago, along with that sacred tone, just like the legendary Lin Shan. Chu Yan turned his head towards Gong Qianhong coldly stating, "Is your action representing the Xinhuang Cotton Association in declaring total war against Chai 3301? Gong Qianhong's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, do not act rashly." The Red Sticks and the 4 Nines felt a chill run down their spines, their expressions, all fearful, trembling uncontrollably. Chu Yan slowly turned around facing the enemy, taking a step forward. Gong Qianhong and the others instinctively retreated a step. Chu Yan took a second step. All the enemies retreated in unison, with someone accidentally tripping and struggling for a long time before getting up frantically, trying to squeeze back. The third step, fourth step, fifth step. Chu Yan advanced steadily while the enemies retreated bit by bit until they were all pressed against the container, leaving no escape. Gong Qianhong leaned against the container and asked stubbornly, "Mr. Linchan, I believe there is some misunderstanding between us. We have no intention of opposing Chai 3301. May I ask, what brings you here?" Chu Yan pondered for a moment and replied proudly, "I have come here solely to fulfill the saint's decree of the dark scales and maintain the balance between the abyss and the sanctuary." Gong Qianhong's eye twitched bitterly, saying, "I apologize, my comprehension is limited. Could you please be more straightforward?" Chu Yan kept his hands behind his back, coldly stating, "This is not something you can comprehend, you just need to stay here." Gong Qianhong's expression changed several times before he nodded seriously, "We understand." "That is very good." Shen Zhongque stared blankly at Lin Chan, muttering in shock, "Is this really Chai 3301? Such an astonishing aura. What exactly is the saint's decree of the dark scales to warrant Lin Chan's personal arrival? It seems a transformation in the underground world of Shun City is imminent." Zhan Wufeng knelt on both knees, repeatedly bowing, "Thank you, Lord of the Dark Scales, for saving us. The Lord of the Dark Scales is unparalleled in the world." Song Tsilong lay on the ground peacefully, closing his eyes. "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." Without looking back, Chu Yan coldly stated, "Apostles of Sira, do not waste any more time. Go fulfill." After saying this, Chu Yan switched back to his true form, his consciousness returning to his original body. Chu Yan shouted at Lin Chan's clone, "Thank you, Lord of the Dark Scales, for your assistance." The clone of Lin Chan nodded. Subsequently, Chu Yan helped the seemingly dead Song Tsilong and supported each other with the others, moving away from this place. In the container maze, Chu Yan and his 3 companions limped for 100 meters before finally stopping to rest against the container. Zhan Wufeng panted heavily, "Damn, I almost had to sleep on a closed wooden bed." Chu Yan was taken aback. "That looks like a coffin, doesn't it? Is there a problem?" "No, is there a double bed? If necessary, we can squeeze together, master." Shun Zhongque looked at Chu Yan speechless and said, "You two really do have a way with words. By the way, how do you know Lin Chan is on site?" Chu Yan replied, "Lin Chan cares a lot about the Dark Lin's sacred edict. He must be hiding nearby to observe. Although for some reason he seems unwilling to act personally, he definitely won't just stand by when the Dark Lin's sacred edict is about to fail." Shun Zhongque nodded. "That makes sense, and your final plea stirred Lin Chan's. His youthful spirit, it pushed him a bit, so your decision was quite right." Song Tsilong patted Chu Yan on the shoulder, saying with lingering fear, "Luckily junior brother's mind works quickly." Chu Yan frowned. "Let's not talk about that for now. Since earlier, I have been pondering where Han Yulan has gone. It wasn't until Gong Qianhong appeared that I suddenly realized Han Yulan's plan was to use Gong Qianhong to hold off the guards while he captures the target himself." Zhan Wufeng's expression grew serious. "Ruan Yonan is quite capable, but after all, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. She might be in danger now, we need to hurry and help her." Song Tsilong rubbed his stomach helplessly, saying, "But we're almost at our limit, I'm starving to death, and it's a struggle just to stand." Shun Zhongque said, "I have a class rule technique that can temporarily help someone regain their strength, but it only lasts for 17 minutes. Chu Yan expressed his admiration. "A rule technique from the 3 families is indeed too outstanding." Shun Zhongque reached into Chu Yan's supreme pocket, pulling out a skull card, 2 pairs of Converse shoelaces, a can of Longjing tea leaves, and the enter key from a razor keyboard. Chu Yan and the others turned their backs to Shun Zhongque, closed their eyes, and covered their ears. After a while, Chu Yan felt his senior brother fiddling with his hair. In the next moment, he felt energized, which was quite miraculous. "Done," Shun Zhongque said, patting the shoulders of the 3. Chu Yan opened his eyes and turned his head, seeing Zhan Wufeng and Song Tsilong with their hair standing on end covered in tea leaves. He realized he looked just as ridiculous, and his mood soured. Then Chu Yan looked at Shun Zhongque again, discovering he was holding 2 shoelaces with their ends tied together. His mood balanced out again. Zhan Wufeng complained, All right, it's not like we've never seen a rule technique before. Let's hurry up and go." Chu Yan sighed, muttering softly, "Now that senior sister sees this, she'll want me to draw this silly look of mine." 20 minutes earlier, Ruan Yonan gripped the steering wheel, slamming the gas pedal as she maneuvered the off-road vehicle through the container maze, her body swaying left and right with the shift of weight. 20 minutes earlier. Ningen gripped the steering wheel, slamming the gas pedal as she maneuvered the off-road vehicle through the container maze, her body swaying. Ningen replied, "Don't worry, even if there's an accident, only you will die." Yang Xiuji responded, "You should be comforting me by saying we won't have an accident, right?" At that moment, Ningen slammed the brakes, and the off-road vehicle screeched forward for 3 meters before coming to a sudden stop. 20 meters ahead, 10 men in tang suits stood in a row. 7 of them were Cgio, and 2 were Honggun, while a young man in a dark blue tang suit stood with his hands behind his back in the center. It was Hanyulan. Ningen sighed. "Looks like we crashed." Yang Xiuji stared blankly at Hanyulan, unconsciously clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. Hanyulan smiled and said, "Commissioner Wan, Professor Yang, please get out of the car for a chat." Ningen unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed the door open. Yang Xiuji weakly asked, "Can I wait for you in the car?" Ningen calmly asked, "Can you drive away?" "I can't drive." "So between dying and dying a coward, you choose to die a coward." Yang Xiuji sighed and stepped out of the car. Hanyulan smiled casually. "I've heard that Miss Wan is stunningly beautiful. Oh, seeing you today, it's indeed true to the name." Ningen replied expressionlessly, "You're here to kidnap me, yet you're only focused on staring at women. With this spoiled brat attitude of yours, do you really think you can compete for the leadership of the Zhenwangmo Association?" Hanyulan glanced at Yang Xiuji, smiling. "This bookworm is already a fish in a barrel, nothing to be concerned about. However, I do have a proposal I'd like to discuss with Miss Wan." Ningen raised an eyebrow slightly. Hanyulan continued, "To compete for the leadership, one must not only make outstanding contributions to the Zhenwangmo Association, but also have deep connections. Unfortunately, my brother is about to ingratiate himself with the Morgan family in the United States, while I have yet to find the right person. You are a member of the Ruan family, and I am the next leader of the Zhenwangmo Association. If you marry me as a second wife, our 2 families would join forces. Wouldn't that be a win-win?" Ningen scoffed, "Leader. With your weak chicken appearance, it would be hard to even twist a faucet." Hanyulan responded. Yang Xiuji weakly suggested, "Commissioner Wan, wouldn't it be better to be a bit more polite in this situation?" Ningen shot him a glance. "You two are a bother." Yang Xiuji replied. Hanyulan closed his eyes and sighed. "Tear this woman's mouth apart." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 Honggun rushed out simultaneously, one wielding a bloody baseball bat, the other sprouting membranous wings. Nen's gaze turned cold as she unfurled her wings and wrapped her hands in crimson, malevolent energy, charging forward. As the baseball bat swung down, Ningen dodged to the side, countering with a strike of her claw, injuring the chest of the one wielding the bat. In the next moment, the one with membranous wings lunged at her, his right claw aiming for her throat. Nen's eyes narrowed as she grabbed his wrist, and then flapped her wings, retreating 3 meters. In just one clash, both Honggun had been afflicted by misfortune, showing signs of being suppressed. Seeing this, Hanyulan exchanged glances, and one water monster raised his right hand in response. At this moment, Ningen kicked the one with membranous wings aside just as she was about to turn and grab the one with the bat. Her left ankle was seized by a floating corpse, causing her to lose balance. The one with the bat stood aside, raising his bloody weapon, which was surrounded by black mist, and brought it crashing down on Nen's back. With a loud thud, Ningen groaned and half-knelt, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth as a large dent formed in the ground. In the next moment, the one with membranous wings slid along the ground, delivering a powerful kick to Nen's abdomen. She was sent flying rapidly, crashing into the off-road vehicle, shattering the windshield and severely denting the front. At this time, Hanyulan waved his hand to call back the 2 Honggun, smiling lightly. "Miss Wan, have you changed your mind? Marrying me not only means you won't have to endure this suffering anymore, but it'll also treat you well. Once I use this bookworm to fully grasp the techniques for crafting imitation relics, both of us will enjoy endless wealth and glory." Ningen wiped the blood from her mouth and coldly replied, "You don't deserve it." Hanyulan said nonchalantly, "If you're waiting for your colleagues to rescue you, I advise you to give up that fantasy early. To ensure nothing goes wrong, I've brought in a pair of dual-flower Honggun. By now your colleagues have probably already been tossed into the sea." Ningen was taken aback, and after a moment her expression dimmed, her aura significantly deflated. Hanyulan smiled. "That's right. Beautiful women are most charming when they are docile. Come home with me, though I have always treated my women well." Ningen said in a low voice, "Get lost." Hanyulan shook his head. "Then say your last words. This is my final act of gentlemanly courtesy." Ningen looked at Yang Xiuji, smiling, and said, "Sorry, Professor, but it seems we might die here. If you have any last words, now's the time to say them, though no one will remember them anyway." Yang Xiuji stared blankly for a long time, finally coming to his senses, and bitterly said, "Then I hope that after my death my students can carry on the legacy of the research institute." Ningen sighed. "What a boring last word. If it were my adorable junior brother, he would probably cheekily say, 'Senior sister, what last words are there?'" Only the sentiments of a migrant starting a new life in the underworld. Yang Xiuji forced a smile. Are you joking to lighten the mood? Who would leave such an idealistic and strange last word? Wan Yonan chuckled noncommittal. Han Yulin said expressionlessly, are the last words done? Wan Yonan and Yang Xiuji exchanged glances and closed their eyes. Han Yulin glanced at the malevolent energy surrounding the two Honggun and said, thank you for your hard work, you two. Rest well. A water monster suddenly leaped into action, charging forward with a powerful kick aimed at the two's throats, creating a gust of wind behind him. You haven't even thought of your sentiments as migrants starting a new life in the underworld. Don't be too eager to accept your fate, senior sister. A familiar voice echoed from above. Wan Yonan opened her eyes in surprise, looking up towards the source of the voice. From atop a container, Chu Yan leaped down, rapidly diving and swinging his armored right fist. Bang! The water monster took a heavy blow to the head, crashing down into the ground, buried in the pit, rolling its eyes and fainting. Han Yulin and his subordinates watched the whole scene in disbelief, as if witnessing a soul returning. Chu Yan retracted his fist and turned to see Wan Yonan and Yang Xiuji staring blankly at him, disappointed. Sing, where's the applause? Wan Yonan's gaze shifted up, noticing his hair standing on end, and she chuckled. What a silly hairstyle. Chu Yan's eyes twitched, and he stubbornly mumbled, I'm just showing off for the pretty lady. This is called my hair standing on end in anger for the beauty. Wan Yonan smiled. Since it's for senior sister, don't rush to wash your hair when we get back. Let senior sister draw your look first to keep as a souvenir. Chu Yan sighed. I knew it. Just then Zhan Wufeng, Song Tsilong, and Shun Zhongqua came running from behind, arriving late. Zhan Wufeng was sweating profusely, panting. Damn, this broken place is so winding, yet the Lin clan moves faster than us. Han Yulin's expression darkened as he shouted, kill all these scum. All the Honggun and Si Zhou roared in unison, unleashing their abilities as they charged forward. Zhan Wufeng solemnly commanded, Wan Yonan, protect Professor Yang, and see if the car can still be driven. Wan Yonan pulled Yang Qiuzi's arm back, shoved him into the car, and took the driver's seat, attempting to start the engine. Chu Yan drew a dagger from his supreme pocket, his body covered in scales, charging forward with Zhan and Song. A water monster rushed towards them, swinging its hand to summon a water surface, and a floating corpse lunged at Chu Yan. Chu Yan gripped the dagger firmly and slashed, embedding it in the corpse's forehead, the blade piercing through to the back of its head. Then Chu Yan forcefully kicked off the ground, quickly closing the distance to the water monster, and slashed its throat. Meanwhile, Zhan Song and Shun used their abilities to block all the Si Zhou and Honggun. 3 minutes later, the off-road vehicle's engine roared to life, shooting out bright beams of light. It's ready, let's go, Wan Yonan shouted. Hearing this, Chu Yan and the others immediately kicked away the enemies in front of them, ran back, and jumped into the car. Zhan Wufeng waved his hand, summoning 2 large water pits on either side of the containers. Tons of river water surged out as 15 floating corpses rushed towards the enemies, briefly delaying them. Taking advantage of this gap, the off-road vehicle sped off at full throttle, quickly leaving the battlefield, the noise fading behind them. Chu Yan sat in the back seat, looking back to confirm that the enemies weren't pursuing for now, and let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, a furry hand reached out in front of Chu Yan, holding a banana. Chu Yan was taken aback and turned to look to the left. Zhan Wufeng had transformed into a gorilla wearing a bikini, munching on a banana while asking, do you want some? Chu Yan was startled and hurriedly glanced at the others. Shun Zhongqua, Song Tsilong, Wan Yonan, and Yang Xiuji were all gorillas, each wearing bikinis, screaming and gnawing on apples and bananas. Chu Yan's scalp tingled. This is a dream. Chu Yan suddenly opened his eyes, looking around. There was no one beside him, only the enormous containers seeming to be a corner of the maze. Chu Yan touched his hair, pulled out his phone to check the time, and roughly understood the divergence point. My hairstyle still stood on end, indicating that senior brother Shun had indeed cast a rule technique on me, and the effect had just worn off for a minute. The divergence point should be after senior sister brought Professor Yang into the car. You scum chasing after me so tightly, do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? A voice from ahead belonged to Han Yulin. Chu Yan turned to look. Han Yulin emerged from a corner, standing 15 meters away, his expression dark and fierce. Chu Yan immediately understood that after he fell asleep, he noticed Han Yulin quietly leaving the battlefield, and driven by the obsession to kill the second son of the family, he had chased after him alone. Han Yulin spat, saying coldly, I just don't understand why you have to kill me today. I said I didn't intend to chase after you, would you believe that? Chu Yan remained unfazed, solemnly declaring, as the literary protagonist standing in for Professor Mayo, I must avenge Professor Mayo. Han Yulin was taken aback, chuckling. So you're a fan of that bookworm foreigner. No wonder you're such a stubborn kid. It can be said that fans follow their idols. Chu Yan replied, I'm not a fan, I'm a stand-in. Han Yulin sneered. Do you want to know what that foreigner looked like just before he died? At that time he was on fire, running, while shouting science is not a tool for evil. And he yelled so loudly that I almost died laughing. Chu Yan shook his head saying, as Professor Mayo's stand-in, hearing you ridicule the main character makes me a bit unhappy. Han Yulen grinned. No worries, or anyway your idol's fate will soon be yours. Chu Yan gripped two daggers tightly stating, not an idol, but the main character. Han Yulen's arms drooped as they rapidly split and grew, twisting into two vine-like appendages, each stretching 10 meters long and covered with sharp claws. Han Yulen glared at Chu Yan and contemptuously said, you aren't using your scales for defense because your stamina is running low, afraid to waste your abilities, right? We are both in the transformation phase, yet I am still brimming with energy. How can you fight me? It doesn't matter whether I use my abilities or not. As long as I pierce your heart, you'll be dead. Then let's see who dies. Han Yulen roared forcefully, swinging his shoulders as the two vine-like appendages struck toward Chu Yan, the air shrieking. Chu Yan dove to the side as the vine-like appendages grazed past him, striking the ground and leaving a deep trench. Before he could steady himself, another appendage came crashing down just half a palm's distance from hitting him. With a gritted jaw, Chu Yan barely managed to roll sideways. The appendage brushed against his right thigh, its claws leaving 5 bloody scratches, droplets of blood splattering. Ha ha ha, in such a narrow space, where can you hide? Han Yulen laughed maniacally as the vine-like appendages created afterimages, the sound of their swift movements continuous, while the floor and containers were riddled with hundreds of cracks and indentations. In less than 20 seconds, Chu Yan was covered in wounds, his shirt stained with blood, every movement feeling like 1,000 needles piercing his body. As he rolled to the side, his left leg suddenly gave way, his center of gravity unstable, exposing a flaw. Han Yulen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swung his shoulders, manipulating the two vine-like appendages to launch a coordinated assault on Chu Yan. In that instant, Chu Yan's gaze turned calm. Bullet time, 1 second. The world fell silent as Han Yulen's laughter rose frame by frame, the two vine-like appendages suspended in midair, countless droplets of blood hovering at their tips, all seeming frozen in time. Chu Yan suddenly pushed off the ground, dashing like an arrow to Han Yulen's front, the dagger aimed at his throat. Han Yulen's pupils constricted as his chest protruded, with sharp bones crossing to form a shield blocking the vital area of his neck. Clang! The dagger struck the bone shield with a loud metallic ring. In the next moment, Chu Yan released the dagger, opened his palm, and spat out 2 grenades which flew toward Han Yulen's astonished face. Substitute attack. Chu Yan shouted, leaping to kick him in the chest, using the momentum to perform a backflip, creating a 5-meter distance. Boom! The grenades exploded violently, sending shockwaves that shattered the concrete floor and containers, engulfing the area in thick smoke. Chu Yan stumbled to the ground, steadied himself, and immediately looked up to assess the situation. As the smoke cleared, Han Yulen's figure emerged, a mocking smile on his face, his body completely unscathed. Chu Yan paused, observing closely, only to discover a layer of transparent force field flowing across Han Yulen's surface, about 3 centimeters thick, resembling a protective shield. Han Yulen sneered. What? Did you think that by deliberately exposing a flaw you could take me down? Chu Yan retorted, yeah, I've worked so hard, how are you still alive? Han Yulen tugged at his collar, revealing a thin cord necklace adorned with a circle of brass leaves, each engraved with the image of a half-kneeling deity. Chu Yan's pupils slightly contracted. Han Yulen mocked, do you know what this is? This is called a lost relic. Someone like you, a pauper, probably hasn't even seen one before. Even on the brink of collapse, you dare to relentlessly pursue me, thinking you're a hero. Let me tell you, against the backdrop of history, your abilities are nothing. At that moment, the supreme Nike pocket vibrated. Chu Yan paused, reaching into his pocket to pull out the infinite board, the patterns glowing white as if activated by something. Seeing this, Han Yulen's expression instantly turned rigid. Lost relic? How could someone like you have a lost relic? Chu Yan smiled knowingly. Does that mean your necklace is from the Twisted Wood lineage? Han Yulen's face changed drastically. Chu Yan raised the infinite board, focusing his mind. In the next moment, Han Yulen's protective shield shattered with a bang, the necklace's brass leaves dimming. Then Chu Yan put away the infinite board, pulled out 10 grenades, yanked the pins, and threw them at Han Yulen. Han Yulen's face turned ashen as he tried to run, but as he took 2 steps, he was caught by the vine-like appendages. Chu Yan embraced one of the vine-like appendages with both hands, gripping it tightly, his entire body covered in scales, grinning as he said, let's see who dies. Boom! The 10 grenades exploded in unison, shockwaves ravaging the narrow passage as flames surged, the containers on both sides collapsing severely. It took a full 5 seconds for the explosion to subside. Chu Yan lay on the ground, gasping for air, his black scales having shed more than half his body drenched in blood, but thankfully his life was not in danger. He struggled to his feet, looking towards Han Yulen. Han Yulen lay on the ground, his limbs severed, his torso a bloody mess, half of his face destroyed, revealing his eyeball teeth and exposed white bones. It seems that in terms of defensive power, the Scaled Lin lineage is the strongest among the 8. Chu Yan mused softly, gripping the dagger as he limped toward Han Yulen. No. Don't come. Closer. Han Yulin screamed in terror desperately, trying to heal his wounds, his body slowly mending, but it was far too late. Chu Yan reached Han Yulin's side, gripping the dagger with both hands, the blade aimed at his chest, pressing down forcefully. Plop! The blade pierced his heart. Han Yulin's eyes widened, his face instantly turning pale. He twitched a few times, his pupils dilating. He breathed his last. Chu Yan sat on the ground exhausted. After resting for a moment, he took off Han Yulin's relic necklace, then extracted his heart, offering it to the infinite board, and finally stuffed everything into the supreme Nike pocket. I recouped the expenses of using the infinite board, and even got a relic for free. This time I hit the jackpot, hooray. Oh right, I still haven't retrieved the clone mud statue. The usage time is almost up. Chu Yan expressed his joy, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. He switched identities. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself facing Gong Qianhong, and several 4-9 red sticks huddled together against the container, their expressions grave. Chu Yan turned his head toward the explosion's direction, and said meaningfully, "It seems that the first clash between the abyss and the temple has come to an end. The first piece of the Dark Scale Holy Edict's puzzle has finally been completed." Gong Qianhong, upon hearing this, had a bitter expression. "Mr. Master of Dark Scales, since you have achieved your goal, may we leave?" Chu Yan slowly turned his head, silently gazing at them, as if deep in thought. Gong Qianhong and the 4-9 red sticks watched anxiously, waiting for the decision of the Scale Cicada. After a long while, Chu Yan clasped his hands behind his back, and said blandly, "Very well, the time has not yet come. The balance between abyss and temple must be maintained. You may leave." Gong Qianhong visibly relaxed, cupping his fists as he said, "Thank you, Master of Dark Scales, for your mercy." Chu Yan glanced at him, lifted his black-red cloak with both hands, and turned to leave. 3 minutes later he arrived beside his clone and Han Yulin's corpse, feeling a shift within. His consciousness returned to his original body, and the Scale Cicada clone rapidly shrank, transforming back into the clone mud statue. Chu Yan stored the mud statue and Scale Cicada set, pulled out his phone, and searched for the video from the pinhole camera to confirm the divergence point of the dream. It turned out that the off-road vehicle was already wrecked, and his senior sister failed to start it. The two sides were on the verge of a major battle, while he had followed Han Yulin, who was fleeing amidst the chaos, all the way to this location. After watching, Chu Yan stood up holding Han Yulin's head, and walked toward the location of the others. "I wonder if old Ghost John and the others have finished off their enemies. Oh, I really don't want to work overtime." Beside the green off-road vehicle, Zhan Wufeng swung a gigantic crab claw, snapping the neck of an enemy, before kicking him away and glancing back. In the narrow corridor, Song Shinruan and the others stood amidst a pool of blood, surrounded by 10 tank-clad corpses scattered on the ground, with severed limbs everywhere, the stench of blood assaulting their nostrils. With all enemies eliminated, Song Tsilong dropped the bloody chainsaw, sprawled on the ground, tongue out, saying, "I'm starving to death." Shun Zhongque slowly sat on the ground, wearily scanning the area, asking, "Where's Professor Yang?" Yang Qiuji poked his head out from under the vehicle, saying, "I'm right here." Jin Yunin turned around speechless, saying, "Are you really an authority in the UMA field? How can you be so pathetic?" Yang Qiuji crawled out, brushed off his pants, and mumbled, "You have no idea how terrifying battles are for superpowered individuals in the eyes of ordinary people." Zhan Wufeng looked around, puzzled, asking, "Where did that brat, Chu Yan, go?" Shun Zhongque paused, frowning, saying, "The second house's eldest son is also missing." Zhan Wufeng's expression changed slightly. "This is bad. That brat wouldn't take advantage of the chaos to chase after Han Yulin, would he? The fight was too chaotic. I thought he had gone invisible." Hearing this, Yang Qiuzi's eyes lit up. Shun Zhongque coldly said, "Professor Yang, you can't possibly think Chu Yan can single-handedly kill Han Yulin and avenge your friend, can you?" Yang Qiuzi's expression stiffened. Shun Zhongque said gravely, "At this point in the battle, Chu Yan's stamina has long been exhausted, while Han Yulin is in good condition. Besides, as the second house's eldest son of the Zinfengma Association, his rank surely isn't lower than Chu Yan's. He likely has lost relics for protection. Oh, Chu Yan's chances of winning are less than 1 in 10. Yang Qiuzi's eyelids drooped. "Yes, I actually understand all that." Zhen Yunan's expression darkened as she grabbed Yang Qiuzi by the collar, lifting him up, and angrily saying, "It's all your fault for inciting him to take revenge. I could just kill you." Yang Qiuzi's face turned pale. Jin Commissioner, you are under the influence of the wing membrane, which causes mood swings. Please control yourself. Zhen Yunan tossed him to the ground, irritated, saying, "Do I need you to remind me?" Song Tsilong, supporting himself with the bloody chainsaw, gritted his teeth, and stood up, saying, "I'll go support my junior. Damn it, this brat is always getting me into trouble. I hope that when I find him he's still breathing." Jin Yunan clenched her fists, her expression grim. "Damn it, this brat is always getting me into trouble. I hope that when I find him he's still breathing." Jin Yunan clenched her fists, her expression grim. "Wow, you guys really are incredible, taking out all the enemies. This is great. Oh, I won't have to work overtime now." At the sound, everyone turned surprised. Chu Yan limped around the corner, dragging a nearly disfigured head, his injuries shocking to behold. Jin Yunin quickly walked over worried, asking are you okay with your injuries? Chu Yan smiled, it hurts like hell, but I'm not dead yet. Zhan Wufeng asked in confusion, didn't you go after Han Yuan? Chu Yan tossed the head aside, saying I did chase him, didn't I bring his head to meet you? As everyone focused on him, they finally realized that the head belonged to Han Yuan, leaving them in shock. Shen Zhongxue looked at Chu Yan, asking in surprise, how did you kill him? Was he really just in the primitive stage? But even so, he should have had lost relics for protection. Chu Yan replied, he was a grotesque of the metamorphosis stage. He did have a relic, but it happened to be a grotesque. I disabled its effect with the infinite canvas, then threw 10 grenades, forcing him to endure a wave of explosions before taking him down. Zhan Wufeng looked astonished. Damn, how could you win against full health, while being severely injured? Did you get the legendary knife of destiny? Jin Yunan's eyes widened, muttering this is possible. Song Xilong lay on the ground like a dead dog, yet his eyes were filled with excitement. Junior brother, is amazing. If I had known, I would have just watched your fight. It was truly spectacular. Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. Senior brother is too humble. I still have a long way to go compared to the battle wolves. Song Xilong grinned. At this moment Jin Yunan came back to her senses, frowning, and saying, although your performance was outstanding, the task was to protect Yang Qiuji. You weren't required to kill the second house's eldest son. Don't be so reckless next time. Alright, Chu Yan nodded. But Jin Yunan pinched Chu Yan's cheek, smiling, that Han fellow kept bothering my senior sister, and she despised him. You helped my senior sister by killing him, which made her very happy. Chu Yan replied, no problem. This is called venting anger for a beauty. At this moment Yang Qiuji was staring intently at the head, his expression complex, filled with the thrill of revenge alongside the melancholy of missing an old friend. Chu Yan walked over to Yang Qiuji and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Professor Yang, you should be satisfied now, and don't forget to give me a good review. Yang Qiuji wiped away his tears. Yes, I will. Thank you. Chu Yan scratched his head. Why did I make you cry? Yang Qiuji smiled, saying, I'm sorry, I just got too emotional. Chu Yan, thank you for avenging me. I've waited too long for this day. Chu Yan chuckled lightly. No worries. Who told me I'm a substitute? Helping the main character take revenge is my destiny. Yang Qiuji nodded with a smile. At that moment Zhan Wufeng said, alright, enough with the sob story. Quickly collect the hearts and report back. Chu Yan's eyes brightened as he asked, how will these hearts be divided? Zhan Wufeng replied, take what you can use, the rest should be submitted. The branch will count your contributions. Chu Yan said, hee, that sounds great. Before long Chu Yan had scavenged 2 hearts from the piles of corpses, one from the water monster lineage, and one from the secret marsh lineage, placing them on the ground before him. Jin Song and Shun each scavenged 12 hearts, all making gains. Chu Yan looked at Zhan Wufeng, asking, Master, aren't you going to absorb the hearts? Zhan Wufeng shook his head, saying, I am already at the peak of the restricted level. Absorbing more would promote me to the tactical level. However, the branch needs a certain number of restricted level experts, and am good at training newcomers, so the branch wants me to remain at that level. Your senior brothers and sisters are still 23 UMA meat pieces away from the tactical level. If you maintain your current promotion speed, you'll likely be promoted to tactical level with them. Quickly absorb the hearts. That way your stamina will recover immediately, otherwise the side effects will kick in again. Chu Yan nodded, grabbing the heart from the water monster lineage and inhaling. Crimson energies surged into his mouth, and the heart promptly withered. The next moment, Chu Yan's pupils turned vertical, his scara-stained red scales automatically appearing as power continuously surged from within. He needed 7 more hearts to advance to the mature stage. Then he took out the relic necklace and placed it on the heart from the secret marsh lineage, causing the heart to instantly liquefy, absorbed completely by the necklace. The usage count of the necklace relic increased by 1. At the same time, the senior brothers and sisters also finished absorbing their hearts and regained their vitality. At this moment Yang Qiuji said, Chu Yan, can you accompany me to the side to burn Han Yuan's head? I want to pay tribute to Miao and share this good news with him. Zhan Wufeng nodded, saying, go ahead, but don't go too far. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan picked up the head and followed Yang Qiuji to a nearby narrow path. Chu Yan and Yang Qiuji walked deep into the narrow path until the sounds of others faded completely before Yang Qiuji took Han Yuan's head in both hands and placed it on the ground, then took out a small sealed bag from his pocket, which contained a lock of brown curly hair. Chu Yan asked curiously, is this Professor Mao's hair? Yang Qiuji nodded and chuckled, saying, Mao is quite shameless. Every time we argue he grabs my hair and claims he needs it for a DNA test, insisting that I must have reverted to an ancestor just to support those foolish scientific conclusions. Later, to get back at him, I also started pulling his hair and deliberately wrote his name on the DNA test report of a gorilla, enjoying the sight of him getting flustered. Chu Yan sighed, saying, as Professor Mao's stand-in, my feelings are quite complex at this moment. Yang Qiuji took out a British tin flask from his inner coat pocket, opened the lid, and poured bourbon whiskey over Han Yuan's head, the brown liquid flowing down. Then Yang Xiuji pulled out a Zippo lighter, ignited the flame, and brought it close to Han Yulin, whose head instantly ignited with blue flames. Chu Yan said, I highly suspect that you drink and smoke just for this moment. Yang Xiuji smiled, took Mao's hair, sprinkled it into the flames, and softly said in English, sorry Mao, for keeping you waiting so long. You must have cursed my entire family hundreds of times in heaven. But there's nothing I can do. I am a scientist, not a mercenary. How could I easily kill the heir of the Zenwangma society? Luckily I have finally waited for this day. You can rest in peace in heaven. No, a bitter guy like you should end up in hell. Yang Qiuzi's pupils reflected the flickering flames as he chuckled. I almost forgot, a bookworm like you should be more concerned about the state of the research institute than about revenge. Since you left, the technology for creating faux relics has been iterated twice with costs reduced by 40, but we still cannot mass produce them. The research on artificial UMAs has recently hit a bottleneck, and the students have been pulling all-nighters for a month. The lab is littered with Red Bull and Monster cans, and I have scolded them several times. Recently I've wondered if my thinking is truly flawed. If it were you, perhaps you would have had breakthroughs by now. Yang Xiuji smiled, a tear rolling down his face, sparkling in the firelight. What a shame, Yang, a sudden English voice rang from behind. Yang Xiuji froze, disbelief etched on his face as he turned slowly. Mao stood in the narrow path with a haughty and disdainful expression, his brown curls disheveled, the flickering shadows of the flames dancing on his face. Yang Xiuji was stunned, murmuring, Mao, you're just encountering a little bottleneck in your research and you're already crying. Without me you really can't accomplish anything. I advise you to hurry up and apply to the zoo. Begging tourists for bananas suits you better. You make it sound so easy. For these years I've been running the institute alone, maintaining a delicate distance with various governments while trying to squeeze out research funds. I haven't been able to focus on research at all. Those are just excuses, Mao said lightly. Yang Xiuji shook his head with a wry smile. Do you really love to put people in a difficult position? This isn't putting you in a difficult position, this is trust. Yang Xiuji was taken aback. Mao winked mischievously. Although you're a fool and your research abilities are only 1 in 10,000 of mine, you are still my only friend. If I didn't have even this little faith in you, how could I have spoken for you at the review meeting and founded the Mao Yang Research Institute with you? You're such a jerk. Finally said something human. Yang Xiuji smiled through tears. Mao smiled brilliantly, giving a thumbs up. I'm leaving. Our shared dream is entrusted to you. You must thoroughly unravel the mystery of the UMA and make the Mao Yang Research Institute legendary. Yang Xiuji said softly, okay. Mao extended his index finger and said earnestly, there's one more thing. After you achieve the dream, never forget our creed, or when you die, I will definitely pull out all your hair. Of course, Yang Xiuji nodded. The two exchanged smiles and spoke in unison, we will never let science become a tool for evil. After saying that, Mao transformed back into Chu Yan's form. Yang Xiuji softly asked, how did you know? Chu Yan pointed at the burning head and said, before killing the second house's eldest son, he said this was Professor Mao's last words. I figured that the words one utters before death must be very important to him. Yang Xiuji reminisced with a smile for a moment. Just now, I truly thought Mao had come back to life. You managed to portray that guy so well. Chu Yan grinned him a stand-in, so it's a small matter. Did my acting inspire you? Yang Xiuji chuckled, of course, thank you, Lin Chan. Chu Yan paused for a moment, fear etched on his face. Professor Yang, please don't call me that. The Lord of the Dark Scales is nearby. If he thinks I'm impersonating him, he might kill me in anger. You do have a knack for acting, but I'm sure you're Lin Chan. When the Lord of the Dark Scales appeared, I was right next to my master. You can ask him if you don't believe me. This is indeed a bit strange, but it can also be explained. It should be from the lost relics we obtained in the pyramid last time, right? Chu Yan put away his smile, his expression slightly serious. You even know about the pyramid incident. Could it be that you are Mu Chan? Yang Xiuji nodded. Chu Yan fell silent for a few seconds before asking, can you tell me how you found out? Yang Xiuji said, long before today, I had already hired ninjas from IGA Garden to hide outside the dock ready to assassinate Han Yulin when necessary. After the battle ended, they entered the dock, surveyed the area, and informed me that the only surviving member of the Scaled Lin clan was you while Lin Chan had vanished. They even remarked how powerful Scaled Lin 3301 is. But I know that although you certainly have the ability to break through the IGA Garden's encirclement, it's impossible for you to leave the dock without the ninjas noticing. After all, you joined Scaled Lin 3301 less than 2 weeks ago, and your foundation is insufficient, while stealth is the specialty of ninjas. To be honest, when I learned that the double flower red stick was present, I almost gave up on revenge, but I didn't expect you to accomplish the task. You truly are Lin Chan, not tarnishing the reputation of Scaled Lin 3301. Chu Yan sighed, may I ask what other schemes you have? Yang Xiuji lowered his eyelids, there are too many. In order to kill Han Yulin, I started trying various methods 3 years ago, but Han Yulin is very cunning, and I haven't been able to approach him again. Later, after joining Scaled Lin 3301, I frequently set up missions to collect UMA meat, processed it into faux relics, and sold them at a low price to the eldest son of the Xinwangma society. Because of this, the eldest son gained a growing advantage in the struggle for control, and while Han Yulin was feeling anxious, I deliberately leaked news of my intention to come to Shinshur, finally luring him out. Chu Yan asked in confusion, but as Muchan, you've been with Scaled Lin 3301 for so long, you should be quite strong. Why were you pretending to be weak just now? And why does the outside world think you are an ordinary person? Yang Xiuji sighed, dramatically. Damn it, do you know how difficult it is to keep the Maoyang Research Institute neutral while maintaining good relations with various governments? Every night it troubles me so much that I lose sleep. I'm not joking about the smoking and drinking. Chu Yan's Yang Xiuji continued to express a neutral stance. I must not show the slightest ambition. Giving up superpowers is the most basic requirement, otherwise everyone would suspect that I would secretly grow stronger using scientific means to seize power. To dispel the concerns of various countries, both my students and I have injected the Yang suppression serum, which allows superpowered individuals to lose their abilities and prevents ordinary people from awakening. This is the result of my graduation thesis, and currently no scholar has been able to reverse it. But what the outside world doesn't know is that Mao long ago developed the Fakyang serum, which can nullify the effects of the Yang suppression serum. He mocked me for a long time, but for multiple reasons we did not disclose the research findings. Chu Yan said, speechless. So you usually play the role of the ordinary person, Professor Yang, but when taking on missions you inject the Yang serum, using your Muchan identity to kill mercilessly. Yang Xiuji nodded. Pretty much. Chu Yan sighed, then said, according to organizational regulations what you're doing could lead to being collectively hunted down. Aren't you afraid? Yang Xiuji smiled. Of course, I only decided to do this after confirming you wouldn't kill me, and I've long wanted to recognize other members. It's just that they're not as easy to get along with as you, and Ji-chan is too silly. Chu Yan smirked. Now that you mention it, I remember when I first met you, you immediately pointed out my qualifications above high school. This should have two layers of meaning. One is to remind me that talking too much can lead to mistakes, and the other is to indicate your openness about your identity. Yang Xiuji nodded. Exactly. Chu Yan asked, may I ask why you are probing into my identity, and why you chose to reveal your identity to me? Yang Xiuji paused for a moment before saying earnestly, Lin Chan, have you ever considered who left that pyramid and why they gathered us together? Chu Yan raised an eyebrow and said, I've thought about it occasionally, but there are too few clues, so I didn't dwell on it. Yang Xiuji slowly said, I believe the creator of the pyramid must have wanted us to work together to accomplish something, which is why we were brought together. The strange name of the organization Scaled Lin 3301 and the pyramid's uninterred interior both intrigue me greatly. Moreover, I believe the pyramid encourages us to reveal our identities. Its guiding us to help each other is the best evidence. However, given that we belong to different factions, mutual recognition without familiarity can easily lead to internal conflict, which is why the pyramid temporarily conceals our identities, waiting for us to trust one another. Chu Yan pondered for a long time and said, what you say does make sense. Yang Xiuji said, Lin Chan, when I first saw you, I felt you were special. You possess a rare sense of relaxation, able to quickly connect with others, something I can never achieve. I hope you can gain the trust of other members and help everyone recognize each other, just like we did. Chu Yan asked why. Yang Xiuji said solemnly, ever since joining Scaled Lin 3301, I've had a feeling of him. Think about it. This pyramid is so mysterious, and its creator must be even more unfathomable. Yet that person failed to achieve a certain goal and entrusted the pyramid to us. Does this imply that there was a more unfathomable existence that killed the pyramid's creator, forcing the creator to place their hopes on us? If that's the case, will that unfathomable being come to find and kill us one day in the future? If by that time we still do not trust each other, how can we resist the crisis? Chu Yan's pupils constricted. Yang Xiuji sighed deeply. Although this is just my conjecture, once this thought emerged, it could not be shaken off. Chu Yan said seriously, your conjecture is very reasonable. We must gain the trust of others as soon as possible, but this is not simple. Yang Xiuji smiled. Don't worry, I won't leave this matter to you alone. In the future, if there's a need, I will help you as much as possible. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. That's great. Send me a few thousand faux relics to use first. Yang Xiuji, have you drunk too much fake wine? The quota for faux relics has long been allocated to various governments. Otherwise, do you think I would have commissioned Scaled Lin 3301 to secretly collect UMA meat and hastily produce faux relics to sell to the Xinwangma society? Chu Yan looked disappointed. Mu-chan, you're even less useful than Ji-chan. Yang Xiuji said, you're really filthy with your words. I haven't finished speaking yet. Chu Yan said, oh, then go on. Yang Xiuji smiled and said, recently my research institute is recruiting new students, but I haven't encountered any good candidates. If you have suitable recommendations, you can refer them to me. As for the faux relics produced by the students, I can overlook it. You should know that I only accept 15 students each year, and various global forces are eager to place their people as my students. This matter will help you more than you can imagine. Chu Yan exclaimed excitedly, Mu-chan, you're even more useful than Ji-chan. Yang Qiuji said, you really have a dirty way of complimenting people. Oh, I haven't finished speaking yet. Chu Yan grinned, you say? Yang Qiuji said, I have 3 standards for accepting students, and even with your recommendation, they cannot be lowered. First, they must have a strong interest in the field of UMA. Second, they must not be interested in becoming superpowered individuals. Third, their foundation in mathematics must not be too poor. Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. No problem, I happen to have a perfect candidate here. He might become the next Professor Mayo. Yang Qiuji was taken aback, smiling. Now I'm a bit looking forward to it. At this moment, a voice from afar called out, Professor Yang, troublemaker number 4, where have you 2 run off to? Yang Qiuji said we should head back. Once you have contacted that recommended candidate, just have the Shinshu branch notify me. Chu Yan nodded, and together with Yang Qiuji, turned to leave the place. Near the off-road vehicle, Chu Yan and Yang Qiuji had just returned, and saw Zhan Wufeng sitting on the roof of the car, typing on his laptop. Ruan Shun and Song Sin sat in the car resting, playing music on their phones. Jay chose Nocturne. Finally done, Zhan Wufeng put down the computer and let out a long sigh of relief. Chu Yan stepped forward and curiously asked, Master, what are you doing? Zhan Wufeng replied, I wrote 2 task reports, just sent out the first one, and will send the second one in 2 minutes and 18 seconds. The logistics department sent someone to deliver the car in front of us. We can rest here for a while. Chu Yan asked in confusion, why write 2 reports? What's the significance of 2 minutes and 18 seconds? Zhan Wufeng smiled slyly. The first report exaggerates the difficulty of the task, while the second boasts about our efforts to turn the tide. 2 minutes is the time it takes Hui Yuangang to read the report, leaving 18 seconds for him to feel anxious. Only by doing this can we maximize our credit. Chu Yan said with respect, Master, compared to you, I'm just a rookie. You were always a rookie, Ruan Song, and Shin laughed heartily. Chu Yan added, however, Master, I might have to add a line to my credit. Professor Yang just said that my performance today was quite impressive and gave me some benefits. Zhan Wufeng casually said, what is Professor Yang planning to gift you, some replicas? Chu Yan replied, not exactly. Zhan Wufeng leisurely lit a cigarette and lazily said, then there's no need to add it. Writing trivial matters in the report will seem too deliberate and will backfire. Chu Yan said, Professor Yang said he would allow me to recommend a student to him. Cough, cough, cough. Zhan Wufeng choked on the smoke, eyes wide in shock. What did you say? Allow you to recommend a student? Professor Yang, is what this kid said true? Ruan Song and Shun straightened up, looking at Chu Yan in disbelief. Yang Qiuji nodded and smiled. Chu Yan helped me take revenge, so I naturally have to show my gratitude. Just right, I haven't encountered any good candidates, so I trouble you all to recommend someone. Song Tsilong howled in excitement. Junior brother, you're amazing. If it were a slacker like senior brother, he could never get along with intellectuals in this lifetime. Shun Zhongxue came back to his senses and chuckled. You little brat, expanded your network. You directly infiltrated the inner circle. Truly, I don't know how to evaluate this. Ruan Yonan pinched Chu Yan's cheek, smiling brightly. Even in Ruan Shun and Fan's families, there are no students of Professor Yang. Junior brother is much better than those old sticks in my family. Zhan Wufeng immediately opened his computer, typing quickly, and grinned. I'll write this into the report right now, puff it up to 1,000 words, and scare that old bastard Hui Yuangang. Moments later, Zhan Wufeng timed it perfectly and sent the report out. Seeing this, Chu Yan sighed. I don't know how much credit the branch will give me this time. I still need to authenticate and offer this relic necklace. In the Deep City branch in the supervisor's office, Hui Yuangang sat behind his desk, hands clasped in front of him. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Hui Yuangang said in a deep voice, come in. The door opened, and Du Jiayang walked in holding a report, looking very grim. Seeing this, Hui Yuanggang's heart sank, and he asked, how did the task of the egg tart maniac go? Du Jiayang said bitterly, the report says Han Yulin brought more than 20 Cgio, and Hong Gun and Professor Yang's bodyguards both perished, and there was also a pair of double flower red sticks present at the scene. Hui Yuanggang's eyes widened, and he stood up abruptly. What happened to them and Professor Yang? Du Jiayang sighed. Song, Zilong Shinzhongqiwe, and Ruan Yonan are engaged in fierce battles with the enemy, currently in a coma, while he himself is barely maintaining consciousness, and wrote this report. As for Commissioner Chu and Professor Yang, they have both gone missing. Hui Yuangang stood there in a daze, murmuring to himself, did the Xinhuang Ma Association go mad? The struggle for the leadership is at a boiling point, and they even sent the double flower red sticks out. Don't they fear a complete internal conflict? Du Jiayang spoke with difficulty. Supervisor, something happened to Professor Yang on our watch. The BPRD and other forces will surely take this opportunity to criticize us heavily, and this was personally entrusted by Lin Chan. We messed it up. Shouldn't we take some measures to salvage this quickly? Hui Yuangang sat back down, regretting unexpectedly. Even Zhan Wufeng and the others failed. If I had known this would happen, I should have gone in person. Du Jiayang comforted. Supervisor, this isn't your fault. The branch has countless tasks every day, and you are the only tactical level person in the branch. Just managing the overall situation is enough to keep you busy if it's impossible to handle everything personally. Hui Yuangang shook his head. It's useless to say this now. You hurry and have someone write a statement saying we will definitely rescue Professor Yang within 24 hours. Du Jiaoyang said seriously understood. At this moment, another male officer How Long rushed into the office holding a report looking excited. Supervisor, the instructor's report has arrived. Both men were taken aback. Hui Yuangang asked in confusion, did he not already send the report? Are you sure that was Zhang Wufeng's report? How Long was stunned and nodded. That's right, the signature is from the instructor, and the report style is very extravagant. It must be him. Hui Yuangang hurriedly asked, what does the report say? How Long smiled and said the instructor said that the master of the dark scale personally visited the scene, drove away the double flower red sticks, and they successfully retrieved Professor Yang Qiuji from the Xinhuang Ma Association. Commissioner Chu single-handedly defeated the physically fit Han Yulin, avenging Professor Yang. Hui Yuangang's expression was one of shock, and he took a long time to react, letting out a sigh of relief. Du Jiaoyang said in disbelief, Supervisor, I must have heard wrong, right? Commissioner Chu killed the second master's son while running on empty. This is just too unbelievable. Hui Yuangang nodded, feeling emotional indeed. This kid's performance is increasingly outrageous. I haven't heard of such things for years. At this moment, How Long looked at the report in surprise and said, Supervisor, the report also mentioned one thing. Hui Yuangang was taken aback. What thing? How Long said in astonishment, the report says, due to Chu Yan's outstanding performance, Professor Yang, to express his gratitude, gave him a recommendation slot for new students at the Mayo Yang Research Institute. Du Jiaoyang's mouth dropped open, his eyes nearly popping out. Hui Yuangang stood up suddenly, snatched the report, and read it quickly. After a while he put down the report stunned and murmured, in the past 4 years Sierra has only sent one student to the Mayo Yang Research Institute. Chu Yan joined less than 2 weeks ago and already sent another one. How many miracles can he create? At this moment another male officer rushed in holding a report. Hui Yuangang instantly became irritable, saying, don't tell me Zhang Wufeng sent another report. The male officer's expression was grim. Supervisor, it's not the instructor, it's Sweet Home. Shiko Wharf. Chu Yan sat on the hood of an off-road vehicle, supporting himself with his hands on the car cover, leaning back to stretch his body, his figure somewhat graceful, while his heart was in turmoil. Ruan Yonan held a drawing board standing 2 meters away, swiftly sketching the hairstyle of her junior brother with excitement glimmering in her eyes. Zhang Songshin and Yang sat inside the car observing. Yang Qiuji attempted to voice a complaint several times, but was unsuccessful, while the others showed no surprise. Chu Yan furrowed his brow in pain, asking, Sister, are you done yet? This pose is so embarrassing, I can't take it anymore. Ruan Yonan's hands moved faster, and she casually replied, almost done, just hold on a bit longer. You promised me earlier that you wouldn't show it to anyone else. You mustn't go back on your word. Don't worry, you'll keep it for my own enjoyment. I won't show it to anyone. Shin Zhongqua said indifferently, I think I just heard something shatter. Zhang Wufeng replied calmly, it should be that kid's dignity. Another minute passed, and Ruan Yonan finally put away her drawing board, happily admiring her masterpiece, saying, mission accomplished. Chu Yan jumped down from the hood, letting out a long sigh of exhaustion. Ruan Yonan took out her phone, tapped a few times, and smiled, saying, I've transferred the money to you, please check. Chu Yan took out his phone and received 5,200 yuan, sighing, money really does corrupt people. At that moment a phone rang inside the car. Zhang Wufeng took out his phone, glanced at it, smirked, and switched to speaker mode, saying, Director, Hui, did you finish reviewing the report I just sent you? We're seriously injured right now, please send someone to pick us up quickly. Hui Yuangang's tone was serious. I saw the report, you did a great job, I'll commend you later, but now I need to inform you about something more important. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan and the others immediately became serious. Hui Yuangang said in a deep voice, I just received news that Sweet Home took advantage of the branch's focus on Shiko Port, and simultaneously took control of IKEA Furniture City, Wanxiang Tiandi Shopping Mall, and Gangxia North Subway Station, holding many hostages. They claim they want Chu Yan to go alone to Gangxia North Subway Station, and if he doesn't arrive in time, they will kill 1 hostage per minute. If anyone else approaches, they will immediately kill all the hostages at Gangxia North. If a tactical level officer gets close, they will directly kill all the hostages. Chu Yan's pupils contracted. His parents and Xiao Miao were supposed to go to IKEA today. Hui Yuangang said solemnly, you can reach Gangxia North from Shiko Port in at least half an hour, by which time dozens of hostages will have died. Sira cannot stand by and watch such a tragedy unfold. I have already dispatched Du Jiaoyang, How Long, and Qin Feng, each leading a team to rescue the hostages. Additionally, the logistics team is on the way to Shiko Port. I've specially approved each of you 1 aberrant stem cell repair agent to help you heal quickly. You all need to stand by in Shiko, and I will inform you promptly if there are any updates. Chu Yan said gravely, Director Hu, I have something to report. My parents and Miao Xiuli are likely at IKEA right now. Upon hearing this, all expressions turned to shock. Hui Yuangang was silent for a few seconds and said, I understand. Don't worry, sweet home likely doesn't know about this. Your parents are temporarily safe. Zhan Wufeng patted Chu Yan's shoulder and said, Miao Shioli has been under my command for quite some time, and her overall abilities are among the best in the entire branch. She is capable of protecting your parents. Chu Yan took a deep breath and nodded, saying, Okay. The call was disconnected. Ruan Yonan softly said from the side, Don't worry, once the repair agent arrives we will all help you. Zhang Songshen and Yang all nodded. Chu Yan smiled and said, Sister, don't worry, I'm quite calm right now. By the way, what is this aberrant stem cell repair agent? Yang Xiaoji got out of the car and said, This is something that Mayo and I researched. The production process has been sold to various countries and is now an important strategic material. When aberrant level ability users reach the tactical level, they can share their flesh and blood with others. As long as the target is not dead, even the most severe disabilities or injuries can be healed quickly. Mayo and I extracted their stem cells and developed the repair agent. After injection, multiple injuries can recover quickly, but due to the difficulty in cultivating stem cells, the production capacity has always been limited. Chu Yan nodded, saying, Got it, Professor Yang, I have some matters I would like to consult you about. Could you please follow me for a moment? The two walked off to a distance, ensuring that the others couldn't hear them before stopping. Chu Yan whispered, Music, can I issue a mission now? Could you help me resolve this crisis? Yang Xiaoji contemplated for a moment and said, I can help you, but you must not issue a mission. Both Linshan and Music will be active in Shin City within a day, and we are both stakeholders, making it easy to expose information. Additionally, I have hidden a Fakyang serum in Shin City, but I need to keep it from the others in order to retrieve it for injection and regain my strength, which will take some time. Chu Yan replied, Okay, thank you. Half an hour later, a camouflaged off-road vehicle drove into the wharf, stopping beside Chu Yan and the others. A man and a woman, both officers, got out of the car, opened the trunk, took out a freezer, and retrieved 5 light red injection vials from inside. Chu Yan took one vial, twisted off the needle cap, and under guidance injected it into his arm, pushing the repair agent into his body. In the next moment, a strong itch engulfed him. The wounds healed quickly, scabbing over and falling off. In less than a minute, even his skin became much softer, and all discomfort vanished. At this point, Zhan Wufeng was staring at his laptop, saying, Hui Yuangang just sent a message instructing you and us to head to Wanxiang Tiandi shopping mall immediately. This seems to be Sweet Home's latest demand. Chu Yan was taken aback and asked what happened. Zhan Wufeng turned the computer screen towards Chu Yan and said, The situation is a bit complicated, you can take a look for yourself. Chu Yan focused his gaze, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Half an hour ago, at the LG level of Wanxiang Tiandi shopping mall, 103 hostages squatted on the ground, their expressions filled with terror and anxiety, trembling. Behind a large marble pillar, a circular teleportation array was arranged, made of Master Kong's iced tea labubu dolls, a pair of AirPods, a cup of tap water, floating with the remnants of a Red Tower cigarette, and an unscratchable lottery ticket. In the center of the array, a tuft of armpit hair was placed, belonging to an unknown person. The fake watch vendor Ah Huang walked through the hostages, his gaze sweeping about, warning them sternly not to act rashly. At that moment, Lu Mei Huan emerged from the Zhou Shengxing store, adorned with gold jewelry on her neck and wrists, her face beaming with a smile. Upon seeing this, Ah Huang frowned and said, Lu Mei, don't be too lax. Huan smiled and replied, Don't worry, fifth brother, I'm aware. I just think this is a rare opportunity to exploit, so I'm trying to profit a little. Ah Huang helplessly smiled with affection and said, You little girl, you love to show off. Be more serious about your tasks, don't let dad down. Huan smiled sweetly, Got it, fifth brother. At that moment, a man suddenly stood up, his legs bending as he swiftly approached Huan's back. Then he raised his right hoof and suddenly kicked towards the back of Huan's head. In the next moment, a massive hand clamped the hostage's neck and snapped it like a twig, the head twisted and lolled down. Shouts of terror erupted. Fourth brother Do Wu plunged his hand into the man's chest, tore out his heart, and sucked it into his mouth. A rush of blood-red energy flooded his mouth, and the heart withered in an instant. Fourth brother Do Wu flung the corpse aside and grinned. I didn't expect to find another ED gang member here. What luck? Ah Huang sneered coldly. They wake up by chance and think themselves invincible. There are so many of these fools. At that moment, fourth brother Do Wu's gaze fell on a delicate girl staring at the corpse, despair in her eyes as tears spilled down her cheeks. Fourth brother Do Wu stepped over and hauled the girl up. What is your relationship with this man? He demanded. The girl trembled as she stammered. He was my boyfriend. Fourth brother Do Wu clicked his tongue. TSK Tisk, a fool, and yet fed so well. Such a waste. Miss him bored. Will you play ball with me for a while? The girl looked bewildered. Play ball. Fourth brother Do Wu walked 7 meters away, set the man's head on the floor, and kicked it hard. Catched. The head tumbled toward the girl. She screamed in horror, leapt aside, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Fourth brother Do Wu frowned and approaching asked in a low voice, Your skills at ball are really poor. He demanded, Tell me, Messi or Ronaldo, who do you prefer? The girl swallowed and replied, "See, Ronaldo." Fourth brother Da Wu smashed her skull with a punch, roaring, "Damn Ronaldo fans, die." The headless body thudded to the ground. Fourth brother Da Wu grabbed a middle-aged man and asked coldly, "Do you prefer Ronaldo or Messi?" The man shouted frantically, "Messi, Messi." Fourth brother Da Wu crushed his skull with a single fist, shouting, "Damn Messi fans, die." The headless body fell with a sickening sound. Fourth brother Da Wu seized a blonde youth and asked in a low voice, "Do you like Ronaldo or Messi?" The youth trembled all over and blurted in fear, "Big brother, which team's fan are you?" Fourth brother Da Wu smashed the youth's skull, bellowing, "LeBron James." The headless corpse thumped down. Who is the GOAT, James or Jordan? Who is stronger, Akainu or Whitebeard? Who is prettier, you Jimin or Jang Wonyoung? Sixth sister Huan Huan stood by and watched in silence. Fourth brother is finding any excuse to kill again, she said without expression. Ah Huang laughed. "Forget it, let fourth brother handle this one today." A thunderous crash. The east wall burst open. Du Jiaoyang charged into the mall, legs arching as he stamped toward Ah Huang, a gale roaring in his wake. 3 male officers followed close behind, fanning out. Du Jiaoyang arrived before Ah Huang, raising his right hoof that shimmered with dark green light, and unleashed 5 explosive kicks. The air detonated where they met. Edie Gang metamorphosis stage ability, strange kick. Ah Huang retreated and dodged, but too late. He had to raise his left arm to block. The right hoof smashed into the arm, which contorted and slid backward as if it were a garish assembly of mismatched Lego pieces. Ah Huang's face drained of color, his body split into hundreds of humanoid writhing worms that clattered to the ground and began crawling outward. Du Jiaoyang snorted coldly, lifted his right hoof, and stomped sharply. A crushing stomp. 5 meters above, a hoof-shaped transparent force field coalesced and slammed into the writhing heap. Boom! Fourth brother Da Wu and Huan Huan appeared at the center of the mass, arms raised and braced, knees bent, veins bulging as they held the field. A deep pit was crushed into the marble floor, and the surrounding stone spiderwebbed with cracks. Du Jiaoyang barked in a low voice, "Take the hostages and flee, ill by you time." The other 3 officers nodded and loudly guided the terrified hostages toward the exit. Hundreds surged out of the hole screaming. At the same time, Ah Huang reformed his humanoid shape at the side. Da Wu and Huan Huan leapt to either side. The hoof-shaped field smashed into the floor, shattering great slabs of marble as dust filled the air. Du Jiaoyang's gaze sharpened. He flashed forward in a blur, and in a second unleashed 24 kicks, striking Ah Huang, Da Wu, and Huan Huan in rapid succession. The 3 collapsed and wailed. Their limbs had slid down to their waists, their heads hung at their chests, buttocks jammed against their necks. Grotesque lumps of misshapen clay, utterly unable to move. Du Jiaoyang's face went cold and merciless. He raised his right hoof as another hoof-shaped field quickly formed above them. "Wah! Wait a moment!" Da Wu cried out in terror. Huan Huan and Ah Huang turned pale and frantically twisted their deformed bodies, trying to crawl away. At that moment, Du Jiaoyang's peripheral sight caught a figure rushing rapidly toward them from the center of the talisman array. He hurriedly stomped back, a blade's edge grazed his throat, and left a terrible bloodstain. 10 meters away, Du Jiaoyang skidded to a halt with a squeal and stared. Gao Sisong stood before his 3 children, holding a oni and a half-meter-long serrated blade of flesh and blood at the pommels, and a human mouth opened and closed. Please spare me, I still have a daughter." The serrated blade moaned pitifully, but Gao Sisong, Du Jiaoyang's eyes narrowed. "You're the ringleader?" he asked. Gao Sisong glanced at his children and bared 2 rows of golden teeth. "You dared turn my beloved children into this abomination. If I do not tear you limb from limb, my hatred will not be quenched." He spoke softly, "Children, do not worry. Your family in the Edie Gang will set you right soon." Da Wu, Huan Huan, and Ah Huang wept with gratitude. "Thank you, father." Du Jiaoyang said coldly, "No need to trouble them. They'll send you all to the other side right now." Gao Sisong bowed slightly, raised his serrated blade with a blank face, and said, "Young man, do not be arrogant." In an instant the 2 charged together, becoming streaks that crossed past one another. They broke apart 10 meters away, the world falling into an uneasy silence. 2 seconds later, a ripping sound. Du Jiaoyang's legs shattered at the knees. He collapsed to the ground, wailing, blood pouring. Gao Sisong turned slowly, unmoved, and asked, "Is that all you can do?" Du Jiaoyang screamed, clutching the spurting wound, eyes bulging, sweat pouring from his brow. Da Wu, Huan Huan, and Ah Huang laughed madly, their faces twisted with derision and vengeance. But the next instant everyone froze. Du Jiaoyang pushed himself up with his hands, and with a terrible effort rose on his broken legs to face Gao Sisong, glaring at him with murderous resolve. Gao Sisong paused a long moment, a curl of smile at his mouth. "What is your name?" he asked. Du Jiaoyang, sweating with pain, gasped, "Du Jiaoyang." He tore off his shirt, split it into 2 strips, and carefully wrapped the broken ends of his legs. Gao Sisong chuckled indulgently. Such crude wound treatment. Will it do any good? Fool, this isn't a bandage, Du Jiaoyang rasped, forcing a bitter smile, each word slow and deliberate. Ultraman Oath 5. Do not walk barefoot on the earth. Gao Sisong froze, then burst into loud laughter and stretched out his right hand. Interesting. People like you are rare. Come and be my family. I will promise you a life of riches and glory. Du Jiaoyang drew a deep breath, his voice trembling. Ultraman Oath 4. Do not rely on the strength of— Ah Huang shouted. Father, don't waste time on this fool. Kill him quickly. Gao Sisong fixed Du Jiaoyang with a cold stare and said softly, they'll give you one last chance, become my family or die here. Du Jiaoyang reached into his pocket with trembling fingers, drew out a handmade biscuit, bit it, and whispered, Ultraman Oath 1. If hungry, one cannot attend school. Gao Sisong raised his serrated blade without expression. Since you have decided, then come. Du Jiaoyang tore a raw roar from his throat, and with broken legs charged forward toward the ordained fate, burning like the proud sun. Half an hour later, Chu Yan arrived at the Wanxiang Tiandi entrance, followed by his 3 fellow disciples and 2 officers, 1 man and 1 woman. Under Zhan Wufeng's lead, Chu Yan and the others entered the mall and rode the escalator down to the LG level. They all froze at the sight before them. In the Empress Dowager's fashion boutique, a headless corpse knelt in the glass display, clutching its own severed head, the body drained of color. 2 neatly severed legs were arranged before it like a plastic mannequin. On the glass, a line of large characters had been scrawled in blood across most of the pane. Sweet Home sends greetings to Sira. The female officer covered her mouth and retched. The male officer pressed against the glass, weeping and wailing, Jiaoyang. Jiaoyang. Shun Zhongxue glanced at the wall and said calmly, Sweet Home likely drained this man's blood to write that message. Wan Yonan frowned. Ugh, that's perverse. I feel like you'll have nightmares tonight. Song Xilong scratched his head and produced a strip of cured pork, sneaking a bite. Chu Yan's eyelids drooped. He murmured he didn't look after himself. Zhan Wufeng lit a cigarette and said calmly, Shun Zhongxue, examine the body and see if they've left us anything. Shun Zhongxue stepped into the display, lifted Du Jiaoyang's severed head, and found an envelope tucked beneath it, the front marked, to Miei, record of deeds verifiable. He picked up the letter and handed it to Chu Yan. Chu Yan opened the envelope and read aloud. Dear Miei, record of deeds verifiable, this is a gift from Father. Do you like it? The letter continued, if you want revenge, come to IKEA and find us. Remember to come alone this time, otherwise Sira might receive many presents this Christmas tea. After reading, Chu Yan crumpled the paper into a ball and slipped it into his pocket. Ugly handwriting. Not like I couldn't read it, he said. Wan Yonan laughed. Junior brother, did you expect those freaks to have good penmanship? Shun Zhongxue sneered, clumsy provocation. Song Xilong grinned, toothily, still prettier than my handwriting. Zhan Wufeng shot them a bleak look. At that moment, the male officer turned and stared at them in disbelief. Do you people have no feeling at all? Chu Yan asked softly, why would you say that? The male officer sobbed and shouted in anger, because Du Jiaoyang is dead. He died so horribly, and you are arguing about whether the enemy's handwriting is ugly. Are you not at all saddened? He continued through tears, Du Jiaoyang admired you more than anyone. He talked about you every day many times, but you, can you live with yourselves, eh? Shun Zhongxue replied coldly. Who he admired is none of my concern. I wasn't close to him. Song Xilong scratched his head. Don't say that. I do have a sliver of sympathy for him. Wan Yonan shrugged noncommittally. Zhan Wufeng waved his hand irritably. Enough. We have work to do. We'll leave now. You two stay and tidy up the scene. Chu Yan turned with the others and headed out of the mall. The male officer watched their retreating figures and shouted, Without looking back, Chu Yan said, to pay greetings to Sweet Home. The officer was stunned. Officer Peng Ling patted his shoulder gently. Kujin, I know you're furious for Jiaoyang, but you must understand Chu and the others' coldness is what Jiaoyang admired. When a friend is harmed, we can be angry or sorrowful. Those are ordinary responses. But because we are ordinary, we lack the power to avenge Jiaoyang. Cut them a little slack, then entrust that unbearable hatred to them. If Jiaoyang were here, he would do the same. Kujin's tears flowed and quelled his burning anger. Facing the empty exit where they had gone, he bowed slightly and whispered, Jiaoyang's revenge. I entrust it to you. At the Gaoxinuan subway entrance, Chu Yan stood with the 4 others discussing their plan. Chu Yan spoke earnestly, Master, senior brothers and sisters, I'll go to IKEA alone. You go to Gongsha North Station to rescue the hostages. Wan Yonan frowned. What are you talking about? You're only at the metamorphosis stage. That place is still the enemy's stronghold. Going in alone is far too dangerous. Shen Zhongxue thought for a few seconds. He's not a fool. Hear him out, and listen to his reasoning first. Chu Yan explained, Du Jiaoyang's death shows the enemy has powerful maturistic strength. Yet the fact that some hostages were rescued shows their top fighters are few and were not on site at the first moment. If they had no confidence, they would not control 3 locations simultaneously. I suspect these people possess a rule skill or a lost relic that lets them quickly shift among 3 sites, though with a slight delay. Having suffered a loss once, if you and I both appear near IKEA, the enemy might smash all restraint, slaughter everyone, and escape afterwards. The best approach is to split up. I will hold their top fighter at IKEA, you rescue the hostages at Gangsha North, and then rush to support me. Zhang Wufeng pondered for a few seconds. This is indeed the best option for now. Wan Yonan said sternly, still no. Our intel is too thin. Sending our junior brother alone is too risky. Chu Yan patted the supreme Nike in his pocket and smiled. Sister, don't worry. I'm a big owner of 2 lost relics and have a cache of weapons. Also, as a Jackie Chan fan, I get a buff in IKEA. I can stall until you arrive without issue. Wan Yonan glared and pinched Chu Yan's cheek hard. Now's not the time for your antics. Chu Yan grimaced. Zhang Wufeng frowned slightly. Fine. Well, follow the boy's plan. After all, he's no ordinary metamorphosis stage. He's hard to kill. Wan Yonan's expression shifted several times. She sighed and told Chu Yan, be extremely careful. Once we rescue the hostages, well, hurry to you. Chu Yan thumped his thumb up. Okay. After the others left by car, Chu Yan climbed into a sedan driven by a male officer and headed to IKEA. Sitting in the back, Chu Yan took out his phone and messaged Yang Qiuji, I'm going to IKEA alone. When you regain your strength, come support me quickly, or you'll be dead. He then sent a playful sticker of Jerry the mouse, making a teasing face. Yang Qiuji replied, received. Putting his phone away, Chu Yan thought, after losing Wanxiang Tiandi, the enemy is likely massacring hostages at IKEA. He worried about Xiao Miao and his parents and silently prayed that nothing had happened to them. On the first floor of IKEA, a Swedish-style bistro. 94 hostages huddled on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Sporadic sobs punctuated the suffocating silence. Among them, Miao Xiuli crouched low, head bowed, clad in a black Japanese school uniform. Beside her stood the elderly couple Chu Jianliang and Li Yuling, pale with fear, yet clinging to a fragile composure. Miao Xiuli lifted her gaze discreetly, scanning the scene. Near the food pickup counter sat 2 female members of the Sweet Home cult, one bearing a large mole beneath her jaw, the other marked by prominent buck teeth. They sat atop tables, each devouring a plate of Italian cheese and meat pasta with ravenous appetite. Miao Xiuli's eyes narrowed imperceptibly as she silently calculated the odds of a successful ambush. At that moment, 3 figures materialized within the semi-open kitchen, Huang Wu and Huan Huan, their grotesque, distorted forms now restored to normalcy. Miao Xiuli's brow furrowed faintly as she suppressed the urge to force her way through. The mole-faced woman spotted them and lit up. Brother 4, brother 5, sister 6. What brings you here? Huang vaulted over the kitchen counter, cursing, damn it. That Sierra crew somehow breached the myriad phenomena realm and rescued the hostages. Lucky Dad intervened in time, or we'd be dead meat. The mole-faced woman chuckled. Brother 5, you slipped up this time. A few Sierra agents did arrive here earlier, but my sister and I took care of them. Oh please, Huan Huan muttered, displeased. It wasn't us holding the line. It was Dad anchoring this place from the start. Dad's currently restrained by the rule's technical constraints and can't arrive just yet. Out of concern, he sent us ahead as reinforcements. Yet you mock us. The mole-faced woman looped her arm around Huan Huan's grinning sister 6. Don't be angry. I was only teased. Dou spoke, grimly enough chatter. Dad ordered us to execute 1 hostage every minute, starting now, until Moth Annihilation record verified arrives. Miao Xiuli's pupils contracted sharply. Their target was Xiao Yan. The buck-toothed woman snickered, leapt off the table, seized a young woman, and asked sweetly, tell me, who's more beautiful, you or I? You are. The girl trembled violently. Enraged, the buck-toothed woman slapped her hard across the face, sending her sprawling, and then heaved a table overhead, slamming it down onto the girl's face with brutal force. Thud! The girl lay motionless. The buck-toothed woman gazed at the corpse smugly, declaring correct answer. A chorus of shrieks erupted, panic rippled through the crowd. Huang roared, shut your mouths, or I'll deep fry every last one of you. Instantly the hostages fell silent, many stifled sobs, shivering violently. Then the buck-toothed woman caught sight of Miao Xiuli's delicate, innocent face, and twisted into a cruel grin. She snatched a dining knife and strode forward. Chu Jianliang and Li Yuling recoiled in terror, gripping Miao Xiuli's sleeves tightly. Miao Xiuli feigned terror, her whole body quaking. The buck-toothed woman hauled her upright and cooed, what a lovely face you have. Makes this older sister green with envy. Miao Xiuli lowered her eyes, lips pressed tight, feigning speechlessness. The buck-toothed woman glanced at the elderly couple, then thrust the knife into Miao Xiuli's hand with a smile. Carve up your own face with this, or I'll slaughter both your parents. Chu Jianliang stared blankly at Xiao Miao, clenched his teeth, and rose. Take it out on me. Don't hurt my daughter. Ancient relic. Who gave you permission to speak here? Fury flashed in the buck-toothed woman's eyes as she drove a fist straight into Chu's face. Old Chu! Li Yuling screamed in despair. Splutter. A crimson arc sliced through the air. The buck-toothed woman's neck snapped, her headless body crumpled, her severed head rolling aside, frozen in disbelief. Miao Xiuli's gaze turned glacial. She stepped before the elderly couple gripping a monstrous 1.8-meter scythe forged of flesh and blood, its blade wreathed in thick churning darkness. "Aya, you filthy bitch, I'll kill you someday," shrieked the scythe. Huang's eyes widened. "Manji gang. Who are you?" "Uncle Auntie, run," Miao Xiuli commanded sharply. Chu Jianliang opened his mouth, but Li Yuling seized his arm, whispering frantically, "Run. We'd only hinder Xiao Miao." Chu Jianliang gritted his teeth, clasped his wife's hand, and bolted toward the IKEA exit. The remaining hostages surged after them in chaotic flight. "Think you're getting away? Dream on," Dao Wu bellowed, producing a cleaver of pulsating flesh from nowhere, and charged the fleeing couple. Boom! A colossal black scythe descended, carving a deep trench across the floor, aimed squarely at Dao Wu's flank. His pupils contracted, he skidded to a halt and leapt backward, barely evading the blade as it whistled past his nose. Miao Xiuli stood firm before the exit. Blood scythe raised, her icy gaze locked upon the 5 enemies. Huan roared, "Damn it. Let's cut this bitch down together." Huan Dao Wu and the mole-faced woman drew their own flesh cleavers, each coiling with dark aura, and swung in unison, launching 3 black blades that shattered tables and chairs en route to Miao Xiuli. Miao Xiuli's eyes sharpened. She swung the scythe with explosive force, unleashing a titanic black crescent. Crockum! It collided with the 3 blades, shattering them instantly, and surged onward, unstoppable, straight toward the trio. Huan Dao Wu and the mole-faced woman recoiled in horror, flinging themselves sideways, just narrowly avoiding annihilation. Huang watched from afar, studying the black horror-red scythe with astonishment. "You're clearly still in the transformation phase. So why is your battle ferocity so overwhelming?" "Because I swore to someone I'd protect his parents. Breaking that vow would break his heart," Miao Xiuli murmured softly, and glanced outward. Outside IKEA, Chu Jianliang and Li Yuling sprinted to the parking lot and escaped in their Xpeng electric vehicle. Miao Xiuli exhaled, then raised her scythe and charged the 4 remaining foes. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a figure lunging from the kitchen. Her expression shifted. She raised the scythe instinctively to shield her chest. Splutter! The scythe snapped cleanly in 2. A deep, ragged gash split open across Miao Xiuli's chest. She collapsed to one knee, blood soaking through her white blouse. Gao Sisong stood 15 meters away, shouldering a serrated flesh saw, his voice flat and detached. "I hadn't expected a Sira operative among the hostages. A grave miscalculation." Miao Xiuli clutched her wound, lifting her gaze weakly. "You're the one who means to harm him." Gao Sisong arched an eyebrow, amused. "Oh, you know, moth annihilation record verified. How fortuitous. Tell me his identity and his face, and I might spare your life." Miao Xiuli strained to rise, only to slump back down, blood welling steadily from her wound, her limbs utterly drained. Finally she ceased, struggling, eyelids falling shut. "Just kill me." Gao Sisong's gaze hardened slightly. "Are you certain? One last chance. Think carefully." Miao Xiuli drew a slow, trembling breath, and whispered, "I'm sorry. Next time let me truly be your childhood friend." Gao Sisong sighed softly, raising the serrated flesh saw. "What audacity. These youths today, each more stubborn than the last." Miao Xiuli closed her eyes, tears tracing twin paths down her cheeks, awaiting fate. "How dare you, daring to bully my destined childhood sweetheart while I'm away? If she's gone, will you cook me an omelette rice for breakfast?" A familiar voice rang out behind her. Miao Xiuli's eyes flew open. She turned. Framed in golden sunlight at the IKEA entrance stood Chu Yan, smiling gently. "No tears now. Your bamboo horse knight has arrived." Gao Sisong stared at Chu Yan and spoke coldly. "You're the one with the moth extermination record." Chu Yan stepped into Ijia and replied, "Yes. You went to so much trouble to find me. Has your house got a moth problem? My fee is rather high. By the way, who are you?" Gao Sisong curved his lips into a slow grin, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. "Gao Sisong, Wang Erlong's father. The man about to kill you." Chu Yan feigned solemn respect. "Truly a daddy-level heartthrob. Your cash-powered aura is impressive." Miao Xiuli's eyes brimmed with tears. "Xiao Yan, uncle and aunt have already fled." Chu Yan moved to her side, patted the top of her head, and smiled. I know. I never imagined you're as formidable in a fight as you are in the kitchen. Well done. Jean Laugo. I sent you to be my childhood sweetheart. What a rare act of decency." Miao Xiuli laughed through her tears. Gao Sisong said coldly, "How long will you two keep flirting?" Chu Yan considered for a moment, and said, "About 2 minutes and 42 seconds more. Please hold on." Miao Xiuli blushed, and buried her face quietly. "Screw your mother." From a corner behind them, Dao Wu roared, clutching a bloodied cleaver, lunged at Chu Yan, and brought the blade down. A Huan, and De Ji Nu sneered. Gao Sisong remained unconcerned and snorted. Miao Xiuli cried out anxiously, "Watch out." In an instant, Chu Yan's gaze went calm. Bullet time. The world hushed. De Wu's furious mouth stringed with spittle, the cleaver frozen an inch above his head, tendrils of black chi suspended, as if time itself had turned to ice. Chu Yan twisted his body, slipped the blade past his cheek, vaulted into the air, and snapped out a right whip kick. De Wu's left cheek took the heavy blow. His head struck the tiled floor, cracked, rebounded, and fell into a pit, knocked into a deep stupor as blood poured from his skull. Chu Yan landed and looked down at De Wu, baffled. I told you to wait. Are you deaf? The scene fell silent. A Huang and De Ji were dumbstruck, unable to speak. Gao Sisong blinked in slight surprise, his gaze sharpening. Miao Shioli looked up at Chu Yan's profile with starry eyes. So formidable. With one foot pressing on De Wu's head, Chu Yan addressed Gao Sisong. Father of the kid, let's make a deal. Let my heaven-sent sweetheart leave, and I won't kill your fine big son. Gao Sisong replied coldly, but she killed my daughter. You also killed my fangirl, Chu Yan shot back. Gao Sisong narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, then nodded. Very well. A Huang panicked. Dad, you can't let that bitch go. She killed our little sister. Gao Sisong closed his eyes and sighed. Little sister is gone, and of course I mourn, but De Wu's life is at stake. Damage control is the priority. A Huang and De Ji clenched their fists and glared at Chu Yan with malice. Miao Shioli spoke with worry. Xiao Yan, you're alone. Really? Okay. Chu Yan smiled. Relax. I don't plan on dying here. You go back and Hua should issue you a restorative. I'll put it on my tab, and he'll dodge the bill later. You're so pretty. Don't scar up. Miao Shioli blushed faintly and murmured, oh, got it. Chu Yan mused, by the way, tonight I want Omuris. Could you draw a lighthouse jellyfish in ketchup? It's theoretically immortal, auspicious, and suits my state right now. Miao Shioli smiled sweetly, of course. But we're out of eggs. On the way home, could you accompany me to Hamus Yin? Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. Every day. Miao Shioli laughed happily, rose slowly, and hobbling on her injured body left Ijia. Gao Sisong watched Chu Yan and asked coldly, flirting done. Chu Yan tossed De Wu aside and teased, father of the kid, are you jealous? Careful, the kid's mother might make you kneel on a washboard. Gao Sisong snorted, sharp mouth. Chu Yan snorted back, clumsy tongue. Gao Sisong. You probably haven't even reached maturity, have you? So brazen. Be careful, or you'll wish you were dead later. Chu Yan replied, being harassed by you weirdos every day has already made life worse than death. Without turning his head, Gao Sisong said, a Huang Xiao, fall back a bit. Let the boy's father handle this alone. Take care of yourselves, and don't get caught up in it. The three siblings exchanged glances and retreated to a corner of the first floor. In an instant, Gao Sisong teleported close, his flesh saw blade wreathed in black chi, and he swung at the waist. Chu Yan's pupils contracted. He entered bullet time, performed a backflip to brush past the blow, and sprang back 5 meters to create distance. Gao Sisong watched him with a slight frown. You brat are indeed strange. Those who can dodge this move on the first try are few. Chu Yan said calmly, father of the kid, you're not bad either. A Manji gang type faster than the Yidi gang. Must be some kind of rule skill. No wonder my fangirl couldn't beat you. Gao Sisong snorted and lashed out with the saw blade. 15 black slashes burst forth. Chu Yan sustained bullet time, flipping and weaving to narrowly avoid every attack, then raised his leg to counterattack. But the next second he froze. Gao Sisong had vanished. A saw blade suddenly pierced through Chu Yan. Gao Sisong stood behind him and said coldly, give you a little pressure and you can't cope. You are only so much. 3 crisp clinks sounded at his feet. Gao Sisong glanced down, and his pupils shrank. 3 grins. At the same moment, Chu Yan's body turned to mud and rapidly shrank into a palm-sized clay figurine. Boom. A violent explosion erupted. Gao Sisong barely blocked the vital strike with his saw blade, and staggered back 10 meters. His left arm was mangled and useless, his skin badly burned. Chu Yan stepped out from behind a shelf, picked up the clone clay figure, felt a stir inside, and used it again. The figure hit the ground and transformed into a clone standing beside him and staring at Gao Sisong. Gao Sisong was astonished. You actually have a lost relic. Chu Yan shrugged. Yes, surely you have one as well. Gao Sisong snorted, placed his right hand on his chest, and pulled forth a dense black chi that swiftly mended his wounds. At once a Huang leapt from a corner shouting, Dad, throw it onto me. Gao Sisong nodded and hurled the black mass. It struck a Huang, who was instantly lacerated and howled in pain. Chu Yan's brow knit slightly. Gao Sisong said coldly, what, never seen it. This is an advanced use of the Manji gang's throwing talent. It can cast wounds onto others, though it drains a lot of energy. Pushing me to this point earns you praise, but the game ends here. I still want to live with all my strength. With that, Chu Yan and the clone gripped daggers and charged Gao Sisong together. Impossible to tell which was real. Clones. Destroy them together. Gao Sisong snorted, shaped his left hand like scissors, closed his right eye, and flicked out his tongue toward Chu Yan and the clone. The next instant, Chu Yan and the clone froze in place, utterly unable to move. Chu Yan, surprised, exclaimed, another rule skill. You've learned too many. Gao Sisong raised his flesh saw blade and roared as he cleaved across. A gigantic black blade shot out, tearing through shelves and counters and striking Chu Yan and the clone. Bang! The black blade detonated on the spot. A translucent force field shimmered over Chu Yan's body. A golden leaf necklace at his throat radiated a faint, gilded light. The next moment the defensive field shattered and the necklace dimmed. The clone collapsed back into a clay figurine. Gao Sisong's pupils constricted sharply. A second relic. What exactly are you? Chu Yan remained silent, his heart still uneasy. He was not yet fully familiar with that relic's powers, but his gamble had paid off. Gao Sisong drew a deep breath, and his expression returned to cold severity. Fine. I bet you have no third relic. When these two relics' uses are exhausted, you will die. Chu Yan felt the weight inside. Those two relics truly had no more charges, and the infinite slate was useless. Desperation pressed in. In a flash, Gao Sisong teleported to his side, and his saw blade whirled 10 times a second. Chu Yan went invisible, and using bullet time kept dodging, yet Gao Sisong always closed the distance. He could not shake him. The sound of footsteps betrayed his position. At one instant, Chu Yan evaded a slash and drove a dagger toward Gao Sisong's throat. Gao Sisong's ear twitched. He opened his mouth and bit down. Clang! The dagger was clamped fast between his teeth. Gao Sisong then thrust a powerful kick. Chu Yan's abdomen took the crushing blow. He was hurled backward, smashing through a row of shelves and collapsing amid splintered furniture. Blood leaked from the corner of his mouth as he forced himself to sit up and look at Gao Sisong. Gao Sisong advanced with the saw blade in hand, his expression icy and merciless. Game over. Dot. At that moment, a familiar voice rang from deep within Ija. Oof. Changed clothes and ran all the way here, almost ran myself to death. Lucky I made it in time. Chu Yan and Gao Sisong both turned toward the voice and froze. A tall man stood by the shelves in a black tailcoat, wearing a Pikachu bandit mask and clutching a cleaver. A Huang and a Jinu lay at his feet, their throats bleeding, faces frozen in terror. They were dead. Gao Sisong squinted slightly, tilting his head to inquire about Chu Yan. Is this your helper? Chu Yan remained silent for a few seconds, shaking his head and replying, I don't know someone who dresses so disgracefully. Yang Qiuji said. Then should I leave? Chu Yan responded. Hey, I was just joking. I've noticed you take things too seriously. Yang Qiuji rolled his eyes. The outfit I threw together casually on the way here doesn't deserve such high standard. Gao Sisong stared at Yang Qiuji and coldly stated, I don't care who you are. I said only someone from Moth's achievements can be verified is allowed to come here, or he'll kill all the hostages. After finishing, Gao Sisong took out his phone, dialed a number, and said coldly, Dear, kill all the hostages at Gangshan North subway station. On the other end, Shin Zhongxua mocked, stop messing around. Your wife has already been drained by me. Gao Sisong was stunned, and after a moment, he hung up, his expression turning cold. Chu Yan stood up, dusting off the ashes from his pants, and said, Kids, Dad, it seems like there are some issues with your relationship with your partner. Yang Qiuji slowly walked over, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chu Yan. Gao Sisong fixed his gaze on the two, asking in a deep voice, Who exactly are you? Yang Qiuji replied, Moth 33, a one-wooden moth. Chu Yan added, Moth 33, a one-scale moth. Gao Sisong was taken aback, his gaze sharpening. No wonder there was always a sense of incongruity during the fight earlier, but your strength seems to be not as terrifying as rumored. Chu Yan patted Yang Qiuji on the shoulder, saying, I've only just joined the organization and am still in the internship period, but this brother here is a genuine tough guy, so be careful not to provoke him. Yang Qiuji interjected, I need to clarify something. Although I could easily kill him at my peak, I can't use my abilities. Chu Yan was startled. Your powers haven't recovered. Then how did you kill those guys? Yang Qiuji shook his head. I have recovered, but the abilities of the wood moth lineage leave DNA traces too easily, and the usage traces of rule techniques and lost relics are also easy to identify. I can't reveal the identity of wood moth during this operation. To be safe, I can only engage in close combat. Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. No worries, I believe you can handle it. Yang Qiuji shot him a glance. Don't think you can slack off. Captain John and the others are coming over soon. We need to finish this quickly. How long do you think it will take? Let me think. The opponent is quite strong, maybe 18 seconds. Alright, I'll set a stopwatch. Gao Sisong's tone was icy. The two of you are completely disregarding me singing in harmony like this. Chu Yan placed his phone in a corner, smiling cheerfully. Not at all, we are 2 against 1. We are clearly taking you very seriously. Yang Qiuji cracked his neck and said lightly, You can take pride in the fact that you are facing 2 moths working together against you. That is a supreme honor. Gao Sisong shouted angrily, Don't underestimate people. He pulled out 53 small flesh balls and used his throwing talent to hurl them violently at the two, a wave of air crashing around them. The small flesh balls expanded in the air, transforming into 53 bowling balls shrouded in heavy black mist and with a thunderous roar they destroyed a large area of shelves raining down on them. Spare me. It hurts. It hurts. Someone, give me a quick end. All the living creatures wailed loudly, echoing in the IKEA, their cries filled with despair. In an instant Chu Yan and Yang Qzi's gazes were calm. Bullet time. The 53 flesh bowling balls froze in midair. The entire scene paused at a tilt. Broken furniture floated in the air. Everything slowed down more than 100 times. Chu Yan and Yang Qiuji moved simultaneously, transforming into dual shooting stars, crossing paths 5 times in a second, nimbly weaving through the gaps between the bowling balls, quickly closing in on Gao Sishong. Gao Sishong was startled, hurriedly raising his flesh, serrated knife, black mist swirling around the blade. Yang Qzi's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly halted, throwing out a bone-chopping knife, the sound of air bursting loudly. The bone-chopping knife spun rapidly, and in an instant flew to the opposite side, severing Gao Sishong's right wrist. Gao Sishong felt intense pain. The flesh-serrated knife fell from his grip, blood gushing from the severed wrist. In the next second, Chu Yan closed in, his dagger flashing as he struck 10 times in a second, the cold arcs of the blades weaving into a net. Swish, swish, swish. Gao Sishong's chest erupted with blood, his fighting spirit ignited to its peak as his left fist swung toward Chu Yan's head, the force of his punch lifting his bangs. Chu Yan vanished to the side, reaching out to grasp his left wrist, biting down hard with his palms simultaneously, revealing Yang Qiuji behind him. Yang Qiuji stepped forward, landing a powerful punch to Gao Sishong's chest. Gao Sishong's chest caved in severely, and he coughed up blood, his vision starting to blur as he staggered back 8 steps. Puffed. A dagger pierced through his back, penetrating his heart. Gao Sishong's eyes widened. Chu Yan stood behind him, swiftly withdrawing the dagger, blood splattering onto his cold face. Beep, beep, beep. The stopwatch on his phone rang. 18 seconds. Moth. 33:01. Gao Sishong mumbled weakly, disbelief written across his face as he slumped to the ground, his pupils gradually dimming. Yang Qiuji picked up the bone-chopping knife and said, I still have to attend a dinner with Director Hu tonight, so I need to hurry back. You can handle the aftermath here, and remember to destroy these guys' brains to prevent them from being used for brain devouring. Chu Yan awkwardly asked, Then how are we going to distribute the hearts of this family? Yang Qiuji replied speechlessly, They're all yours. Are you satisfied? Chu Yan smiled cheerfully. Wood Moth, you are really generous and your fashion sense is excellent. You must be very popular with the girls, right? Yang Qiuji didn't bother to respond to him and turned to leave IKEA. Chu Yan joyfully extracted the hearts from the villains one by one, tallying them up. Gao Sishong plus his 5 children amounted to 4 from the barbaric toe lineage, 1 from the Wormgoo lineage, and 1 from the Strange Hoof lineage. 2 barbaric toe hearts will be sacrificed to the clone mud statue, and the remaining 2 barbaric toe hearts will be kept as reserves. The Wormgoo heart won't be needed for now, so he'll submit that for merit, aiming for a first-class achievement, and later get a piece of meat at a low price. As for the Strange Hoof heart, I won't be using it anytime soon, but I won't submit it either. He'll give it to Xiao Miao, as she worked really hard this time, so I should get her a gift to make her happy. Otherwise, if she complains about being too tired, no one will cook me an egg omelet. Next, Chu Yan rummaged through everyone's bodies, searching for any potential treasures. When he searched Gao Sishong, he found a bronze ring from his jacket pocket, intricately carved with star patterns. This guy actually had a lost relic. Chu Yan's expression brightened, and he immediately tossed the ring relic into his supreme pocket. Then Chu Yan pried open Gao Sishong's mouth, pulling out his gold teeth one by one, and stuffing them into his pocket. He also patted his head, smiling. Tell me you came to kill me, and even brought offerings. That's too elaborate. Make sure to come kill me again in your next life, when you have the time. After looting was complete, Chu Yan took out 6 grenades, pulled the pins, and stuffed them into the mouths of the 6 individuals running into the kitchen and covering his ears to hide. With a loud explosion, 6 heads burst apart, leaving no value for brain devouring. At that moment, a muffled sound came from the depths of the kitchen. Chu Yan was startled, suspecting that there might still be hostages who hadn't escaped, and he followed the sound. The sound was coming from behind a large refrigerator. Chu Yan forcefully moved the refrigerator aside, and when he focused his gaze, he was instantly stunned. Behind the refrigerator was arranged a formation made up of Master Kang's iced tea, a Labubu doll, a pair of AirPods, a cup of tap water floating with a red cigarette butt, and a lottery ticket that hadn't been scratched. Beside the formation, Du Jiayong lay unconscious against the wall, his legs broken at the knees, chained all over, and his mouth taped shut. Chu Yan was quite surprised. Is this a dream? No, before I came here I absorbed a heart, and felt very energetic. Moreover, Mu Chan will come to help me soon. It shouldn't have acted up so quickly. Chu Yan crouched down, tearing off the tape, and gently shook Du Jiayong's shoulder. Wake up, wake up. Du Jiayong opened his eyes hazily, his vision gradually focusing, and drowsily said, Chu. Commissioner. Chu Yan was both shocked and delighted. Oh my, you are really Du Jiayong. The last time I saw you, you were holding your own head. It hasn't been more than an hour since. Then did you come back to life after watching an advertisement? You've got skills. Du Jiaoyang wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, frowned in recollection, and exclaimed with wide eyes, "Be careful of that guy with a mouth full of gold teeth." You mean that Manji gang? He's the one who did this to you. Du Jiaoyang lowered his voice anxiously, saying, "Commissioner Chu, while that Manji gang isn't here, you should leave quickly. That guy isn't an ordinary mature stage cultivator. His strength is extraordinary. You're only in the metamorphosis stage. If you run into him, you're finished." Chu Yan patted his shoulder. "Don't be nervous, I've already killed him." Du Jiaoyang was taken aback. "What?" Chu Yan pulled out 2 golden teeth, smiling, as he said, "Look, I've already pulled out his teeth. If he hadn't died, wouldn't he have bitten me?" Du Jiaoyang's mouth dropped open, too shocked to speak for a long time. Chu Yan reached out, helping him close his jaw. Du Jiaoyang swallowed hard and asked, "How did you?" Chu Yan casually replied, "I've had good luck lately, and acquired several relics. The opponent was careless, so I found the opportunity to kill him." Du Jiaoyang looked stunned. This means you won. That's incredible. Chu Yan said, "Let's put that aside for now. We all saw your decapitated corpse at Wanxiang Tiandi, yet here you are alive. You need to explain what happened. If you can't make it clear, I'm going to sprinkle glutinous rice on you." Du Jiaoyang said bitterly, "I'm ashamed to say, when I first met that person, he chopped off both my legs. I thought I was going to die there, but that person surprisingly invited me to join the sweet home and brought me here. After that..." Chu Yan curiously pressed, "What happened after that?" Du Jiaoyang sighed deeply. "After that, he kept forcing me to call him Dad." Chu Yan puffed. "Sorry, please continue." Du Jiaoyang pouted. "I absolutely refused to call him Dad, which quickly made him lose patience. He knocked me out here, and before I lost consciousness, I heard him say he would take me back and persuade me slowly." Chu Yan laughed. "It seems that corpse was probably fabricated using relics or rules. You really are lucky. When you go back, let Hua Shudong approve a repair agent for you, otherwise your legs will be useless. Blame it on the old ghost John, he will definitely try to avoid responsibility later." Du Jiaoyang smiled bitterly. "The instructor will kill me if he finds out. I might as well exchange my merits for it." "All right." After saying that, Chu Yan stood up, rummaged through the kitchen, and returned with a bowl of glutinous rice, scattering handfuls over Du Jiaoyang. Du Jiaoyang closed his eyes and shouted, "Chu! Commissioner Chu, what are you doing?" Chu Yan said seriously, "I thought about it carefully, but safer to sprinkle some glutinous rice. After all, the ghosts and monsters in movies are quite cunning, and I'm a bit uneasy." Du Jiaoyang. Meanwhile, Chu Yan fell into deep thought. Gao Saizong, as a member of the Manji gang, possessed more rule techniques than the Zhuagu gang, which was definitely unusual. Moreover, he clearly had lost relics, but never used them until his death, which was also very strange. Could it be that he had no usage count? At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the kitchen. Zhan Song, Ruan, and Shun rushed into the Swedish-style restaurant, shouting loudly, "Chu Yan, where are you?" Chu Yan walked out of the kitchen, waving with a smile, "Here, here." Ruan Yonan stepped forward, quickly looking him up and down, worriedly asking, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Chu Yan smiled, "I'm fine, not even in need of a repair agent." Zhan Wufeng looked around cautiously, asking in a serious tone, "Where did that dad go? Did he run away?" Song Siling's eyes lit up. "I know. He must have heard that his wife died and realized the situation was dire, so he fled in a hurry." Shen Zhongque frowned. "If that's the case, then we have a problem. If he comes back one day causing a scene like today, who can stand it?" Chu Yan chuckled. "Don't worry, he's already dead." Zhan Wufeng was stunned. "Dead? Who killed him?" "Don't tell me it." Chu Yan thought for a moment and said, "Basically it was me, but he didn't seem to be in peak condition and he didn't expect that I had relics, so I caught him off guard." Shen Zong's expression turned serious. "Are you sure you're not joking? He was a top-notch mature stage cultivator, a parental figure in the sweet home, and you killed him as a mere metamorphosis stage cultivator." Chu Yan sighed, pulling out a golden tooth and a ring relic, saying, "I have the spoils of war, how could it be fake?" Shen Zhongque and Zhan Wufeng were left speechless. Song Tsilong jumped up, excitedly patting Chu Yan on the back. "Junior brother, you really are something. You actually took down such a strong guy by yourself. You're simply a superhero." Ruan Yonan stared blankly. This kind of cross-stage combat ability, probably even the young generation of the Ruan Shun and Fan families can achieve, right? Zhan Wufeng came back to his senses, saying, "Well, killing him is a good thing. You've done well this time, kid. By the way, how many golden teeth did that bastard have?" Chu Yan won. "Let me check your pocket." "Master just..." Song Tsilong chuckled. "Fortunately, junior brother killed that leader. If he had let him escape, Du Jiaoyang's 2 friends would have blamed us." Chu Yan said, "Speaking of which, I have something to show you all." Everyone was taken aback, following Chu Yan into the kitchen and around to the back of the large refrigerator. Du Jiaoyang was sitting on the ground, smiling shyly. "Hello everyone." "Holy crap. Evil ghost retreat." Song Tsilong shouted angrily, taking the bowl of glutinous rice that Chu Yan handed him and throwing handfuls at Du Jiaoyang's face. Du Jiaoyang looked distressed. "Wait. Ugh, I'm not a ghost." Zhan Wufeng grabbed Song Tsilong by the collar and threw him aside, asking in confusion, "How are you still alive?" Du Jiaoyang spat out a few grains of glutinous rice, and helplessly repeated himself. Shen Zhongxue crossed his arms coldly, saying, "If you're not dead then fine. Just be more careful next time." Ruan Yonan shrugged noncommittal. Song Xilong grinned, "As long as you're not a ghost that's good." Du Jiaoyang smiled shyly. Zhan Wufeng yawned, "Since the matter is settled, let's hurry back. Hui Yuangang is still waiting anxiously, we need to show him what we've accomplished." After saying that, Zhan Songshun and Ruan turned to leave. Chu Yan glanced at Du Jiaoyang's severed legs, unfastened the chains around him, and crouched down in front of him. Du Jiaoyang struggled to climb onto his back, feeling ashamed as he said, "Sorry Commissioner Chu, I'm so useless, and I'm bothering you to carry me." Chu Yan carried him, walking as he said, "Useless? I think you're quite impressive." Du Jiaoyang was taken aback. Chu Yan softly said, "The bandage on your leg can't stop the bleeding. That's not a dressing, it's the Ultraman's oath, right?" Du Jiaoyang nodded blankly. Chu Yan turned back, smiling even after suffering setbacks, still loving life. Such a carefree attitude can only be achieved by true masters of living. Du Jiaoyang's nose turned sour, tears welling up. "Commissioner Chu, if you dare to wipe your tears and snot on my clothes, I'll sprinkle glutinous rice on your wound." Oh. Chu Yan carried Du Jiaoyang on his back as they returned to the Wanxiang Tian complex. En route, side effect struck. Chu Yan mistook the elderly Du for Miao Xiuli and insisted on carrying him through 3 supermarkets, even presenting him with 3 cartons of free-range eggs. Upon arriving safely at their destination, Chu Yan reclaimed the eggs upon waking. When they arrived, Zhan Song, Wan Shun, and others stood at the mall's entrance wearing puzzled expressions, as if bewildered by how the two had vanished mid-journey. On the LG level, bloodstains had been thoroughly cleaned out. 18 black body bags lay neatly arranged on the floor. Du Jiaoyang's corpse remained seated inside the glass display case, cordoned off by police tape. Peng Ling and Ku Jin, Du's friend, sat silently beside the body, heads bowed, the air thick with solemn silence. Zhan Wufeng approached calmly and remarked, "Efficiency is commendable. You've done well." Ku Jin remained silent, merely nodding. Zhan Wufeng added, "Strip the clothing from that corpse. I need to examine it closely for anomalies." Ku Jin abruptly raised his head, voice edged with anger, "He's already dead. What is there left to investigate? Forensic examination will follow in due course. Tampering now is nothing short of desecrating Du Jiaoyang's remains." Peng Ling sighed, deeply tugging gently at Ku Jin's sleeve to calm him. Zhan Wufeng stepped aside and said, "Open your eyes. Look carefully, who exactly is Chu Yan carrying?" From atop Chu Yan's shoulders, Du Jiaoyang poked his head out and grinned mischievously. "I'm back." Ku Jin and Peng Ling stared wide-eyed. Chu Yan produced a handful of glutinous rice grains, 10 yuan per grain, if needed. Ku Jin and Peng Ling sprang to their feet and rushed over, scrutinizing Du Jiaoyang from head to toe, demanding an explanation. Du repeated his account once more. They embraced him tightly, tears streaming down their faces. As Chu Yan's shoulder grew damp with sorrowful weeping, he angrily scattered the entire handful of glutinous rice over the 2 sobbing figures. Through choked sobs, Ku Jin said, "Specialist Chu, thank you for rescuing Jiaoyang. Your extraordinary capability marks you as the most reliable specialist our branch could ever hope to have. I sincerely apologize for my earlier resentment." Peng Ling nodded vigorously, tears flowing unabated. Chu Yan waved dismissively, "Forget it. Brothers like us need no formalities. If you truly wish to thank me, just patronize my glutinous rice business more often." At that moment, Shin Zhongxue approached the imposter Du Jiaoyang and stripped away his upper garment, revealing a golden McDonald's M logo drawn on his back in a viscous yellowish-brown substance. Chu Yan set Du Jiaoyang down and joined Song Xilong and Ruan Yonan, leaning in closely to inspect. Song Xilong sniffed the substance, scraped a trace onto his finger, and tasted it thoughtfully before declaring gravely, "By the authority of this Wolf King, I pronounce it KFC's signature mashed potatoes blended with Dove chocolate." Chu Yan withdrew a tissue and wiped away the potato chocolate mixture. Instantly, white vapor rose from the corpse's surface. The body shrank in size, and the head beside it transformed into that of an unfamiliar man. Chu Yan observed quietly, so it was indeed a rule-based technique. That little sweetie commands far too many such abilities, perhaps linked to that relic ring she wore. Once credit was officially recorded, the ring must be urgently sent to the appraisal division for analysis. Ruan Yonan slipped her arm through Chu Yan's and smiled, "Brother, your performance today was outstanding. You're certain to earn a major commendation." Chu Yan turned toward Zhan Wufeng and grinned, "Master, please draft the report. I can't wait." "What's the rush? I'm writing it right now." Zhan Wufeng sat cross-legged on the spot and pulled out his phone to compose the mission report. 1 minute later, it was successfully transmitted. In the Shenzhen branch director's office, Hui Yuangang sat behind his desk, hands folded, face stern, and opposite him sat Miao Xiuli, still visibly anxious despite her fully healed wounds. A soft knock sounded at the door. "Enter." A male specialist opened the door and stepped inside, holding a mission report. Hui Yuangang's gaze sharpened. Is this Zhang Wufeng's report? The specialist nodded. The instructor confirmed hostages at IKEA and Gangsha North Metro Station have been rescued safely. Du Jiaoyang's death was a misjudgment. He suffered broken legs, but remains alive. Hui Yuangang paused, then exhaled slowly. That's a relief. Miao Xiuli asked anxiously, how is Chu Yan? The specialist smiled. Rest assured, he's unharmed. It was Chu Yan himself who discovered Du Jiaoyang wasn't dead. Miao Xiuli beamed brightly. Wonderful. Hui Yuangang hesitated, then murmured, as for that Gao Sisong. Well, never mind. I suppose he's already fled. So long as Chu Yan is safe, that's all that matters. Surviving intact against senior generation members is achievement enough. Miao Xiuli nodded emphatically in agreement. The specialist added, Director, the report states Gao Sisong was eliminated by Specialist Chu, while the other entity, known as Mother, was neutralized by Instructor Zhan and his team. Hui Yuangang lifted his head sharply, astonished. What did you say? Are you absolutely certain Chu Yan killed? The specialist affirmed firmly. The report explicitly states so, and notes Chu also secured a lost relic and 1 gold tooth, though the actual count of gold teeth remains uncertain. Hui Yuangang took a deep breath and reflected. This young man grows more astonishing with each mission. Aside from Pei Fei Bai, I've never witnessed such consecutive miracles firsthand. Miao Xiuli covered her mouth with both hands, eyes sparkling. Xiao Yan truly did it. How extraordinary. Hui Yuangang smiled. Now that I think of it, we were wise to trust Chu Yan as Director Jiang, and others decided. Otherwise our branch would have lost a formidable asset. Now please place a call for me. I'd like to speak with them directly. Meanwhile, back at the LG level of Wanxiang, Chu Yan and his companion sat beside the body bag, snacking on dried pork strips and chatting idly. Just then Zhang Wufeng's phone rang. He retrieved it and activated speaker mode. Hui Yuangang's voice came through clearly. I've reviewed your report. All of you performed exceptionally, but especially Chu Yan, whose achievements stand unmatched. His recovery of the enemy's heart warrants special commendation. After careful deliberation, the branch has awarded each of you 2 second-class merits, and Chu Yan 1 first-class merit. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. Oh, Director, you're far too generous. Ruan Yonan pinched his cheek and smiled playfully. See, I told you, brother, you'd land a major honor. Song Tsilong exclaimed in awe. Whoa, brother, I've served Sierra for years and earned only 1 first-class merit. You're incredible. Shen Zhongxue nodded calmly. Unexpected, yet entirely justified. Hui Yuangang laughed heartily. Precisely. Given Chu Yan's exceptional performance, the first-class merit is wholly deserved. Chu Yan grinned. Director Hua, if I've done so well, might you spare me an extra dose of regenerative serum? Xiao Miao performed admirably during her protective assignment, and sustained serious injury doing so. As director, surely you won't pretend you didn't notice. Ruan Yonan arched a delicate brow. Hui Yuangang sighed. Ugh, fine. You really do push your luck, just like that hapless master of yours. I should have withheld the first-class merit altogether. Miao Xiuli giggled. Thank you, Xiao Yan. Chu Yan blinked in surprise. Ah, you were here all along. Wait for me at the branch. We'll go to Hema Fresh together to buy eggs. Miao Xiuli replied, cheerfully agreed. Ruan Yonan arched her brow again. Shen Zhongxue watched her reaction with quiet amusement. Hui Yuangang continued. Chu Yan, I'll forward both your recent mission reports to Director Jiang and Pei Fei. Though the Mothman incident has concluded, regular updates on your accomplishments remain vital to ensure leadership fully grasps your strategic value. This benefits you profoundly. Chu Yan replied, understood, entrusted to you then. The call ended. Chu Yan turned back beaming, only to freeze instantly upon seeing his senior sister's icy expression. Ruan Yonan regarded him sidelong. So brother, you lavish generosity on girls, handing out regenerative serum, strolling supermarkets together. Yet when it comes to senior sister, even modeling requires payment. Clearly familial protection holds greater weight than sibling bonds. Shen Zhongxue's smile deepened. Chu Yan straightened up earnestly. Senior sister, you misunderstand me completely. Objectively speaking, your importance to me rivals that of a Sherlock Holmes sequel. Ruan Yonan scoffed softly out. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yan reluctantly produced a gold tooth and declared, senior sister, please accept this. Reserve it strictly for emergencies. Though we've known each other briefly, I've grown fond of this tooth. It's almost like family. I even visit it occasionally. Ruan Yonan rolled her eyes, refused the tooth, and instead seized his arm, biting down hard and refusing to let go. Yipe! Chu Yan sucked in a sharp breath. After a long pause, Ruan Yonan released him, lifted her head, and snapped a glistening thread of saliva before retorting, coolly, consider that your punishment. Next time you act so heartlessly, biting your arm will be the least of your worries. Chu Yan gazed at the crescent-shaped imprint on his arm and sighed. In the end, I was bitten by a member of the Terragotta class. Could this truly be the fate of the Scalafin order? Shen Zhongxue's grin of amused curiosity reached its zenith. Ruan Yonan gave a light huff and extended her hand over that gold tooth. I'll reimburse you at market price. Gold of dubious origin rarely fetches full value, so save yourself the trouble. Chu Yan's eyes gleamed. He produced his entire hoard of gold teeth and handed them over with a beaming smile. Senior sister is beautiful inside and out. I adore you. Zhang Wufeng shot upright and pointed at Chu Yan, roaring with laughter. Ha ha ha. I knew you were hiding more than one. You've been exposed. Chu Yan shrieked, don't come near me. Guangshi, the Cirrus South China branch base. Pei Feibai stood before the regional director's office carrying a bag of KFC takeout and knocked on the door. Please come in. Pei Feibai pushed the door open. Inside the office, director Jiang Yuanjun sat behind. Across from him sat a black man with dreadlocks across tattooed on the back of his hand, clad in a black Supreme hoodie and orange sweatpants. Pei Feibai set the takeout on the table and sat down beside the man. Director Jiang Yuanjun sighed with resignation. Thanks, but you don't have to bring me egg tarts every time. I'm not very fond of sweets. Pei Feibai replied. It is customary to bring a gift when visiting someone's home. Director Jiang glanced at the receipt and sighed. You don't need to always go to Zhujiang Xinqing to buy them. There are branches much closer. Pei Feibai said, someone told me that branch makes the best tarts. Director Jiang, you haven't asked me whether I would like tea, cola, or coffee. Director Jiang was speechless. Pei Feibai added, I'll have a cola. Director Jiang shook his head, opened the small refrigerator by the table, and took out a can of Coca-Cola. I know. This one is specially stocked for you. Take it. Pei Feibai said, I want Pepsi. Director Jiang snapped, slamming the Coke onto the table and bellowing, this is all we have. Take it or leave it. Pei Feibai produced a can of Pepsi from his pocket and smiled. I knew you wouldn't have it. Here, this one I brought just for you. Director Jiang was dumbfounded. The black man laughed heartily. Bro, you never change. Every time I see you, you brighten my day. Pei Feibai turned and asked, Makisi, what brings you here? Director Jiang explained. The Zhushi branch unintentionally birthed a tactical-grade UMA the day before yesterday. Commissioner Makisi intervened and helped contain it. Pei Feibai said solemnly, I see. Thank you. Makisi grinned broadly. Don't mention it. The International Special Commissioner program has just begun. As first-wave members, we must help one another and show results. Only then can we continue to enjoy privileged global resources. Pei Feibai nodded. Makisi asked, by the way, I invited you to Hot Pot last time, but you suddenly flew to Shunshi. Was there an emergency? Pei Feibai replied, I want to help a newcomer out of a scrape. He joined Sierra just last week and during a mission killed a Mothman. Director Jiang wanted to execute him. I stopped Director Jiang. Director Jiang protested. Could you stop painting me as cowardly and malicious? Makisi shrugged. Is that necessary? He added, frankly, I'd back Director Jiang. Mothmen are dangerous. If that kid had died, you'd have been the one left to clean up the mess. Pei Feibai shook his head. I think he will survive. Makisi blinked and then chuckled. Bro, you are hilarious. If that kid survives, it would almost mean he has the makings of a special commissioner like you and me. He continued, a special commissioner refers to those who, after the UMA population explosion, might surpass strategic grade and rank. You know as well as I do how slim the odds are that someone qualifies. Pei Feibai fell silent. Director Jiang turned to the Lenovo screen and said, I just received an email from Hui Yuangang. Seems to be that kid's mission report. Makisi's eyes lit up. Oh, what a coincidence. Let me see. Director Jiang rotated the monitor 90 degrees, opened the message, and the three of them read together. They were stunned. Makisi rubbed his eyes in confusion and said, Jiang bro, pay bro, is my Chinese really that poor? He continued incredulously. In a single day, he completed 2 missions, one killing the eldest son of the second household of the Xinwangma society, while nearly physically exhausted, the other eliminating a parent generation member of Sweet Home, and Yang bro even gave him a student recommendation quota. Pei Feibai nodded. You read it correctly. An astonishing record. Director Jiang said in disbelief. If this email had been from Zhang Wufeng, I'd accuse him of inflating the facts, but Hui Yuangang is reliable. He would never fabricate. Comrade Chu Yan's contributions. Scanning all of SDRA, few have ever achieved this. Director Jiang said, he'll petition the higher-ups later and let Chu decide his own nominee. After all, he's one of our own, and we should respect the wishes of the distinguished contributor. Makisi widened his eyes. Damn, are you sure this newcomer only joined last week? If so, I take back my earlier words. This Chu bro is extraordinary. Director Jiang mused. If he survives, wouldn't that mean our South China branch might gain another special commissioner Makisi stroked his chin, smiling. Whether he can truly grow into a special commissioner is still uncertain, but he has piqued my interest. Pei Feibai smiled. I was not as capable as him at the same stage, at least in some respects. Makisi, intrigued, asked, for example. Pei Feibai replied, social skills. SDRA Shunshi branch. Chu Yan sat in the first-floor lobby grinning at his phone screen. A transfer from his senior sister had arrived. Yuan. Shannon truly deserves the title father of information theory. It makes such sense. Ones and zeros can describe the world, at least they can describe my world. At that moment, Miao Xiuli emerged from the elevator in a deep blue JK uniform, her hair tied into an adorable bun, her pure face beamed with a smile. Chu Yan looked up and waved. Come, I've got a present for you. Miao's Xiaoli's eyes brightened. Really? Chu Yan reached into his designer pocket and produced an IKEA cloth bag. A heart from an ungulate species. Miao Xiuli covered her mouth in surprise. Such a precious thing. Are you really giving it to me? Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. Of course. Miao Xiuli accepted the bag, eyes misting. Xiaoyan, you are so good to me. From now on, whenever you want omuris, I'll make it for you. I can draw anything with ketchup. Chu Yan murmured, actually, sometimes I could make you other things too. Miao Xiuli laughed, covering her mouth. Afterwards, Chu Yan and Miao Xiuli headed to the political affairs office. At window number 3, Miss Luo Ying was busy typing, her eyes weary from work, looking as irritated as before, ready to snap at anyone at a moment's notice. Chu Yan sat down before window 3 and said, hello, I'm here to redeem merits again. Luo Ying turned, her eyes lighting up. Commissioner Chu, you're here. Chu Yan grumbled. Why aren't you changing your face? Never mind. I'm here to exchange merits. No problem, I'll check for you. Luo Ying smiled and typed quickly. A moment later, she widened her eyes. Wait, did I read that right? You actually gained a first-class merit. Chu Yan nodded. Yes. Please convert this first-class merit into 3 second-class merits. Then with my existing second-class merits, use 2 for artifact appraisal, the other 2. If the artifacts have no remaining uses, delegate them for sacrificial entrustment, otherwise exchange them for repair agents. Luo Ying hesitated. Are you sure you want to redeem 2 appraisal services? The appraisal division is professional. 1 appraisal per artifact is usually sufficient. Chu Yan explained, you misunderstand. I'm not asking for duplicate appraisals on the same item. I recently seized 2 new artifacts and don't know how to use either, so I need 2 appraisal opportunities. Luo Ying was astonished. You obtained 2 artifacts in such a short span. This is remarkable. Please wait, I'll handle the operations now. Chu Yan agreed, fine. After a moment, Luo Ying smiled. All set. I have entered everything into the system. You can go to the appraisal division later, they'll be shocked to see you. She added, do you have any other requests? Chu Yan thought for a moment and smiled. I'd also like to ask about the preferential price for purchasing UMA meat with a first-class merit. I recall it was 2 million, or I still can't afford it, but I've earned some money recently and feel I might save enough soon. Luo Ying smiled. It is currently 2 million yuan. Chu Yan's smile faded. Chu Yan protested angrily. Is the branch monitoring my savings? I just earned 1,000 yuan, and now the price of UMA meat has jumped by 2,000. At this rate, I might as well resort to robbery. Miao Xiuli cautiously suggested. Xiaoyan, I still have 3,000 yuan here, why not take it for now? Chu Yan waved his hand. No need, my poverty exceeds your imagination. You should keep that 3,000 as a dowry. Miao Xiaoli's cheeks flushed red, and she mumbled, dowry. That's too soon. Luo Ying looked apologetic. I truly apologize, Officer Chu. The benefits of the first-class merit are offered at a 30% discount off the market price, hence the prices will adjust according to the market. Since UMA became public, the prices of meat have soared, and there are even discussions online about futures trading for UMA meat. Chu Yan lamented, damn financial capital, it's still hunting me down. Luo Ying suggested, why not split your first-class merit into 9 awards? That way you could obtain 5 million yuan. If you save up for a while, you might be able to afford it. Chu Yan sighed. I'm afraid that by the time I gather enough money, you'll increase the prices again. Let's put this matter aside for now. I remember that second-class merit can be exchanged for strategic materials. Oh yeah, I'd like to learn more about that. Alright. Luo Ying handed over a tablet, which displayed various redeemable materials. Stem cell repair agent 1 unit, Yang's inhibitor serum 1 unit, high quality floating corpse 20 units, restricted replica artifact 1 piece, living material sacrifice material 3 units, blood and flesh spore bomb 1 unit. There were several pages in total. Chu Yan looked up and asked, what is this blood and flesh spore bomb? Luo Ying smiled and explained, when the aberrant wood species reaches a tactical maturity level, it gains the ability blood and flesh spore, which causes various organs to grow on the target that comes into contact with the spores. By collecting these spores, the equipment department has created the blood and flesh spore bomb. Chu Yan expressed his respect. The aberrant wood species is truly the god of logistics. Once I earn a few more second-class merits, I must exchange for one to play with. Let's stop here for today. I need to go to the identification department. I'll come back to see your changes next time. Luo Ying smiled. I believe you will soon get what you wish for. I look forward to your performance. After leaving the branch, Chu Yan and Miao Xiuli headed to Hema Fresh, buying a huge amount of ingredients. During the process, Chu Yan's right hand kept trying to steal something, but fortunately his left hand stopped it in time. When they arrived home, he was still the good student. Miao Xiuli carried the ingredients, humming a tune as she entered the kitchen. Soon flames rose from the stove, and kitchen utensils clinked together. As Chu Yan sat on the sofa, he sensed a dangerous gaze. Turning to look, he found the bad woman smiling at him. Chu Yan leaned over and asked cheerfully, "Brother, do you want to make some money?" Chu Yan guarded himself with his arms and asked cautiously, "What are you trying to trick me into?" Chu Yan sweetly smiled. "What are you talking about? How could sister deceive you? Recently one of my classmates recommended a financial project with an annual return of 5, with monthly interest payments. I've already made several thousand. Do you want to join it?" Chu Yan replied, "The exam week is almost over. Are you planning to run off with the money?" "Tis." Chu Yan pointed at his sister and shouted, "You were just shocked, right? Don't think I didn't see that." Chu Yan smiled sweetly. "What are you talking about? I didn't hear anything." Chu Yan sneered. Chu Yan smiled sweetly. "It's so dangerous outside right now. Oh, I already applied for online classes with the professor. How could I run away?" Chu Yan was both angry and shocked. "What? You're not leaving? Who's your professor? I want to complain about him." Chu Yan gritted her teeth and pushed him down on the sofa, straddling his waist and fiercely pinching his face. "Heartless little brat, always attracting bees and butterflies outside, but when you come home, you don't give sister a dime. I'll let you know how terrifying pretty women can be. Help! The bad woman is trying to kill me for my money." After half an hour of intense wrestling, dinner was after the scuffle. Chu Yan was extremely hungry and devoured the Tower Water mother egg fried rice in a flash, generously praising Miao Xiuli, then sat alone on the sofa contemplating ways to make money. Miao Xiuli sat beside him peeling an apple while softly asking, "Still thinking about making money?" Chu Yan nodded. "Yes, tasks aren't always available. Only by earning money can I quickly enhance my strength." Miao Xiuli handed the apple to Chu Yan and smiled. "Have you considered taking bounty missions on the Dark Lamp Network? I used to do that occasionally when I was short on cash." Chu Yan asked curiously, "Can Sierra officers casually take private jobs?" Miao Xiuli explained, "Cooperation between various countries happens quite frequently, but due to bureaucratic obstacles sometimes it's hard to reach a consensus on the methods and conditions of cooperation promptly. In such cases the authorities will choose to release tasks allowing officers to take them privately, which not only improves cooperation efficiency, but also provides officers with an extra source of income. Over time, everyone has tacitly accepted this practice. As long as the task content does not harm the organization's interests, the organization will not pursue responsibility, and if completed well, they may even offer incentives." Chu Yan's eyes lit up. "Such a good deal. Let me see what tasks are available." With that, Chu Yan pulled out his phone, logged into the Dark Lamp Network, and searched for encrypted tasks released by various countries in the Deep City within the next week. Only certified high-profile officers could view them. Soon a task caught his eye. Publisher Supernatural Phenomena Defense Alliance EU SPDU, task date February 7th. 2 days later, task location Pungrue Raffles Hotel Deep City task, reward 150 GBP task content. According to the prophecy of a tactical level lost relic, a master and 2 bachelors from the Blue Blood Oxbridge have escaped to Waxia's Deep City for unknown reasons and may come into contact with 3 members of the Sweet Home. The information only includes the hotel name and date. The task objective is to kill or capture these criminals. Miao Xiuli cheerfully said, "This task looks pretty good. If we earn that 1500 GBP, we'll have enough money to buy the meat." "Xiaoyan, are you planning to take it on?" Chu Yan pondered. "I can take it, but what exactly is Blue Blood Oxbridge? It sounds quite strange." Miao Xiuli explained, "This is the largest domestic illegal organization in Europe, originally named Blue Blood Oxbridge. It was founded by students from Oxford and Cambridge universities as a student union. At its inception, Blue Blood Oxbridge was created to protest against Oxford and Cambridge for lowering admission standards for impoverished areas, thereby polluting the academic environment and losing many classical traditions. Besides that, it is also a high-level academic research group long aiming for international awards like the Nobel Prize, Turing Award, and Fields Medal." Later, Blue Blood Oxbridge came into contact with UMA, and the members became increasingly fanatical, somehow evolving into an illegal organization. Even today, this organization still retains many traditions of Oxford and Cambridge, placing great importance on knowledge and intelligence with a strong bias against degrees. Only graduates from universities ranked in the top 100 by QS are eligible to join. The members of the organization are categorized into 6 levels: principal, dean, professor, doctor, master, and bachelor, and they address each other with the corresponding title, including those below the doctor level. Chu Yan responded, "Got it, a group of university students driven mad by studying." Miao Xiuli chuckled. "That's a fitting summary. Those people are indeed like pesky cicadas, both bad and eccentric. So Xiaoyan, do you plan to take on this task?" Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. "Of course I will accept it. Aren't they just a bunch of evil college students? Watch me, a righteous high school student, how to defy authority." Miao Xiuli pondered for a moment and said, "If uncle and aunt and my sister don't go out the day after tomorrow, I'll accompany you to complete the task. It's safer that way, Rest assured, all the task rewards will belong to you. Chu Yan's pupils shook and he held Meow's shoulders with both hands, saying affectionately, "My dear little Meow Qingmei, according to Xiangnong, you are simply my whole world." Meow Shiuli gasped, her face flushed, and she jumped up hurriedly, slipping into the kitchen and shutting the door with a bang. Chu Yan raised an eyebrow, running away so fast, just like an antelope, truly full of vigor. "Forget it, let's take the task first." After saying this, he clicked on his phone and anonymously accepted the task. Immediately after, Chu Yan casually scrolled to the trending posts section, checking the hot topics one by one. On February 2nd, a murder case occurred in Huaxia City with a total of 43 victims. The manner of death extremely bizarre, possibly the work of ability users. On February 3rd, 4 superpowered robbers broke into the Louvre and stole the Regent Diamond, whereabouts unknown to this day. On February 5th, the winged cicada appeared in North America, attacking a BPRD strategic materials warehouse, slaughtering 12 BPRD agents, including a tactical level agent, and stealing a batch of aberrant stem cell repair agents worth hundreds of millions. At this moment, a post was pushed to the top 10. In the early hours of February 5th, the Crazy Thursday team of 5 successfully protected Yang Xiuji at the Shiko Pier in Shenzhen, while the scale cicada emerged to suppress the elite of the new Wangma Association. The achievements of exterminating moths can be verified, defeating the second son of the second house with extreme physical strength. Chu Yan clicked in, and a flood of comments appeared. Jack the Ripper, while the most mysterious scale cicada has appeared. By the way, is exterminating moth going against the heavens? Killing young Master Han with extreme physical strength. This is likely a master with a relic for protection. Deadshot, his exterminating moth is getting more and more exaggerated. Killing young Master Han is one thing, but with extreme physical strength, did he accidentally take someone out while sleeping? Fat Dragon, I even think this is quite normal for exterminating moth. If he were to kill a mature boss, that would be something to look at. Charging Demon Ball. Fat Dragon, dying of laughter. How did you become an exterminating moth fan? Exterminating moth is still in the primitive stage, at most a transformation stage. Why not let him go kill a tactical level 1? You have wept urgently. Charging Demon Ball, how do you talk? He has already killed a master of the sky moth people. What does maturity mean? Tomorrow he can directly take out a strategic level 1. Skull Island, you have wept urgently. You made me laugh, you little rascal are so bad. Just say you want exterminating moth to kick the bucket. AGNC, you guys can only tap your keyboards. It doesn't mean he can't handle the mature stage just because he hasn't killed one. If it were you at the same time, you probably couldn't even handle a transformation stage right. In my opinion, at most another month exterminating moth will be able to match mature stage masters. Bai Sha Beihai Han Han is NPC. Han de Qinjin, how do you feel about exterminating moth killing your Han Han is NPC. I applaud while watching. Exterminating moth is the best. Go exterminating moth. Kill a mature stage soon, so they all shut up. Chu Yan sighed. These cute little ones are just as lively as ever. At this time, another post was pushed to the top 10. On February 5th at noon, the parents of the Sweet Home members took hostages at IKEA Furniture City. The achievements of exterminating moths can be verified, and after that the Sweet Home was completely wiped out, suspected to be annihilated by the achievements of exterminating moths. Deadshot, wait, within a day he killed young Master Han, and then the parents of the Sweet Home is exterminating moth cheating. Also, can you the moderator stop releasing messages piecemeal? Are you deliberately trying to increase the comment section's activity? Fat Dragon, you have wept urgently. Charging Demon Ball. Skull Island, come on, finally. It's my turn to slap your faces. What did you just say? You have wept urgently. We were just discussing normally. Why take it so seriously? Charging Demon Ball. Then it's fine. Skull Island, no, he was being chased by the Grey Passport the other day. How can he kill a mature stage today? Is this reasonable? The ender of doctor-patient relationship. TSK. Tisk, some people are useless and can never imagine the heights that successful people can reach. It's a wolf, not a dog. Junior brother is awesome. Meow Meow is not meow meow. Some people have been slapped in the face several times, yet they still don't learn their lesson. Han Han is NPC. Exterminating moth. Exterminating moth, you are so powerful. Do you have time the day after tomorrow? Would you like to join our offline party? There will be many beautiful ladies and handsome guys. Positive energy painter. Han Han is NPC. Don't think about it. He has plans to go out with me the day after tomorrow. No time. Moreover, your second brother wanted to kill him this morning, and tonight you want to have fun with him. To put it in our master's words, you are simply a talent. Chu Yan was enjoying reading the comments when he suddenly received a message from his senior sister. Ruan Yonan, are you free the day after tomorrow after school? Senior sister can pick you up, then you can accompany senior sister to shop in the port city. My membership points at K11 and Simsha Sui are about to expire. It would be a shame not to spend them. Sorry senior sister, I accepted a task on the Dark Lantern Network, and it just happens to be the day after tomorrow. Ruan Yonan, that's perfect. Senior sister will accompany you to complete the task, and you don't need to share the reward with senior sister. Just treat senior sister to a barbecue. Thank you senior sister, but no need. Little Meow said she would accompany me, and the two of us should be enough. After 10 minutes, Wan Yonan sent a reply, "Sorry, junior brother, just now my phone had a glitch, and actually altered your reply, rejecting senior sister on your behalf. I smashed my phone, got a new one, can you reply once again?" Chu Yan, what a malicious phone daring to tamper with my senior sister. What I meant was that with just me and Meow Shioli, we might not have enough manpower, and will need to rely on senior sister to guide us. Wan Yonan, no problem. Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to look. The kitchen door opened a crack, and Meow Shioli peeked out with one eye, quietly watching this way. Meow Shioli whispered, "Little Yin, is Wan Commissioner looking for you?" Chu Yan raised his thumb. Senior sister said she would go with us to complete the task the day after tomorrow, so we can be more assured in completing it. Meow Shioli pouted, "Oh fine." Returning to his room, Chu Yan locked the door, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes to meditate on the desert pyramid. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing before the celestial staircase. The crimson sky spread out, the black sun hung high, and the cawing of crows echoed in the sky. Chu Yan quickly ascended the stairs, reached the top of the pyramid, and entered the temple. Beside the 8 giant clay tablets, Shui Cicada, Ji Cicada, and Mu Cicada were gathered together, observing something. Shui Cicada turned his head first, smiling and nodding, "Long time no see." Mu Cicada clasped his hands behind his back, nodding to greet him. Ji Cicada turned around, eyes brightening. "Scale Cicada, I saw the post on the Dark Lantern Network. You suppressed so many people from the new Wangma Association alone, so cool. When I did my first task, I was scared, and I didn't even dare to reveal my identity." Chu Yan walked over to everyone, and said, "Thank you, but I was just lucky to encounter a bunch of cute ones. By the way, what are you all doing?" Ji-chan grinned. "Wasn't there a post about E-chan on the Dark Lantern Network, just now? We are currently looking at the task posted by Gu-chan for her." "No. 2. 5 OI BPRD California Strategic Storage. A batch of aberrant stem cell repair agents is about to be stored, guarded by 1 tactical level primitive and 11 restricted levels. The mission objective is to seize this batch of repair agents as much as possible and transport them to Las Vegas within 5 days, delivering them to the general manager of MGM, Grand John Hansen." Ji-chan shook his head and sighed. "TSK Tisk, E-chan has such a bad temper, killing so many people every time. Can't she be a bit more peaceful?" Chu Yan curiously asked. "Last time when I came, Gu-chan hadn't released this task yet, but during this time I haven't received any task signals. Why is that?" The good woman Shui-chan smiled and said, "It's probably because E-chan has been lurking here. As soon as the task was released, she immediately accepted it, so the pyramid didn't have time to notify others." Chu Yan nodded. "That makes sense. Last time I intercepted a task, she said she would stuff a mouse in my pants." Shui-chan chuckled. "How did you respond?" Chu Yan replied, "I said to stuff it in Ji-chan's pants instead. He loves rewarding himself like that in private." Shui-chan burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, I support that." Ji-chan was astonished. "Hey, didn't you say last time that you wanted to stuff a cat in your pants?" Mu-chan shook his head and said, "Who told you to be so unreliable? You made a troublesome persona for Lin-chan. At this rate, you could gather all 12 zodiac animals in your pants." Ji-chan looked bitter. "Is my pants a zoo?" The others burst into laughter. "Are you discussing me?" Yi-chan appeared at the temple's entrance, arms crossed, looking displeased and speechless. Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. "We were praising you for completing the task beautifully, but your methods were too gentle, not like you at all. You didn't even stuff any mice in their pants." Yi-chan replied coldly, "Are you mocking me for being too brutal? At that time, I gave them a chance to move the repair agents in front of me within a minute, yet they insisted on fighting. What does that have to do with me?" Chu Yan asked. "So they didn't listen, which is why you didn't reward them with mice." Yi-chan rolled her eyes, quickly walked towards the pile of containers, reached for something, and then disappeared on the spot. Chu Yan turned to the other 3 and asked, "I'm just here to collect my reward. What about you?" Mu-chan replied, "Me too." Shui-chan shrugged. "I'm here to post a task." Ji-chan raised his hand. "I'm here to take it." Shui-chan facebombed. "Damn, the task failed." Ji-chan was bewildered. "I haven't even taken it yet." Chu Yan laughed, turned towards the pile of containers, and silently recited, "A method to rid of the Mothman, reincarnation, and revenge," reaching into a stone jar. After a moment, he pulled out a clay tablet engraved with cuneiform inscriptions. The tablet exploded, turning into light spots and dissipating. Meanwhile, Ji-chan, Mu-chan, and Shui-chan also completed their respective tasks. Chu Yan waved goodbye to the 3, felt a shift in his heart, and exited the desert pyramid. Opening his eyes, he reached out to touch a napkin beside his pillow, which bore the logo of Luck and Coffee. Before February 8, 2026, 2029, go to Happy Valley, Shenzhen. You must prepare at least 2 pieces of restricted grade barbaric toe meat or an equivalent energy barbaric toe heart. Note you must go alone. Chu Yan was taken aback, raising an eyebrow, thinking, such vague information, is it because the task difficulty isn't enough? After earning the reward, I can't afford a piece of barbaric toe meat, and with 2 barbaric toe hearts from Sweet Home, I would only need 1 more. The task the day after tomorrow might cover that. However, this means that my advancement will be delayed again. But at the same level, UMA's power far exceeds that of humans. Perhaps enriching combat methods is more useful than advancement. Knock knock, someone knocked on the door. Chu Yan opened his palm to swallow the napkin, erasing it, and then went to open. The bad woman Chu Yan stood at the door wearing delicate light makeup, her winered long hair damp, dressed in a thin silk camisole nightgown that accentuated her curves. Chu Yan squinted suspiciously. I've noticed you've been locking the door a lot lately, and always look so lethargic. Honestly, are you hiding something shameful in your room? Chu Yan calmly replied. If you had my job, you'd be lethargic too. As for locking the door, it's just to keep a certain female thief out. I don't believe you. Let me check your trash can. If you're looking for food, go to the kitchen. Chu Yan glared and pinched Chu Yan's cheek. You dare to speak such disrespectful words to your sister. I see you've grown wings. Can such dirty things be given to my sister? Chu Yan grinned and protested loudly. You don't even peel the skin when you eat apples, how can you say that? Chu Yan was taken aback, letting go and asking, are you talking about apple peels? What else? The sister looked into the room. The trash bin by the bed was spotless, containing only a few red Fuji apple peels. Chu Yan withdrew her gaze, looking skeptical. You have so many beauties around you, yet your trash can only has apple peels. Are you really a teenage boy? Chu Yan replied. In your eyes, is a teenage boy a very bad species? All men are a very bad species, at least towards pretty girls. Then can you explain why you put on makeup after taking a shower? It's my personal rule, I never expose my bare face. This way bad men will willingly give me money, but can't even hold my hand. Shut up, bad woman. Chu Yan rolled his eyes, sent Chu Yan away, locked the door, and lay back on the bed. After school tomorrow, I need to talk to Zhang Shirbois about being Professor Yang's student. I believe he will be very— Speaking of which, I just took down the golden tooth sweetie today, and in 2 days I have to deal with the sweeties again. If this continues, will all the sweeties come to take revenge on me? After this time, the next ones will definitely be stronger than the golden tooth sweetie. It might be his brother or sister. As long as it's not a grandparent sweetie, it's fine. Sigh, if only there were a genealogy for the sweeties, at least I would know who is coming next. In a villa within Xiaomi Lake No. 1 community's 6 members of Sweet Home sat on the sofa in the living room, facing a woman in her 40s sitting coldly in a grand chair. Old 7 Daniu exclaimed angrily, Mom, that moth annihilation record is too much. Not only did it kill 4th brother, 5th brother, and 6th brother, chapter 32, but it also killed Uncle Gao Song. We can't just let this go. The other 5 grandchildren nodded in agreement. Xiao Muci opened her eyes and said slowly, we must avenge your uncle and aunt, but right now your grandmother's plan is at a critical point. We cannot risk losing more brothers and sisters. The 6 grandchildren sighed in unison. Xiao Muci said calmly, the day after tomorrow you will go to complete the transaction with Blue Blood Bowl Sword. This will complete the most crucial step of the plan, and when it concludes, it will be the day we avenge your uncle and aunt. Understood. On the following afternoon at Shunshur Experimental High School, Chu Yan finished his duty and walked to the clubroom on the 4th floor, pushing the door open. The classroom was plunged in darkness. The projector cast the words, Pang's Avengers Alliance, onto the screen, and the blackboard was plastered with black and white UMA files and photographs. Lu Yingying, Zhang Shirbois, and Pang Shuyuan sat before the podium. Each desk held a laptop along with Baichi chocolate sticks and Dongfang Shai drinks. Chu Yan took a seat beside them, produced a lunchbox from his backpack, set it on the desk, and opened it. Inside was Omuris, its surface adorned with ketchup in the likeness of the Madagascar Darwin bark spider, famed for weaving the world's largest webs and excelling at catching moths. A lucky design crafted by Xiao Miao Qingmei. Chu Yan ate with relish, feeling blessed. Zhang Shirbois said helplessly, I've wanted to complain for ages. Can't we turn on the lights? Pang Xuan wagged a finger. Of course not, darkness makes the atmosphere. Zhang sighed deeply. Lu Yingying grinned. Since Chu Yan is here, let's begin today's club activities. Chu Yan interjected. Wait a moment. Before we begin, I have a question. Do you know the Mei Ao Yang Research Institute? Lu and Pang shook their heads. Zhang adjusted his glasses. Do you mean the institute jointly founded by Professor Chongxi Mei Ao and Professor Yang Qiuji? Chu Yan was surprised. You actually know of it? Zhang nodded. I've been following that institute for a long time. At first I thought it was a routine biochemical research center, Zhang explained, but after UMA became public they updated their website, and I discovered they specialize in UMA research and their achievements are world-class. Lu asked with curiosity, you know so much. Are you trying to join them? Zhang nodded. I have thought. Pang patted his shoulder, laughing. Excellent, true to our alliance's academic pillar. When you become dean, our alliance's influence will only grow. Zhang shook his head. You're imagining things. I've long given up on joining the Mei Ao Yang Institute. Chu raised an eyebrow. Care to explain why? Lu persisted. Yes, your grades are so good, why give up? Zhang sighed. In the second year of middle school, I took an IQ test at a hospital. The global average is 100, and I have a mere 162. Pang called out in mock admonition, Zhang Sherbois. Warning number 1, then warning number 2, and warning number 3. Chu applauded vigorously. Congratulations, President, on securing a triple kill. Zhang was speechless. Lu covered her mouth, giggling uncontrollably. Zhang pressed his brow. Hear me out. An IQ of 162 sounds high, but by the normal distribution it is about 1 in 30,000. If theoretically Shunshur alone would have roughly 600 such people. But the Mei Ao Yang Institute admits only 15 students a year, and Professors Yang and Mei Ao are among only 2 top scholars worldwide. In that context, a 162 IQ does not confer a decisive advantage. Moreover, UMA is a field of global focus. To enter the Mei Ao Yang Institute, mere brilliance is insufficient. One must possess an extraordinarily strong background. Given how few places there are, even the CIRA Director General might find their influence inadequate. Pang smirked. Your point has merit, but your earlier remark went too far, so the warning stands. Lu comforted him. It's okay. Even if you can't get into the Mei Ao Yang Institute, there are other institutes. Zhang smiled. Don't worry, I've come to terms with it. UMA is a booming field now. Other universities will surely offer specialized courses. As for the Mei Ao Yang Institute, not every dream is realized, he continued. If I achieve some modest success later, perhaps I'll meet Professor Yang at a conference. That would satisfy me, for he is my idol. Lu and Pang sighed. Chu asked, if I said I could get you to be Professor Yang's student, would you treat me to a semester of Baichi chocolate sticks? The 3 of them froze. Zhang bewildered. What do you mean? Chu spread his hands literally. I took leave yesterday to carry out a mission. My assignment was to protect Professor Yang. By a twist of fate, I ended up killing the murderer who had killed Professor Mei Ao, and Professor Yang awarded me a recommendation slot. Zhang stared in shock. Are you serious? Lu covered her mouth, eyes wide with astonishment. Pang stood stunned, mouth agape. Chu pulled out his phone and placed a video call. He'll have Professor Yang tell. After 3 beeps, the call connected. Yang Qzi's face appeared on the screen, the background the rear seat of a stretch limousine. Yang smiled. Chu Yan, is there something amiss? Chu gave a thumbs up. I've arranged a recommendation, but the fellow worships you so much he wouldn't believe me. I had to have you speak to him personally. Chu turned the screen toward Zhang. Zhang fumbled with his glasses, palms sweaty, beginning to stammer. He blurted, Professor Yang, I am Zhang Sherbois. Every paper you've posted on the Institute website, I have read. I do not always understand them, but each one is breathtaking. Oh, by the way, I was born in 2008. I have a foundation in Python, and see, my mathematics may be lacking, but I can cram. Chu leaned into the frame. Professor Yang, trust me. He is not usually this flustered. He has no supernatural powers. He won gold in math contests, and he has an IQ of 162. That should meet the requirements, right? Zhang frantically tidied his hair. Yang smiled. The young man sounds excellent. His temperament resembles my younger self. I look forward to working with you. Zhang's face flushed as he exclaimed, Yais, Professor Yang. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I will cherish it. The call ended. Lu leaned toward Chu and whispered, It's uncanny. I've never seen Zhang Sherbois so. Chu remarked casually, Indeed. It's exactly like when I got revenge on your father. Lu blushed, puffed, and playfully pounded Chu's shoulder. Pang exclaimed excitedly, My goodness, Chu Yan, you are incredible. Something even the CIRA Director General couldn't accomplish you did with ease. You are our alliance's deity. Zhang looked at Chu, overcome with emotion. Chu Yan, I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. Chu gave a thumbs up. What thanks? You are our alliance's designated warning recipient. As the one who issues warnings, how could I not help you? Study hard under Professor Yang, Chu added, and later bring me some free simulated relics, repair serums, and other high-tech items to use. Zhang nodded earnestly. No problem. Pang chuckled. To celebrate our alliance's growing influence, let's have a fried chicken party today. It's on me. Lu raised her hand and cheered hooray. Zhang remained lost in bliss, grinning without end. Chu stood and said, Generous of you, President. May your harem grow plentifully. But I have business to attend and must visit the branch. I only came today to speak about the Institute. Pang sniffed. Fine, we'll hang out next time. Chu nodded, thinking to himself that those 2 relics should have been appraised by now, and he was curious about their functions. Especially that ring, it must possess extraordinary effects. At the Shunshur branch, Chu Yan rode the elevator to the 5th floor, approached Zhang Wufeng's office, and pushed the door. Zhang Wufeng sat behind his desk. Opposite him were Song Tsilong and Ruan Yonan. Song was busy duo streaming with the streamer Yun Yun, while Ruan sketched on a graphics tablet. Ruan looked up at the sound and waved with a smile. Junior brother, you're here. Come sit. Zhang, annoyed, said, Every day you show up and make a racket. Are you trying to throw a party in my office? Chu Yan sat beside them and teased senior sister. The party is about to start. Why hasn't senior brother Shin arrived? Ruan smiled. That blockhead is having surgery today. but he should be able to make next week's Old John's office swimsuit party. Old John not permitted to attend edition. Song howled in delight. Yin wasn't that dragon steel epic. The streamer replied, Wolf King brother, you're amazing. If you could give me a glory crystal, that would be even better. He chuckled, no problem. Later, can you show me your legs again? The streamer cooed, oh Wolf King brother, you're so naughty. Just legs. Want to see something else? Jean muttered. I really want to kill you all. Chu Yan placed a box of egg tarts on the desk and grinned, Master, don't be mad. My relics. Jean rolled his eyes, opened a drawer, and produced 2 relics, 2 appraisal reports, and an aberrant with stem cell repair serum, tossing them onto the desk. Chu Yan picked up one of the reports and began to read it together with senior sister. RLR 1138, Guardian Leaf Necklace Appraisal Report. Category Jimu Class. Sacrifice Class Mijiao Class. Sacrificing 1 restricted tier. UMA Flesh allows 3 uses. 1 restricted tier. Heart allows 1 use. Natural Predator Class ED Class. Function when worn. RLR 1138 can upon an imminent attack form a close-fitting protective shield by will that blocks all physical attacks for 1 minute. If the attack's force is sufficient to kill the wearer, the shield will immediately fail after absorbing it. It cannot withstand attacks that exceed the restricted tier. Remaining uses 2. Chu Yan said with delight. It seems the information I provided still helped the appraisal department. After this identification, there are 2 uses left. Ruan clicked her tongue and reflected. That Han fellow is oddly favored to be able to carry such a fine protective item. A cultivator in metamorphosis facing him would be in serious trouble, though luckily junior brother is formidable. Jean glanced at them and said calmly, that necklace is good, but Gao Sisong's ring is even more valuable. I almost pretended to have lost it so I could keep it for myself, but in the end I was too soft-hearted. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. He immediately stowed the necklace relic, took the other report, and read it carefully. RLR 5324, Hypnosis Ring Appraisal Report. Category Shenlin Class. Sacrifice Class Shuiguai Class. Sacrificing 1 restricted tier. UMA Flesh allows 3 uses. 1 restricted tier. Heart allows 1 use. Natural Predator Class Emo Class. Function if the target has been unconscious or dead for no more than 5 minutes, and the brain has not been severely damaged. RLR 5324 can be used to hypnotize the target for 5 minutes. During that time, the target will obey any command issued by the user. After 5 minutes, whether the target regains consciousness depends on their physical condition. Cannot hypnotize individuals above the restricted tier. Remaining uses 1. Ruan's expression tightened as she pinched Chu Yan's cheek. Oh no, you've gotten your hands on something dangerous. From now on you mustn't use this thing to trick pretty girls into bed, understand? Chu Yan replied. Senior sister, have you been drawing hypnosis themes lately? Besides, what could you possibly do in 5 minutes? Ruan said slyly. Oh, young in years but big in mouth. You'd better not be bragging. Song put down his phone, leaned in to read the report, and said earnestly, Junior brother, could senior brother borrow your hypnotic relic for a while? Chu Yan was alarmed. Senior brother, that idea sounds dangerous. You could end up in prison. Song paused, puzzled, and murmured, stealing and eating Shin Mutis imported liqueur chocolates. Is that serious? Chu Yan clutched his chest and lamented, damn it, associating with lewd illustrators and wicked women has soiled my heart. Chu Yan clutched his chest and lamented, damn it, associating with lewd illustrators and wicked women has... Jean, silent beside them, said, you lot are something else. This relic is so powerful, and yet all you can think about are matters of lust. Song scratched his head. Matters of lust? Which mouths? Do you mean the mantle opening of the Shenlin class? Jean ignored him and continued, possessing this ring means you can compel others to teach rule techniques. He went on, over time, even those not from the Rugu class or the Ruan Shun and Fan families can become masters of rule techniques. That Gao Zisong, speaking purely of basic combat strength, is roughly on par with Du Jiayang. His standing among the mature cultivators is owed to this very ring. You must understand, when confronting UMA, a diversity of methods can matter more than rank. From that viewpoint, the ring's practical value is comparable to a mid to low tier tactical relic. Song's eyes widened. Wow, junior brother, you've just struck gold. Chu Yan grinned, wiped the ring with his sleeve, and carefully slipped it into his supreme Nike pocket. A light knock sounded at the door. Jean roared, if you're here to party, get out. If you have serious business, come in at... The door opened a crack, and Miao Shioli poked her head in to look, hair tied in cute buns, her young face full of... She trembled. I'm here for the operation meeting. I don't want to die. Chu Yan rose to open the door and smiled. Ignore that roaring old man. He's just sulking because he wasn't qualified to join the swimsuit party. Miao looked bewildered. A swimsuit party? Ruan propped her chin and teased. Little Miao has such a slim figure and pale, tender skin. In the swimsuit, I pick a few classic poses will definitely charm the entire branch. Miao asked in confusion, what are classic poses? Does the peace sign count? Jean warned, If you really throw a party in my office, he'll snap and die right here. Chu Yan quipped, holding a swimsuit party at your own funeral. Master is very rock and roll. Song held plaintively, Master don't die. By the way, can I invite Yin Yin to the party? Jean sighed. I never thought the day would come when I'd have to be the patient Tang Sanzang. It ba take me. Chu Yan invited Meow to sit. Come, let's talk business. Meow sat beside him, stealing a glance at Ruan's chest, and then at her own with a rueful expression. Chu Yan said, tomorrow's mission members of Lan Xuan Yo Jian and Tiemi Jiyuan will meet at the Pingrualai Fusher Hotel. We need to devise a way to slip past their surveillance, infiltrate the hotel, and locate their position. Ruan frowned slightly. The hotel has so many rooms, we can't go in and check each one. That would be... Meow curled her lip. Also, if we start fighting inside the hotel, it's easy to injure innocent guests. If those criminals take hostages, it will become very thorny. Jean snorted derisively. You're already at a loss before the mission begins. Without me, you lot aren't very capable. If you're willing to give me half the reward, I might be willing to offer some ideas. Ruan rolled her eyes. Chu Yan considered for a few seconds, and said, I have some ideas. Wan Yonan and Miao Shili both turned their gazes to Chu Yan. Chu Yan said, first, whatever they intend to discuss, privacy is paramount. The most private rooms in the entire hotel would be the Wanan Presidential Suite or the Tianji Presidential Suite, and only a room large enough can hold so many people on both sides. Secondly, Lanshuan Yo Jian and Tiemi Jiyuan likely do not fully trust one another. After all, both factions have notoriously bad reputations. If I were those malignant scholar elites, I would insist on choosing the meeting place myself, and inform Tiemi Jiyuan only on the day of the meeting, so they could not use local allies to lay traps in advance. Lanshuan Yo Jian is a European force whose members are almost all foreigners. We can check with the hotel whether either presidential suite was reserved by foreigners. If not, perhaps a local handled the booking for them. But if a foreigner actually reserved it, then it is very suspicious. Even forged passports are no obstacle. After all, a blonde, blue-eyed man is unlikely to be named Li. Miao's Zyula's eyes brightened. Makes sense. Presidential suites are seldom booked. If one happens to be reserved by a foreigner for tomorrow, there's probably something fishy. Ruan Yonan asked, what about the hostage situation? Evacuating early would tip them off. If we evacuate after the fighting begins, ordinary people certainly cannot escape. Chu Yan smiled. Senior sister, have you forgotten I possess the Wuxian Tubin Infinite Drawing Board? If we storm the room and immediately use that relic, it will bind the enemy for 15 minutes. By the time the relic expires, the battle will undoubtedly be over. Ruan Yonan smiled. Reasonable as expected of the junior brother for thinking things through. It seems your fee won't include you this time, Jean Wufing. Bothered by that. Jean Wufing frowned and clicked his tongue. Damn, this kid's head is as irritating as an egg tart spiked with zircon. Chu Yan, could you say something flattering for a change? Miao Shioli called the logistics department to contact the hotel and check the presidential suite bookings. They discovered that the Wanan presidential suite had indeed been reserved by a foreigner named Hanmier Shamisi. Chu Yan said this allows us to tentatively conclude that Lanshuan Yo Jian and Tiemi Jiyuan will meet in the Wanan presidential suite, though it would be prudent to verify this on site. Miao Shili asked, what identity should we assume to infiltrate? Ordinary friends traveling together. Wan Yonan shook her head. If we look like Jean Wufing. She continued, joking aside, posing as ordinary friends might pass, but a handsome young man accompanied by two stunning women hardly seems like just friends. It would be better to invent 3 more plausible personas. Jean Wufing. Chu Yan's lip twitched. That may be, but I have an ominous premonition. Chu Yan added, Senior sister, what persona do you intend for me? Wan Yonan smiled. At first, a diligent youth who after a tawdry awakening opens the door to a new world and becomes a super philanderer, perversely decadent and excessively indulgent. The illegitimate scion of a wealthy house. Chu Yan protested, Senior sister, a warning. Damn, this is not a fan club. Wan Yonan tossed her golden hair and smiled. As for me, roughly a spiteful yet undeniably beautiful and experienced Bait-style cosplayer livestreamer intent on polishing her resume abroad by studying in the UK, returning as a socialite to marry into a wealthy family and rake in money. Chu Yan clasped his fists. How could long sentence chanting be another superpower of the Yima gang? Miao Shili pointed at herself and blinked. And me. Wan Yonan considered a few seconds, then said earnestly, a pure defeated childhood sweetheart who witnessed her childhood friend fall into ruin, with a seductive temptress helpless, yet still secretly in love, ultimately used and abandoned in disgrace. Jean Wufing muttered, I suspect you're sneaking personal baggage into this. Miao Shili whispered, you said she witnessed the childhood friend. What was the rest? Chu Yan patted Miao's shoulder and sighed. Don't say it, it's unlucky. In short, be the rakish rich heir bringing 2 beauties to a risque party. The rest you can play naturally as yourself. Miao Shili blinked in confusion and then nodded. Oh, very well. Chu Yan rose. That concludes our discussion for now. Let's go prepare costumes and props. Zhang Wufeng also stood stretched and said, "Damn, after listening to you chatter my head is about to explode. I'm going home to sleep." After everyone left, Song Zilong scratched his head and mumbled, "After all that talk, when exactly does the swimsuit party start?" The next day at noon, on Dongbin Road beside the street. Inside a Bentley Mulsanne, Chu Yan sat at the wheel dressed in a Loro Piana camel sweater and white trousers with Supreme Nike sweatpants layered beneath, looking through the window toward the main entrance of the Pengrualai Fusher Hotel. In the rear seat, Wan Yonan wore a white off-shoulder bodycon dress that accentuated the curve of her neck, long legs sheathed in black stockings, red lips arresting, and her hair scented the air with a bewitching fragrance. Miao Shioli sat beside her in a sky-blue JK uniform and Mary Jane shoes. Her graceful calves were wrapped in over-thinny white stockings, and a heart-shaped garter hugged her right thigh. At that moment, 3 white men in British suits stepped out of a taxi. The leader carried a briefcase as they walked toward the hotel's main entrance. Chu Yan's gaze hardened. It must be them. When we go to the front desk to check and follow the script and test them with our lines, and try to be as natural as possible. Wan Yonan smiled faintly. Don't worry, senior sister has plenty of experience with this sort of scene. Miao Shioli inhaled 3 deep breaths, her expression resolute. Chu Yan opened the door and stepped out, looping his left arm around Wan and his right around Miao. He emitted an old money chuckle as they swaggered into the hotel lobby. For a moment, many guests cast glances their way. Some astonished, some envious, some asking for styling tips, some jealous mutters, and a few who wished to be included. The lead white man stood at the front desk and glanced back once, showing no reaction. Chu Yan, arm around the 2 women, strode up to the man and said to the front desk clerk, "Brother, help us check in. The double bedroom we reserved yesterday is under the name he." Wan Yonan nestled against him and cooed, "Baby, after we're done today, will you still keep your promise to sponsor me to study in the UK?" Chu Yan gave a rakish smile and inhaled the scent at senior sister's ear. "What's the point of studying abroad? Isn't it better to stay by my side? Degrees are so devalued these days. What doctorate is still less reliable than 2 million in cash." Miao Shioli pressed her lips together and said worriedly, "Shao he, didn't you say that we would go to university together? This isn't like you." Chu Yan sneered at Miao, "You know nothing. I've had a revelation with the time we have. It's better to seek more entertaining pursuits than to go to college." At that moment, a white man snorted coldly and muttered in English, "You don't even have an undergraduate degree. Your head is full of blasphemous thoughts. You ought to go to hell." The leader replied mildly, "Watch your language. Cursing violates our doctrine." "We are terribly sorry," they answered, then took their room cards and turned to leave. Chu Yan put away his playful smile and said in a low voice, "That man purposely provoked me about my education. He is definitely one of those evil scholar elites." We proceed as planned. Wan and Miao gave almost imperceptible nods. Chu Yan took the room card and was about to turn away when the front desk clerk grabbed his sleeve. Chu Yan looked back and asked in puzzlement, "Is something the matter?" The front desk clerk's eyes burned with admiration. "Brother, you live so lavishly. You must teach me how to be like you. I beg you. I'll do anything you ask." Chu Yan was left speechless. Chu Yan held the room key and entered the elevator with the gold-digging cosplayer and the unlucky childhood friend, ascending to the 38th floor before swiping his card to enter the luxurious king-sized suite. He then removed his white trousers and retrieved 2 plain white t-shirts and casual pants from the pocket of his premium Nike jacket, handing them to Wan Miao and the other woman. Wan Yonan's eyes gleamed with mischief as she turned her back, lifted her long hair, and revealed her snow-white nape. Her voice soft and honey, "Junior brother, would you help your senior sister zip this up?" Miao Shioli clapped a hand over her mouth in startled surprise, her cheeks flushing pink. Chu Yan sighed helplessly and stepped into the bathroom. "Senior sister, if you keep acting like this, we'll slip straight into a drama. Hurry and change." 2 minutes later, Chu Yan emerged from the bathroom to find both women already dressed and ready. He strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, produced a glass cutter, and swiftly carved out a large circular aperture, wide enough for an adult to leap through. Then black scales rippled across his body like living armor. The 2 women clasped his waist, and he slipped silently through the opening. Wind howled fiercely at the height. Clinging to the outer glass facade, Chu Yan scaled upward with astonishing speed, finally halting just beneath the presidential suite on the 44th floor. Inside, a cleaning attendant froze on the floor, paralyzed by shock at the sight of the 3 intruders. Chu Yan quickly typed a message on his phone and pressed the screen against the glass. "Supernatural Affairs Bureau, operation in progress. Please act as though you saw nothing. Leave the room immediately, draw the curtains, and disclose this to no one." The attendant nodded vigorously, drew the curtains, and hurried away in her cleaning cart, leaving the floor empty. At that moment, 3 white men entered the presidential suite. Each pulled out a scanning device and methodically swept the room, apparently searching for hidden pinhole cameras. After 3 minutes, they retracted their instruments and settled onto the sofa with composed stillness. Chu Yan quietly affixed a pinhole camera and a miniature audio bug to the corner of the window. Instantly, the suite's interior appeared on his phone screen and crisp voices filled his earphones. One white man spoke deferentially, "Master Hamilton, time is nearly upon us. The Sweet Home delegation should arrive shortly." Hamilton, absorbed in a textbook titled Advanced Algebraic Geometry, gave a slight nod. Knock knock. A sharp rap echoed at the door. A white man with a bachelor's degree approached the entrance and uttered a Latin passphrase, "May the College of Barrio flourish." From outside came the reply in Latin, "The Queen shall be thy nurturer." The bachelor opened the door to reveal three men, bald, hair-lipped, and scar-faced, each dragging a 32-inch suitcase. The scar-faced man smiled faintly. "That Latin phrase is quite a tongue-twister. I worried all the way here about mispronouncing a syllable." The bachelor frowned coldly. "Were you followed by Sierra agents on the way?" The scar-faced man chuckled. "Relax. We may look conspicuous, but our kin have always been meticulous. And you? Were you clean?" The bachelor sneered contemptuously. "Over 70% of Sierra's operatives hold only bachelor's degrees or less. Under Master Hamilton's leadership, exposure is simply impossible." Outside the window, Chu Yan silently disagreed. Online wisdom held that high school marked the apex of human intellect. Moments later, 6 superpowered criminals sat face-to-face across 2 sofas. Hamilton spoke calmly. "Let us discuss terms." The scar-faced man snapped his fingers and smiled. "No rush. First, behold the gifts we've brought." The bald man and the hair-lipped man opened the 3 suitcases in turn. Inside lay a middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman, and a 7-year-old boy. The adult's limbs were broken. The boy remained unharmed, but all had duct tape sealed over their mouths. The man and woman writhed desperately, emitting muffled pleas. The boy's expression was pure terror, yet his mouth stretched into an exaggerated, unnatural grin. Observing this, Chu Yan, Ruan Yonan, and Miao Xiuli narrowed their eyes in silent intensity. Hamilton remarked coolly, "What sort of gift is this?" The scar-faced man crossed his legs and grinned. "I heard Master Hamilton possesses abilities of the aquatic beast class, so I brought you 2 specimens of the wriggling parasite class, both exhausted and incapable of manifesting powers." The boy hasn't awakened yet. He was merely taken along as an afterthought. Hamilton glanced briefly at the child and asked, "Why is this boy smiling?" The scar-faced man widened his grin. "His name is Lu Nianyao, and he's rather fascinating. When I severed his parents' limbs, I discovered, quite by accident, that his psychological fortitude was exceptional. He refused to cry even as tears welled. Upon asking why, he told me he dreams of becoming a supernatural affairs bureau agent, and vowed never to shed a tear before evil men. On a whim, I promised him his parents would live if he didn't cry. I wanted to see how far his resolve would stretch." The bald man tore the duct tape from Lu Nianyao's mouth and drew a small blade across his arm. Blood welled instantly from the boy's forearm. His eyes glistened with rapid moisture, but his lips remained stretched wide in that forced, exaggerated smile as he carefully inhaled, exhaled, and steadied himself against the pain. The man and woman closed their eyes, whispering quiet sobs, desperate not to let their son hear. A faint, chilling smile touched Hamilton's lips. "Fascinating. Ideal for psychological breakdown experiments." The scar-faced man smiled. "Master Hamilton, let's discuss terms. What must we offer for you to surrender the item?" Hamilton replied impassively, "Knowledge sharing, an equal revenue split." Chu Yan felt deeply perplexed. Knowledge? Revenue? What exactly were they bargaining over? The scar-faced man shook his head. "Master, you merely retrieved a critical artifact for us, while we bear the risk of total annihilation by Sierra to execute the remainder of the plan. Splitting profits 50-50 feels rather generous." Hamilton snorted coldly. "So Sweet Home proves no more formidable than its reputation." Blue Blood Ox Sword successfully secured the artifact under SBDU oversight, and now sits here unscathed. Meanwhile, Sierra remains blissfully ignorant, sipping tea at headquarters, utterly oblivious. Given such inept adversaries, I doubt your risk is truly substantial. The scar-faced man shrugged lightly. "Don't misunderstand. We fear Sierra no more than a summer breeze. It's simply that reward and effort seem gravely mismatched." Hamilton spoke with quiet gravity. "The age has shifted. UMA proliferation, rule-based techniques, and lost artifacts are surging, ushering in boundless futures. The era of conventional firearms may soon fade into memory. Ambitious factions worldwide stir restlessly. Should any seize a cataclysmic power, they will launch holy war upon the 4 authorities without hesitation. Blue Blood Ox Sword and Sweet Home have only just forged an alliance. I urge you to think beyond immediate gain, lest short-term greed fracture long-term cooperation." The scar-faced man laughed softly. Very well, very well. I confess we'd intended an equal split all along. That earlier negotiation, merely reflexive haggling, standard practice in business. Business, after all, demands such rituals." Hamilton nodded, serene and unmoved. A white man uncorked a bottle of red wine and poured 6 glasses, one for each person present. The scar-faced man raised his glass, then let us toast to the coming holy war. All raised their glasses and shouted in unison, war upon Sira. APMT. SBDU. BPRD. Lu Nianyao's gaze dimmed, his mouth remained grotesquely wide. His whispered plea trembling with tears. Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Please, save us. Crash. The floor-to-ceiling window shattered inward. Every criminal's pupils contracted sharply, stunned, disbelieving, staring at the breach. A man and two women stood poised at the shattered threshold, wind roaring behind them, robes billowing like storm-tossed banners. Lu Nianyao stared transfixed at Chu Yan, his eyes slowly brightening, as though gazing upon those legendary agents who soared and vanished across Douyin feeds, or the heroic self he imagined each night before sleep. Before the stunned assembly, Chu Yan calmly spun his dagger once, then smiled. Sira accepts your challenge. Hamilton suddenly stood up and shouted, run. The criminals immediately got up and rushed towards the door, pulling it open. Outside was another presidential suite, with floor-to-ceiling windows leading to yet another suite, a continuous stretch. They turned to look and saw a slab of mud relic stuck to the ceiling, evidently causing trouble. Chu Yan held a dagger, activating bullet time, and charged forward. Wan Yonan spread her membrane wings while Miao Shioli wielded a giant bloody sickle, both rushing towards the enemy together. After a brief skirmish, Chu Yan kicked the bald man away and sprinted towards Hamilton, vigorously swinging his dagger. At that moment, Hamilton, with a briefcase in hand, opened a book titled Advanced Algebraic Geometry, performing a pirouette while mumbling something. The pages emitted a white glow. Rule technique. Chu Yan's pupils contracted, and he immediately turned to try to escape. But it was too late. The white light from the pages erupted, engulfing Chu Yan and Hamilton blindingly bright. 3 seconds later, Chu Yan opened his eyes and found himself standing on a cobblestone road in a foreign town. Surrounding him were low red brick houses with gabled roofs, their shutters creaking open and shut. In front of each house bloomed tulips stacked with rounds of moss dam cheese, the aromas of both mingling together, fragrant and rich. At the end of the path, 3 windmills turned slowly, and the distant sound of church bells echoed. Hamilton stood in the middle of the path, 13 meters away from Chu Yan, darkly staring at him. Chu Yan looked around and said, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the Netherlands. Hamilton replied coldly, this is Leiden, Netherlands. You really are a persistent ghost following me here. Sighing softly, Chu Yan said, I accidentally crossed the border illegally. Can I get a free ride back? By the way, do you have a visa waiver for Europe? That's so convenient. Hamilton sneered, no need to worry about that. Between the two of us, only one can return to Shenzhen. Chu Yan said, don't you have money for a plane ticket? Hamilton asked, what's your education level? Currently still a high school student. No wonder your brain isn't normal. Chu Yan gripped his dagger with both hands and smiled. You're mistaken, in our Huaxia high school students are much smarter than college students. Besides, in the biology class representative. Hamilton waved his arm and shouted, nonsense. In the next moment, 10 water pits opened around them, and 10 floating corpses leaped out of the water, mouths agape, lunging towards Chu Yan. In an instant, Chu Yan's gaze grew calm. Bullet time. Everything fell silent. The floating corpses hung in the air, the windmills and shutters remained motionless, tulip petals fell slowly, and everything was slowed down 100-fold. Chu Yan flipped and dodged, avoiding all the floating corpses, then landed and pushed off the ground, invisibly charging towards Hamilton. Hamilton took a deep breath, spewing a large amount of ink which poured over Chu Yan like a tidal wave. The ink spread too widely. Chu Yan had nowhere to hide and could only raise his arms to endure the splatter. Splash. A large amount of ink splashed onto him, becoming transparent, but when it dripped onto the ground, it returned to deep black enough to outline Chu Yan's position. Water monster line, restricted, mature face. Chu Yan rubbed his eyes vigorously, feeling his vision blur and a fiery pain. At that moment, a water pit opened behind him. Hamilton leaped out of the water, his right arm transforming into a crab claw, snapping Chu Yan's neck with a crunch, blood gushing from the severed neck. Warning montage. Chu Yan suddenly regained his senses, immediately crouching down to dodge the crab claw strike, and 3 strands of hair floated in midair. He followed up with a high kick. Bang! Hamilton's jaw took a heavy hit, causing him to stagger back, his mind momentarily dazed. Chu Yan seized the opportunity, rushing forward and striking with his right palm, aiming for the master's neck. In a critical moment, Hamilton's gaze turned cold, his left arm transforming into the tentacles of a blue-ringed octopus blocking in front of his neck. Crack! The octopus tentacle snapped, spraying blue blood. In the next moment, Chu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, kneeling on the ground, his whole body paralyzed, breathing heavily. Hamilton wiggled his tentacles and sneered. You ignorant fool, do you know what a blue-ringed octopus is? It is one of the most venomous creatures in the world. You dare to bite this? You are truly ignorant. Chu Yan's face turned purple, painfully saying, crabs and octopuses. Did you take advantage of my inattention to feast on a seafood buffet? Hamilton stood 5 meters away, arms crossed, sneering. A mere metamorphosis stage dares to chase me. This is the outcome you brought upon yourself. I'll just stand here and enjoy watching you die from the poison. That might disappoint you. Chu Yan reached into his supreme Nike pocket, pulling out a clone mud statue and a hand grenade. He tossed the mud statue aside and threw the grenade at Hamilton, both actions simultaneous. Hamilton was startled and hurriedly retreated to avoid it. With a thunderous explosion, the clone mud statue rapidly expanded, transforming into Chu Yan's likeness, then replacing the original. As the smoke cleared, Hamilton was ragged, his skin charred. He coughed twice and looked ahead intently. The clone Chu Yan fell to the ground, poisoned, struggling to look at the original, painfully delivering his last words. It's hard to come once. Remember to bring back some local specialties. He died from the poison, transforming back into a mud statue. Hamilton's eyes widened in shock. Lost relics. You actually have lost relics. Chu Yan shrugged. Yeah, they were all gifts from various friends from afar, but they have all been eliminated by me. By the way, do you have any relics to give me? After saying this, he picked up the mud statue and threw it to the ground again, letting it transform into a clone. Hamilton gritted his teeth fiercely, swinging the blue-ringed octopus tentacles, striking at Chu Yan and the clone, leaving after images. Swish, swish, swish. The air whistled incessantly. Chu Yan maintained bullet time, waiting for the right moment, suddenly reaching out and grabbing 2 highly toxic tentacles tightly. Hamilton laughed maniacally. Ha! You fell for it again after taking a hit, you fool. But in the next second, he stood there dumbfounded. Chu Yan was surrounded by a transparent protective shield blocking all the toxins outside. Switch. Chu Yan returned to the clone body, pulling out 5 grenades in succession and throwing the pins at Hamilton. Hamilton's face turned pale with fear as he quickly withdrew his tentacles, pulling a small crab from the water pit by his feet, hurriedly swallowing it, and turning to flee. Boom! A violent explosion sent shockwaves radiating out. Hamilton's back cracked, and he was propelled forward, stumbling for several steps. Chu Yan charged forward, instantly closing the distance behind him. Die, academic failure. Hamilton roared in anger, turning around and swinging both crab claws, cold light slicing through the air. Chu Yan raised his hands and tightly grasped the 2 crab claws, his face splitting open with a gash, opening his sharp-toothed mouth wide and biting down forcefully. Pop! Hamilton's neck snapped, his headless body collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth. Chu Yan stood beside the corpse, shaking his head in sigh. I told you high school students in Huaxia are smarter than college students, and am among the top 10 in my year. By UMA standards, am a strategically advanced high school student. He then collected all the relics, using his dagger to carve out Hamilton's heart, lifting it to his mouth and inhaling deeply. The crimson energy surged into his mouth, and the heart withered. With 6 hearts left until maturity. Now I can finally open 3 mouths, and my physical quality and stamina limits have greatly increased, while also clearing the side effects. It wasn't in vain coming here. Chu Yan was very pleased and rummaged through Hamilton's pockets, pulling out a wallet. Inside the wallet were a stack of RMB and a stack of euros, roughly estimated to be worth no less than 300 RMB. Next, he took a photo of Hamilton and uploaded it to the Dark Lantern network as evidence of completing the task. Finally, Chu Yan happily put away his phone and wallet, thinking, I wonder how Senior Sister and Xiao Miao are doing. They must have dealt with the enemies and are now worried about me, but how do I get back? At that moment, his entire body radiated white light, just like when he arrived here. Seeing this, Chu Yan immediately ran to the door of a low building, picking up the foreigner's briefcase and a round piece of Mostam cheese, casually tossing down a few euro bills. In the next moment, he vanished from the spot. 5 minutes ago, in the presidential suite, Miao Shioli wielded a bloody sickle, severing the hands and feet of the scar-faced man, then glanced back. Ruan Yonan stood beside the sofa, her claws drenched in blood, with 4 lawbreakers at her feet, all missing hands and feet, wailing in agony. The enemies were all annihilated. Miao Shioli untied the ropes binding Lu Niano's family, helping them out of the suitcase and guiding them to sit on the sofa, before walking over to Ruan Yonan. Ruan Yonan furrowed her brow and said that Master just now used some kind of rule technique. I don't know its exact effect, but it seems to have directly eliminated my junior brother. Miao Shioli said with concern as Xiao Yan. Going to be okay. Ruan Yonan's gaze turned icy as she forcefully stepped on the severed leg of a white scholar, sternly demanding, quickly tell me, what effect did that guy's rule technique have? The white scholar broke into a cold sweat, sneering as he lied. The effect is to teleport himself and anyone within 2 meters to the Mariana Trench. Ruan Yonan and Miao Shioli were stunned. The white scholar laughed maniacally. Master Hamilton belongs to the aquatic monster category. He can move freely in water. As for that little guy from the Shinlin category, if he isn't crushed by the water pressure, he'll drown. He must have already turned into the excrement of a viper fish. Ah. Miao's eyeless gaze went blank as she collapsed onto the sofa, her body turning weak. Ruan Yonan viciously stepped on the white scholar's wound and shouted, "You're lying." The white scholar coldly chuckled, "What's wrong? Can't accept the reality that your lover is dead. Even if we assume him lying, do you really think he could survive in Master Hamilton's hands at his transformation stage?" The scar-faced man chimed in smugly from the side, "That's right. Although Master Hamilton is in the aquatic monster category, and below that little guy his tier is mature, and he has considerable combat experience. Killing that little guy would be a piece of cake." The white scholar and the scar-faced man burst into loud laughter, seemingly unconcerned about their wounds. Ruan Yonan's expression turned grim. At this moment, Lu Nianao timidly walked over and asked softly, "Sister, did that brother just now encounter an accident?" Ruan Yonan fell silent. Lu Nianao's eyes dimmed as he quietly said, "Sister, can you tell me what kind of person?" "He was the first supernatural agency officer I had ever met. I want to hear his story." Ruan Yonan glanced at him and slowly said, "He was my junior brother, always joking and laughing with a very unique way of thinking, yet somehow we got along well. His greatest wish was simply to live well with family and friends, not to save the world, as you might imagine." Lu Nianao fell silent for a moment and asked, "Sister, how can I become a supernatural agency officer like you?" Ruan Yonan shook her head, saying, "You should give up on that thought. Our work is very dangerous. More than half of the people are immersed in suffering every day." But that brother was still smiling until the end. "I think officers like him are the best." Ruan Yonan was slightly taken aback, looking at Lu Nianao, who was shedding tears but still had a smile on his face. Miao Xioli sat on the sofa covering her face and crying inconsolably. Ruan Yonan's gaze dimmed slightly. "Then you work hard. Right now you're far from being able to compare to him. A guy as smart and foolish as him is indeed rare." Lu Niano's parents leaned against the sofa, gently stroking their son's head. "What do you mean by being both smart and foolish? Clearly he is just smart." "Sister, why are you talking bad about me behind my back when I'm not around?" A familiar voice sounded from behind. Everyone was startled and turned to look at the source of the sound. Chu Yan stood at the spot where he had disappeared, holding a briefcase in his left hand and a piece of round cheese in his right arm, covered in ink, looking pitch black except for his eyes and teeth, which were white. Lu Nianao mumbled in shock, "A black man selling cheese." Chu Yan's face darkened. "What black man? Can you speak? Be careful, or he'll stuff you into the cheese." "Forget it, this cheese is quite expensive." Ruan Yonan rushed to Chu Yan's side excitedly, inspecting him. "Junior brother, is that really you? I can't be dreaming, right?" Chu Yan gave a thumbs up. "Absolutely authentic." Miao Xioli covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down. "Xiao Yan, we thought you died in the sea." "That's great." Chu Yan looked puzzled. "What sea?" "I just teleported to the Netherlands with that evil scholar, and even brought back some local specialties." Come everyone, let's all have a taste," "But there's none for the little brat." The white scholar roared, "Impossible. How could you still be alive? What did you do to Master Hamilton?" Chu Yan turned to look at him, grinning. "Your senior is very tasty. Oh, I gave him a 5-star review. By the way, is your school considering starting a takeout business?" The two white scholars were stunned, unable to accept the reality for a long time. Ruan Yonan's eyes lit up. "Junior brother, did you really take down that master by yourself?" "Yes, and I absorbed his heart, so now I can open 3 mouths." Ruan Yonan pinched his cheek, smiling brightly. "You've really improved, becoming more reliable, and starting to have a bit of masculine charm." Miao Xioli covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming that was a senior member of the Blue Blood Bull Sword. Even an officer of the same tier would find it difficult to take him down. "That's incredible." Lu Nianao jumped up and down excitedly, shouting, "Asira is so cool." The scar-faced man stared at Chu Yan in astonishment, saying, "This far exceeds typical combat abilities. Are you the one known for the moth annihilation achievements?" Chu Yan was slightly surprised. "Oh, you actually know me. It seems my fame is growing. An invitation from Tom's membership store is just around the corner." The scar-faced man gritted his teeth. "Of course I know you. You killed my uncle Gao Xiang and my aunt along with our 3 brothers. I wish I could slice you into 1,000 pieces." Chu Yan's eyes lit up. "So you are a relative of Golden Tooth, sweetie. Why didn't you say so earlier? Do you have a golden—" After saying that, Chu Yan walked over and pried open the scar-faced man's mouth, immediately feeling disappointed. "Why are all your teeth ordinary? And you even have a cavity. The junior level, sweetie, is so inferior." The scar-faced man glared at Chu Yan, furious. At that moment, Lu Nianao walked over to Chu Yan, smiling and saying, "Officer brother, thank you for saving me and my parents." Chu Yan patted Lu Niano's head, smiling kindly. "You must remember this. In the future, be sure to repay your brother with money." Lu Nianao was taken aback, nodding. "Okay, I'll repay you when I earn money. But what I want to say is that I want to join Sira in the future and become an officer even more powerful than you." Chu Yan raised an eyebrow, cracking his knuckles. "You want to surpass me? Then I'll crush you in the cradle right now." Lu Nianao was startled. "Aren't you supposed to say something encouraging and take me as your disciple? Are you making wishes here? You haven't even paid tuition, and you want to be my disciple? Where in the world is there such—" At this moment, Lu Niano's father said, gratefully, "Dear supernatural agency officers, thank you for saving our family. Such a great favor, I truly do not know how to repay you." His mother looked like she was about to cry, nodding silently. Chu Yan waved his hand. It's nothing, just remember to remind your son to transfer money in the future. Miao Shili chuckled softly. Wan Yonan pinched Chu Yan's cheek and said with a smile, it seems that it's still your personality that appeals most to your sister. After some playful banter, Chu Yan turned to the scar-faced man with a smile. Since the mission is complete, it's time to do something fun now. The scar-faced man was taken aback, feeling a chill run down his spine. Chu Yan took out the hypnosis ring, smiling as he approached the scarred-faced man and crouched before him. The scarred-faced man looked terrified. What are you going to do? Chu Yan raised his right hand and smiled. Nothing much, just want you to teach me a few rules techniques. The scarred-faced man's face turned pale. No. Please don't, I beg. Bang. A chop struck his. The scarred-faced man stared at Chu Yan in fear, not fainting. Chu Yan said, "Why are you staring at me? You should faint." Wan Yonan chuckled and walked over, saying, "Junior brother, hitting the vagus nerve isn't just about strength. Hey, let senior sister handle it." Chu Yan stepped aside, grumbling in displeasure. "Honestly, you have no insight at all." Wan Yonan casually delivered a chop, knocking the scarred-faced man unconscious, then turned to Chu Yan and smiled. "It's done, let's go." Chu Yan put on the hypnosis ring and turned to ask, "Senior sister, what happens if the transmitter of a rule technique dies immediately after spreading it?" Wan Yonan replied, "Typically the transmitter will disappear within 6 to 24 hours. If they die prematurely, there will be no consequence. Some speculate that it's because the corpse can no longer be defined as human." Chu Yan nodded, turning to Miao Shioli and waving, "Come over and learn the rule technique together. It's not easy to find someone willing to teach, and the more people learn, the more we benefit. LV Nianao, stay by your parents, close your eyes, and don't peek." LV Nianao nodded and obediently sat next to his parents. Miao Shioli walked over gracefully with paper and pen from the desk, crouching beside Chu Yan and saying, "I'm ready." Chu Yan reached out his right hand, aiming the ring at the scarred-faced man, and focused. The ring emitted a deep red glow, enveloping the scarred-faced man. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils glowing red and his gaze dazed. Chu Yan said, "Within 5 minutes, write down all the rule techniques you know completely. If you're unsure about the conditions due to fuzzy memory, don't write them down." The scarred-faced man took the paper and pen, writing in a daze. After a minute, he put down the pen and placed the paper on the ground. Chu Yan and the others focused on reading. "Go to the Deep City Bawang Tea House, Jiawei in-town branch, buy a cup of boya, Juxian medium-sized, no ice, no sugar, floral flavor. Then take the subway line 10, making 3 round trips between Gangxia and Fumin stations, drinking the boya Juxian in 13 sips, and for the 5th, 7th, and 8th sips, rinse your mouth 6 times before swallowing. Within 1 minute of exiting the station, silently recite compass ruler, hit rubber to invisibly store a large fireball. When using it, extend your right index finger and pinky towards the target, and silently recite rubber, revenge, banana, pineapple to launch it. Note a maximum of 3 fireballs can be stored at once. After storing, you must do 8 burpees within 24 hours. The 3 of them read the text back and forth several times, confirming they had memorized it completely. Then Chu Yan used the basin to obliterate the paper. Afterward, Miao Shioli stood up, wielding a giant scythe, and decapitated the scarred-faced man. Blood gut. The bald man, the bunny-lipped man, and the 2 white scholars watched the entire ordeal horrified. Wan Yonan looked at Chu Yan and smiled, saying, "This rule technique suits you well. You happen to lack ranged attack methods. The limitations of grenades are too great, mostly allowing for surprise attacks. Let's try the power of this rule technique together later." Chu Yan nodded, picking up his briefcase, and saying, "Rule technique learning is complete. Let's see what these 3 evildoers are hiding in their gourd." He then opened the briefcase, reached inside, and felt something hard. Pulling it out, he found it was actually a diamond cut into a square, sparkling and translucent. Chu Yan felt puzzled and turned to the bunny-lipped man, asking, "What do you want this diamond for? Are your parents collectors or something?" The bunny-lipped man snorted coldly. "Do you think we know the details of the plan?" Wan Yonan stared at the diamond, furrowing her brows in thought for a moment, then suddenly widened her eyes. "This seems to be the Regent diamond." Miao Shioli was taken aback. "I remember there was a hot post on Dark Lantern Network the day before yesterday saying that the Regent diamond from the Louvre was stolen and the thief was likely a group of ability users." Chu Yan suddenly understood. So that group of ability users is this bunch of evil scholars, and the purpose of Sweet Home is to obtain this diamond. Wan Yonan smiled, saying, "The Regent diamond is an extremely important artifact. I didn't expect us to find it. This is a great achievement." As for whether they truly understood the details of the plan, the branch's people would find out through brain devouring. Chu Yan smiled and said, "Let's quickly contact the logistics department to send LV Nianao and his parents away, then let's divide the spoils and take credit." Wan Yonan and Miao Shioli nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the logistics department personnel entered the presidential suite and took LV Niano's family away. After Chu Yan and the others eliminated 5 lawbreakers, they took out their hearts and counted 2 from the barbaric toe category, 1 from the abnormal hoof category, 1 from the shellfish scale category, and 1 from the aberrant wood category. Chu Yan took 2 from the barbaric toe category, keeping 1 to offer to the clone mud sculpture after returning, and kept the other. Then he offered the aberrant wood category heart to the infinite board, allowing each relic to have 1 chance of use. The other 2 hearts were given to Ningen and Meow Xiuli. Chu Yan thought to himself, 3 barbaric toe hearts and a piece of meat. The conditions are ready now. We just wait for tomorrow night at Happy Valley. I wonder what all these barbaric toes are for. It's really wasteful. Then Chu Yan dialed Zhan Wufeng's number. Zhan Wufeng, what? Did you run into trouble? I knew it. Without me you must be in a bind. Share half of the reward with me, and I'll help you out. Chu Yan replied. That would disappoint, master. The task has been successfully completed. Zhan Wufeng, tisk, then why are you calling? To brag to me. A mere 15000. I haven't fallen so low that I crave even that little money. Chu Yan laughed. How could I brag to you? I'm just seeing you have rich experience in gaining credit, wanting to ask you to help us write a report. At that moment Hui Yuang's voice came through. Chu Yan, I believe you completed the task beautifully, but for private missions the branch generally won't repeat credit unless there are significant extra gains. Zhan Wufeng laughed heartily. Haha, didn't expect that. I'm at Hui Yuang's place sipping tea. Your little scheme, it's just about capturing a few smuggling criminals. Don't delude yourself into thinking you'll reap benefits. Next time, I'll demonstrate how to gain credit with empty hands. Hui Yuangong. You all day long, can't you teach something serious? Zhan Wufeng. Is there anything more serious than gaining credit with empty hands? If someone had taught me this trick when I was young, I would have gladly licked their shoe soles. Chu Yan interrupted. Master, don't dwell on the regrets of youth. We really have some extra gains. Silence lingered for several seconds on the other end. Then a sharp burst of static crackled through the line. Hui Yuangong, the Regent's diamond. You mean the one housed in the Louvre? That artifact was stolen just 2 days ago. How on earth did it end up in your possession? Zhan Wufeng, damn it. Don't tell me you're bluffing. I haven't even taught you the lesson on fabricating accomplishments yet, and here you are mastering it unaided. Chu Yan snapped a photograph of the diamond and sent it over. Hui Yuangong, this appears to be the genuine Regent's diamond. Zhan Wufeng hiss. No watermark from Duba AI, so it's likely authentic. Where in the world did you procure this? Ruan Yonan leaned in with a smile. Blue Blood Ox Sword and Sweet Home operatives were holed up in the hotel negotiating a deal, most likely to exchange this very diamond. Meow Xiuli nodded vigorously. We owe it all to Xiao Yan. Without him that master's degree holder would have escaped, and we'd never have recovered the diamond. Zhan Wufeng, trading diamonds. This gem may be exorbitantly valuable, but it holds no practical use for adepts. Has Sweet Home run short on liquidity? Hui Yuangong. Answers will emerge once the Mind Devourer completes its interrogation. Regardless, this is an extraordinary achievement. Chu Yan, Ruan Yonan, and Meow Xiuli. You've performed exceptionally well. I'll report this directly to headquarters and award each of you a second-class merit. Chu Yan will receive an additional commendation. Chu Yan grinned. Thank you, Director Xu. Master, I'll attend your class next time. Zhan Wufeng, humph. Such a valuable lesson, and you expect to audit it for free. If you wish to enroll, half the proceeds go to me. Chu Yan. Understood. 2 boxes of egg tarts and 2 packs of Renuxi cigarettes. Talk later. After hanging up, Chu Yan turned and found Meow Xiuli gazing at him, eyes wide with awe. Meow Xiuli's eyes sparkled. Xiao Yan, you actually deciphered Instructor Zhan's ramblings. How astonishing. I can only catch half and guess the rest. How do you do it? Chu Yan patted her shoulder. Nothing extraordinary. Mere mastery through repetition. Ruan Yonan pinched his cheek. Enough showing off. Stop pretending to be some prodigy around girls. Go test that new fireball technique right now. Once logistics assumed control of the scene, the trio departed the hotel. Per regulation technique guidelines, each purchased a cup of Boya Juetian tea and rode the subway back and forth. After 2 hours of rigorous practice, all 3 successfully stored 3 fireballs apiece and returned to the branch's firing range. Chu Yan raised his right hand, extended his index finger and little finger toward the 50-meter circular target, and silently intoned, Rubber avenges banana and pineapple. In the next instant, a blazing fireball, exactly 1 meter in diameter, coalesced at his fingertip and erupted forward with thunderous force, its searing wave lifting all 3 of their bangs. Meow Xiuli gasped. This fireball's destructive power surpasses 5 grenades combined, and it flies like artillery. Ruan Yonan nodded. Moreover, its effective range is exceptional. Deployed unexpectedly, it leaves adversaries utterly vulnerable. Stepping aside, Chu Yan smiled. Regulation technique proves remarkably practical. From now on, I'll maintain 3 fireballs in reserve at all times. Why don't you 2 give it a try? Ruan and Meow took turns firing. Each blast equally devastating, each grin radiant with triumph. At that moment, Chu Yan checked his phone and received a notification 15000 had been credited to his account. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, funds cleared. Finally I can afford UMA flesh blocks. Accompanied by Ruan and Miao, he headed to the political work division, where all three sat before window no. 3. Lu Oing smiled warmly. Specialist Chu, you've been visiting more frequently lately. Your work must be progressing exceedingly well. Chu Yan nodded. Indeed. Please convert my first-class merit into a discount for purchasing UMA flesh blocks. Lu Oing blinked in surprise. I recall you mentioning 2 days ago that your funds were still insufficient. Personally, I advise against converting now. It's irreversible. Should you later require artifact appraisal or ritual sacrifice, complications may arise. Chu Yan replied calmly. No concern. I've already accumulated sufficient funds. Lu Oing stared stunned. Just 2 days, and you've amassed 2.3 million. That's astonishingly fast. Chu Yan's expression darkened. Why has the price surged another 100,000? Never mind. Please proceed with the transaction. I wish to purchase a Mansi-class flesh block, splitting payment between pounds sterling and RMB. Also convert my commendation into 500,000 yuan in cash. Lu Oing nodded eagerly. Absolutely. Our branch offers foreign exchange services. I'll process. Miao Shioli beamed. UMA flesh blocks keep rising in price. Lucky you're so capable. Anyone else might wait years to afford one. Ruan Yonan frowned curiously. Junior brother, why choose Mansi class over aquatic monster class flesh? You don't possess any vermi cultivator class relics, do you? Chu Yan leaned close to both, speaking with solemn practiced falsehood. Recently, I met a powerful patron who awakened as a vermi cultivator, but lacks procurement channels. He commissioned me to secure a block offering an exceptionally generous fee. I reasoned that earning merit isn't difficult for me, so why not seize this opportunity to generate capital? That way I'll afford even more flesh blocks later. Miao Shioli whispered hesitantly, but this seems to violate regulations. Chu Yan lowered his voice, which is precisely why I'm telling only you two. You're the people I trust most. Never breathe a word to anyone else. Miao Shioli beamed and nodded agreed. Ruan Yonan chuckled lightly. Truthfully, you needn't whisper so anxiously. Breaking rules is as natural to our sect as breathing. As old Ghost John puts it, so long as performance metrics soar, director Huo will lick our boots. Still, junior brother finding his own profit streams. That's commendable. Your senior sister lacks such ingenuity. She earns solely by drafting blueprints. Chu Yan raised a thumb. Rest assured. I'll remember senior sister when fortune smiles upon me. Ruan Yonan's face blossomed into delight. Xiao Miao, close your eyes for a moment. Miao Shioli looked puzzled but obediently shut her eyes. Ruan Yonan pressed a warm soft kiss to Chu Yan's cheek. Miao Shioli, may I open my eyes now? Ruan Yonan wiped away the lipstick mark from Chu Yan's cheek. Yes, you may. Miao Shioli opened her eyes, tilted her head to glance at Chu Yan, and saw nothing amiss, her brow furrowed in quiet confusion. 3 minutes later, Specialist How Long entered the Political Work Division office, broad straight brows framing his face, a sealed iron box cradled in his hands. How Long approached Chu Yan and presented the box with deference. Specialist Chu, a pleasure to meet you. Please guide me in the days ahead. Miao Shioli asked curiously, How Long? You're a frontline specialist, not logistics. Why deliver this? How Long smiled sheepishly at Chu Yan. A logistics colleague mentioned this flesh block belonged to you, so I volunteered to deliver it, eager to meet you in person. Your mission reports were submitted to Director Hua by me personally. Your remarkable feats left me deeply inspired. I've long wished to meet you face-to-face. Chu Yan accepted the iron box, appreciated. After How Long departed, Chu Yan stowed the flesh block into his supreme Nike pocket and reflected. Now all preparations are complete. Only the final catalyst remains. Tomorrow morning classes, half-day leave in the afternoon, then, under cover of night, to Happy Valley for decisive confrontation. May this resolve the Mothman resurrection crisis in one fell swoop. On February 8th, at the Shenzhen Experimental High School, the final class of the morning came to an end with the ringing of the bell. As Chu Yan was packing his books and stationery, Lu Yingying, Pang Shuyuan, and Zhang Shiboy gathered around. Lu Yingying said happily, There are no classes this afternoon. We are hosting a club carnival, and Jia Jia's photography club will showcase their photos. What should our alliance do? Chu Yan thought for a moment and replied, Let's just go our separate ways. Lu Yingying was taken aback. Going home is too boring. This is the last club carnival in high school. It would be a shame not to showcase our alliance's achievements. Chu Yan frowned, recalling, Do we even have any achievements in our alliance? Lu Yingying's expression became serious. That's a sharp question, but I can't refute it. Chu Yan suddenly had an idea. How about you dress up as Bigfoot and sing? With the school beauty and the hottest topic right now, would definitely attract a lot of attention. Lu Yingying's eyes lit up. That's such an interesting idea. I agree. Zhang Shiboy said. Then we might as well just go home. Professor Yang is about to send over a teaching assistant, and I need to prepare well before the mock test. Pang Shun shook his fingers, saying, No, we cannot have such a boring thing as going straight home in our alliance. Anyway, the club carnival isn't that interesting. How about we bring some snacks and have a picnic by the Shili Reservoir? Lu Yingying smiled cheerfully. That idea sounds great. I've never had a picnic before. Zhang Shibua hesitated this. Chu Yan patted Zhang Shibua on the shoulder. Spending an hour playing around won't hurt. Besides, you still owe me a semester's worth of Baki chocolate bars. Zhang Shibua sighed softly. All right then. At that moment, Liao Danyang approached with a big smile saying, Yingjia, our cool club is performing this afternoon. Come watch us perform, okay? Lu Yingying looked apologetic saying, sorry, we just decided to skip the carnival and have a picnic by Shili Lake. Liao Danyang was taken aback and scratched his head. Oh, okay, have fun then. Then Liao Danyang looked at Chu Yan and cheerfully said, Chu Yan, next time come watch a movie with us. They'll treat you to popcorn. Chu Yan gave him a thumbs up saying, no problem. As long as you treat you're my brother. Liao Danyang chuckled and secretly glanced at Lu Yingying before turning to join his friends. Pang Shuyan rubbed his chin pondering. Liao Danyang has been coming over to talk to us frequently. Could it be that after awakening his unique ability, he wants to join our alliance? Zhang Shibua pushed up his glasses saying, he just has a crush on Lu Yingying. Objectively speaking, Lu Yingying's appearance fits the mainstream Asian aesthetic, and she is quite approachable. Or down-to-earth, so it's not surprising to be liked by someone. Chu Yan chuckled. Oh, is that so? I hadn't noticed he was interested in Lu Yingying. How did you figure it out? Zhang Shibua spread his hands saying, in every class this week, Liao Danyang has stolen glances at Lu Yingying more than 8 times, and it's getting more frequent. What else could it be if not a crush? Chu Yan sighed. You really don't pay attention in class at all, do you? Pang Shuyuan suddenly realized, I get it now. Liao Danyang has likely liked Yingying for a long time, but was too shy to talk to her. However, after awakening his unique ability, he started gaining confidence and wanted to approach Yingying. Chu Yan looked at Lu Yingying and asked with a smile, what are you planning to do? Are you going to have your dad take him out? Lu Yingying chuckled awkwardly. Liao Danyang is a nice guy, but I don't feel that way towards him. Actually, I can vaguely sense his feelings, but since he hasn't said anything, I feel bad rejecting him. Pang Shuyan shook his head and sighed, another poor soul destined for unrequited love, just like I was back then. However, I have already given up on girls in the three-dimensional world, while he remains oblivious. Zhang Shibua said, alright, let's hurry up and go for the picnic. I need to get home early. The 4 of them bought a huge pile of snacks and drinks, and took a taxi to the Shili Reservoir. The waters of Shili Lake were emerald green, with peach blossom trees and bald cypress lining the shore. At a glance it was lush and vibrant, and as the wind blew the grass swayed in waves refreshing and pleasant. Chu Yan walked 10 meters to the water's edge and spread a checkered picnic blanket on the grass. The others opened the plastic bags and piled the snacks and drinks, including Baki chocolate, Coca-Cola, KFC, spicy chicken wings, McDonald's, fries, Nayuki's bread, cotton candy, and more onto the blanket. After sitting down, Pang Shuyan excitedly said, how about we start a fire to roast some marshmallows? I've never tried that before. Zhang Shibua responded dryly, what are you thinking? Starting a fire near the woods will get us severely punished. Plus we don't even have a lighter. Are we supposed to rub sticks together? Pang Shuyan pouted, You have a point. Zhang Shibua warned once. Zhang Shibua responded. Chu Yan sitting nearby said, actually we don't need a lighter. I can start a fire too. Since there's no one around right now, do you want to see me perform? Chu Yan stood up and said, since you all want to see so badly, I'll demonstrate once. Just to liven up the club event. Zhang Shibua was taken aback. Did someone just say they wanted to see? Lu Yingying giggled. No one said it, but I want to see. Pang Shuyuan's eyes sparkled. This is a new superpower, right? I want to see too. Chu Yan walked to the edge of Shili Lake, raised his hand in a horn shape toward the lake's surface, and silently recited, Rubber Revenge Banana Pineapple. In the next moment, a large fireball condensed at his fingertips and was launched, creating a huge splash on the lake's surface. Lu Yingying covered her mouth in surprise. Chu Yan has turned into a fire mage. That's so impressive. Zhang Shibua looked astonished and quickly walked over to Chu Yan, observing him like he was a smoking dinosaur. Pang Shuyan jumped up excitedly, shouting, wow, so cool. Chu Yan, you have to let me name this move. Ooh, Chu Yan briefly smiled before suppressing it, looking at the club president and saying, if you come up with a good name, I might consider it. Pang Shuyan suggested, how about calling it Sky Burning Break? Chu Yan's expression instantly turned cold as he pointed his right hand at him, saying, burn, sky, break. Pang Shuyan cried out in fear. Hey, if you don't like it, just say so. Don't get angry. Lu Yingying chuckled. That name is a bit childish, fitting for the president, but not for Chu Yan. Pang Shuyan thought for a moment and said, then let's keep it simple, call it Sky Burning Break, non-childish version. Chu Yan raised his right hand, pointing at the club president. Burn, sky, break, non-childish version. Pang Shuyuan's face turned pale. Hey, calm down. How about I pay you 5,000 yuan for the naming rights? Chu Yan gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly. That name is powerful yet composed. It's decided sky burning break non-childish version. Zhang Shibo was dumbfounded. Are you really going to tell others such a ridiculous name? Pang Shuiyuan responded, Zhang Shibo warning once. Chu Yan replied, Zhang Shibo warning second time. Lu Yingying chimed in, Zhang Shibo warning third time. Chu Yan and Pang Shuyan looked at Lu Yingying together, their eyes filled with approval. Lu Yingying made a peace sign with her right hand and smiled brightly. I've learned this phrase too. Zhang Shibo sighed. Lately I feel increasingly out of place with you guys. Chu Yan smiled and said, then you should just join us. Zhang Shibo facepalmed, what a terrible idea. At 6:30 p.m. at Happy Valley, Chu Yan made all the necessary preparations and bought a ticket to enter the amusement park. The amusement park was crowded with roller coasters zooming overhead, and the merry-go-round gleamed brightly. Couples and families were everywhere, and some were taking pictures with the handsome and beautiful NPCs, including Judy Nick, a retro-style handsome guy, a blackened little demon, and a bloody nurse in white. Chu Yan queued up for the merry-go-round, riding it round and round, while constantly observing the surroundings, but noticed nothing unusual. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. The pyramid only told him to come to Happy Valley, but didn't mention what he should do. Could it be that some sort of rule ability could be triggered here? But without being told the conditions, he was at a loss. Unknowingly, the time reached 8 p.m. At this moment, an announcement echoed through Happy Valley. The performance at Maya Water Park is about to begin. Friends who wish to watch the performance, please queue up in advance. Immediately, many visitors rushed toward the Maya Water Park. After considering for a moment, Chu Yan jumped off the merry-go-round and followed suit. The queue was long and crowded. Chu Yan felt hot all over, but fortunately his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, and he managed to squeeze into the Maya Water Park. He followed the crowd to the shore of Maya Beach and sat down on a lounge chair. It was a huge swimming pool capable of generating artificial waves with machines. In front was a raised stage for NPCs to perform. At that moment, the stage speakers played dynamic music, colorful light pillars swept back and forth, and the pool was filled with applause and cheers, creating a suddenly lively atmosphere. 8 female NPCs took the stage dressed in off-shoulder white strapless tops and denim miniskirts. Each one was fair-skinned, beautiful with long legs, and radiated warm and cute smiles. Accompanied by passionate music, the girls joyfully twisted their beautiful bodies, dancing to Blackpink's Jump, the K-pop girl group song that had gone viral on Douyin. Next to him, a girl shouted excitedly, "Aw, Sugar Queen, Mommy loves you." Chu Yan looked at her in surprise. Wow, why are you so excited? Do you know someone here? The girl smiled and said, the girl in the center position is a big internet celebrity, super beautiful in real life with over 1.2 million fans. I've been following her for a long time, and I really like her. Chu Yan asked curiously, so there's such a famous internet celebrity in this NPC girl group. Can you tell me her account name? I want to search for her and take a look. The girl smiled and said, you're handsome and have good taste. As expected, good-looking people appreciate each other. Han Han's account is Bling Bling Han Han. As long as you like Han Han, we are friends. My name is Chin Qian. After the performance, would you like to join me and my friends for a late-night snack? Chu Yan was slightly taken aback, his gaze flickering. Bling Bling Han Han, right? He'll remember that. As for the late-night snack, I'm currently on a diet, so it'll pass this time. Maybe next time. Cece smiled. Alright, since we won't have the chance to eat together, let's at least enjoy Han Han's performance together. Sure, but I haven't listened to much K-pop, so I might find it hard to get into it. After saying this, Chu Yan turned his gaze back to the stage, attempting to appreciate the girl group's performance of K-pop dance tracks. It was during Blackpink's Jump. Chu Yan remained unperturbed, showing no reaction. It was during Miss as Bad Girl Good Girl. Chu Yan swayed to the rhythm, unconsciously moving his body. It was during 4 Minutes Crazy. Chu Yan and Cece jumped together, riding the music's crescendo, waving their hands and shouting C-R-Z-Y. As the song ended, the 8 beautiful girls waved goodbye towards the pool, smiling as they walked off the stage. Chu Yan, exhilarated from dancing, returned to the bench and drank coconut juice with a contented expression. At that moment, a man in sunglasses stepped onto the stage wearing a baseball cap, a big gold chain, a black hoodie, and sagging pants, exuding a hip-hop vibe. The man with sunglasses raised the microphone excitedly, saying, "Is everyone having fun?" Chu Yan and the crowd shouted yes. "Aren't the Sugar Queen girls beautiful? Beautiful." The man in sunglasses raised his hand high and laughed heartily. "Since everyone is so happy, let's all go die together." Okay. Chu Yan was taken aback. Click, a crisp sound came from beside him. Chu Yan turned his head to look. Cece had twisted her neck with both hands, her head hanging at an odd angle as she collapsed to the ground, a joyful smile on her face. She was dead. Chu Yan suddenly stood up, his pupils contracting sharply. In the next moment, a cacophony erupted from the pool, deafening him. Chu Yan turned back and felt his scalp tingle. In the pool, 121 people were slaughtering each other. Some were eviscerating each other with their bare hands, others were tearing open their throats, and 5 people worked together to break a man's waist, body parts floating as blood spread. Joyful laughter echoed throughout the Maya water park. At that moment a plump man charged at Chu Yan wielding a fruit knife, grinning as he said, "Buddy, I don't have a partner. Hither, let's team up and die together." Chu Yan sidestepped to avoid the incoming knife, tripped the man, and struck the back of the plump man's neck with force. The plump man slumped forward, stumbling 3 steps before crashing to the ground unconscious. Following that, 3 men and 2 women rushed towards him, all laughing loudly, wielding keys, pens, and other sharp objects, clearly intending to kill Chu Yan. Chu Yan immediately became invisible, darting past the group of tourists, sprinting to the nearby Maya water village, climbing up to the top of the water slide where no one was present. Once he confirmed he was temporarily safe, Chu Yan maintained his invisibility, hiding behind the water slide's launch point, peeking at the pool 50 meters away. At that moment the pool was blood red, with numerous body parts floating on the surface, rising and sinking with the waves. In the next moment a whirlpool appeared in the center of the pool, swiftly sucking in all the bodies and swallowing them underwater before returning to calm. After a long 3 seconds, splash! A massive wave erupted and a towering neck emerged from the water, topped with a snake-like head, its body composed of corpses, a large dark shadow visible beneath the water resembling a plesiosaur. Chu Yan instinctively clenched his fists, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his heart racing. UMA, Loch Ness monster. Simultaneously a white mist began to rise around, enveloping the entire amusement park and slightly blurring his vision. The water monster swam slowly, leaving a trail of water in its wake, its low growl echoing through the sky, intertwining with the laughter. Chu Yan rapidly contemplated. The Loch Ness monster is a native UMA of Europe, first sighted by the Mackenzies, who ran a hotel on April 14, 1933. All biological behaviors and abilities are under the control of the EU SPDU. According to branch records, only one Loch Ness monster has appeared domestically, and it was dealt with by a SPDU official from Huaxia. Specific information remains unclear. Damn it, the 4 official organizations hardly share UMA information directly to ensure their negotiating leverage. Right now I'm the only ability user here, and the success rate of containing the water monster is too low. I need to gather intelligence first. In short, I need to stay away from the water monster to avoid provoking it. Refocusing his thoughts, Chu Yan silently stood up and took a step towards the stairs. Bang! His chest collided with something invisible. Chu Yan was startled. Another invisible Shinshan. Before the other party could scream, Chu Yan quickly tackled them to the ground and covered their mouth. He then glanced towards the water monster, seeing it swimming away, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Whoa! The person made a small sound. Chu Yan whispered, "Don't be nervous, I'm Sira's officer. If you promise not to shout, I'll let go of you." The other party nodded slightly. Chu Yan released his grip, revealing the face of a stranger, first canceling his invisibility. The other person seemed to hesitate for a moment before also becoming visible. A beautiful girl appeared before him, wearing a white strapless top and a denim skirt, her fair skin, slender waist, and long legs accentuated by a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye, her brows and eyes radiating a touch of arrogance. The center position, girl Han Han. Han Han pushed Chu Yan away and said through clenched teeth, "You startled me," without a sound. "If I get killed by you, you'll have to accompany me in death." Chu Yan replied, "Given the current situation, your dragon-head father will only think it was the water monster that killed you. As long as I can survive the water monster, you shouldn't need to worry about me accompanying you in death." Han Han was taken aback. "How do you know who I am?" Chu Yan said, "Your ID on the Dark Lamp network is Han Han, is an NPC, and as an NPC at Happy Valley your Douyin account is called Han Han, and you're also an ability user. Even a fool could guess it was you." Han Han was stunned for a moment and mumbled, "You're clumsy, but you're not stupid." Chu Yan asked curiously, "I'm a bit curious, does being an NPC pay well these days? Even the daughter of the Xinhuang Mahue is rushing to be one." Han Han sighed. "I originally dreamed of debuting as an idol, shining on stage every day like Zhang Yuaning, but my father said this industry is too complicated and not respectable, absolutely forbidding me from becoming a trainee, so I had to settle for being an NPC instead. Let's stop the small talk here. Since you know me, Han Feiqiang, hurry and save me. My father knows several high-ranking Sira officials. If you save me, it will definitely be a great contribution." Chu Yan looked around and said, "I want to escape too, but that seems impossible. Since this mist has risen, I can no longer hear the noise from outside the amusement park. It's likely that the water monster has isolated the outside world, turning Happy Valley into its closed hunting ground." Han Feiqiang's expression changed slightly. "What do we do now?" Chu Yan gazed towards the water monster, saying, "There's only one way to comprehend the biological behaviors and abilities of the water monster and contain it." Han Feiqiang widened her eyes and whispered, "Are you crazy? Do you think you are the one with verifiable achievements in exterminating moths? That's the Loch Ness monster. How could the two of us possibly contain it?" Chu Yan raised an eyebrow slightly, and whispered, "From your tone, it seems you quite admire the one with verifiable achievements in exterminating moths. But I remember the Dark Lantern Network said he killed your second brother just a few days ago. Don't you hate him?" Han Feiqiang snorted coldly and said softly, "That bastard Han Yuan wishes for my death every day. He mocks me whenever we meet, and even insults my deceased mother as a plaything for my father. I would be glad if he died." Then Han Feiqiang's expression softened. In contrast, Brother Exterminator is outstanding and his sect possesses remarkable abilities, speaks humorously, and even helped me kill Han Yuan. He is impeccable in every aspect. I've always wanted to meet him. Chu Yan pointed to himself and whispered, "I am Brother Exterminator, you have met him. Are you happy?" Han Feiqiang glanced at him disdainfully and mocked softly, "I am Qin Shi Huang. If you give me money I can grant you immortality. Are you happy?" Chu Yan spread his hands and said, "If you don't believe it, that's fine. But I am curious, if you meet him, what do you want to do?" Han Feiqiang replied matter-of-factly, "If he looks average I would thank him, if he is handsome I would sleep with him." Chu Yan said, "You guessed right, I am not Brother Exterminator. By the way, your words are rather crude, aren't they?" Han Feiqiang shrugged. "Of course my first time should be left for someone I like. From childhood to now, I have never looked up to many men my age, and Brother Exterminator is one of them." At this moment a low growl of woo-woo came from afar. Chu Yan and Han Feiqiang were startled, and looked simultaneously towards the direction of the water monster. By the edge of the huge swimming pool the water monster howled towards the sky, then lowered its head, crashing down onto the shore, opening its grotesque mouth filled with yellow-brown sharp teeth. In the next moment a large group of tourists came walking over, chatting and laughing as they lined up in front of the wall. "Hee, I have been wishing for death every day. Finally today I can die. I hope it will be a gruesome death. Yeah, I traveled a long way with my whole family just to die here. It's so annoying, this line is too long. Can someone hurry up and let me die? Today is my birthday. Is anyone wishing me a happy death day?" Amidst laughter and cheer the tourists walked one by one into the mouth of the water monster, seeking their own demise. In the line a young boy looked up at his mother with excitement, and said, "Mom, I have never died before. It seems so fun. How did you and Dad usually die?" The mother smiled indulgently, and said, "Mom is also dying for the first time. I have no experience, but if we both die together, maybe we can be reborn together." The boy's face filled with terror. I don't want to live." The mother patted his head and comforted him with a smile. Okay, we won't live, we will keep dying." At that moment a portly man shoved this mother and son aside, cutting in line in front of them. The mother was both shocked and angry. "How can you be so uncouth? Are you in such a hurry to live?" The man shook his ticket and sneered, "What are you shouting about? I bought the Happy Valley Express pass, so I can die first without waiting in line. If you didn't buy it, shut your mouths." Instantly the tourists behind were enraged, denouncing the man. He, however, was smug and indifferent. At this moment a staff member walked over and said seriously, "I'm sorry, sir, but this attraction is not covered by the express pass. Please go to the back of the line and queue up again." The man was taken aback and cursed, "What the hell? I paid and still can't die first. What kind of reasoning is—" The staff's expression hardened slightly. "Sir, please do not delay other tourist deaths, or I will have to call the police." The man froze angrily, left the queue, and walked to the end to line up. The entire venue erupted in applause and cheers. The staff smiled and waved to everyone loudly, saying, "Please line up in an orderly manner, do not push or shove, and try to let the elderly, women, and children die first." At the top of the slide Han Feiqiang's face turned pale, trembling in despair. This water monster's abilities are so bizarre. Who could guess the damned creature's nature? "We are—" Chu Yan stared at the water monster's gaping mouth after pondering for a moment, said, "Although I can't be 100% sure, I think I have a rough idea of what the water monster's abilities and nature are." Han Feiqiang was taken aback and looked at Chu Yan in disbelief. "Is that true? At such a critical moment you must take responsibility for your words." Chu Yan explained, "If I am not mistaken, the water monster's ability is to alter the brain's perception of danger and reality, causing surrounding creatures to become addicted to death. Those tourists under its influence mistakenly perceive entering the water monster's mouth as a form of entertainment, which is why they are so enthusiastic about it. The water monster does this likely to prey, yet its body is composed of corpses and has lost vitality, making it hard to say how much feeding is meaningful. Thus I believe the water monster's nature is to assemble hunting and digestion organs from biological corpses, meaning that massive corpse serves as its body, while its true form hides within, waiting for easily absorbed food to be delivered to its mouth." Han Feiqiang looked at Chu Yan in shock, saying, "Your analysis seems to make some sense. You are quite clever, but even if you are right, how do we utilize its nature to contain it?" Chu Yan took a deep breath and said slowly, "Get inside the water monster, use the rule technique, and put it to sleep." Han Feiqiang was stunned, widening her eyes. "Are you crazy? Going into the belly of the water monster is like seeking death. Chu Yan looked straight into her eyes and said seriously, neither of us are affected by the water monster right now because we are ability users and both belong to the Shunlin category, which gives us stronger resistance to the water monster. However, we are still human and will eventually be affected. Even if we can avoid being affected, we need to use our abilities constantly to ensure the water monster doesn't detect us, but once the side effects manifest, we would still die here. In other words, if we don't take a gamble now, it's equivalent to waiting for death. Han Feiqiang's eyes were filled with despair as she trembled and cried, but I am too scared, really too scared. Chu Yan shook his head and said, I am not asking you to take risks with me, just stay here and wait for me. By the way, can you use the lollipop hypnosis technique? Han Feiqiang nodded in confusion. That rule technique is widely known, more than half of the people in the Huaxia circle can perform it. Chu Yan took out 2 alpino lollipops and handed them to her, saying, I will find a way to dismantle the water monster's corpse. If you find an opportunity and I can't act, you go and hypnotize the water monster. Han Feiqiang took the lollipops and said anxiously, you must be careful not to leave me here for too long, I'm scared. Chu Yan gave a thumbs up and smiled. Don't worry, I am also a fan of Brother Exterminator. I believe he will bless us, otherwise we will be reborn as water monsters, and go find him, letting him know that disappointing fans leads to a bad end. Han Feiqiang was taken aback and chuckled. He is human, not a god. How could he bless us? As she said this, her body stopped trembling, and she didn't even notice it herself. Chu Yan smiled, stood up, took a deep breath, jumped down the slide, and walked step by step towards the water monster and the long line leading to a blissful death. Chu Yan passed through the Maya water village, heading straight towards the water monster, and the long queue with laughter and cheerful voices drifting towards him, growing louder by the moment. The clone clay statue landed and quickly expanded into Chu Yan, crouching behind the stall, carefully hiding himself. The preparations are complete, now I can use the relic to withdraw from the water monster's body at any time. Chu Yan took a deep breath, trying hard to relax his mind, then walked quietly to the end of the line, silently waiting his turn. One by one, the people ahead entered the mouth of the water monster, disappearing into the dark throat with the laughter abruptly ceasing. Soon it was Chu Yan's turn. With a bright smile, he followed closely behind the man in front, laughing heartily as he ran into the mouth of the water monster, stepping onto its long tongue. The air was stifling, filled with the stench of decay, the fleshy walls of the mouth writhing, and the ground was extremely slippery, making it hard to keep his footing. Chu Yan quietly covered himself with scales and entered invisibility, sitting in line deep within the throat, sliding down the esophagus. The radius of the esophagus was 1.5 meters, winding and turning with frequent forks resembling a slide, leading into an unknown abyss. The wind howled past his ears as Chu Yan remembered the direction of each fork to avoid getting lost on his retreat. After an unknown amount of time, the esophagus suddenly expanded, and Chu Yan along with 3 others slid out into a spacious area. Chu Yan stood up, alertly scanning his surroundings. Surrounding him were fleshy walls heaving and rolling with a large hole in the center leading deeper inside. Is this the stomach? At that moment, 53 pale floating corpses emerged from the fleshy walls. Their lower halves stuck to the walls, while their upper bodies elongated, rapidly lunging at the 3 male tourists. The 3 male tourists opened their arms and laughed as the floating corpses tore and bit at them, quickly turning them into a bloody mess. Chu Yan hid invisibly in a corner, silently observing everything. The floating corpses chewed on the broken bodies, spitting out flesh and bone, which were then pushed into the central hole by the writhing flesh walls sent to the intestines. Subsequently, all the floating corpses retracted together until their upper bodies returned to their normal length. Then the group of floating corpses opened their sharp-toothed mouths. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the stomach, causing a tremor in the chest. Chu Yan gritted his teeth and covered his ears, his head pounding as countless bizarre illusions appeared before his eyes. An enormous mouth at the bottom of the deep sea, towering buildings breeding flesh and blood, billions of humans slashing at each other with knives, and beautiful floating corpses embracing him, merging into one. The water monster is clearing out the food remnants. Ugh! Chu Yan was forced to drop his invisibility, kneeling on the ground, retching, his temples throbbing. In an instant, all 53 floating corpses turned their heads in unison, shooting him lifeless stares, and the next second they roared and lunged at him. Chu Yan endured the headache and dizziness, gritting his teeth as he stood up and quickly pulled out 10 grenades, pulling the pins and tossing them around. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion shattered 34 floating corpses into pieces, while 18 others paused briefly before lunging at him again. Damn it, the water monster must have gone into a panic mode. Mutation is inevitable now. Looks like I can only retreat for now and plan further. After getting out, I must find a way to contain it before the water monster advances to tactical level. After a brief contemplation, Chu Yan was suddenly inspired, attempting to transfer his essence to the clone clay statue. There was no response. Chu Yan froze quickly, realizing the clone was affected by the water monster and had killed itself. Roar! Floating corpses lunged from all directions, their roars deafening. Chu Yan gripped his dagger, activating bullet time, unleashing a flurry of precise slashes, the sound of blades slicing through the air relentless. Each slash precisely cut the throats of the floating corpses, their heads thudding to the ground, merging into the fleshy walls. At that moment, the flesh wall underfoot heaved violently, resembling a tsunami. In a moment of carelessness, Chu Yan was thrown into the air, crashing heavily against the top fleshy wall, his eyes wide open, his entire body feeling as if it were falling apart. He then rebounded downward, quickly hitting the ground with a thud before bouncing back up, repeatedly colliding with the fleshy walls. Bang, bang, bang. After 5 rounds, Chu Yan gritted his teeth, seizing the moment to extend his hands and cling to the top fleshy wall, finally coming to a stop. In the next moment, 43 floating corpses surged towards him with sharp teeth and claws emitting a foul stench. If I keep dragging this out, I'll surely die. Do I need to use enough firepower to blast open an exit at once? Chu Yan released his grip, leaping into the air to evade the floating corpses' bites. During his descent, he raised his right hand, forming it into a bull's horn shape, aiming at the right fleshy wall, silently chanting the fireball incantation. Boom, boom, boom. 3 large fireballs were launched in succession, hitting the fleshy wall with loud thuds, triggering a violent explosion, and blackened bits of flesh scattered everywhere. A large hole was created in the fleshy wall, half the size of a person and over a meter deep, but it did not penetrate through. In the next moment, flesh buds sprouted at the edges of the hole, quickly growing and intertwining, attempting to fill the gap. Chu Yan landed on the ground, sprinting towards the large hole, quickly approaching it. He then opened his mouth and hands like a bull, leaning over the hole, frantically gnawing at the surrounding fleshy wall, making it thinner and thinner. Meanwhile, the floating corpses behind were roaring loudly, their source drawing nearer, clearly about to reach him from behind, ready to tear him to shreds. At this moment, his right hand tore through the flesh, a faint light penetrating through. Finally, I broke through. Chu Yan's eyes brightened, controlling the 3 orifices to tear the opening to half a person in size, and he exerted himself to drill out. Then he woke up. Chu Yan suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself in darkness, his entire body wet and sticky, sliding down continuously, surrounded by tight flesh walls that were squeezing the air out of him. Oh no, the side effects have kicked in. Given the current situation, I may have actively drilled into the water monster's intestines under the obsession of finding the water monster's essence. But now my stamina is over half depleted. I cannot possibly deal with the water monster. Before his thoughts settled, the intestines suddenly opened, pushing Chu Yan out. Chu Yan fell weightlessly, landing heavily after a second, rolling twice, before finally stopping, getting up, while looking up. He was stunned. Before him was a snake-like head only 3 centimeters away, with a bright red vertical eye staring at Chu Yan, reflecting a face filled with shock. The water monster's essence, with glowing red eyes, indicating it was in a state of panic. This water monster was as large as 3 elephants, with a 6-meter-long neck curving downwards, its abdomen sporting 4 fin-like limbs, its slimy body covered in wounds, as if it had been flayed, and black-red blood seeped out with pressure, having also lost one eye. Chu Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately activated the protective shield of the guardian leaf necklace, getting up to run. Sizzle. The protective shield shattered instantly, his left arm severed at the shoulder, blood gushing out. Chu Yan fell to the ground, clutching the severed wound in pain, incredulously glancing back. The water monster bit his arm, throwing him into the air, opening its mouth to gurgle, swallow him. With a single bite, it exceeded the damage threshold of a limit breaker, easily penetrating the protective shield. The speed difference is too great. I cannot possibly escape. I can only gamble on hypnotizing it. Chu Yan looked down in a daze, seeing a pale hand piercing through his right chest, the hand stained with blood cold. He struggled to stay awake, forcing himself to look back, his eyes gradually widening in shock. In the darkness behind him, 159 floating corpses merged together, forming a massive ball of corpses, countless heads, arms, and legs swaying back and forth, resembling a lively sea urchin. Love and iron. Sheltering the blue gem. Alien souls growing wild. The friendship murmurs of waves and sofas. Milk tea keyboards, birthday execution. Every head on the ball of corpses murmured meaningless sentences, some high-pitched, some sorrowful, some weak, as if they came from a hell of no return. Coldness enveloped his entire body, and Chu Yan's vision gradually blurred, his body going limp, his scales retracting into his body. 8 corpse arms quickly reached out, tightly embracing Chu Yan, slowly pulling him back until his back was pressed against the corpse ball. In the next moment, the muscles on his back melted, bonding with the corpse ball, slowly shrinking into it, becoming indistinguishable from the other floating corpses. The water monster lay beside, watching everything unfold, its pupils emitting an ominous red light. After a long 13 seconds, Chu Yan's body was nearly fully absorbed into the corpse ball, leaving only a cold face outside, tightly shut. The water monster's red eyes gradually dimmed as it moved its massive body, crawling in front of the Chu Yan on the corpse ball, opening its giant mouth, slowly lowering its head to bite. At that moment, Chu Yan's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening a pair of lifeless red eyes, his lips moving. Chirp, 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 chirp. Maya Water Park. Han Feiqiang hid behind the high stage of the pool, maintaining her invisibility as she peeked out to observe. 50 meters away, a corpse-like water monster slowly glided through the water, occasionally lowering its head and extending its long tongue, allowing tourists to joyfully crawl into its mouth. Han Feiqiang's delicate face turned pale, her slender legs trembling, and her heart raced with anxiety. That guy has been inside the water monster's mouth for over 10 minutes now, and there's still no movement. He can't possibly be dead, right? Han Feiqiang took a deep breath, shook her head vigorously, and continued to ponder. Indeed, not every man of the Shunlin lineage can turn decay into wonder like the Moth Slayer. I can no longer rely on him. I must survive on my own. That water monster has already eaten many. It must be full by now. I just need to hold out until it leaves on its own. With this thought, Han Feiqiang's expression softened slightly as she clenched her fists, motivating herself. At that moment, her eyes suddenly dimmed and her head began to droop. She fell asleep. It's time to perform. My fans are still waiting for me. Han Feiqiang lifted her head, beaming with a bright smile, and bounced onto the stage, standing center stage, while waving at the pool filled with scattered corpses. Surrounded by silence, Han Feiqiang gazed alluringly, moving her graceful body to the rhythm. Her right index finger slowly traced over her beautiful legs, curvy hips, and chest, showcasing every enticing curve with radiant charm. The thud-thud of her steps on the stage caught the attention of the water monster. The creature turned its head towards the sound, its pupils reflecting a delighted female prey, then it pivoted its massive body and slowly swam closer. As the dance concluded, Han Feiqiang laughed joyfully, waved to the audience, then her head drooped. Moments later, she hazily opened her eyes, fearfully looked up, and froze in place. In front of the stage, the enormous water monster looked down at her, emitting a low rumbling growl and exuding a strong stench of decay. Han Feiqiang's complexion changed dramatically as she plopped down on the stage, trembling uncontrollably. She struggled to get up, but her legs were weak, her hands unsteady, her stomach tightened to the extreme, and breathing became incredibly difficult. The water monster lowered its head and began to open its massive jaws. Han Feiqiang's eyes filled with despair, tears streaming down her face as she trembled and murmured, "Help! Help me!" At that moment, the water monster's pupils constricted, and it let out a wailing roar, tossing its long neck back and forth. In the next moment, numerous small protrusions appeared all over the water monster's body, occasionally surfacing, occasionally disappearing, as if many things were trying to break free from within. The water monster writhed in pain, creating towering waves that crashed down, toppling tables and pavilions along the shore. Ultimately, unable to bear the burden, it tilted its head back and opened its massive mouth. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Thousands of moths surged out of the giant mouth, their buzzing wings creating a cacophony as they gathered in the air, forming a large swarm of gray and white. Han Feiqiang stared in disbelief, mumbling, "The Moth Slayer. Records can be checked." At the same time, Chu Yan struggled to crawl out of the monster's mouth, leaping down and landing heavily on the stage, coughing and gasping. Han Feiqiang stood to the side, staring up in shock at the swarm of moths, seemingly stunned beyond measure, hardly noticing him. Chu Yan managed to sit up, looking up into the sky. Rolling dark clouds obscured the sky, forming a massive swirling vortex with hundreds of black and purple lightning flashes flickering, and the thunder rumbled like 1,000 drums. High above, the moths coalesced into a Mothman, its red eyes piercing through the shadows of the dark clouds, surrounded by flashes of lightning that illuminated its form in a dance of light and shadow. Roar! The water monster howled to the heavens, snapping its jaws towards the Mothman as 23 water spouts swirled around it, all charging upwards. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Mothman's red eyes flickered as it rapidly flapped its wings, flying in a spiral trajectory through the air, nimbly dodging the water spouts and approaching the monster's head. Then the Mothman raised its claws, plunging them into the water monster's throat, screeching chirp, chirp, chirp as it dove down. The water monster's long neck split open from its jaw to its abdomen, blood spraying everywhere. Following this, the Mothman landed on the monster's back, splitting into countless moths. The moths swarmed over the water monster's entire body, tearing it apart frantically, within seconds reducing the already gravely injured creature to a bloody mass, its body shrinking, as if locusts had ravaged a field, leaving no life in their wake. The water monster violently whipped its long neck, waves crashing over its body as it struggled to shake off the relentless gnawing. Many moths suffered broken wings and fell lifeless into the water, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. In just 12 seconds, the massive body assembled from corpses completely collapsed. The true form of the water monster emerged from the pile of bodies, a long neck and massive body with 4 fin-like limbs, its entire body slick and dark brown. Chu Yan's gaze sharpened as he noticed on the monster's tail a line of wedge-shaped text glowing with a purple hue. The water monster let out a low growl, submerging its head into the water, as if trying to escape. The Mothman screeched, diving down to the water's surface, its claws gripping the water monster's long neck, forcibly dragging it back up. Then, clutching the water monster's neck, the Mothman soared up to a height of over 100 meters before diving down again with great speed. Just before landing, the Mothman slammed the water monster down onto the ground. Bang! The ground within a 300-meter radius shattered and sunk deeply, nearby slides and roller coasters collapsing with a thunderous crash, dust enveloping much of the amusement park. The water monster lay in the center of the deep pit, its massive body scarred and twitching, letting out low groans, evidently on the brink of death. On the tilted stage, Chu Yan half-knelt, staring at the Mothman, his heart filled with shock. This is the pinnacle among restricted-level UMAs. Even those at the upper end of the food chain, if in a slightly weakened state, will be mercilessly crushed by the Mothman. At that moment, the Mothman tilted its head and cast a glance at Chu Yan with its red eyes. Chu Yan's pupils contracted sharply, a chill running down his spine. But in the next second, the Mothman flapped its wings and soared into the clouds, disappearing into the center of the swirling storm. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, the thunder calmed, and the crescent moon hung high in the sky, restoring tranquility to the night. After a long time, Chu Yan finally began to calm down, only to feel an overwhelming weight on his heart. The Mothman not only successfully revived, but also regained its freedom, undoubtedly poised to incite greater chaos in the future. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Chu Yan stood up suddenly, pulled out an Alps lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Then he jumped off the stage, sprinted to the back of the water monster, and focused intently on the line of wedge-shaped text, his ring finger touching his thumb. The water monster noticed Chu Yan and roared in anger, opening its mouth to snap at him. In that critical moment, Chu Yan's eyes widened as he silently recited the X spell. In the next instant, the water monster's massive jaws froze in place, suspended above him for a second before crashing to the ground. Hypnosis successful. Chu Yan sighed in relief, finished the lollipop, and named the stick Ho Zhongji before running to a fallen tree and burying Ho Zhongji deep in the soil. After completing this, Chu Yan let out a long sigh, dragging his weary body to the snack stall to retrieve the clone mud statue, and finally returned to the edge of the stage, gently leaping back up. Han Feiqiang sat on the stage staring at Chu Yan in surprise, exclaiming, "Actually defeated the water monster, that's amazing. You must be the Moth Slayer with a verifiable record. That Mothman just now was your trump card, right?" Chu Yan shrugged, saying, "Well, at this point I won't hide it from you. I am indeed the Moth Slayer. That Mothman was not my trump card. In fact, I'm just as confused as you are. Otherwise I wouldn't have let it revive. But looking on the bright side, at least it took care of the water monster, didn't it? Speaking of which, now that you know my identity, do you want to thank me, or sleep with me?" I can't shake the feeling that neither of those options is very friendly towards me, but I'm still quite curious. The Mothman escaped. What are you talking about? Han Feiqiang pointed at Chu Yan and said with a smile, "That Mothman just now was you, wasn't it?" Chu Yan was taken aback, saying, "What are you talking about?" Han Feiqiang bounced to Chu Yan's side, flashing a charming smile. "I saw it with my own eyes. Why are you still pretending to be clueless? Don't worry, I know this is your secret, and I absolutely won't tell anyone, but you have to give me your private WeChat." Chu Yan waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Wait, what exactly are you talking about? What do you mean I am the Mothman? Didn't you see the Mothman fly away just now?" Han Feiqiang chuckled and said, "Stop being stubborn. You transformed into the Mothman, and after emerging from the water monster's mouth, I watched you beat the water monster to a pulp before flying onto the stage and changing back into human form. I guess this must be a rule, skill, or relic you obtained accidentally after killing the Mothman. I've been in this circle for so long, but I've never heard of anyone being able to transform into an UMA. That's really impressive." Then Han Feiqiang tilted her head and said, "But why did you fly back first before rushing forward to use the rule skill? Don't tell me you were demonstrating error tolerance. Alright, your trump card is so powerful, showing off in front of girls isn't too annoying." Chu Yan looked utterly confused. He watched Han Feiqiang bounce around with a smile, her lips moving constantly, but he couldn't hear a single word, only the phrase, "You are the Mothman," echoing in his mind. After a moment, Chu Yan snapped back to reality, frowning and thinking, "What I saw is completely different from what Han Feiqiang saw. There must be something fishy going on. I need to consult Yang Xiuji as soon as I get back. He's an expert in this field and should have some clues." Suddenly a sharp pain shot through his head. Chu Yan fell to his knees, clutching his head tightly with both hands, his eyes wide open, bloodshot, and filled with red veins. Han Feiqiang was taken aback and quickly knelt in front of him, panicking. What happened to you? Is this the side effect of using the trump card?" Chu Yan felt the world spinning, shrouded in blood red, with Han Feiqiang appearing as a double image before him and a sharp ringing in his ears. The unbearable pain seemed to pierce through eternity. He didn't know how much time passed. All discomfort suddenly vanished. Chu Yan took a few deep breaths and slowly lifted his head, stunned. In front of him stood a Mothman dressed in a floral dress, leaning down and staring at him with red eyes blinking incessantly. Chu Yan's mind went blank as he fell back onto the ground, dazedly looking around. This was near the gold mine drifting attraction in Happy Valley, where all amusement facilities were intact but tangled in white silk threads, and in some places large cocoons were hanging. In the distance, in the swimming pool, hundreds of Mothmen were playing in the water with swimming rings. Roller coasters roared overhead, filled with Mothmen who were shouting, "GGG." Beside a snack stall, several Mothmen were grilling meat, while a small Mothman tugged at a larger Mothman, calling out, "GGG," seemingly wanting its mother to buy it something to eat. Chu Yan was stunned. Is this a dream? No, after my side effects ended, it shouldn't happen again. Within an hour. At this moment, the Mothman in front of him tilted its head and chirped, "Sir, are you all right? Would you like me to call a safety officer for you?" Chu Yan suddenly realized he could understand it. He instinctively looked down and discovered his body was covered in grayish-white fur with pincers for a mouth, sharp black claws, and a pair of insect wings fluttering behind him. What is going on? Chu Yan's heart raced, his breath quickened, and an overwhelming sense of strangeness engulfed him. "Sir," the Mothman called out again, slowly extending its right claw toward Chu Yan. Smack! Chu Yan swatted the insect claw away with his own and leapt up to flee. After running a few steps, he suddenly took flight, as natural as if it were instinct. Before long, Chu Yan flew out of Happy Valley and kept flying straight ahead, deep in thought. Calm down, calm down. This should be a new ability of the Mothman. Perhaps it mutated after its revival. As long as I understand its biological habits, and... Bang! Chu Yan collided with something, plummeting rapidly and crashing onto the sidewalk, rolling twice. He shook his head and looked up. At the main entrance of Etienne Holiday Plaza, many Mothmen were entering and exiting the mall, clutching shopping bags from various brands: Pop Mart, Tudor watches, Miniso. Ouch! Why don't you watch where you're flying? That hurt like hell. In front of him, 5 meters away, a Mothman was sitting on the ground, rubbing its insect head, angrily shouting at Chu Yan. Sorry, Chu Yan instinctively apologized. I'll forget it, just be more careful next time. The Mothman stood up, grumbled, and flapped its wings to soar into the sky. Chu Yan sat on the ground, struggling to calm down. Many Mothmen passed by, casting strange glances at him. "Big brother, are you alright?" Turning his head towards the voice, Chu Yan's red pupils shrank. A small Mothman stood beside him, wearing denim overalls, holding a dog leash attached to a male human. The man lay on the ground, shouting at Chu Yan, "Feed. Mating. Feed. Mating." Chu Yan was stunned. At that moment, the man shook his neck, breaking free from the small Mothman, and sprinted to a nearby telephone pole, lifting his right hind leg to urinate. The small Mothman was startled and quickly ran to the man's side, picked up the leash, and slapped the top of the man's head vigorously, scolding, "Bad human. You really don't listen." The man squatted on the ground, wailing loudly, "Feed. Mating. Feed. Mating." Chu Yan's eyes were vacant, his thoughts a tangled mess. What on earth happened in this world? What happened to my parents and that bad woman? What about Sira? How is she? Chu Yan suddenly stood up, flapping his wings, flying low towards the Sira Shenzhen branch. Along the way, he passed by KFC for human frying, Bo Ji Longjiang rice shop, Heidi Lao human. He kept his gaze fixed ahead, unwilling to look closely at the scenes inside the shops. Bang! As he crossed a road, a large Mothman suddenly changed direction and collided head-on with Chu Yan. Both Mothmen fell onto the ground, staring at each other in astonishment. The tall Mothman pointed at Chu Yan, cursing, "Damn it, can't you see? That hurt like hell." Chu Yan was clearly being wronged, but at this moment too many questions flooded his mind. He didn't dare to speak easily, fearing it would lead to trouble. The tall Mothman stood up, growling fiercely, "If you don't pay me 100 or 80,000 a day, you can't leave here." In an instant, many Mothmen surrounded them, whispering and chirping amongst themselves. Chu Yan quickly stood up, retreating, while keeping a wary eye on the tall Mothman in case he used his abilities to attack. The tall Mothman quickly closed in, shouting, "Did you hear me? I want you to pay." Chu Yan tried to keep his tone as calm as possible, saying, "Sir, please calm down. I can understand your feelings, and we can discuss any issues properly. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't pay, don't blame me for being rude." The tall Mothman glared, readied, flapping his wings and dashing forward. Chu Yan's eyes widened in alarm as he quickly retreated, the buzzing sound incessant. "Move aside. What are so many moths doing gathered here?" A stern Mothman's voice rang out. Chu Yan and the tall Mothman both halted, looking towards the source of the voice. A Mothman pushed through the crowd, walking leisurely towards them, dressed in a black and white uniform, holding a bag of KFC takeout. The tall Mothman frowned and snapped, "Who the hell are you? Get lost and don't meddle in my business." The uniformed Mothman took out his credentials and said indifferently, "My name is Zhan Wufeng, and I am a Mothman officer." Chu Yan looked at the subdued Mothman, astonished, muttering, "You are Zhan Wufeng." The tall Mothman changed his expression slightly and quickly slapped himself, saying, "I apologize, officer. I didn't know you were Officer Moth. Earlier, please consider my words as if I was just joking." The Moth Zhan Wufeng snorted coldly, looking at Chu Yan with raised eyebrows, saying, "Why are you here, kid? As a moth officer, shouldn't you be at home diligently weaving your cocoon and producing moths? Why are you here getting harassed by other moths? Are you out of your mind?" The tall Mothman was horrified and quickly looked at Chu Yan ingratiatingly, saying, "I'm sorry, officer. It's my fault for being blind and bumping into you. Please have mercy, great moth." Chu Yan forced himself to calm down, waving his claw. "Forget it, just disappear from my sight quickly." "All right." The tall Mothman repeatedly thanked him, spreading his wings and buzzing into the sky. At that moment, a small Mothman approached, looking at Moth Zhan Wufeng with concern and saying, "Uncle Officer, the human I was raising has gone missing. Can you help me find him? If other moths find him, he will be taken home and killed." Moth Zhan Wufeng replied calmly, "Don't worry, killing now requires a murder certificate. There's a quota for killings each week. Your human should be fine." The small Mothman shook his head and said, "Uncle Officer, the human I keep is different. He not only uses the toilet like a human, but can also say hello. Such a clever human. If other moths see him, they will definitely take him home immediately." Moth Zhan Wufeng asked suspiciously, "Is that true? Humans can only make the sounds of feed and mating, right?" The small Mothman exclaimed anxiously, "It's true. Uncle, you have to believe me." Moth Zhan Wufeng shrugged and pointed at Chu Yan, saying, "All right, let this officer help you find him." Chu Yan pointed at himself, his expression strange. "You want me to help him find someone?" Moth Zhan Wufeng scoffed. "You were just idling around. I still need to go home and weave my cocoon. I just saved you from trouble, and you didn't even buy me dinner yet you dare complain. Be careful, or I might just kill you." Chu Yan said. "Fine." Moth Zhan Wufeng rolled his eyes and flapped his wings, leaving the area. Chu Yan turned to the small Mothman, cautiously asking, "What are the characteristics of the human you raised?" The small Mothman replied, "His name is Chochi. He is a hybrid of Caucasian and Indian sapiens. His favorite toy is a tennis ball, and he insists on holding it in his mouth, even when asleep. The last time I saw him was when I took him to Wudong Mountain Park to play." Chu Yan said, "All right, I will give it a try." The small Mothman smiled. "Thank you, officer brother." Chu Yan felt complicated emotions, turning to flap his wings and leave. Suddenly, a severe headache struck. Chu Yan knelt down, pressing his claws against his head, feeling as if the world was spinning and everything in his vision appeared double. "Uncle, are you all right?" Chirp, 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 chirp. In Maya Water Park, Chu Yan suddenly opened his eyes, bewildered, looking around. He was standing in a dried-up swimming pool holding a desiccated heart. Surrounding him were 5 headless male corpses, each with a hole pierced through their chests. A blood was spreading across the tiled bottom of the pool, and 3 broken long knives lay in the pool of blood. Han Feiqiang was sitting 10 meters behind him, staring blankly at him. Chu Yan frowned and pressed his head, thinking to himself, "I'm back. What did I just see? What was going on? And what about these dead abilities?" At this moment, Han Feiqiang cautiously approached, asking, "Are you awake?" Chu Yan turned to look at her, and after a moment of thought nodded. Han Feiqiang let out a sigh of relief, saying, "You scared me. Ooh, I thought you couldn't recover. That killer move had side effects. You should have told me earlier." Chu Yan said seriously, "Let's put that aside for now. First tell me what just happened." Han Feiqiang said, "You suddenly had a headache, and then started claiming to be a moth, shouting that you wanted to take me back to produce little moths. It was just like..." Han Feiqiang frowned in thought, and suddenly realized, right, it was just like the legendary moth pupa. Chu Yan's pupils constricted. "I turned into a moth pupa." Han Feiqiang nodded, saying, "Yes, it startled me at that time, but thankfully you regained your senses." Chu Yan was silent for a few seconds before asking, "And what about these dead abilities? What's going on?" Han Feiqiang's expression dimmed as she bit her lips, saying, "Although there's no evidence, I suspect they should be the Cgeo from the New Prosperity Association, specifically sent to kill me. I suspect they have long since infiltrated the amusement park. When the water monster appeared unexpectedly, they were hiding in the corners, and when they saw the water monster being dealt with, they jumped out to try to kill me. I was supposed to have bodyguards, but when the water monster appeared, they were killed by the monster." Then Han Feiqiang smiled brightly. "But when they rushed out, you killed them in just a few moves and absorbed 3 hearts from Cgeo. It was quite impressive." Chu Yan was taken aback. "Wait, you just said I absorbed 3 hearts. But I didn't feel a rise in rank." Han Feiqiang looked confused. "I still need to ask you about this. You are clearly from the Shanlin lineage, yet you absorbed 3 hearts from the Manzi lineage. This is too strange. Usually ordinary people wouldn't be able to absorb energy from hearts outside their lineage." Chu Yan was startled and immediately reached into his supreme Nike pocket. The prepared pieces of Manzi meat and 3 hearts had vanished without a trace. Chu Yan's gaze slightly narrowed as a guess formed in his mind. Having turned into a moth pupa, I not only absorbed the hearts of Sijio, but also consumed the meat and hearts I brought while the Manzi lineage happens to be downstream of the Chungu lineage. Perhaps this is the reason I returned from that world. But what exactly is going on? After leaving here later, I must consult Yang Qiuji immediately. Han Feiqiang smiled, saying, "It's fortunate to have you here today, otherwise I would have died here. You've saved me twice in one day, how should I repay you?" Chu Yan casually waved his hand. "It's simple, just pay me a protection fee." Han Feiqiang grumbled unhappily, "Talking about money is so boring. Otherwise should I date you? Other men wish they had a chance to date me." Han Feiqiang pouted angrily, turning her head away from Chu Yan. Chu Yan said, "We'll talk about idle chatter later. First I want to ask you, aren't you the daughter of the New Prosperity Association? Why would your family come to kill you?" Han Feiqiang sighed, saying, "They are most likely sent by my elder brother because after they died their heads exploded immediately. This is definitely to destroy the brain and prevent any secrets from leaking out. My elder brother and Han Yulin have been competing for the leadership for a long time, and now that Han Yulin is dead, I have become the only threat to my elder brother. In fact, my elder brother treats me well, and I have long expressed my disinterest in the leadership position, so I always thought he wouldn't harm me, yet he still did it. I think it might be because his mother is instigating him behind the scenes." Chu Yan nodded. Understood. Siblings fell out over pocket money. Han Feiqiang sighed, saying, "From my elder brother's perspective, it's not surprising that he wants to kill me. After all, Dad dotes on me. Even if he doesn't let me take the leadership position, he left me a lot of assets and connections which would undoubtedly reduce the inheritance my elder brother could get." Chu Yan shook his head. "Wealthy families are just full of troubles. Be careful from now on. This time you were lucky to have me help you eliminate those Sijio, but next time you might not be so fortunate." Han Feiqiang hesitated and said, "Actually, you didn't kill them all. If I remember correctly, there was a Sijio from the Shanlin lineage that slipped away while you were absorbing the hearts. P.S. These two chapters may have a lot of information, but in the subsequent chapters, I will quickly seek an explanation from Yang Qiuji, so everyone need not worry." Chu Yan fell silent for several seconds before saying, "You're at least a capable individual. Can't you lend a hand?" Han Feiqiang shrank back slightly. "You looked so terrifying just now. I didn't dare approach you." Chu Yan sighed. Fine. What's done is done. Dwelling on it serves no purpose. By the way, how did your family react after I killed your second elder brother? Will any of your friends come after me?" Han Feiqiang shook her head. The Xinhuang Ma Association and Sira have long maintained a delicate equilibrium. Father refused to jeopardize official relations over this incident, so he pinned full responsibility on Han Yulin alone, executing Gong Qianhong and all implicated Sijio red sticks, then offering massive reparations and several lost artifacts to close the matter. Chu Yan nodded. "Understood. Now please turn around and face away from me." Han Feiqiang blinked in surprise. "Why?" Chu Yan replied. "I intend to render you unconscious and erase all memories of me, but I'm utterly exhausted, trembling, even while standing. I doubt I'd win a fight against you, so I'll need your cooperation." Han Feiqiang stepped back twice, shaking her head vigorously. "No, I refuse to have my memories erased. Please trust me. I swear I'll never reveal your secret to anyone." Chu Yan said flatly, "Trusting you is far less reliable than erasing your memory. And please stop calling me De. It's rather unsettling." Han Feiqiang spoke earnestly. "De, think carefully. I am after all the eldest daughter of the third branch of the Xinhuang Ma Association. Though I lack the influence of the first or second branches, I can still offer you meaningful support. Moreover, although Father chooses not to pursue Han Yulin's death, several senior elders within the association harbor deep resentment toward you. With me by your side, you'll have eyes inside the Xinhuang Ma Association, allowing you to anticipate threats before they arise." Chu Yan fell silent, weighing her words carefully. Han Feiqiang edged closer, pleading softly, "De, I've longed for this meeting like stars and moons aligning. Today at last my wish has come true. Surely you couldn't bear to rob me of these precious memories, could you?" Chu Yan let out a long sigh. "Even if I wished to forcibly erase your memories, I lack the strength to do so now. So I entrust this promise to you, Miss Han. Should you break it, I'll hire online trolls to flood your Douyin account with unflattering images." Han Feiqiang grinned. "Got it. Let's add each other on WeChat. We should hang out sometime." Chu Yan scanned the QR code to send a friend request. "Before we proceed, you saw my true face. So tell me, do you wish to thank me or sleep with me? Neither option particularly appeals to me, yet for a sensitive high school boy like myself the distinction matters greatly." Han Feiqiang clasped her hands behind her back, leaned forward, and winked playfully. "Which would De prefer? I prefer you faint dead away from my sheer charisma. Then forget me entirely." Han Feiqiang planted her hands on her hips, feigning indignation. "De, why must you keep pushing me away? A gentleman who constantly distances himself from a girl wounds her dignity deeply." Chu Yan pretended not to hear, and instead turned to extract the hearts of two remaining sea geo-red sticks, one belonging to the aquatic beast class, the other to the secret marsh class. The aquatic beast class heart shall be offered to the ring, granting one additional use effectively equivalent to an extra rule-based technique. Given the magnitude of this feat, I'm certain to receive substantial rewards, so rank advancement isn't a concern. Having finalized his plan, Chu Yan consecrated both hearts, one to the hypnotic ring and the other to the guardian leaf necklace, endowing each with a single activation opportunity. At that moment, the mist within the amusement park began to dissipate, and external sounds surged in. Sirens' voices, crackling radio transmissions. Chu Yan gazed toward the exit. It appears the water beast's ability has finally lapsed entirely. Cirrus specialists will breach the park imminently. We'll wait beside the creature. 5 minutes earlier, outside Happy Valley. Within the cordon, 20 black sedans stood parked in perfect formation beside Major Plaza, their redan blue lights sweeping across the pavement as sirens shrieked. 24 specialists stood near the perimeter, led by Zhang Wufeng. All stared intently at the thin veil of mist, expressions grave or sorrowful. A sedan door swung open behind them. Hui Yuangang descended and approached Zhang Wufeng. Have the scouts sent into the mist returned yet? Hui Yuangang asked, voice low and stern. Zhang Wufeng glanced at his watch. 3, 2, 1. As his voice faded, 3 safety ropes at his feet twitched simultaneously, twice. Du Jiaoyang Miao Xiuli, and How Long each seized a rope and hauled it taut. From within the mist, 3 figures emerged, drawing nearer, then stepping clear of the fog 10 seconds later. They were Wan Yonan Shinzhongque and Song Tsilong. Hui Yuangang frowned. Still unable to enter. Shinzhongque shook his head. No, we walk endlessly no matter which direction we choose. Hui Yuangang exhaled heavily and nodded. You've all earned your rest. Take a moment to recover. Zhang Wufeng shot Hui Yuangang a sidelong glance. I've confirmed with my SBDU contacts. It's almost certainly the Loch Ness water beast's ability. Unless a tactical class aquatic beast or mirage scale class enters the mist, no one can navigate it. Hui Yuangang sighed. Regrettably, I'm a brute tow class. Entering would accomplish nothing. Bringing in reinforcements from elsewhere would take hours. By then it'll be too late. At that moment, specialist How Long hurried over, expression grim. Director, the dragon head of the Xinhuang Ma Association, personally called the South China Regional Branch. Hui Yuangang's pupils contracted sharply. The dragon head. At this critical juncture, why contact the South China Regional Director? How Long spoke, gravely. The dragon head informed Director Jiang that his third branch daughter Han Feiqiang was performing at Happy Valley tonight, and requested Sira's immediate rescue. In exchange, he pledged a 10 billion yuan donation, a batch of replica artifacts, and 3 loans of a tactical class artifact. Director Jiang instructed us to spare no effort in rescuing Miss Han. The reward is secondary. Preserving our relationship with the Xinhuang Ma Association is paramount. With all 4 official agencies vying for influence among civilian factions, we cannot afford to let them lean toward foreign powers at this pivotal moment. Hui Yuangang clenched his fist and slammed it onto the sedan's hood, crunching a deep dent into the metal with a thunderous boom. How Long flinched. Director, please remain calm. Hui Yuangang's face darkened. Facing a UMA, survival odds are 9 to 1, regardless of status or rank. Headquarters speaks lightly of rescue. But how? How exactly do we rescue her? Zhang Wufeng shook his head. Enough. Let Zhang's reckless orders pass like wind. Miss Han is undoubtedly already deceased. If she's left with even a whole corpse, her ancestors must be burning incense at every ancestral shrine. My SBDU contact explained that water beasts emit mist only during hunting or when threatened. Focus instead on containment strategies once the mist lifts. Hui Yuangang sighed again. Easy for you to say. You're not the Shenzhen Regional Director. You carry no such burden. Zhang Wufeng merely shrugged. Ruan Yonan approached, brow furrowed. Old ghost. Just now I tried calling my junior brother again from farther away. Still no connection. Do you know what's happening? Zhang Wufeng arched a brow. He mentioned having plans tonight, but gave no details. Probably off some as a Cirrus specialist, and currently the most valuable Mirage scale class operative. He hasn't answered his phone. Unforgivable negligence. A penalty of 8 to 10 million yuan is warranted. Ruan Yonan rolled her eyes. Song Tsilong nearby gazed enviously. Junior brother lives such a blissful life. I too yearn to mate. Du Jiaoyang suddenly pointed toward the main gate of Happy Valley and shouted, look. The mist, it's All eyes snapped toward the entrance, where the gate's outline indeed sharpened into clarity. Zhang Wufeng's gaze hardened. It seems everyone inside Happy Valley perished. That water beast devours relentlessly, and kept us waiting far too long. Troublemaker 1, 2, and 3. Accompany me to contain the water beast. Du Jiaoyang, you continue contacting Troublemaker 4. Get him here immediately. Hui Yuangang pulled out his phone and frowned. Wait, something's wrong. My signal's restored. Zhan Wufeng paused, then checked his own device, puzzled. Mine too. Strange. Has the water beast departed? Yet such a colossal entity couldn't vanish without trace. Shun Zhongque mused aloud. Could it be that a formidable, capable individual happened to be caught in the disaster and casually neutralized the water beast? Song Xilong bared his teeth in a grin. Wouldn't Shen, you're truly impaired. Shun Zhongque, sleep with one eye open tonight, or I'll ensure you're permanently sterilized. Song Xilong recoiled in alarm, baring his teeth wildly at him. Zhan Wufeng glanced at Shen Zhongque and said, for once that fool's logic holds merit. Even we wouldn't guarantee successful containment. How likely is it that a limit-breaking peerless master just happened to appear at Happy Valley, solving our problem for us? As for tactical class operatives, aside from their extreme rarity, had one truly intervened, the water beast would have mutated and ascended instantly. That outcome is impossible. Shen Zhongque snorted coldly, but offered no rebuttal. Hui Yuangang massaged his temples. Enough speculation. We'll learn the truth once we enter the park. With that, Zhan Wufeng led his 3 disciples Miao Xiuli and half the specialists into Happy Valley alongside. Happy Valley's ground lay shattered. Carousel horses toppled askew drop towers, and roller coasters collapsed into twisted scrap. The air reeked of blood and decay, a landscape indistinguishable from apocalypse. Zhan Wufeng swept his gaze across the ruin, then pointed toward the Maya water park. Damage intensifies progressively in that direction, so the water beast must have originated there. Moments later, the entire contingent surged into the Maya water park and froze in collective astonishment. The park's floor had collapsed into a 3-meter-deep crater, fissures webbing outward in all directions. Corpses and gore littered the scene. Chaos stretched as far as the eye could see. At the crater's center lay the massive water beast, unconscious. Beside it sat a young man and woman locked in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Both faces were crudely scribbled upon with marker cartoonish feces, pand-eye circles, and exaggerated mustaches. Their features were nearly unrecognizable, evidence of fierce competition. Suddenly Chu Yan flashed scissors and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You've lost again. Lean your face closer. Han Feiqiang closed her eyes resignedly, tilting her chin upward, her delicate, defiant expression etched with humiliation. Don't draw anything too grotesque, please. Chu Yan chuckled wickedly, then picked up a ballpoint pen and sketched a fly onto her cheek. Han Feiqiang pulled out her compact mirror, took one look, and erupted in indignation, turning her head away. No more games. Chu Yan savored her flustered defeat, smiling contentedly. Then, thud thud thud, urgent footsteps echoed. He turned, and saw Hui Yuangang, Zhan Wufeng, and Shun Zhongque approaching, followed by Wan Yonan and Miao Xiuli. His smile vanished, instantly replaced by weary exhaustion. Zhan Wufeng's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world are you doing here? Chu Yan adopted a solemn tone. I've loved Happy Valley since childhood. I visit weekly to ride the carousel. Tonight I happened to catch Sugar Queen's performance and decided to join the fun. But it bored me terribly. Then the water beast appeared, ruining my entire day. Han Feiqiang, her face still adorned with chaotic doodles, pouted angrily. Hey, just moments ago you declared my performance brilliant and danced with unrestrained joy. Chu Yan replied coolly, that never happened. I deny it outright. Hui Yuangang scanned the surroundings. Since you've been here the whole time, did you witness who subdued the water beast? Chu Yan pointed squarely at himself. Me. Silence fell, every face stunned. Zhan Wufeng pointed, speechless. You? Don't claim credit recklessly. It'll backfire spectacularly. You still have time to retract. Who really? Chu Yan spread his hands. I told you it's me. If someone else had done it, would they abandon such a colossal water beast's flesh? Hui Yuangang whispered in awe. You alone defeated a peer-class water beast. My heavens, I wouldn't dare dream such a thing. Shen Zhongque stared at Chu Yan, mute with disbelief. Song Xilong's eyes bulged from their sockets. Junior brother, you're astonishingly ferocious. Wan Yonan gazed at Chu Yan, dazed. You? Are you truly my junior brother? I scarcely believe it. How did you accomplish this? Miao Xiuli covered her mouth, her expression frozen in utter shock, speechless. All other specialists stood motionless as though witnessing myth incarnate.